Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 301, The Beast on the Sewers. A beastly roar. Blood in the air. At this hour, is it the hellhound, or is it some other creature Lenivus fed with his own divine blood? With these thoughts swirling, Ebner halted his actions, decided to investigate, and then cloaked himself with shadow stealth, quietly exiting the safe house into the sewer proper. The low growling sounded intermittently, leading Ebner down just 2 tunnels before he located the source of the noise and stench. 3 terrifying beasts were gnawing on a corpse, while a 4th, slightly smaller creature prowled around them, snarling as it tried to join the feast, only to be continuously pushed away by the others. A little farther off lay 2 dead rats of normal size. Their bodies were untouched, but they were completely lifeless. As I suspected, these are the sewer creatures mutated by Lanavu's divine blood. This confirmed, Ebner prepared to rid the sewers of these aberrant monsters. But just then, the one circling the corpse sniffed the air sharply, turned in his direction, and stared at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Quite keen, Ebner thought without concern, his blue eyes darkening with an inky hue. 7 black flames materialized around him, swirling ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black flames shot out like bullets, trailing one another as they hurtled toward the beast already lunging at him. The beast, clearly familiar with the danger of these flames, halted its pounce midair, scrambling to veer away from the oncoming attack. But now that Ebner had reached the level of polymath, his control and power with the simulated Sequence 7 abilities had greatly improved. Without even activating the pure white eye, he commanded the black flames to curve, converging on the beast. The black flames vanished into its fur without visible effect. But within 2 seconds, the beast let out a painful howl, curled up, and began to vomit, expelling stomach acid, a charred heart, and lungs still ablaze with black flames. With its insides burned away, the beast shrank back into an ordinary rat, just like the others Ebner had seen before. Black flame, which burns both spirit and life force, is truly the bane of divine blood-altered creatures. Having anticipated this weakness through his analytical abilities, Ebner wasn't surprised. He summoned another 7 black flames and directed them at the remaining 3 beasts, each larger than the first. When Ebner had first revealed himself, the 3 beasts had raised their heads warily. But their companion had fallen so swiftly that they had no time to react before the fearsome flames were upon them. Lacking intelligence, the beasts instinctively knew they were no match for their foe. They split in 3 directions, each attempting to flee. 2 of them dashed directly into the line of black flames, which struck their bodies instantly, and they, too, coughed up their flaming organs before reverting to stray dogs. The last beast narrowly evaded the black flames and made for the depths of the sewer. But it abruptly found itself face to face with Ebner, who had somehow blocked its escape. With no way out, the beast's savage instincts kicked in, and it lunged at Ebner, its jaws snapping toward his throat. But instead of the satisfying bite it expected, the creature's fangs couldn't even pierce his skin. It bit down so hard that several of its own teeth shattered. Ebner casually flicked a black flame at the beast, then brushed his neck thoughtfully, the eerie blackness fading from his eyes. Illusory scales and living corpses' skin really can stack while using the pure white eye. Could this be the prototype of a secret technique, he mused to himself. Also, combat hypnosis can even influence these polluted, near-mindless beasts. That's incredibly useful. This encounter had been under Ebner's complete control. The beast's so-called instinct to flee had been directed by his combat hypnosis. Without it, they would have charged him mindlessly, driven by their bloodlust. Casting a final glance at the sewer creatures restored to their natural forms, Ebner gathered them with a gust of wind and incinerated the remains with sacred fire, ensuring their purification. Only then did he approach the corpse that had been mutilated almost beyond recognition. The flesh was shredded and strewn about, white bones sticking out at unnatural angles, a bulging eye had rolled to the ground near the shredded arm, a torn earlobe and half-chewed heart lay beside each other, while the intestines had already been devoured entirely. The sight was enough to nauseate even Ebner, who had seen the exploded heads of female corpses and werewolves at their feasts. With some preparation, he summoned a water sphere, splashed it on his face, and used his water manipulation ability to keep it there, followed by underwater breathing to block out the sickening stench. Why so practiced? Such measures had become routine for him after his frequent ventures into the sewers over the past few days. Still, with the smell masked, he felt no need to search the victim's remains, especially given the pitiful state of the body. Instead, he bent down to pick up a familiar black revolver that lay near the corpse's right hand. Isn't this? Confession. Vanny sold it at the professor's gathering, and I remember Black Snake purchased it. So, this unlucky fellow must be Black Snake. Right, he died on that sewer beast clearing mission Darkwell had commissioned in the original story. Confession appeared as a black revolver, capable of infusing bullets with frost and black flame effects. When not in use, the revolver could become invisible to ordinary people. Its drawback was a curse after each use, causing the user to fall in love with it, making it nearly impossible to part from. Initially, the effects were barely noticeable, but without regular cleansing rituals, the curse would intensify, binding the user ever closer to the gun. Eventually, the user would be completely devoted to it. It had about 2 years of life remaining. Recalling the revolver's abilities and curse, Ebner rinsed the blood off Confession with a splash of water before pocketing it. Normally, enchanted weapons with limited lifespans wouldn't have such severe drawbacks, as they weren't made with extraordinary traits that contained mental corruption. I wonder what materials or techniques were used to create this gun so that it can make its owner love it. Truly a witch's confession, pulling people right into obsession. Muttering a few words to himself, Ebner dismissed any further thought on the matter. This revolver wasn't of much use to him now. He'd bring it up at the next tarot meeting to see if anyone was interested. He glanced down at Black Snake's corpse and hesitated, ultimately deciding against giving him a proper burial. If Black Snake's body is found by the people from the Aurora Order, they'll realize that Lenivus, whom they control, has been stirring up trouble again. They'll send someone to clean up the polluted creatures in the sewers. Ebner had no intention of spending his time contending with sewer beasts, so leaving it to the Aurora Order was the more efficient choice. With that settled, he refrained from extracting Black Snake's extraordinary characteristics. After carefully erasing his own traces, he made his way back to the safe house. Given the proximity of the safe house to where he had just fought, however, it could no longer be considered safe. So, he took off his clothes, transformed into his giant bear form, and used earth magic to bury the place completely. Then, with his bag in his arms, he activated underground sneak and moved to a different, hidden chamber that connected to a more isolated section of the sewer network. Elsewhere in the sewers, 2 people were retching beside Black Snake's mangled body. Irene and Binglet struggled to hold down their nausea under the watchful gaze of a man cloaked in black robes, finally covering their mouths to stifle the sound. I don't know why the Oracle chose the 2 of you, but as followers of the Lord, you'll need to get used to sights like these, the men in black robes huffed impatiently. After casting them a disdainful look, he searched through Black Snake's broken body, retrieving what looked like an ear, and securing it in a metal box. Sensing something, he murmured to himself, the Lord's power is indeed at work here. Still, it seems someone else was here before us, though they left no traces. My intuition tells me that not even a divination will reveal them. But it doesn't matter. The most important thing right now is ensuring the Lord's descent. Dealing with any destabilizing factors is our top priority. Inside Earl Wolf's grand hall, men and women swirled gracefully to the lilting notes of the violin. Holding a glass of pale golden champagne, Audrey coincidentally crossed paths with the Intis Republic's ambassador to Lone, Bakerland Jean Martin. After a brief exchange, Audrey excused herself, claiming a friend was looking for her, and elegantly distanced herself from the lecherous ambassador. She was soon called over by her childhood friend, Cons Lerson. After listening to Cons recount Bakerland's various unsavory deeds, Audrey casually asked, I've heard that Mr. Cotton Surrey from the embassy is a respectable gentleman. Why wasn't he made ambassador instead of leaving the post to such an unsavory character? Cons chuckled. Oh, yes. Mr. Surrey is indeed a man of integrity. Every noble who's spoken with him holds him in high regard. Even Viscount Horatio didn't bat an eye when his youngest daughter struck up a friendship with Mr. Surrey's granddaughter. He then scoffed, but, of course, the Intis authorities needed a conspirer to manage their embassy. Chapter 302, Provocation. Cons did not go into detail about the hunter pathway with the outsider Audrey, glossing over the fact that the conspirer belonged to it. However, Audrey already knew this. Skipping to a new topic, she feigned curiosity and asked, did Mr. Cotton Surrey attend tonight's gathering? If so, could you introduce me? Haha, if my father agrees, I'd like to be friends with his granddaughter. Mr. Surrey was indeed invited and is over by the dining area. I know him, so I can introduce you, Cons replied, hesitating slightly before adding, however, as for becoming friends with Mr. Surrey's granddaughter, I suggest you give it careful thought. Why? Audrey stopped in her tracks, puzzled. Mr. Surrey's granddaughter, Fanny, was raised in Intis and only recently came to Backlund. You know how Intis girls tend to be more open compared to Lonites, Kant said, lowering his voice. According to some reports, she spent a few nights at the home of that hero detective with several other girls. Several other girls. The hero detective has such a chaotic private life. I remember Emma and Miss Mact even quarreled over him at Duke Negan's ball. Wait, Emma is Viscount Horatio's youngest daughter. Did she meet the detective through Fanny? I wonder if she was one of those girls. Do Zio and Furs know about this? While Audrey entertained a moment of silent gossip, Cons continued with a hint of warning in his tone. Also, if you run into the hero detective at any gathering, don't let his sweet talk fool you. If he praises you, it's likely just a ploy to get closer. Now that's just offensive, Audrey thought, pursing her lips. After a brief pause, she replied, I think I'll go to the ladies' room first. When I return, we can go meet the Honorable Mr. Surrey. My pleasure, dear lady. Cons made a gentlemanly gesture, his voice full of charm. In the Intis Embassy's abandoned underground prison, Ebner was intently deciphering the Guardian ritual through a thin layer of the floor when, suddenly, his surroundings seemed to blur. Realizing this was the sign of the Fool activating his crimson star, Ebner quickly shut down his pure white eye, careful to avoid inadvertently analyzing anything dangerous in the gray fog. Soon, a thick gray mist appeared in his vision, and within that mist, he could vaguely make out a figure in a courtly gown. She remained in a prayer posture, continuously murmuring, Please relay to Mr. Tower that Cotton Surrey is attending Count Wolf's ball tonight. Ebner pressed a hand to his chest and lowered his head in respect. Praise be to you, Mr. Fool. Before his voice faded, the vision and everything he heard vanished, as if it had never happened. Since the ritual's overseer is confirmed to be away, it's time for me to act. After a brief pause, Ebner identified the weak points in the Guardian ritual and quickly painted a door on the dungeon ceiling using prepared pigments. The abandoned dungeon was not far below one of the embassy's wine cellars, so he didn't need to rely on underground sneak, door opening was enough to pass through the thin barrier of earth. Thanks to his exploitation of the ritual's weak points, the unattended ritual did not immediately detect the intruder. Moving cautiously, Ebner retrieved a handful of glowing powder from a concealed pouch, recited an incantation, and scattered it over himself. Instantly, his outline seemed to vanish, as if erased with an invisible hand. The ritual's defenses against stealth were not the issue, rather, it was the ambassador himself, armed with the puppeteer's sealed artifact, along with Rosego, who had the ability to detect through stealth. But both of them were out of the embassy tonight, the ambassador attending the ball, and Rosego likely still clashing with MI9 operatives outside. Relying on his deep understanding of the ritual, Ebner quickly reached the door of a room on the lower level. This room housed one of the three main ritual cores and was also the embassy's storage area for sealed artifacts. With the pure white eye, Ebner swiftly deactivated the storage room's seals, slipping in without alerting anyone. Inside, the room held roughly a dozen sealed artifacts, most of them grade 3, only 2 were grade 2, including the Guardian-related object anchoring the ritual. Ebner didn't touch any of the artifacts, he wasn't interested in the risk or the hassle. Instead, he took out some spiritual materials and subtly arranged them around the altar. A faint glow shimmered through the materials before they vanished, their effects now hidden from view. This act was both an alteration to the ritual and a means of bribery to seamlessly link the core to his new anchor. Satisfied, Ebner meticulously inspected his setup, ensuring there were no visible flaws. Exiting the storage room, he resealed it and quietly climbed to the second-floor archive room, which housed the second ritual core. Just as he was about to employ the same methods to disable the archive room's seals, he noticed a figure descending the stairs from the first floor and stealthily approaching the room's entrance. To avoid alerting her to his presence, Ebner did not dare stare directly at the woman. Instead, he glimpsed her in his peripheral vision, around 25 or 26, with red-brown hair tied in a ponytail, and a faint impression that her eyes were strikingly clear. Is this the mysterious witch Bianca, the female officer personally recruited by Bakerland? What is she doing here? While Ebner puzzled over her purpose, Miss Bianca glanced around and, finding no one nearby, took out a card adorned with complex patterns from her pocket. She pressed the card against a small recess on the archive room's door, and with a soft hum, the seals were temporarily nullified. The card in her hand disintegrated into ash. Miss Bianca carefully collected the ashes, pocketed them, and slipped into the archive room. That was likely a counterfeit pass, this lady is an actual spy. But Beckland, for all his weaknesses, is also cautious. Surely, he would have thoroughly investigated her background. Ebner's curiosity deepened, but he quietly followed Bianca into the room. Once inside, Bianca took out several ritual materials and began conducting a concealed, covert ritual, temporarily shielding a particular bookshelf from the ritual core's detection. She moved swiftly to the shelf, pulling out a specific file and carefully studying it. After a few minutes, Bianca closed the file, packed up her materials, and exited the archive room, restoring the door's seals as she left. So she's genuinely a spy. Looks like Bakerland was manipulated from the start. But whose agent is this Bianca? Me-9. Or an operative from another nation's intelligence service? Speculating on this, Ebner wasted no time in taking out his own prepared materials and establishing a link with the second ritual core. But just as Ebner was preparing to leave, the door to the archive room opened again. This time, a man in his 30s with striking red hair cautiously entered, and, just like Bianca, headed straight to the previously accessed bookshelf. This guy. I think I saw his profile in Zio's report. Charles Sauron, a Sequence 8 provocator. Could it be that even the Sauron family has been compromised? Is the embassy full of traitors? Ebner grumbled to himself but quickly resumed his task, temporarily assuming control over the ritual core to suppress the alarm that was about to sound. He also worked to erase any record of this intrusion. Unlike the previous intruder, this provocator was far less skilled in ritual magic. Although he used a mystical artifact to obscure his presence, the core's detection system still picked up his intrusion. Even if his ritual magic was lacking, however, his own expertise was undeniably polished. At that moment, forced to clean up the mess left behind by the provocator, Ebner couldn't help but feel a spark of indignation. He was feeling provoked. Chapter 303, The Eve Night. Luckily, Charles Sauron, the Sauron family provocator, was aware of the need for speed. Instead of trying to memorize the documents like which Bianca had done, he quickly took out a small camera, snapped several photos, and then returned the files to their original place before hurrying away. Ebner followed him out of the core room and quietly slipped back to the abandoned underground jail. He had no intention of accessing the third altar core. It was located in Cotton Surrey's study, and attempting to modify it there would likely leave traces that wouldn't escape the constellation's master's sharp eye. Besides, connecting the first two cores was enough to serve Ebner's needs, giving him temporary influence over the entire Guardian ritual. His goal was only to assassinate the ambassador, not to occupy the embassy, so this level of control would suffice. Later that night, in the lounge of a bar on Root Street in the Bridge District, which Bianca handed a handwritten file to a middle-aged man with distinctive southern continent features. "This is what you wanted. We're even now. Don't contact me again," she said coldly. The man carefully read the contents before setting it alight. Nodding, he replied, "Our organization honors its promises. You have nothing to worry about." "Oh, please," Bianca scoffed, "if not for the oath you swore to that existence, do you think I'd trust any promises from some hidden organization?" She stood, about to leave. The man hesitated, then warned, "Bianca, you should know Bakerland will never marry you. He cannot make that commitment." Bianca halted, half-turned, and replied, "I know. I never expected him to. But being with him grants me some measure of stability. I no longer have to worry about being hunted down by official organizations or dealing with inexplicable dangers." With that, she strode out of the bar. Watching her leave, the man shook his head, sighing, "The supernatural world holds dangers everywhere, Bianca. Now that you're part of it, you can't avoid them forever, especially after the hidden sage marked you during that experiment." Meanwhile, in the park at the border between the West District and Queen's District, Charles Sauron paced anxiously, clutching a file folder and glancing frequently toward the entrance. Charles Sauron. He started at the sudden voice behind him and turned around, looking down to see a petite figure in a golden mask standing under the subway ventilation shaft nearby. Recognizing the mask, Charles relaxed a bit, though he kept his guard up. "Me 9. Where is Princess Vera?" "The princess thought her presence might make you uneasy and prompt some rash actions, so she sent me instead," replied Zio Dericha, the petite masked girl. She hadn't expected the princess to assign her, a newcomer, to handle a meeting with a double agent. Then again, perhaps this spoke to the princess's decisiveness. And it looked like Ebner's guess was spot on. There was indeed an MI9 informant within the Intis embassy. Charles didn't seem offended. In fact, he appeared somewhat relieved, revealing how much the princess intimidated him. "I have the information here. Now, where's my item?" he demanded, eyeing the petite girl before him. Zio didn't respond directly. She took out a small metal box, unlocked its spiritual seal, and opened it. Inside lay a fiery red crystal gemstone, the arsonist's extraordinary trait. Child's breathing quickened as he stared at the item. Although he was a member of the Sauron family, his branch had long since fallen into decline, and he had no inheritance to rely on. Years had passed since he digested the provocator potion, but he still hadn't saved enough to purchase the main materials needed for arsonist. "Even if I could afford it, I'm still low in the family's promotion queue. At this rate, I'd be old before I even had a chance." Resolving himself, Charles steeled his gaze, took a deep breath, and asked, "Could I take possession of the trait first?" Zio nodded confidently. "Of course." Without hesitation, she tossed the metal box to Child. Charles caught it, his heart skipping a beat. Her willingness to hand it over so readily implied that MI9 likely had strong operatives watching nearby, ready to strike if he tried to flee. Trading fur with a tiger. Ugh, quoting that traitor Roselle. What am I thinking? As his mind raced, Charles carefully examined the trait inside the box. Once satisfied, he threw the file folder to Zio. "The photos and negatives are all there. Our transaction is complete." Zio glanced at the photographs, confirming they were copies of a spy's telegraph message to the ambassador, detailing the FASAC intelligence team leader's planned meeting with Ian, along with the time and place. Meanwhile, not wanting to linger, Charles turned and bolted out of the park, heading straight for the embassy. As he passed by a partially renovated house on 8 William Street, he felt a strange pull, as if something inside were drawing him in. But the sensation faded quickly, and Charles brushed it off as nerves. He couldn't risk wasting time now. MI9 might change their minds at any moment. Soon, he was far from the building. At that moment, deep within the basement of 8 William Street, a hidden door appeared in the wall cavity, unnoticed by anyone. In the park, Princess Vera took the file and the golden mask from Zio, briefly reviewed the contents, then smiled approvingly. Well done. Looking in the direction Charles had fled, she shook her head with a sigh. Has the Sauron family truly fallen this low? Zio furrowed her brow slightly, hearing an odd undertone in the princess's voice, a faint sense of aged regret. But the princess was only in her 20s. On Wednesday morning, Klein finished a meat pie from the famed Shins on Drury Lane, savoring the rich, flavorful meat juice that soaked into the crust, then grabbed an iced tea for the road. Today was a day for catching cheaters. He accidentally bumped into his target, Mary's husband, Daraga Gale, slipping a spare button into his pocket during the collision. Then, using the divining rod technique, he followed Gale all the way to the Crag Club. However, the Crag Club was a high-end, members-only establishment. Lacking membership, Klein had to find a nearby inn where he booked a 4-hour short-stay room. A 4-hour rental. Roselle's influence at work again, no doubt. After locking the door and closing the curtains, he projected himself into the grey fog and wrote down his divination statement. The location of my spare button. This was the same phrase he'd used earlier with the dowsing rod technique to track Gale, but this time, he performed a full, dream divination. The foggy dream world showed him Gale's black wool coat, hanging from a coat rack in front of a carpeted table. Then the view widened, revealing a man and a woman entwined on the carpet. The man was none other than Daraga Gale, while the young woman with him was in her early 20s, with a sultry, pained expression. Wait, what am I even thinking? Why do I always witness such scenes? Whether through dream mediumship or Roselle's diary. Klein rubbed his eyes, returning to consciousness. Ready to make use of his time here, he considered divining whether the iron centipede that had invaded his room earlier had been controlled by a seer pathway extraordinary. But just as he started writing the divination statement, the crimson star belonging to the hangman suddenly expanded and contracted. Klein paused, redirecting his attention to the star, allowing his spirituality to flow into it. Honored fool, came the hanged man's voice, please inform Mr. Tower that the magical item he commissioned has been completed. After professional appraisal, its estimated value is £1,500. Listening with interest, Klein opened the door of summoning, retrieving an ornate jewelry box that held the chain killer's extraordinary trait. So the chain killer trait has been crafted into a jewelry box. Are we sure it's not some sort of mimic chest? Klein muttered a few silent jibes, then conducted a brief divination on the item to gauge its properties. Name, the blood-stained jewelry box. Appearance, a gold jewelry box with intricate cutouts, filled with blood-red crystals resembling gemstones. Usage, after setting an unlocking incantation, valuables can be stored in the box. Closing it activates a feature that alters divination and mediumship results for the items inside. Opening requirement, to retrieve items, one must recite the correct incantation. Otherwise, poison flames are released, along with a curse directed at the opener. Negative effect, this item has a persistent thirst for living blood and souls. If denied these for over 3 months, there is a high chance the user will be cursed even if the correct incantation is used. End of chapter. Chapter 304, Preparation. At the Garden Villa on 18 King's Street in the Cherwood district, Ebner opened his eyes, sitting up in bed with a hint of joy on his face. After becoming a scholar, it took him nearly 3 weeks, but he finally learned his first Sequence 5 extraordinary ability, Dream Traversal. The reason he learned it so quickly was twofold. First, he had already mastered the prerequisite extraordinary ability for this audience pathway, and the principle was well within his grasp. Second, Judy's mother, a demigod, personally demonstrated it, which naturally led to a more thorough understanding. Now that I've learned this ability, once I assassinate Bekrin, escaping will be much easier. Thinking this, Ebner glanced at the time and realized it was nearly noon. He planned to head downstairs for lunch. Just then, a hazy gray mist reappeared before him, and he vaguely saw a figure with blue seaweed-like hair posing in prayer. Blood-stained jewelry box, appraisal. £1,500. Ebner ignored the details and quickly understood what Alger meant. An appraisal of £1,500. That means I'll have to pay £225 in commission. Let's take a look at its functions first. If it's not useful, I might as well have the hanged man help sell it. With that thought, he praised the fool, and then used spiritual sealing to block the room, conducting the ritual to request bestowal. As the howling wind of the spiritual vortex gradually calmed, a beautifully crafted jewelry box made of gold appeared on the altar. After a moment, Ebner closed his pure white eye, nodded in satisfaction, and set up the sacrifice ritual, counting out £225 in cash and sending it through the summoning door into the grey mist. For Ebner, the functionality of this jewelry box was quite useful. You see, due to the existence of the pure white eye, his status was high, and he wasn't afraid of divination, but the items in his possession did not have this convenience, others could indirectly locate him through them. While he had ways to create similar anti-divination and anti-channeling effects, they required rituals and were not only cumbersome but also time-sensitive and not portable. With this blood-stained jewelry box, he could at least store some items that wouldn't attract the interest of demigods, isolating them from others' covetous gazes. For instance, yesterday when he encountered the black serpent in the sewer, he only dared to pick up the confession because the revolver was privately purchased by the black serpent. Few knew about it, let alone understood it, making it very difficult to divine in the absence of sufficient preconditions. After all, not everyone had a hook like Klein. That's why Ebner dared to take the confession. However, the extraordinary characteristic of the black serpent, which contained remnants of the other spirit, could easily be divined by someone familiar with the black serpent. Thus, he had to give up. After the sacrifice of the gold pounds, Ebner placed the jewelry box into his frequently used backpack, disregarding its alleged curse effect. Come on, he wasn't worried about the curse from that serial killer when he was alive, why would he fear the one after it became a box? At lunch, the off-duty Zio came to mooch food again, and the two enjoyed their meal while discussing their experiences. After eating, Zio returned home to catch up on sleep, while Ebner transformed into a giant bear and headed to the abandoned prison beneath the embassy to make final preparations for tomorrow's assassination. Yes, he decided to follow the original storyline and assassinate the ambassador before and after the farewell ball. After all, if he killed too early, Rosego might not look for Klein again. Then, the fool wouldn't get the potion formula, which would be a minor issue, but if the world didn't go online, that would be a big problem. If he killed too late and failed to receive a response from Rosego, the ambassador, knowing he was heading to kill the detective, might report Sherlock's extraordinary status to the authorities, leaving the fool no choice but to flee. Thus, since the original timeline was just right, Ebner easily pressed the button of the countdown for Bekran's life. In the standalone house rented by Zio and Furs. Nestled on the sofa reading the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetics, Furs heard a noise at the entrance. She stretched her neck to look and saw Zio, somewhat tired but still spirited, walking into the living room. You actually didn't come back after an entire night and the whole morning. Is a formal member of the military intelligence section really that busy? Furs first expressed her surprise, then admired. You mentioned before that before your father's passing, you wouldn't even get out of bed at home, except for the bathroom, with servants bringing you food and drink. But now you can go out early every day and not come home until night. No, sometimes not even at night. Whether it's pouring rain or heavy fog, it hasn't changed. That's really impressive. I can't do it. Zio glanced at Furs and shook her head. It's just been busier these days. I'm a member of the Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage Group. I'm only busy with espionage cases, and those kinds of cases are not very frequent. Espionage cases. Oh. Furs tumbled off the couch, and after getting up, she asked nervously, telling me this won't violate any confidentiality regulations, will it? Zio thought for a moment and countered, would you blurt it out carelessly? I wouldn't, Furs affirmed. Then it's fine. I've told Ebner more than this, Zio replied nonchalantly. Furs fell silent for a moment, then chose to forget the topic and asked, Miss Audrey wants to meet us at Viscount Greeland's house in the evening. It seems she has another commission. Are you going? Zio yawned, initially preparing to take a nap, but upon hearing this, she paused. Miss Justice seems to have received an assassination task at the Tarot Club. Is she calling us for this? She probably doesn't expect me and Furs to be able to assassinate Bekran, so that lady probably wants to commission a certain powerful individual through us. With this thought, a name popped into Zio's mind. Mr. A. Among the extraordinary individuals Zio and Furs had interacted with, aside from Ebner, only Mr. A likely possessed the strength to assassinate an ambassador. Miss Audrey probably doesn't know that Ebner is Mr. Tower, nor is she aware of his true strength, so the only person she could want to commission is Mr. A. Previously, when Zio was a wild extraordinary, she had no idea of Mr. A's background, nor had she asked Ebner about it, so she didn't know how formidable he truly was. But after becoming a formal member of the military intelligence section, Zio now understood what such letter codes represented. They referred to the divine emissaries of the Aurora Society. Thus, Zio was now reluctant for Furs to make contact with such a dangerous character, and if Miss Audrey did indeed commission Mr. A, it would likely affect Ebner's assassination plans. As her thoughts raced, Zio came up with an idea. She feigned difficulty and said to Furs, I have something to do later, I'm afraid I can't go, can you reply to Miss Audrey and ask if she's free on Friday? Clearly, Zio's plan was to delay. During lunch, she already knew Ebner planned to make his move tomorrow, on Thursday, and Miss Audrey, unaware of this, might agree to meet on Friday. Furs didn't think much of it, primarily, if Zio wasn't going, she didn't want to go out either. Also, it seemed that Miss Audrey's commission wasn't urgent, so she nodded, saying, I'll have someone send a letter to Viscount Greeland right away. At 4 p.m., in the Earl Holber mansion. After sending off the Viscount's servant, who was delivering the letter, Audrey murmured to herself, Zio and Furs have been so busy lately that they're even passing up opportunities to make money, but Friday should be fine. Mr. Tower has begun preparations but won't act rashly for a while, and Beckron won't officially leave for Intis until next week, so there's still plenty of time. And even if Mr. Tower makes a move first, I'll have contributed. As Audrey thought, her eyes gradually brightened. She stood up, walked to the door, and teased the golden retriever lying lazily outside, Susie, you're not being very ladylike. Susie looked around warily, sniffed, then replied, that's the most standard posture for hunting dog training. But you're not a hunting dog. Just as Audrey was about to continue discussing breeds with Susie, a thick gray mist suddenly enveloped her, and a figure loomed over her from an ancient chair, looking down and speaking in a deep voice. After a moment, having listened to the words of Mr. Fool, Audrey let out a sigh of relief and began humming a cheerful tune. 2,000 to give to Mr. Fool for the activities of his followers. That way, I've finally paid off a portion of the debt to that follower. I feel so much lighter. Audrey thought, her dimples showing slightly. Her accumulated annual fund balance that hadn't yet been invested, along with the remaining bounty, amounted to around £13,000, but using too much at once would certainly attract the attention of Earl Holber and might even lead to an investigation by Bavart Bank. But a mere £2,000 is just a month's pocket money, it's completely manageable. In Duke Negan's mansion, the capable blonde secretary frowned after hearing the report from her trusted subordinate, thinking, Miss Audrey took out £2,000 and then kept it at home. What's wrong with her? Counting money before bed will make her happy. At the same time, Klein, who received the £2,000, was seriously counting the banknotes that smelled of ink, his expression quite pleased. End of chapter. Chapter 305, beginning. In a card room within the Braveheart Bar on Iron Gate Street. Marek, wearing a white shirt and black vest, looked toward Miss Sharon, who suddenly stepped out of the mirror. He waved a hand to command the batch of zombies he controlled to guard the door, then scratched his slightly messy hair, asking in a slightly hoarse voice. Are you really planning to take on the task of protecting the kid? £1,000 isn't a small amount, but for the danger he might face, it's really not much at all. You're not someone who takes on jobs just because of money. With her light blonde hair and black court dress, Sharon replied concisely, he's a detective. Detective. Marek clasped his hands together, repeating the word. After a few seconds, he said, in the lady's prophecy, wasn't that detective supposed to refer to Detective Bryan? At least Stanton, perhaps, this kid isn't even extraordinary, so how could he bring us opportunity? Not an ordinary person. Miss Sharon said calmly, adding after a pause, I see a certain danger. You're in danger too. Marek's eyes twitched, growing more certain his decision to decline the kid's commission a few days ago had been wise. Frowning, he asked again, are you sure he's the person in that lady's prophecy? Not sure, but I have to try, Sharon replied, her delicate face expressionless but candid. All right. Marek had confidence in Sharon's abilities and didn't think she'd actually be in any real danger. Still, he might not be able to come up with that kind of money. He will. Miss Sharon said with absolute certainty, her calm blue gaze fixed on Marek. Meanwhile, Klein once again met with his client, Mrs. Mary. After briefly explaining the female lead situation from yesterday's dream divination, Mrs. Mary, looking gloomy, summoned two friends who were members of the Crag Club. She asked them to sponsor Klein's membership and generously covered his first year's dues. Mary's two friends were the well-known surgeon, Alan Criss, and a nobleman's riding instructor, Talum Dumont. After exchanging greetings, the tall, slim, somewhat aloof Dr. Allen entered the club first. The brown-haired, curly-headed riding instructor Talum walked alongside Klein, chuckling as he said, if Mary hadn't mentioned you, I wouldn't have known that Bakerland has a promising detective. If I ever need to commission someone, I'll call on you. Haha, one day, you'll surely be as famous as Detective Bryan. I'm nowhere close to the hero detective. Klein replied modestly, while inwardly thinking, Mr. Tower and Roselle's names always seem to be all over my life. Don't be so humble. I met Detective Bryan before, he was just as green as you, and just as newly famous. In only a few months, he's become a household name in Bakerland. Talum sighed, adding to himself how much the many tabloids in Bakerland had contributed to Mr. Tower's fame. Just as Klein was internally complaining, he suddenly felt his heart clench, his whole body tensing up. This is a clown's premonition. But no image appeared in my mind. Klein only felt the surrounding air grow heavy as if a storm were brewing. Soon, the feeling faded away, as if nothing had happened. Suppressing his unease, he completed his membership paperwork with his new acquaintances. Without even waiting to hear about the member benefits, he excused himself to the restroom and ascended to the gray fog. Through divination in the grey fog, Klein confirmed that he would face severe danger in the coming days. Returning to reality, he hurriedly took a carriage to the Bakerland Bridge district and entered the Braveheart bar. There, he found Marek sitting in the card room and once again requested his protection. The pale-faced man looked past Klein to someone behind him and nodded slightly, saying, "She agreed, just as you requested, a down payment of £100, with an additional £300 per day for protection thereafter." On Thursday evening, a fierce skirmish broke out in an abandoned warehouse by the docks, all over Ian's whereabouts. Around 20 Intis intelligence agents were completely surrounded by agents from MI9. With the overwhelming difference in numbers, coupled with the aid of new steam-powered armored vehicles from MI9, the Intis agents were at a severe disadvantage, on the brink of collapse. Not far from the battlefield, marionettist Roso, watching through rats controlled by his spiritual threads, didn't move recklessly. Instead, he quietly withdrew from the area. He then conducted a ritual, summoning the messenger belonging to that witch Bianca, to relay the current situation back to the embassy. Most assumed that Ambassador Bakerland recruited the witch solely out of his lust for her beauty. But Roso, who had long aided the ambassador in his clandestine affairs, knew that the witch's allure was only part of it. Her deep knowledge in mysticism, along with her messenger capable of delivering messages at any time, were the real reasons Bakerland kept her close. For this, he could even overlook her dubious background and history. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a bizarre creature, covered in intangible tendrils, emerged from the spirit world, bearing orders from Bakerland. Immediately retrieve the manuscript and hand it over to Shadow. Then create chaos to draw MI9's attention. If possible, get rid of that little detective who exposed my ties to this Manger gang. Reading the instructions, Roso pondered briefly, then used his crystal pendant to divine the outcome, receiving a result that said, dangerous, but within tolerable limits. He nodded slightly and then had his wind-blessed puppet lift him off the ground, flying toward the location where Ian had stashed the manuscript. At the brightly lit Intis embassy in Bakerland's western district, the fragrant mix of perfumes and liquors wafted to every corner, blending with the elegant music. A ball was underway, Ambassador Bakerland's farewell ball, though he hadn't announced it publicly. Among his guests were no nobles, only prominent bankers, factory owners, philanthropists, and other well-known wealthy elites and lawyers from Ruin, and occasionally, a few less prestigious merchants. In such an atmosphere, he entertained guests with tales of Trier's sophistication and openness, emphasizing that Intis was no longer ruled by nobles. Bankers, factory owners, and lawyers now held the seats of power, deciding the nation's policies and enjoying true freedom and exalted status. Tonight, Bakerland did the same, glass in hand, mingling among guests, as though proving his whereabouts at the party and that he had not left. At this moment, the witch Bianca, dressed in a green low-cut gown, approached him and whispered something in his ear. Bakerland frowned slightly, but his expression soon relaxed. After briefly excusing himself from his guests, he led Miss Bianca into a lounge on the first floor under many knowing glances. As soon as he entered the room, Bakerland's warm expression turned cold. He took the letter Bianca handed over, but after reading only a few lines, he furiously tossed it to the floor. Bianca was surprised by Bakerland's unusually irritable mood but understood, given that he'd been in a foul temper ever since receiving orders to report back to Intis. The only odd part was choosing the first-floor lounge. He usually handled business in his study. However, this wasn't an issue. Deliver this letter to Roso. Bakerland commanded, penning the message. After a moment's hesitation, he added, also, go to the telegraph room and send a coded message to the address with postal code XX04F2D. Then he told Bianca the location of the corresponding cipher book. Bianca took note. She'd done similar errands for Bakerland before, often serving as both his personal and professional secretary, so she didn't think much of it. Once the witch left, Bakerland gradually regained his composure, though some unease remained, a sense of something not quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint what. He could only review his previous thoughts. MI9 agents showed up. They weren't supposed to know about this, they showed up anyway. With Roso present, it can't be a matter of divination, and MI9 doesn't excel in that area. This suggests there's a mole within our ranks. I hope Roso gets there first, retrieves the manuscript, and hands it to Shadow. At this realization, Bakerland abruptly stood, horror dawning on his face. Shadow was his direct subordinate, a deeply concealed intelligence officer. Why would he entrust Bianca with the method to contact him? Even though he liked her, trusted her deeply, and held the key to her greatest desire, he'd never hand over such vital information. Who influenced me? Is he still here? With this thought, Bakerland decisively prepared to halt the ball, intending to summon all his protective officers. At that moment, however, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't leave the room. Some unknown power had sealed the lounge completely. And he recognized that power. It was the guardian ritual of the embassy. Could it be that old man, caught in Surrey, trying to take me down? Of course, only he can control the ritual. That old fool must be eager to get rid of me so he can take the ambassador's position. Even though his son is a member of parliament, the state would never let him replace me. If only he'd shown his true face sooner, maybe they would have considered it. When I get out, I'll make sure he watches me tear apart the granddaughter he cherishes so much. As Bakerland's face contorted, he raised a hand, conjuring an orange flame, then cracked it like a whip, lashing at the ritual's barrier. Meanwhile, in the corner, invisible under his psychological invisibility, Ebner watched the scene with a slight smile. The arrogance of the corrupter. The frenzy of the psychiatrist. Caught in these two deceptions, Bakerland had fallen into combat hypnosis, unwittingly sliding step by step into the abyss as Ebner had planned. End of chapter. Chapter 306, Assassination. Bakerland, as a Sequence 6 conspirer, had unwittingly fallen into a series of interlocking traps. While it may have seemed easy, this was due to Ebner's extensive preparations beforehand. First, using the fourth core altar he had modified, Ebner gained partial control over the embassy's guardian ritual. He disabled the ritual's check on his psychological invisibility and arranged to activate barriers with a mere incantation. Second, he had arrived in the lounge room early, laying a simple setup and using his ring of light to notarize the room, amplifying the effects of his abilities within it. Third, his investigation over the past few days and his knowledge from the original story gave him insight into Bakerland's personality, allowing him to subtly guide the ambassador's actions through combat hypnosis without alerting him to anything unusual. Of course, using frenzy and arrogance to lower Bakerland's rationality was crucial to his success. Finally, Ebner employed a Solomon coin to boost his luck and avoid unexpected mishaps. All these layers of preparation allowed him to lure Bakerland into a preset rhythm, forcing the ambassador to waste his spiritual energy on futile attacks against the barriers. Indeed, Ebner's entire scheme revolved around draining the Sequence 6 ambassador's spiritual energy. Unlike Mr. A in the original novel, who had semi-divine means and could kill in a single blow, aside from using the desolate effect of Lilith's tears, Ebner didn't know the extent of Bakerland's mystical artifacts. His best strategy, therefore, was to deplete as much of the man's spiritual energy as possible. Even using magical artifacts consumes spiritual energy. The more potent the ability, the higher the cost. Klein, in the future, would face near-immediate signs of loss of control when wielding the Sea God Scepter. Combat hypnosis may sound powerful, but it has limitations. It can prompt unusual behavior, but nothing that endangers the hypnotized person directly, otherwise, they snap out of it immediately. This was why Ebner hadn't launched a direct attack during Bakerland's time under hypnosis. If Bakerland recovered suddenly and unleashed powerful magical items, it would throw the entire plan into chaos. While Ebner was confident he could handle Bakerland, he wasn't certain he could resolve everything swiftly and efficiently. As Bakerland conjured fiery snakes and ravens, relentlessly battering the barrier, Cotton Surrey, the chief officer in charge of the embassy's guardian ritual, detected the disturbance. After a brief survey, he pinpointed the lounge. However, the ritual's barrier was fortified with a guardian's extraordinary powers, amplified by the ritual itself. It was impervious to most attacks below Sequence 5, even Surrey himself, as the ritual's designer, couldn't breach it. Unaware that the ritual was triggered abnormally, Surrey initially assumed it had confined some malicious intruder. He summoned a servant to notify the ambassador and the other officers, then headed toward the ritual's core, located in his study. What Surrey didn't know was that Ebner had tampered with the setup. Surrey couldn't see inside the barrier, but Bakerland could see him from within. Caught in frenzy and combat hypnosis, Bakerland, mistaking Surrey as the mastermind, turned red-eyed and snarled curses. His body ignited in blinding white flames, illuminating him like a miniature sun. Boom. 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 Each fireball that exploded against the barrier left deep cracks in the walls, shaking the floor. Though the guests in the ballroom above remained oblivious, some, sensing a faint tremor, brushed it off. However, the extraordinary individuals among them were on high alert, particularly the embassy officers summoned by Surrey. They felt mounting anxiety. From the witch Bianca, they had learned a chilling fact: the ambassador himself was in that very lounge. Inside the lounge, Bakerland had reached his limit after conjuring fireball after fireball. Spiritual depletion left his head throbbing and his control weakening, bringing him painfully close to losing control. He snapped back to lucidity. With the clarity of a conspirer, he quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. Whoever said it must still be in the room. Preparing to taunt the unseen assailant, hoping to buy time to replenish his spiritual energy, Bakerland suddenly felt a sharp, drilling pain in his mind, as if a knife twisted inside. The agony spread through his body, briefly disrupting his rationality. This was Ebner's low-tier version of the interrogator ability, mental penetration. Normally, this ability might not have affected Bakerland significantly, as the conspirer was also adept in mental defense. Unfortunately for Bakerland, his spiritual reserves were dry, and he teetered on the edge of losing control. This mental assault was devastating. Even in this state, he instinctively reached for his trouser pocket, where something vital was hidden. But Ebner would never allow him the chance. 7 black flames appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward Bakerland's vitals like bullets. Crash. 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 The first 4 flames struck an invisible glass shield, each impact ringing out with a sharp crack. The remaining 3, however, pierced through unimpeded, hitting Bakerland's heart, abdomen, and kidneys. The shattered glass was likely produced by one of Bakerland's protective artifacts, but it could withstand only 4 of the black flames. Its owner, lost in a daze, failed to evade the others. As the flames entered his body, Bakerland doubled over and began to vomit, expelling charred, flaming organs. His sequence 6 vitality, however, kept him alive. But in the next instant, a sharp wind blade sliced through, separating his head from his body. Bakerland's decapitated body collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Ebner exhaled a long breath. Killing a mid-sequence Beyonder is no easy task. Even with everything calculated, Bakerland put up quite a fight. Reflecting for a moment, Ebner quickly moved to Bakerland's body and retrieved a thumb-sized, fully black wooden puppet head from the left breast pocket. This was a powerful artifact associated with the marionettist path and its spiritual string manipulation ability. In the original story, even Mr. A nearly fell prey to this item. Only the painful witch's afflictions allowed him to barely escape. Ebner had orchestrated Bakerland's demise precisely to avoid experiencing the puppet's control firsthand, denying the ambassador any opportunity to use his magic items. Besides, Bakerland might have other magical items that hadn't been mentioned in the original work. Disappointingly, Ebner found that the puppet head was the only potent artifact on Bakerland. The other items were mostly minor charms for calming or healing, unimpressive to someone of Ebner's skill. As for the device that created the glass shield, it had shattered completely and was now useless. Securing the puppet head in his blood-stained jewelry box, Ebner glanced at his pocket watch. The time left wouldn't suffice to wait for the ambassador's characteristic to form. Though his modifications to the guardian ritual were clever, they weren't comprehensive. Sari would soon regain control. After casting one last regretful look at Bakerland's corpse, Ebner activated his newly learned dream traversal and instantly left the embassy, entering the dream of a nearby household. At the same time, Rosego, just about to retrieve the manuscript, was blocked by a spirited lady, with a petite figure in a golden mask standing behind her. Chapter 307, The Fleeing Rosego and the Soon-to-Arrive Rosego. Why would MI9 agents be here? Even if they got the location of the manuscript from that little brat, they couldn't have arrived this quickly. Rosego, the marionettist, saw 2 women, one tall and one short, emerge from the shadows, blocking his way forward. A cascade of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder, could this all be a trap set up by MI9 to ambush me? Yet, he soon dismissed the idea, realizing there were only 2 of them and no additional agents lurking in wait. They must have a magical item with some sort of spiritual travel capability to arrive so quickly. Yes, my earlier divination indicated some danger, but it was within tolerable limits. Relieved, Rosego decided to strike first. His wind-blessed marionette floated upward, summoning over a dozen wind blades that sliced toward the spirited woman. Meanwhile, Rosego himself kept his defenses up, attempting to manipulate the spiritual strings of the petite woman in the golden mask. His intuition told him that the spirited woman was the true threat, so he planned to have his marionette keep her busy, while he would attempt to control the petite woman first, turning the fight into a 3-on-1. But as he advanced, the petite woman kept retreating, maintaining a distance of more than 10 meters from him, and continuously firing spiritual bullets in his direction. She's keeping her distance on purpose. They know I'm a marionettist. Do they even know my range? Who could have leaked this? Even the embassy doesn't know my abilities in such detail. Was it the hidden order? Dodging the bullets with the agility granted by his clown abilities, Rosego tried to close the distance again, only to fail once more. He frowned and began considering a retreat. At the same time, the spirited woman evaded his wind blades, pointed to the wind-blessed marionette, and solemnly declared, "No flying here." In an instant, an invisible force bound the marionette, and the whirlwind beneath it started to falter, struggling to support its weight. The woman's expression grew stern, and she spoke again in ancient Hermes. "Those who disobey shall face judgment." A gleam of dawn-like radiance appeared on her body, even illuminating her clenched fist. Thud. The spirited woman's tall figure shot forward like a spear, closing the distance to the wind-blessed marionette with frightening speed. Her fist, imbued with unseen strength, punched out and shattered the air, striking the marionette down from the sky with inevitable precision. Crack! Crack! The marionette's ribs and spine snapped audibly. If it hadn't been a marionette, this would have taken a significant toll on its life. Seeing this, Rosego snapped his fingers, unleashing invisible air bullets straight at the spirited woman. She dodged deftly, sidestepping the assault. Taking advantage of the moment, Rosego tried to recall his injured marionette to his side for treatment, lest its damage hamper him in the battle. But just then, he saw in his mind's eye the petite woman's pupils gleaming with a blinding flash of lightning. Mental piercing. An interrogator. Recognizing the technique, Rosego scrambled to counter it. He divided his focus, directing his wind-blessed marionette to delay the approaching woman with a flurry of wind blades while he pulled a pitch-black mask from his pocket and put it on. The mask had been loaned to him by the ambassador, a special item crafted to counter mental attacks, knowing MI9 agents would likely be arbiter enemies. Crack. A thin fissure appeared on the black mask, barely holding off the mental piercing. But then came a whip of pure agony. Snap. The intensity of this whip of pain far exceeded a typical Sequence 7's ability. The black mask reached its limit, shattering in two and falling from Rosego's face. They're using magical items now. Rosego's resolve wavered, and he realized this unplanned encounter was putting him in a dangerously disadvantageous position. Though his divination had deemed this danger within his tolerance level, there was no guarantee he would come out on top. His life was more valuable than any mission. Finally abandoning the mission to retrieve the manuscript, Rosego decided not to even recover his wind-blessed marionette. It had lost all ability to function and would only weigh him down. Taking out a scroll from his pocket, he tore it open and chanted in ancient Hermes. A fire raven materialized, darting off in a blaze toward the distance. Rosego snapped his fingers repeatedly, using the tiny specks of light created by the fire raven to jump himself away, vanishing from the women's sight in the blink of an eye. The petite woman was, of course, Zio. Before the mission, Ebner had briefed her about a potential encounter with a marionettist, detailing the abilities of that sequence. This had allowed her to maintain a safe distance from Rosego, denying him any opportunities. Zio, however, had expended a good deal of spiritual energy after activating the Whip of Pain ability from her golden mask, so she hadn't been able to stop Rosego's retreat in time. After meditating briefly to regain some energy, Zio glanced at her spirited, tall companion with a hint of confusion, sensing that she might have intentionally held back. The spirited woman, Vera, pretended not to notice Zio's look and offered a mild explanation. Subduing a marionettist isn't easy. Better to let him retreat on his own than risk a full-scale battle. She nodded at the broken-boned wind-blessed marionette nearby, adding with a smile, besides, we didn't walk away empty-handed. We can use this to help ease relations with the Storm Church. Your Highness, what you say goes. Zio shrugged indifferently and then followed Vera into the location where Ian had indicated the manuscript was hidden. After disarming a few spell traps, Vera retrieved a stack of crisp, clean letter paper. Eyeing the manuscript she had painstakingly obtained, she remarked, "This is a copy, the original has already been taken." A fake. Zio leaned in for a closer look but retreated quickly, defeated by the strings of formulas that made no sense to her. "No, the information on it is genuine," Vera replied, tucking the manuscript away. "It seems someone transcribed the original and left it here. Looks like there's a third party in play besides us and Intis. But doesn't the value of something like this depend on how few people know about it? Why would a third party leave it?" Zio asked, puzzled. "Maybe the manuscript itself isn't their real goal." Vera replied cryptically. Elsewhere in a card room at a dockside bar, the men who had met with the witch Bianca packed a messy stack of paper, the manuscript, into an antiquated box. Summoning a messenger, he handed the box over. After the tall, menacing messenger vanished, the men exhaled a sigh of relief and muttered, "With the original, the Lord should be able to divine Helmasine's whereabouts." Back in the Intis embassy, the witch Bianca and the Constellation's master Cotton Surrey were crouched over Bakerland's corpse, inspecting the cause of death. Their colleagues, led by the Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed, had already left in pursuit of the assassin, though everyone knew it was too late and hope was slim. The ambassador's spiritual energy was depleted. Signs of losing control are present. He seems to have been tricked or hypnotically influenced. Then there's clear mental trauma, likely from an interrogator's mental piercing. Then came the witch's black flames, and the fatal blow, a wind blade. It wasn't particularly strong, but by that point, the ambassador's condition was already poor. Bianca muttered as she examined the body, biting her lip. That makes at least 4 different extraordinary abilities. Cotton Surrey, standing up, muttered to himself. Suddenly, he glanced at Bianca uncertainly and said, "Could it have been the shepherd?" Bianca frowned, silent for a few seconds, before replying, "Or maybe a group. At least 4 different people. Then we're all facing disciplinary action." Cotton Surrey denied the shepherd theory, adding with a pointed look at Bianca, "Unless there was an inside man." Bianca's brows shot up, and she snapped, "What are you implying?" "Nothing, I'll just be reporting my observations." Surrey responded mildly, moving on to say, "Regardless, the shepherd remains a prime suspect. The Aurora Order are all madmen, capable of anything. Perhaps we should start with the infamous A of the Hidden Circles. Damn it, the Kingdom of Loan won't let us conduct our own investigation." Those damned lunatics from the Aurora Order. Bianca, relieved that Suri wasn't pushing blame onto her, clenched her fists in frustration. Regardless of the truth, the embassy's officers would certainly face repercussions, especially someone like her, whose background wasn't spotless. Back in his villa at 28 Kinster Street, Cherwood, Ebner sealed his bedroom with spirituality, then began chanting the Fool's honorifics to report Bakerland's death. Knowing that Klein was likely preoccupied with Sharon's watchful presence, he recited his prayer only a few times before stopping. Under the cover of night, Rosego, having escaped using Flame Leap, oriented himself and headed toward Minsk Street. With the manuscript mission botched, he'd need to make sure to complete the other task the ambassador had given him, if only to have something to show for it. End of chapter. Chapter 308, The Puppet and the Commission. In Rosego's impression, that little detective was actually quite sensible. If not for the ambassador's orders to kill him, Rosego wouldn't have bothered with such an insignificant figure. Blame your own bad luck for getting involved in something this big at such a low sequence. Disguised as Inspector Fassing, Rosego muttered to himself as he hurriedly approached the house at 15 Minsk Street. After a quick divination, he reached out and pressed the doorbell. The ding-dong of the bell echoed through the silent night. Inside, Klein's entire body tensed. His hands slipped into his pockets, touching both his deck of tarot cards and the word of the foul symbol. He slowly approached the door, and with his clown ability, he got a glimpse of what awaited him, the crimson moon looming in the sky, elegant gas lamps glowing nearby, and an officer in a black and white checkered uniform, bearing 3 V-shaped stripes, impatiently waiting at the doorstep. With his tan and brown short beard, he was unmistakably Inspector Fassing, who had been in charge of investigating Klein's self-defense case. Klein had a decent impression of him, as Fassing had kindly advised him before Miss Judgment's questioning, giving him a bit of mental preparation. However, Klein didn't open the door blindly. Each week, Mr. Tower had sent up a clown mask that allowed for complete disguise, a diviner pathway item. That nearly confirmed for Klein that mid-sequence diviners had similar abilities. Muttering to himself, Klein thought, my visitor poses a danger, and then flipped a copper penny. It landed heads up. No. Klein thought, though he didn't let his guard down. After all, the ambassador has a mid-sequence diviner who could interfere with my own divination. If it's him, then getting a wrong answer wouldn't be surprising. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or opportunity to confirm this in the gray fog, not even to respond to the recent prayer. Using spirit vision through the wooden door, Klein scanned for abnormalities. Finding none, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Ebner, after reporting the ambassador is dead to Mr. Fool, took out the Book of the Dead from his storeroom and used it to activate the preset concealment ritual throughout the villa. It was worth noting that shortly after using Dream Traversal to leave the embassy, Ebner had re-entered it in his bare form, stealthily returning to the abandoned prison underground. He had then dismantled the ritual altar he'd set up there and reclaimed his Hand of Wisdom chainmail gloves without alerting anyone. Reviewing his previous actions to ensure he'd left no loose ends, Ebner confirmed that the villa was safely concealed. Only then did he open the blood-stained jewelry box and remove the puppet's head he had taken from Bakerland, activating his pure white eye to begin the preliminary analysis. Name, String Puppet. Appearance, a puppet's head with black eyes. Function, shares a puppet's unique vision, allowing the user to see the spiritual strings within a 100-meter radius. It can manipulate spiritual strings within a 5-meter radius, controlling a target like a puppet, making them mentally sluggish, bodily stiff, and physically delayed. The process takes at least 20 seconds. Precautions, when not in use, cover the puppet's eyes to prevent continuous spiritual energy consumption. This item can still be used for 2 more years. Reading the pure white eyes analysis, Ebner hesitated before extending his spirituality to make contact with the black-eyed puppet's head, establishing a connection with it. Immediately, his vision filled with strange sights. Countless black, ethereal strings emerged from his body, spreading from every part of him, stretching into the void, and extending infinitely far. Ebner knew that these were spiritual strings, the foundation of a marionettist's power. No wonder the original story's Rosego called control over spiritual strings one of the hardest abilities to counter below high sequence. These invisible, unbreakable strings would be impossible for most beyonders to resist. Unless an outsider interrupts the control, or the marionettist willingly lets go, only a sufficiently powerful spirit could break free. That would require at least a demigod's level of strength. Unfortunately, this string puppet wasn't crafted using a marionettist's extraordinary characteristics, making it considerably weaker. It only allows basic control, rendering targets sluggish and stiff. True mastery to the point of making someone a complete puppet isn't possible. But there's an upside to this item not being made from extraordinary characteristics, no intense mental pollution, so it can be safely carried long-term. With this, Ebner withdrew his spirituality, covered the puppet's head with a handkerchief, and his vision returned to normal. He placed the puppet head back into the jewelry box and lifted the ritual, letting the villa return to its usual state. He was about to head downstairs to ask Mrs. Scard for a midnight snack when Mr. Scard came to his room first, knocking on the door. "Is something wrong?" Ebner asked, opening the door. "Detective Brain. Miss Fanny has come to visit." Mr. Scard gave Ebner a complex look before gathering himself and saying with great composure, Hey, don't think I didn't see that. But what could Fanny want at this hour? She's not here to share a midnight snack, is she?" Ebner glanced at the clock and saw it was well past 10, puzzling over her visit. Curious yet calm, he went downstairs to greet the always enthusiastic Intis lady. Once seated, Fanny anxiously said, "Ebner, I have a matter I'd like to ask you to take on as a case." "What is it?" "Don't worry, speak slowly," Ebner replied cautiously, sipping the tea Mrs. Scard had brought him. "I want you to find the true culprit who assassinated Intis Ambassador to Lone, Bakerland Jean Mudun, and clear my grandfather's name," Fanny said, gripping the edge of her skirt tightly, her expression both tense and serious. She emphasized earnestly, "Please. Out of everyone I can think of, you're the only one I can rely on for help." It took all of Ebner's willpower to keep himself from spitting out his tea at the request. He steadied himself, then asked in a surprised tone, "The Intis Ambassador was assassinated. When did this happen?" "This evening." Fanny went on to outline the events of the incident. By now, Ebner was quite sure that this young lady was here for genuine help, not to test him. Given her character, she wouldn't be fit for that kind of covert work anyway. Pretending to ponder, he carefully asked, "Are there any suspects? Who is your grandfather, and how is he involved?" "Yes. My grandfather is the embassy's chief military officer, and some of the embassy staff believe that A from the Aurora Order is the prime suspect. My grandfather originally wanted to thoroughly examine the rituals records to confirm this. But a Sauron family officer accused him of involvement in the assassination. He refused to let him near the records and reported it to the Intis authorities. Because of the Sauron family's influence, the other officers didn't oppose him. So my grandfather is currently under temporary detainment. Inside the townhouse at 15 Minsk Street." Bang. 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 As the 5 gunshots echoed, Klein lowered his revolver, panting with a triumphant grin. In front of him, Rosego's headless corpse swayed for a moment before collapsing beside the sofa, blood, brain matter, and shadows spilling across the floor. End of chapter. Chapter 309, Analysis. "Captain, thank you for your previous demonstrations." Klein flashed an exaggerated smile, grateful he hadn't lowered his guard and had kept the blasphemy's word, "Karm," which contained the great creator's large-scale declaration, "Power," clutched in his palm. This had allowed him to activate it and perform an indiscriminate murmur attack despite being sluggish in both mind and movement, helping him quickly regain his mobility, a skill honed from similar mishaps in the past, and take down his enemy. Coming back to his senses, Klein noticed that the gothic black dress bodyguard he'd hired for £1,000 had finally ceased her painful cries. Her frantic rolling and thrashing gradually slowed, but her skin had become somewhat translucent. Glancing down at the writhing flesh still on Rosego's corpse, Klein took out his self-made repose charm without hesitation and activated it. With a sense of serene peace, the body finally fell still. Seeing the scene before him, Klein felt compelled to take out another charm, whispering softly, "Crimson." He channeled a bit of his spirituality and tossed the charm at his bodyguard. The charm's lulling power rippled outward, instantly soothing the weakened woman who had yet to fully escape the lingering effects. She calmed and fell asleep. Unwilling to take chances, Klein added a second, sleep talisman, to ensure she wouldn't disrupt his next move. Wasting no time, he then arranged the ritual to summon his own spirit, bringing along Azek's copper whistle and wrapping it around Rosego's residual spirituality before entering the grey fog above. Seated in the fool's chair, Klein's gaze immediately fell on the crimson star representing Mr. Tower, which was pulsing steadily, an indication that the phantom prayer he'd heard earlier had indeed come from him. But as Rosego's spirit could dissipate at any moment, Klein couldn't afford to delay. Temporarily ignoring Tower's message, he instead chanted his divination request. Seer Pathways Potion Formula. In moments, Klein entered a dream divination state and glimpsed one scene after another, successfully acquiring the complete potion recipes for sequences 7 through 5 of the Seer Pathway. After Clown comes Magician, Faceless, and then Marionettist. If you squint, it does seem like a circus lineup, and a one-man show at that. So, Mr. Tower's clown mask is crafted from one of the main ingredients for Faceless, the pituitary gland of a mutated, thousand-faced hunter. I wonder if there's any way to restore ingredients used to make items. If so, then when it comes time to advance to Faceless, at least one main ingredient would be taken care of. Then there's Rosego's extraordinary characteristic. Although it hasn't yet separated out, judging by his condition right before death, it's likely contaminated by the true creator. Looks like I'll need to find a way to cleanse the pollution within the characteristic. Mr. Tower might know, but he probably won't tell me for free, and I don't have much on hand that I could trade for that kind of information. White Agate City is located in the forsaken land of the gods, where pollution-tainted monsters are everywhere. They surely have a method to remove such contamination, or else their characteristics would dwindle over time, making it impossible for them to last thousands of years. Maybe I'll ask about it in the next Tarot Club meeting. With this in mind, Klein rubbed his aching temples and extended his spirituality to the crimson star representing the tower. Bekrin is dead. Skipping the preceding formalities, Klein felt a wave of relief upon hearing the news he most wanted to hear, and a relaxed smile crept onto his face. Finally, it was over. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and, after responding to Tower's star, returned to the real world. Inside the garden villa at 18 Kinster Street, Ebner's vision momentarily blurred, and he glimpsed the hazy, boundless grey fog, with a vague silhouette seated in its depths. Understood. The familiar, deep voice echoed in his ear, dignified yet eerie, but all Ebner could think was, talk about dramatic. Across from him, Fanny had been recounting her grandfather's role and responsibilities within the embassy. Seeing Ebner suddenly space out, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Ebner came back to himself, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly before responding carefully, "I did find something." Fanny's eyes widened with excitement as she beamed, "Ebner, you really are the hero detective. Just from listening to my description, you already have a lead. Did you uncover the culprit's identity or their method? Do I need to find the culprit? That would be me. As for the method, well, that doesn't need any discovery either." Chuckling to himself, Ebner smiled and shook his head, replying unhurriedly. "It's not that I've identified the culprit or their method, it's something else. From what you've described, this case does indeed cast a rather unfavorable light on Mr. Sar. After all, he's in charge of the embassy's guardian ritual, and now it's failed and been exploited by an outsider to assassinate the ambassador. He's closely associated with the lone nobility, and the upper echelons clearly intend for him to be the ambassador's successor. He has both the means and the motive." Fanny's excitement faded instantly, her face falling as she opened her mouth to argue, but Ebner continued before she could say a word. "But that Sauron family officer seems even more suspicious." "What do you mean?" Fanny's emotions were in turmoil, but she couldn't resist asking. "There are three main issues. First, his timing to voice suspicion toward your grandfather is off. If he really had doubts, he should have raised them before examining the ambassador's body, as autopsies can also be tampered with, but he waited until Mr. Sar wanted to check the ritual records to make a scene. Of course, it could be explained by his initial shock and confusion over the assassination and only calming down then, but it still feels too coincidental to me. Second, his approach was mishandled. Normally, if he suspected your grandfather, he should have gathered more people to inspect the records together to prevent any tampering. Instead, he directly reported to the Intis authorities and used his family's influence to place Mr. Sar under house arrest. Third, his actions are inconsistent with his usual demeanor. According to your description, Mr. Charles Sauron has been relatively low-key in the embassy. Despite his noble lineage, he's been unassuming, an easily overlooked presence. But in this matter, he's been unusually active, which seems contradictory. With a certain tone, Ebner concluded, "So, it's clear that this Sauron family officer must have ulterior motives, which is why he's targeting your grandfather, Mr. Sar." Fanny had only felt resentful towards Charles for doubting her grandfather, assuming it was just business. But hearing Ebner's analysis, she suddenly realized there might be hidden motives at play, and with a clenched jaw, she demanded angrily, what could his motive be? With the analysis pointing to a likely conclusion, Ebner probed, "You mentioned earlier that your father is an Intis parliamentarian." "Yes, but why?" Fanny was perplexed at the sudden shift to her father. Holding up two fingers, Ebner continued calmly. "I see two likely motives. First, Mr. Charles might have previously tampered with the guardian ritual in some way and is now worried about exposure. So, by casting suspicion on your grandfather, he temporarily prevents him from accessing the relevant records, giving himself time to erase evidence. Second, the Sauron family supports a rival parliamentarian, likely an opponent of your father. They want to use your grandfather to create a stain, weakening your father's political standing. That's why, barely after Mr. Charles reported the incident, Intis authorities responded immediately. The Sauron family probably sees this as an opportunity. Though Charles' true motive was likely the first, he almost certainly leveraged the second to gain the Sauron family's support and achieve his goal. Of course, Ebner didn't share this final deduction with Fanny, as her information alone wasn't enough to confirm that conclusion. So, politics is also involved, but that's way over my head. Fanny suddenly felt the weight on her shoulders grow heavier. After considering her options, she looked to Ebner, the only person she felt could help, and instinctively asked, "Do you think Charles tampered with the ritual? Could he be an accomplice to the real culprit? And, what should I do now?" Ebner shook his head, saying meaningfully, "The identity of the culprit depends solely on Lone and Intis' position, whoever they want to blame will be the culprit, but it has little to do with your grandfather's situation. Why do you say that? Fanny found herself at a loss. If only Emma were here, she'd surely understand. But as the daughter of a lone noble, it wasn't appropriate for Fanny to involve her now, lest it bring even greater trouble to her grandfather. Neither Lone nor Intis is prepared for war, so the culprit must be someone from a notoriously reviled third-party organization, such as the Aurora Order that you initially suspected. Smiling, Ebner stopped beating around the bush, giving Fanny a serious suggestion. What you should focus on now isn't asking me to find the true culprit but rather finding someone reliable with enough authority to keep an eye on the ritual's core altar. Whether Mr. Charles intends to destroy evidence or frame your grandfather, he'll inevitably act on that spot. If he's caught red-handed, any suspicion of your grandfather will naturally vanish. I see now. Fanny's expression lit up with understanding, though she soon looked troubled. But who could I find who's both trustworthy and has the right authority? I don't know which of the officers I can trust. Well, the embassy's officers can't all be Sauron supporters. As for who you can trust or use, why not just ask your grandfather? I'm sure he's still allowed to see you despite being under house arrest, Ebner replied with a guiding smile. Fanny's eyes brightened, the cloud that had been hanging over her lifting considerably. She glanced at Ebner with admiration, saying, as expected of the best detective in Backlund. You unraveled such a complicated matter with just a few words. You're incredible. She stood and gave Ebner a grateful hug, solemnly saying, once my grandfather gets out of this mess, I'll make sure to give you a satisfactory reward. With matters urgent and Mr. Charles likely to act soon, Fanny hurriedly departed into the night. As she left, Ebner sipped his tea, thinking, who would have guessed Fanny is the granddaughter of that Constellation's master? No wonder she always seems to have mystical items to sell. With all the political infighting within Intis, they probably won't have much time to hunt for the real culprit either. Seems like the Aurora Order will be taking the fall again. On the third floor of the Intis embassy, as Ebner had guessed, though Mr. Sar was under house arrest, he wasn't being mistreated. Thus, Fanny was able to see him and relay the analysis she had heard from Ebner. I'm getting old, couldn't even think of that, Mr. Sar sighed after hearing her out. That hero detective seems to be right. Ah, the Sauron family will stop at nothing to regain power. Meanwhile, in a spacious underground room resembling a temple, Mr. A, cloaked in black with a hood, knelt in the shadows, murmuring devoutly. Before him was a statue nearly 3 meters tall, a figure with both legs bound by chains and hung upside down. The inverted figure had the unique single vertical eye of a giant, arms spread out in a cross. At that moment, a robed man led Aaron and Bingley into the room, humbly reporting. Mr. A, I've already spread the word. Very good, replied Mr. A without turning his head. The robed man, slightly puzzled, asked, why claim responsibility when it wasn't our doing? Keeping his head lowered, Mr. A spoke dispassionately. Though we didn't do it, we can use this to proclaim our presence. Remember, this is a critical time. We must plunge the continent into chaos and draw attention away from us, so that we may herald the return of the Lord. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Mr. A broke into laughter, only to erupt into a violent cough that drove him to the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out several blood-red fragments, which wriggled on the floor as if alive. The robed man and Aaron both lowered their heads, pretending to see nothing. After a long moment, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, pressing his mouth to the floor, and licked up every piece of his own bloody fragments. Then he turned to Aaron and commanded, though we've taken credit, we won't be used so easily. Aaron, it's time for you to bear some of the Lord's burden. End of chapter. Chapter 310, all parties except Ebner. Friday morning. Klein awoke naturally, got dressed, and went downstairs to pick up the morning papers from the mailbox. Unfolding the Tarsic Times, he was immediately struck by the bold headline. Intis Ambassador Bakerland Jean Martin assassinated. The Aurora Order claims responsibility. At the end of the article, the journalist briefly introduced the Aurora Order, listing some of its criminal deeds, boosting the group's notoriety to new heights. The Aurora Order claimed responsibility. Wasn't this Tower's work? Tower's remarks about Mr. A during our last tarot club were fairly objective but still tinged with caution, not to mention his friendly connection with Miss Daly. He couldn't be with the Aurora Order. Did they just voluntarily take the blame? Are they like some Earth-based organizations, using announcements to win notoriety and funding? Then again, it could be a more complex scheme, or perhaps it serves some ritual purpose. With a sigh, still somewhat puzzled, Klein dismissed the thoughts. One way or another, it's finally over. He glanced out the window, noting the faint mist and sparse raindrops. In stories, this is where the bright sun and clear skies come out to match the mood. No, he murmured with a self-deprecating chuckle. But for now, he had some spying to do. Queen's District, Hall Manor. As Audrey was enjoying breakfast under her maid's attentive service, she overheard her father, the kingdom's upper house member and Hall Manor's owner, grumble over his newspaper. That Aurora Order is mad. The Aurora Order? Audrey blinked with curiosity and asked, what did they do? Oh, darling, you wouldn't want to know. They killed Intis's ambassador Bakerland, which does them no good at all. The Earl shook his head as he flipped the paper. Audrey's older brother, the Earl's eldest son, Hibbert Hall, swallowed a bite of roasted mushrooms and offered his view. Perhaps they want to damage relations between the kingdom and Intis, spreading the war from the colonies to the northern continent. No, if that were the case, they wouldn't claim responsibility and focus all the hatred on themselves. Besides, the kingdom has a slate of new policies about to be implemented, so we need a stable environment right now. We won't rashly start a war. The fact that last night's events were reported this morning, along with detailed accounts and an explicit culprit, is enough to show where the king and ministers stand. Earl Hall instructed his children. Audrey sat there, stunned, as her father and brother debated the matter, taking a moment to catch up. Bakerland was assassinated. Tower succeeded. But why the Aurora Order? I was planning to meet with Zio and Furs later today to commission them to approach Mr. A about the job. Could it be that every member of that organization is mentally deranged? Or, as father suggested, do the king, ministers, and Intis parliamentarians all wish for the Aurora Order to be the perpetrators? Like the others, Audrey couldn't imagine that the scholarly, rational Mr. Tower would belong to the Aurora Order. With a soft sigh, she set aside the matter, mentally remarking. This all happened so quickly and efficiently. I only helped Mr. Tower confirm the chief officer's location Tuesday night, and he was still preparing then, yet by this morning, I'm already hearing the results. When breakfast was nearly over, and the maid brought her a dessert of cakes with cream, cherries, and strawberries, Audrey calmed herself and suddenly remembered something else. Since Bakerland is dead, there's no longer any need for an assassination commission, but what excuse should I give Zio and Furs when we meet this afternoon? I did say I had something important to discuss. If I suddenly cancel, will they connect it with the assassination of the Intis ambassador? Perhaps. I should just send Susie in my place and skip it. Sherwood, Zio, and Furs's rented house. Yawning after her early morning visit to Ebner, Zio pushed open the door to the lounge, not at all surprised to see her friend Furs lounging on the sofa in her dressing gown, a copy of the Daily Observer in hand. Seeing Zio, Furs raised the paper with a half-joking, half-inquisitive look. Don't tell me you two have been busy with this. Zio glanced at the headline, smoothed out her messy hair, and replied, if the wrong person overheard that question, it could cause a war between two countries. Surely not, Furs blinked, uncertain. With a bit of embellishment, you just implied that MI9 schemed to assassinate the Intis ambassador. Isn't that serious enough? Zio remarked with a deadpan expression. Furs gaped at her friend, astonished at her newfound sharpness. She's definitely learning this from Ebner, she thought, quickly changing the subject. The time we set to meet with Miss Audrey is coming up. Should we get ready? She probably has no idea what she's meeting us for now. Zio silently mused, then looked Furs up and down and said, you're the only one who needs to get ready. Furs chuckled as she attempted to sit up, failing and rolling onto the floor instead. After some quick tidying up, Furs and Zio made their way to Viscount Glylington's home. Good manners ultimately kept Audrey from sending Susie to meet her friends in her place. She was also curious if Zio and Furs had recited the fool's honorific name yet. So after simply commissioning them to investigate a lead in the Backlund serial murders, Audrey began probing carefully. In the end, before Zio's hat could hide her increasingly peculiar expression, Audrey wrapped up the date, regretting that she'd learned nothing of interest. Western District, Intis Embassy. Sneaking towards the core ritual altar in the archives under the cover of night, Charles Sauron found himself ambushed by 6 embassy guards, including the arsonist Joe Philip, the witch Bianca, the wind-blessed Mara Goldo, and 4 other lower-ranking officers. Seeing so many people here all at once, Charles' emotion surged, and he impulsively summoned a fire crow, causing everyone else's expressions to darken, clearly connecting the dots. Charles. When Fanny came to me earlier, I didn't believe you could be a mole, but I see I was wrong. And the price for betraying the ambassador was arsonist materials, wasn't it? Mara, the wind-blessed, asked with evident regret. Though from different factions, Mara and the Sauron family weren't without personal ties. The witch Bianca simply cast Child a cold look and demanded, did you bring the Aurora Order here as well? Charles initially resisted, but as a new Sequence 7, he was no match for so many extraordinary opponents and was soon subdued by Mara. Forced to concede, Charles admitted, I only leaked information about one of the ambassador's private dealings to MI9, I didn't conspire with outsiders to harm him. So you slandered Mr. Sar just to cover your tracks? A junior officer who had benefited from Mr. Sar's support asked angrily. Correct. At this point, Charles saw no reason to deny it and nodded. Whether or not you were involved in the ambassador's assassination isn't up to you to decide. Wait for our professionals to interrogate you back home. And they won't be from your Sauron family, said Joe Philip, the arsonist, with a cold snort. The wind-blessed Mara waved to halt the others from taunting Charles further. Using a magical item, he sealed Charles' abilities and personally escorted him to a room encased in a barrier. Returning, he asked Bianca, who was examining the guardian ritual, did the fight affect the ritual's core? Lowering her head to examine the altar, Bianca dropped her eyes and sighed, not too much, though Charles may have planned it. His fire crow burned parts of the ritual's records, a lot of traces and auras can't be restored. It might require Mr. Sar's personal skills. I'm not capable. I see. Mara, suspecting nothing, nodded and then said, I'll wire home with the latest updates. On the third floor of the embassy. Listening to a junior officer's report, Mr. Sar, still under house arrest, turned to his granddaughter, Fanny, and said with a smile, with this development, your father's situation will immediately turn around. I expect I'll be released by noon tomorrow. Seeing her smiling eyes, he continued, we owe this insight to that hero detective, I wouldn't have realized the issue's root otherwise. Ha. Since you're acquainted, why don't you invite him over? I plan to host a dinner on Sunday to thank him properly. Startled, Fanny quickly beamed and nodded, all right. Time flew, and it was soon Sunday. In the spacious underground chamber that resembled a temple, Erin reported her findings to Mr. A and concluded, according to a friend within the embassy, Bakerland died after the embassy's ritual was altered and he was attacked by at least 4 different abilities. The killer might even have a spatial leap ability, which they used to escape. That does sound like our methods. If I didn't know it wasn't one of ours, I'd assume X was behind it, it's just his style. Mr. A nodded, then shifted his tone, chuckling. Heh, but anyone with multiple pathway skills and an understanding of ritual magic could also be a mysticism magister. A mysticism magister? Erin, new to the order, was unfamiliar with the term. Without explanation, Mr. A continued speaking to himself. And I happen to know the Church of the Storms has a mysticism magister in Backlund. Bakerland's marionettist even turned a wind-blessed member of the Church of the Storms into a puppet. And that marionettist hasn't been seen for 2 days. I wonder if they've been killed by that mysticism magister or if they're in hiding. You mean, the Church of the Storms might have assassinated the Intis ambassador? Ah, this reminds me, a friend in the military mentioned they recently gave the church a peace offering, he seemed to mean a puppet. Erin's voice was filled with surprise. This was big news. Regardless, Intis needs to know, that's part of the cost of us covering for the Church of the Storms. Straightening up, Mr. A gazed down at Erin, issuing his command, you'll handle this. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Klein's contract with his bodyguard finally expired. After their adventures, spying, social gatherings, and exploration in Baron Pompey's cellar, they had forged a slight bond and exchanged contact details before parting ways. Confirming his bodyguard's departure through various means, Klein ascended the grey fog, intent on testing one of his theories. Moments later, under his control, a cloaked dummy, infused with Rosego's remnant black eye abilities, slowly gained lifelike motion. With a satisfied smile, Klein looked at the dummy across from him. Welcome, new member. Which tarot card would you like to pick? As soon as he spoke, he closed his mouth, and the dummy lifted its hand to its chin, chuckling hoarsely. World. I'll take world. End of chapter. Chapter 311, Dinner Without Surprises. Western District, Charles Cemetery. At Charles Cemetery, a modest gathering of officials from the Backlund Punishers squad had assembled. Former team captain and now internal warden Kuhn, current Captain McConaughey, who had recently advanced to Ocean Songster, along with a matured Evan and Matthew, who had recently recovered and returned to duty, were all present. Together, they bore Robert's coffin to its final resting place in the prepared grave. This was a secondary funeral service, as Robert's initial ceremony had taken place over a month prior. At that time, his absence and the tragic reality of his fate as a marionette had been masked with illusionary means to protect his loved ones from further grief. After Stuart, the mystic instructor, recited the eulogy, the mourners shared their silent prayers as the grave was filled and the coffin gradually concealed beneath the earth. With the burial complete, the Punisher's squad members gradually dispersed, although Kuhn lingered to approach Stuart. Any news on Rosego? He asked. After learning from MI9 that Robert's death was due to the Intis ambassador's marionettist, the Punisher's squad had struggled with the urge to take immediate, even violent action against the embassy. However, in the wake of Ambassador Bakerland's assassination and Rosego's disappearance, they had reluctantly waited, realizing that any rash actions could implicate them in Aurora Order's conspiracy. Kuhn, however, who had endured the loss of his comrade while haunted by the effects of a relic's corruption, found the situation intolerable. He would have been out hunting by now if Rosego hadn't gone completely underground. Stuart shook his head, sighing, I haven't been withholding information from you, there truly is nothing. After his encounter with MI9 agents, he left Robert's body behind and vanished. I even tried divination, but the results were blocked by some interference. It seems the marionettist is hidden well. I won't either. He's still my mission, Stuart replied, determination hardening his tone. Kuhn looked at Stuart with surprise, then hesitated. I thought your mission here was complete. Hasn't the Sacred Hall already issued a recall order to send you back to Paso Island? I've requested a new assignment from the Sacred Hall. After all, my own oversight led to the tragedies here. I owe it to everyone to make amends, Stuart replied, clenching his fist. What mission? Kuhn asked reflexively but quickly added, if it's confidential, I understand. It's not. I'm going after Ince Zangwill, Stuart said, his tone unwavering. Western District, Green Park Street. Ebner's carriage pulled up in front of a villa framed by spacious front and back gardens. Paying the driver, he stepped down and saw Miss Fanny waiting at the entrance. Dressed elegantly, she gave a polite curtsy. Her attire was particularly striking, a yellow gown adorned with ruffled edges, delicate lace, and an open neckline that showed her fair neck and shoulders. Ebner allowed himself a brief glance, then looked away, musing to himself, as expected of an Intis woman. In lone, unmarried girls wouldn't wear this style. I just hope they didn't invite me here expecting a peaceful night. If anything happens, it's out of my hands. With an amused inner sigh, Ebner approached, exchanged a few pleasantries with Miss Fanny, and the two entered the villa's grand hall together. Since this was a private family dinner without additional guests, Mr. Sarr had opted for simplicity, foregoing a professional orchestra and instead using an automated puppet at the piano, which played a continuous loop of canon. This mechanical musician immediately piqued Ebner's curiosity, and he observed it for a moment. It's nothing remarkable, just a larger version of a music box, came a friendly voice from the staircase. It was Mr. Sarr himself, descending in a stately suit. Such warmth contrasted with his more formal demeanor at work. Actually, it's quite an ingenious design. Ebner said earnestly. If this machine can play an instrument, it might also handle something as complex as loading a rifle or even a cannon. After a round of pleasantries, and following Miss Fanny's introduction, Ebner and Mr. Sarr proceeded to the main event, the meal. More specifically, it was an authentic Intis feast, with dishes reputed to have been favorites of Emperor Roselle. Ebner savored each bite, sampling the braised daguerreotype beef ribs, black truffle mushrooms, foie gras from Intis's Champagne province, and taking small sips of Ormera red wine from 1340. He privately felt thankful for his heart of omniscience, which allowed him to enjoy such rich fare without worrying about his cholesterol levels. The food comes from the Sorrenso restaurant, Mr. Sarr commented with pleasure, noticing Ebner's enjoyment. With a nod, he produced an elegant gold card and motioned for his granddaughter to pass it to Ebner. This is a Sorrenso restaurant gold card. With it, you're entitled to one free top standard single meal per day. Since you appreciate their food, consider this a token of thanks. Sorrenso restaurant. Isn't that where Don often dines in the future? The highest standard single meal there costs around £15. Ebner mused, then replied politely, this is too generous, I really can't accept such a valuable gift. Mr. Sarr waved him off, adding seriously, you've been a tremendous help to me and to my son Pierre. If he were in loan, he would have prepared an even grander reception in your honor. Besides, I hold shares in Sorrenso restaurant, this gold card is a small gesture. I have a more substantial gift as well. With that, he clapped his hands, and a two-tiered mechanical doll on a track rolled forward. It stopped near Ebner and presented a document folder. Ebner expressed his thanks, accepted the folder, and, with permission, opened it to reveal a book and a neatly bound notebook. The book's cover read the Book of the Zodiac in ancient Fasak, while the notebook held 20 pages of handwritten notes in Roselle's script. Amazed, Ebner looked up at Mr. Sarr, who chuckled. I heard from Fanny that you're collecting Roselle's writings. I hope you find these useful, although there may be some overlap with what Fanny has already given you. No, on the contrary, this is exactly what I needed, Ebner replied earnestly. Good to hear. But don't get too lost in decoding Roselle's script. It's a challenging endeavor, many scholars have tried and failed to make significant progress. Mr. Sarr advised, though he knew that young people rarely took such advice to heart. Observing his granddaughter's anticipation, Mr. Sarr turned his attention to the Book of the Zodiac. This book is the real gift I intended. Fanny told me you're a learned gentleman, which is commendable. This is a copy I transcribed from the renowned White Tower Library in Leuenberg, and it contains many fascinating insights. It said that this text was transcribed by a high-ranking Abraham family member based on one of their family's own notes. Even though it's been diluted for safety, I've never managed to fully grasp its contents. Transcribed from the Abraham family's notes. Perhaps Mr. Dorr keeps an eye on anyone who dares probe too deeply into it. Luckily, this is a copy, so the danger level is lower. Besides, Mr. Sarr has read it all these years without incident. Though he resolved not to analyze the book with his pure white eye, Ebner immediately thought of a safer option. If I bring it above the grey fog and discuss it with Klein, with Mr. Fool overseeing, it should be manageable. Accepting the gifts, Ebner stayed a while longer, sampling desserts and discussing a few academic topics with Mr. Sar before finally taking his leave. At the door, Miss Fanny met him with a warm smile, her eyes shining. Unfastening a ruby necklace from her neck, she pressed it into his hands. "This is my personal gift to you. Please accept it. I felt so lost before the day I came to you, but you showed me the way with just a few words. My intuition has certainly developed. I feel my potion progressing as well. It seems this recent attempt to play the role of the knowledgeable persona was a partial success. Though it only earned me admiration from Fanny and, in a way, even misled her since she was only impressed by the good outcome. Still, I believe I'm on the right path. Could it be that Vice Admiral Iceberg acquired her reputation from a fleet of admirers?" Ebner froze for a moment, then smiled warmly. End of chapter. Chapter 312, Farewell and Another Tarot Meeting. Name, Heart of Flame. Appearance, a heart-shaped ruby necklace. Function, activates the ability Flame Leap upon lethal attack, transporting the wearer to the nearest source of fire. If no fire source is nearby, a small flame will ignite within 5 meters, allowing the wearer to leap to that spot. Whether an attack is deemed lethal is determined by the necklace's preemptive judgment function. Once Flame Leap is triggered, this item self-destructs. Effective for 10 years. Reading the Sapphira Castle's analysis, Ebner recalled how, during their exploration of the Baron's Conva dungeon, Fanny had escaped a monster's attack by leaping away, only for her necklace to shatter immediately afterward. This must be the same model as that necklace. With this in mind, he placed the ruby necklace, still warm from Fanny's touch, around his neck without hesitation and said with a smile, "I really appreciate your gift, Fanny. Thank you for going to the trouble. An item like this is invaluable in a crisis." Although Ebner could simulate Flame Leap, it only allowed for short distances and lacked the item's instantaneous activation in danger, making this necklace far superior. Seeing him accept her gift, Fanny's smile brightened, her gaze lingering on him expectantly. But Ebner, after securing the necklace, offered a polite farewell and climbed into his carriage, waiting by the road. Watching the carriage disappear into the evening, Fanny bit her lip and stamped her foot. After returning to his villa on Kinster Street, Ebner took a brief shower, then went to his study to examine the Roselle diaries he'd received from Mr. Sar. This notebook has exactly 22 pages, though there's no evidence. I'm guessing Mr. Sar was something of a juvenile romantic in his youth, purposely mapping these entries onto the 22 extraordinary pathways. After all, many believe Roselle's notes conceal divine secrets. After a quick read-through, Ebner chuckled as he arranged the pages into piles, murmuring to himself. 6 of these are definitely fake, filled with meaningless scribbles, barely even recognizable as Roselle's language, but simply symbols cobbled together to look similar. Another page is a collection of strange excerpts that barely make sense, though it seems important, it's useless without context. Of the remaining 15, 3 are duplicates of those in the original story, and 2 are repeats of pages I previously submitted. The 3 that repeat the original pages could be useful to Klein. The tower doesn't know he's read them, after all. Of the 10 new pages, 5 were Roselle's idle complaints or romantic exploits, while only 5 offered anything truly valuable. After categorizing the entries, Ebner selected 1 page of useful notes and 1 duplicate from the original to present to the Fool, finally clearing his debt. As for the rest, Ebner planned to submit them gradually, cautious not to overburden Mr. Fool's capacity to pay. In fact, aside from taking advantage of Sapphira Castle, he couldn't think of anything that Klein could offer in exchange right now. Having mentally reviewed his submission, Ebner returned to his bedroom and entered a meditative sleep. He had no intention of studying the Book of the Zodiac in reality. Mr. Sar could read it safely, but given his own dubious ties to the primordial moon, Ebner wasn't about to take any risks. Better to review it in the safety of Sapphira Castle. In the ancient hall above the grey fog, Klein familiarized himself with controlling the dummy world, recalling his recent exploration of the 4th epic ruins with his bodyguard. With this alternate account, he could handle tasks and inquiries that might be unbefitting of the Fool himself. This included commissioning the purchase of the magician's main ingredients, seeking information on the strange structure of the underground ruins, and gathering data on the Pond family, the previous owners of the manor over the ruins. Through World, he could pursue all these questions without compromising the image of the Fool. Of course, he had to approach it delicately. Sherlock Moriarty, the detective, was also investigating the Pond family's records, and any information gleaned could be helpful for divination above the grey fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein sensed his spirituality nearing exhaustion and returned to his room in reality, collapsing into bed. On Monday morning, after breakfast, Ebner went to the steam train station to buy a ticket for Tuesday morning's departure to Pritz Harbor. Having acquired a Sequence 5 level ability as a trump card, he had also wrapped up most of his affairs in Backlund. It was time to return to Demir and attempt the upper levels of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Most importantly, given the tower's reward mechanism, he had a fair chance of obtaining the subsequent potion formulas for the reader pathway or even clues to the main ingredients. Before he left, Ebner had asked Zio if she wanted to join him, but she ultimately declined. Her reasons were understandable. First, she was now a formal member of MI9, so without a legitimate excuse, she couldn't just leave Backlund. Furthermore, the Dream Labyrinth Tower was a secret shared only between her, Ebner, and Mr. Gaston, so she had no way to explain herself even if she wanted to go. Second, Zio recognized that her skills would be of limited use in such a wisdom-based challenge and worried she might end up holding Ebner back. After weighing the situation, she decided to stay behind. Plus, the tower left her with mixed impressions, the rewards were puzzles she barely understood, and to this day, she hadn't figured out the meaning of Sherman's love story. After purchasing his ticket, Ebner headed to Harvest Church to bid farewell to his friends. He'd already informed his other friends, including his teacher, via letters or telegrams in the past few days. However, he wanted to visit Archbishop Utravsky personally and hear any thoughts he might have on the journey ahead. Given the attention that Great Being had shown him, Ebner was confident that she knew about the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Though Harvest Church had gained many followers over the past month, Monday mornings were still quiet. Besides the half-giant priest who prayed in silence, only Hazel sat in the front row, diligently reading a book. After exchanging greetings with them both, Ebner glanced at the book's title with curiosity and found it was a manual on archery. Why she learning archery? Ebner wondered. But with the power of her metal arm, a powerful mystical bow could probably rival cannon fire. Without disturbing Hazel's study, Ebner approached Archbishop Utravsky. Before he could speak, the half-giant priest said without turning, "The mother says, do not doubt, do what you seek to do." So, he's already got the oracle ready for me. It's easier for the mother to send down an oracle than to descend in person, but it doesn't disguise how idle she is. Still, it sounded like the mother was encouraging him to proceed. With these thoughts racing, Ebner dutifully crossed himself in the Earth Mother's symbol and solemnly recited, "Praise to you, Mother of all things." Having received the assurance he sought, Ebner chatted briefly with the half-giant archbishop before preparing to leave, only to be stopped by Hazel, who asked, "Do you know of any good, secure places to practice archery?" She must have come across some mystical bow. Suspecting as much, Ebner thought for a moment, then answered, "Perhaps you could look into some of the higher-end private clubs. Such places might meet your requirements. Do you have any specific recommendations?" Hazel pressed. She couldn't ask her father about this, the parliamentary delegate would never support her interest in archery. "Maybe, you could try the Crag Club," Ebner suggested uncertainly. After returning home that afternoon, Ebner wasn't surprised to find Zio Dericha, once again dressed as a noblewoman, waiting for him. Together, they chatted, biding time until the tarot meeting. At 3 o'clock, light beams rose in the colossal hall that resembled a giant's dwelling. Justice, the Hanged Man, the Tower, Judgment, and the Sun each projected their blurry forms. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey greeted the Fool again, casting a curious glance at the figure seated at the end of the table. "Another new member? Is the Tarot Club growing again? Could it be Furs, or perhaps Zio?" "No. That doesn't match the height. Or is it someone else?" As Audrey pondered, Klein noticed her curiosity and leaned back, saying leisurely, "This is a new member, Mr. World." Meanwhile, through the gray fog, Klein observed the sun, noticing an increased purity in his starlight. Though not quite sequence 8, it was clear he'd fully digested the barred potion. "Hello." Audrey greeted the newcomer politely, studying him curiously, but found herself unable to read any further, similar to her experience with Zio at the Grayling house. It was as though there was an invisible barrier. Maybe Zio was wearing a mystical item at that time. But here, in the Fool's divine kingdom above the gray fog. Is it because the world pathway resists my ability? While Audrey pondered, Alger the Hanged Man, Derek the Sun, Zio as Judgment, and Ebner as the Tower greeted World, who responded tersely, his tone naturally cold. After maneuvering World to respond minimally, Klein cast a discreet glance at Judgment Zio, considering his approach, and turned to Justice Audrey, saying, "The two candidates you suggested are still under evaluation. I'll assign a simple task to you, which you can commission them to complete under your name. This will be part of their evaluation." Since Miss Judgment wished to keep her identity concealed, the Fool would tactfully respect her wishes, and Justice could convey the task as a test, avoiding any need for direct instruction or compensation. Fully grasping the Fool's intentions, Miss Judgment felt grateful rather than indignant over the unpaid work. Determined to complete the so-called evaluation task, she resolved to do her utmost. Furthermore, it was evident that this evaluation included Furs, offering her a chance to win acceptance by the Fool if she worked hard enough. Audrey was likewise undaunted, finding the rigor perfectly justified. Only Ebner, having seen through the ruse, barely resisted the urge to cover his face as he lowered his head. End of chapter. Chapter 313, Reading the Diary. Klein didn't notice the rich inner world of the tower as he reached out his right hand to place a portrait on the table, depicting a young man with slick-back black hair, a high forehead, and round glasses. This was Lenivus, one of the masterminds behind the incidents in Tingen. To Klein, the true culprit behind the deaths of his teammates and his near-eternal slumber was undoubtedly Inzangwil, but Lenivus, this lunatic, was a willing accomplice and had to pay in blood. Inzangwil was a demigod in possession of the terrifying sealed artifact, 0-08. Klein could neither exact vengeance anytime soon nor face him directly. Lenivus, however, though possibly blessed by the descent of the true creator's offspring, was no higher than sequence 8 or 7. After a moment's thought, Klein projected the portrait before Justice, slightly angling it so Judgment could also see clearly. He knew who had the best chance of locating Lenivus. Gather information on this person. He is currently in Backlund, the fool said, leaning back as if speaking offhandedly. Audrey gazed at the colorful oil painting, noting the mocking brown eyes of the man depicted in the name, formerly known as Lenivus, noted below. If Mr. Fool says this is a simple task, the target can't be too powerful, but for Mr. Fool to be aware of him, he must be significant somehow. Audrey pondered briefly, aware that what seemed like a simple task might mask deeper purposes. Such a high-status figure wouldn't assign a task just for testing. Besides, when Miss Judgment was tested previously, she encountered substantial danger, only surviving due to Mr. Tower's intervention. Lost in thought, she took a few seconds to respond, I will commission it to them. As Judgment, Zio glanced at the oil painting, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Her eyes widened in realization as she read the description below, barely resisting the urge to slap her forehead. That's a wanted criminal who absconded with more than £10,000 in cash. Before formally joining MI9, one of Zio's primary sources of income had been reviewing wanted posters and using her connections in East End gangs to track down lucrative targets. She had even obtained one of the main ingredients for her interrogator potion through such pursuits, thanks to the luck brought by Solomon's coin. Sitting at the head, Klein noted the changes in Judgment's aura, concluding she had recognized Lenivus's identity and nodding subtly to himself. As an MI9 member, Judgment's intelligence reach in Backlund is impressive, finding Lenivus shouldn't be difficult. Satisfied that his plans for revenge were progressing, Klein briefly considered having his secondary identity, World, put on a show but dismissed the thought. Since I plan to have World serve as the fool's chosen, he might meet the Tarot Club members in reality. If he acts too dramatically now, it will only make things more awkward later, should World's true identity be revealed. Though this awkwardness was no concern for the fool, Klein preferred to avoid it. Therefore, he let World remain silent, while the fool directed his gaze to the Hanged Man and the tower. The Hanged Man, Alger, cautious as always with the arrival of a new member, refrained from speaking until he saw Mr. Fool looking his way. Then he respectfully offered a bow, saying, this time, I have 6 pages, the final page will come next time. Very well, Klein nodded. Ebner followed suit, saying, I found 2 more pages, so this clears my entire debt. 8 newly transcribed pages soon vanished, appearing in Klein's hands. He skimmed over the first page's content. A 3rd child has arrived. I've named him Benova. My eldest, Charles, is unfortunate. He inherited incomplete traits. He must repeat my path, destined to hardship. My daughter Bernadette is fortunate, free to choose her own path. Benova is in between, born a sequence 5 astronomer. Recalling the previous diary entry, Klein remembered that the Emperor had asked Van Esten, an archbishop of the Church of Steam, about inheritance issues, receiving a comprehensive answer. With this entry's context, Klein's understanding deepened further. But what good is this knowledge to me? Am I supposed to do what the Emperor did and relieve myself of excess traits through having children? Or should I pass it on to the Tarot Club as useful trivia? The Tower might need it someday, though he's probably aware of this method. After muttering to himself, Klein examined the second half of the page, which recounted Zeridal's visit to congratulate the Emperor, praising Benova as an adorable angel. Zeridal also predicted that Charles's death was inevitable, that Bernadette would become an influential figure in the mystical world, and that father and daughter would one day turn against each other. In keeping with the imperial traditions of his homeland, Roselle believed the good predictions but rejected the unpleasant ones, questioning Zeridal's divination accuracy. Feels like a soap opera. Still, it's fortunate that Roselle was a compatriot and continued to love his daughter even after hearing the prophecy. In contrast, kings or gods in Greek myths would probably create a tragic family drama out of it. Also, does mystical world mean the world of the extraordinary? Just how high a level qualifies as a prominent figure? With these thoughts, Klein flipped to the next page. Florin from the Sauron family actually wants me to serve under him. Do I look like someone who'd play lackey to anyone? Florin claimed the Sauron family has a history spanning over 2,000 years, witnessing all of the Fourth Epoc's conflicts, alliances, light, and darkness. Besides the Augustus family of Lone, the Einhorn family of Fasak, and the Castilla family of Feinapater, the others, like Antigonus and Zeridal, have either faded into history's dust or become rats in the sewers, hiding from the light. He said having me serve him was a privilege, the honor of serving the ancient, illustrious Sauron family. Right then and there, I wanted to curse his ancestors 10 generations back. But the Sauron family's 2,000-year history is surprising. The fourth epoch is known as the Age of Gods. Both the current 7 gods and figures like the god of death, the primordial demoness, the dark side of the universe, and the true creator were still active, frequently displaying miracles. That the Sauron family survived and even prospered must mean they have powerful secrets, perhaps even horrifying sealed artifacts. Indeed, the Sauron family possessed a living, grade 0 sealed artifact that played a significant role in the fall of the Sauron dynasty. Considering this, Klein wasn't unfamiliar with Florin Sauron. He'd seen the name in a previous diary submitted by the Tower. Florin had even informed Roselle of the existence of that living, grade 0 sealed artifact. But I'm really curious about what that sealed artifact is. Klein flipped to the 3rd and 4th pages. The 3rd page described Roselle's early days as the chief executive of the Intis Republic, implementing the civil code, promoting invention, protecting trade, and sparking the Industrial Revolution, which helped improve relations with the Church of the Eternal Sun. The 4th page continued Florin's story, in which the Emperor mocked him for thinking himself a genius just because he resembled his ancestors. Having learned of the immutable and persistent traits of high-ranking potions, Klein understood Florin's underlying implication. High-level characteristics retained the former owner's residual spirit. The closer one's disposition was to the original, the less this influence could be felt, a unique form of acting. The process of relic binding worked similarly. The soft rustle of paper accompanied Klein as he placed the 5th page on top. I once again attended that ancient organization's secret gathering. The members there still leave me speechless. They're all part of this group. I gained insight into the philosophies of this ancient organization. They preserve secrets that span millennia. They believe the dusk is inevitable and the apocalypse unavoidable. They worship the original creator. When the end arrives, he will awaken from slumber, creating a new world and a new history. They harbor deep hatred for the true creator, freely using terms of degradation and evil to describe him. They possess the 2nd blasphemy slate. But members can only select specific pathways, except those who join as extraordinary. Do these pathways hold a particular secret? Bard, sailor, reader, and spectator. Klein couldn't help but grin at how closely this all aligned with Tower's theory about omniscience and omnipotence, feeling validated in his deductions once again. That phrasing sounds so formal. Ah, whatever, just a passing thought. After a brief chuckle, Klein mulled further. It's the same organization Tower mentioned. Judging by Roselle's tone, it seems like many prominent figures are members. Could Tower himself be part of this organization? He frowned slightly but quickly reasoned otherwise. If he were, he wouldn't have warned us or deliberately exposed the organization's existence. Instead, he'd let us stumble upon that name on our own. Although, maybe he doesn't fully trust that organization and is subtly seeking the fool's help to resist them. That's unlikely, though, considering Tower has backing from a church of a true god. He shouldn't be intimidated by that organization. Klein pondered this possibility yet paid no mind to any additional layers to Tower's identity. After all, every Tarot Club member has ties to different organizations. Even I, the fool, was a night watcher not too long ago. When everyone's a double agent, there's no fear. Suppressing the budding grin and the clownish gestures creeping into his body language, Klein flipped to the last page from the Hanged Man's submission. The ultimate secrets of the 22 divine pathways lie within these various blasphemy cards. Blasphemy cards will possess anti-divination and anti-prophecy properties. So the blasphemy slate does indeed blaspheme against the divine. Above each pathway's sequence 1 lies a sequence 0. Complete with corresponding potion formulas and rituals. Each pathway has only one sequence 0. And sequence 0 is the level of the true gods. For example, sequence 0, the sun. Sequence 0. So there's a sequence 0 beyond sequence 1. Each pathway only has one sequence 0. Is this the true meaning behind the divine pathways? Sequence 0 is the level of a god. Does this mean that, by taking the right potion, performing the proper ritual, and mastering the acting method to digest the beyonder characteristics, even an ordinary person could ascend to godhood? Now that's true blasphemy. In the end, would the main ingredient of the potion be the divinity, divine blood, and even the body of the ever-night sun? Stunned by the sheer scope of information on this page, Klein took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down before contemplating further. Tower had always claimed that the Fool is the pinnacle of the seer pathway. I assumed he meant sequence 1, but it's clear now he was referring to sequence 0. Tower likely knew about the existence of sequence 0 from the start. No wonder he identified me as a god when I called myself the Fool. In such a mystically oriented world, divine titles aren't worn lightly. Even that high-level existence from the Antigonus family only dared to call himself half a fool. The reason I'm still safe must be because this gray fog space has a rank that rivals a god's. No. That's not entirely right. I already died once, didn't I? That might have been the price of rashly donning the crown of the fool. Well, let's hope one time is enough. With a wry smile, Klein reviewed the page once more, reining in the storm of thoughts and questions that still lingered. Did Roselle regret not choosing the seer, apprentice, or thief pathways because their sequence 0 slots were still open? Why did the symbolic god, hidden sage, suddenly manifest as a personality? What grand scheme was Roselle plotting? Or had he truly gone mad, standing alone against the world, relying only on that ancient, mysterious organization? And so, the title, Primordial Demonis, really does represent the sequence 0 of the witch pathway. Finally, the set of cards Roselle made, rumored to hold the secrets of divinity, is actually called the blasphemy cards. That name sounds quite similar to the style of tower. Realizing he had lingered on this page for a while, Klein set aside his questions and picked up one of the 2 pages from Tower's submission. Do I look like someone who would play lackey to anyone? With a glance, Klein flipped it aside, recognizing it as a duplicate of a page he had just read, albeit shorter and devoid of any new insights. Duplicate diaries were inevitable, of course, and he couldn't fault Tower for providing him with a redundant entry. Sighing slightly, he turned to the next page. June 15th, I've decided to accept the Sauron family's benevolence and become Florin's subordinate. It wasn't because of Madame Sally, Madame Nat, and Miss Ravenwood who, as his envoys, tried to persuade me. It was because he agreed to fund my steam laboratory project, my maritime route project, and several other ideas that had stalled due to lack of funds, and even got me a decent post in the military. I didn't want to agree, but he offered so much, so I had no choice but to bear the indignity, endure the humiliation, and bide my time. When I gain strength, I will fulfill the promises in my previous diary. Emperor, where's your integrity? No matter how you try to justify it, you definitely gave in. And is enduring humiliation even appropriate here? Klein quipped, then read further down. After becoming Florin's nominal subordinate, he finally satisfied my curiosity, telling me that the living grade 0 sealed artifact is essentially an extraordinary characteristic of a conqueror. Conqueror should be the title of sequence 1 in the Hunter pathway. Odd, the Sauron family possesses the Hunter pathway, yet they hold a sequence 1 characteristic as a sealed artifact instead of using it for promotion. Could it be because the Sauron family no longer has any sequence 2 members? Chapter 3:14, Rewards and Requests. The sequence 1 title of the Hunter pathway is Conqueror, just the name alone sounds bound to warfare. And from how casually the Emperor referred to that sealed artifact as something usable as a potion, he likely knew how to break down Beyonder items into pure characteristics and remove their contamination. Wonder if he'd write down those methods in his diary. With another bit of sequence 1 knowledge in hand, Klein's thoughts drifted from the diary. Across from him, Ebner noticed the fool's gaze still fixed on the pages he'd just offered and found himself considering. Roselle might be right, the Sauron family likely had no angels by that time, or if they did, they were in a weakened state. That's probably why they got bested by an awakened, sealed artifact, leading to their empire's downfall. When thinking of the Hunter pathway, we often first think of its provocations, but we overlook that its high-level Beyonders are also top-tier schemers. Ebner surmised that without an angel's protection, it's hardly surprising that the Sauron family could be undone by one of the most formidable schemers. Returning to the present, Klein suppressed his inner musings and allowed the Roselle diary pages to vanish from his hands, resuming his composed, unhurried fool demeanor. Knocking on the ancient table's edge, he turned to the side and spoke. Mr. Tower, you did well to eliminate Bakerland in less than a week. Both I and my servant are very satisfied. Bakerland's dead. Already. The hanged man Alger, who had been away from his island for several days, was taken aback. While he'd never doubted Tower's abilities, the speed had surprised him. In his mind, assassinating Bakerland was no simpler than killing Kalingas. I'm honored to meet your satisfaction, Mr. Fool, Ebner responded, feigning humble gratitude. At this point, Justice Audrey chimed in apologetically, my apologies, Mr. Fool. I had only just begun coordinating my contacts when Mr. Tower had already completed the task. I regret that I was unable to be of much help. This was a commission, not a favor. No need to concern yourself, Klein chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Justice Audrey pressed her lips, taking a few seconds to gather herself. Her mind echoed with a resolute voice, be honest, don't be greedy. Audrey, stick to your principles. Finally, she exhaled softly, her lips curving into a faint smile as she said, no, I still owe your servant compensation. I had hoped to use this commission as a way to repay, but since that plan didn't work. Owe me a reward. Haven't I already claimed £2,000 from her in my servant's name as an operating fund? Ah, justice must mean that she kept the entire bounty for Kalingas. So even if we split it, I'm owed another £3,000. Justice continued, the cumulative bounty for Kalingas across various countries came to a total of 30,000 gold pounds. So, I owe your servant £15,000. However, withdrawing so much at once would definitely trigger a bank investigation, so I plan to pay £1,000 right after this meeting, and the remaining £12,000 in installments over the next 4 months. Is that acceptable, Mr. Fool? After saying this, Audrey felt a weight lifted from her heart. Discussing money and calculating compensation before Mr. Fool is indeed somewhat inappropriate, but I can't overlook his servant's well-deserved share, Audrey thought silently. As for the plantation valued over £8,000, she saw that as a private gift from Duke Negan and excluded it from the bounty total. £15,000 to me. That's another £13,000. Klein was momentarily taken aback. He then entered into a rapid internal debate. Ordinarily, I'd give this reward to Mr. Azek. But since I can't contact him for some time, simply letting the money sit idle would be a waste. It'd be better to use it for self-improvement, and then repay him by offering my help in return later. After 3 seconds, Klein made his decision and nodded toward Justice. That will be fine. Hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey maintained her graceful composure, though she felt wholly at ease internally. Perfect. Now I can still keep my £2,000 of monthly allowance. While it's not as ample as before, it won't be too tight either. Feeling a little lighter with the unexpected windfall of over £10,000, albeit staggered across a few months, Klein cast his gaze back at Tower, grinning as he asked, "Now, as per our agreement, what kind of reward do you hope to receive?" May the goddess bless me that his request won't be too difficult. Ideally, it would involve knowledge within my current capacity. Klein prayed silently, fully aware that, due to the barrier of the grey fog, the goddess couldn't actually hear his plea. Also, Tower might very well already know more than he did on certain matters. If I simply asked for £10,000 outright, would he cry on the spot? Ebner held back a chuckle at the thought, glancing briefly at Zio, giving her a reassuring nod, before speaking respectfully to Mr. Fool. I would like to request a private conversation. Klein had caught Tower's subtle nod toward judgment and, after a brief consideration, surmised what Tower might be planning. Feeling relieved, he rapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the ancient table, temporarily obscuring everyone's sight and sound of the Fool and Tower. Justice Audrey and the hanged man Alger both noticed Tower's nod toward judgment, each becoming quietly curious about what sort of request would require secrecy. With the opportunity, Audrey glanced at the others. The son was as usual somewhat dazed, as if out of sync with the rest. The newcomer, the world, concealed his emotions and body language so well that he offered no useful information at all. As for judgment, Audrey noticed her friend appeared moved, a bit frustrated, and then seemed to regain her confidence. What a changeable girl. Zio, meanwhile, was indeed feeling deeply touched by Ebner's gesture, knowing how indebted she now was to him. Bringing Forsey into the Tarot Club has been my goal for ages, but in the end, it's only through Ebner that it'll be achieved. Well, debts only matter when you stop trying to repay them, Zio reassured herself. It's done, Klein nodded toward Tower, indicating they now had privacy. For my reward. I have 2 requests, Ebner stated respectfully. 2 requests. Well, I guess it won't be that easy. It makes sense. Resolving the problem for the girl under the full moon alone doesn't quite balance with assassinating a national envoy. Besides, I had already agreed to shelter her. Klein settled back into his seat, signaling his readiness to listen. My first request is that you consider allowing Ms. Zio's friend, Ms. Furs, to join the Tarot Club, Ebner said sincerely, having chosen his words carefully. I knew it. I'd accept in a heartbeat if I could, but I just don't have the capability right now. Fortunately, there's still some time until the next full moon, so she's safe for now. With Justice's funds, I should be able to gather the main materials for Magician soon enough. By the next full moon, I should be advanced and able to bring in an additional member. After mulling it over, Klein nodded slowly and smiled. If she passes the assessment, I will give her an opportunity. I'll offer her an opportunity. If I haven't advanced by then, I'll merely screen out the whispers without inviting her to the Tarot Club. Ebner understood Mr. Fool's meaning well, but he hadn't expected Furs' acceptance to be instant in any case. This promise meant that barring any major mishaps, Furs joining the Tarot Club was as good as secured. The butterfly effect my presence caused here has finally been nudged back onto its original path. Feeling relieved, Ebner genuinely praised, "Thank you for your mercy, Mr. Fool." Dodged that one. Klein relaxed inwardly and in a neutral tone replied, "And what is your second request?" I have a book that may pose certain dangers, so I'd like permission to read it within your divine realm, if that's acceptable. Ebner was careful with his wording, aiming not to startle Mr. Fool into a flat rejection. What kind of danger are we talking about? Klein furrowed his brow, wondering what might pose such a serious risk that Tower himself would be wary. The book is merely a handwritten copy, and even that was copied from another version, not the original. But its source is tied to the same one behind Furs' whispers. My research indicates they both originate from the Abraham family's ancestor, Mr. Dor. With his memories now restored after coming above the grey fog, Ebner was aware that due to the Evernight barrier, the outer deities had limited ability to influence the world directly. Roselle survived years of contact with Mr. Dor without any catastrophic outcomes. And this handwritten derivative should be safer still, as long as I don't attempt divination or backtrace it. On the other hand, Klein's first reaction to Tower's request was, Mr. Dor. I've seen this name in Roselle's diary. It seems he's not as powerful as the Evernight Sun, nor as strong as the true creator. So it shouldn't be a big issue. Chapter 3:15, The Exchange. Klein's initial impulse to compare Mr. Dor to greater entities like the Evernight goddess dissipated quickly as he calmly considered whether to agree to Tower's request. Mr. Dor. That peculiar name undoubtedly belongs to the pitiful fellow trapped in the depths of a storm and lost in darkness, as noted in Roselle's diary. He's supposedly the ancestor of the Abraham family. Well, the Emperor's diary does imply a thorough understanding of Fourth Epoch history, especially the War of the Four Emperors. He might have been sealed by a powerful figure during that conflict. As for Miss Furs hearing those full moon murmurs, could that be his voice calling for help? With such a vast difference in the nature of their beings, it's no wonder it was nearly overwhelming for her, putting her on the verge of losing control. This suggests that Mr. Dor hasn't escaped and his influence over reality is still limited, especially beyond the grey fog. But, to be safe, I'll do a divination before giving a final answer. Klein's thoughts churned rapidly, and he tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table with a slight smile. Mr. Dor. So, it's him. His book may contain hidden dangers, so offer it to me first. If it's clear, you may study it here for up to 2 hours each week. Quite the display, pretending familiarity with Mr. Dor, yet speaking entirely in ambiguous phrases. Ebner rolled his eyes, but he knew that, given Klein's cautious nature, he'd only give an answer after divining. In fact, Klein's response indicated that his request would likely be granted. In the original story, Klein conducted divinations on the universal key associated with Mr. Dor, revealing it to be far less risky than peeking at the eternal blazing sun or listening to the true creator's wrath. And the astrological book probably doesn't have as direct a connection as that key, so Klein will likely agree in the end. With these thoughts, Ebner responded respectfully, "Praise your generosity." Klein was slightly embarrassed by Tower's flattery, especially since he hadn't actually agreed to anything directly, it was more a matter of Tower's own interpretation. After concluding their private conversation, the tarot gathering naturally moved into the trading session. Klein had his dummy, the world, survey the group, rasping, "Mr. Fool has informed me that items and tasks can be traded here. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Ebner confirmed, nodding cooperatively with a smile. "In fact, I have a mystical weapon I'd like to sell." "Weapon?" Audrey's curiosity piqued. She didn't particularly need a weapon, but if it were aesthetically pleasing, she'd consider buying it. "Although my finances are a bit tight, I can still borrow from friends if necessary. £1,000 or £2,000 would be easy to arrange." "Justice," Audrey resolved. "Mystical weapon." Derek's eyes gleamed. With his recent assignment to a patrol squad, he was in dire need of one. "Wonder if Tower's selling a sword or spear. Preferably something I'm skilled with. Though, what could I offer in return?" Thinking of his options, Derek suddenly recalled that he still hadn't handed over the monster records and mythological references around Silver City to the hanged men. As for Zio and Alger, they were less interested. Zio had known what Ebner planned to sell for some time and, as a full-fledged member of the Military Intelligence 9, could request needed equipment directly, eliminating the need for purchases. Alger was presently saving for the wind-blessed materials, and aboard the sea, the most formidable weapon was Blue Avenger itself. Interesting. Klein, puppeting the world, was also intrigued. At this stage, he lacked a powerful weapon and had just received a small fortune from Justice, so he put his own matters aside to listen to Tower's description. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Ebner obtained the fool's approval before manifesting an image of the revolver confession, clearing his throat as he gave a detailed explanation of its abilities and limitations, concluding with, "It's priced at £600, with 2 years of use left. Believe me, it's fair value. I bought it from Black Snake for £625, so I'm even discounting depreciation." Ebner thought with satisfaction. A revolver. Is that a weapon from Tower's part of the world? But it's so short, how can it be effective? It's an odd shape. Do you hold the barrel and strike with the other end? Derek listened with a puzzled frown, finally sighing in regret. Without the skills for such a weapon, and with neither Bard nor Prayer of Light granting weapons proficiency, buying it would leave him unfamiliar with its use, a fatal flaw in dangerous situations. Justice Audrey also found herself unenthused with Confession's stark, black appearance, and her interest quickly waned, unwilling to dip into her modest allowance for it. Only Klein's interest surged. Being fully aware of how powerful witches could be, he found the revolver's ability to imbue bullets with black flames and frost especially appealing. It's the perfect investigator's sidearm. With this, I won't need to rely on hunter's bullets. Even better, it can be invisible when not in use. Klein admired its practicality for a detective. He then had the world speak in a rasping tone, quite a weapon. I'll take it. As for the monthly cleansing ceremony, Klein mused, the world can simply pay Tower to borrow his light of the ritual item. I doubt he'd refuse. Seeing the ritual item used so often by Judgment Zio, Klein was already well aware of its exorcism capabilities. And with the £3,000 from Justice next month, I can purchase a similar item myself, then invoke the Grey Fog's powers to perform a divine gift on it. Likely achieving even better results than Tower's purification and exorcism. You know how to conduct the transaction? Ebner asked knowingly. Yes. Mr. Fool has instructed me, through the offering and bestowing rituals, correct? The world replied in a low, rough voice. Exactly, Ebner nodded. Seeing no further bids, he dismissed the image of confession and resumed his seat. With their transaction completed, Derek hurriedly presented the list of creatures around Silver City to Alger, saying, I've compiled the list of local monsters and noted down mythological references too. What an honest kid, needing no prompting at all. Klein mused appreciatively after securing his desired weapon. Such naivety, Alger shook his head faintly but accepted Derek's documents and read them intently. Derek didn't forget the other members, manifesting additional copies of the list and sharing them with each. Seeing that the hangman, justice, and judgment were all memorizing the list, Klein tapped the edge of the long table and chuckled softly, no need for that. Simply seek me out in prayer whenever you wish to recall the list. Understood. Audrey responded brightly, first to react. The hangman Alger also rose respectfully, thank you for your generosity. After this interlude, the world spoke once more. I'm seeking genuine roots from the mist tree, a minimum of 60 milliliters of its sap, crystallized core from the spring of elves, spinal fluid of the sin pattern panther, and a stalk of berserker grass. Does anyone have these items or know where to find them? End of chapter. Chapter 316, The Activity of the World and the Joy of the Tower. The essence crystals of the Elven Spring were key materials for the Apothecary Pathway's Sequence 8, the Beast Tamer, while berserk grass was the primary ingredient for the Barbarian in the Lawyer Pathway. If I remember correctly, Ebner thought, Dackwell was seeking the Elven Spring crystals at this point, and Fanny, after getting the Barbarian formula from me, would probably start gathering materials at supernatural gatherings herself. Hey, I haven't attended one of the professor's gatherings in so long that I nearly forgot Fanny's still the craftswoman's agent. These materials were likely things Klein had overheard at one of his mentor's gatherings, Ebner guessed, suspecting that Klein was deliberately diversifying the materials he sought to keep others guessing at his true pathway. While Ebner tried to discern the world's intentions, Derek took a moment to respond. I know where to find mist trees and berserk grass. I could help get them, but only after my promotion, once I have enough strength to join the appropriate patrol squad. Mist trees were extraordinary beings that roamed between the spirit world and the physical world, enveloped in mist whenever they appeared in reality. They were, however, nearly extinct on the northern continent. As for berserk grass, it was not a true plant, it was, in fact, the top fur from a berserk baboon-like creature. Once plucked, it took on a grassy appearance and would leave the baboon in a much calmer state, hence the name berserk grass. Impressive, the dangerous and monster-ridden environment of the Silver City never ceases to amaze me, Klein mused, recalling information on both materials before prompting the world to ask. What do you expect in return? Derek replied without hesitation, a weapon that suits me and will improve my combat ability, just not that revolver from before, I don't know how to use it. His omission of light supplicant materials was because he could obtain those in Silver City with enough hard work. Upon hearing Derek's request, Klein's thoughts went immediately to the Fire Raven shortbow he'd seen at the old Mr. Wisdom's supernatural gathering. Its fire-based attacks would prove invaluable in Silver City's dark environment, and its effectiveness surpassed its damage alone. Priced at £500, it would have been ideal for acquiring the mist tree roots. But unfortunately, that gloved lady already bought it, Klein thought with a tinge of regret. Audrey glanced at the sun, reminding him, the mist tree's true roots are materials of sequence 7 caliber, valued between £500 and £700, and berserk grass is similarly priced. Audrey knew how straightforward Derek was and worried that the solemn world might offer a low-value weapon, technically fulfilling the deal but unfairly. Although Mr. Fool encouraged fair exchanges, items desperately needed by some might come at a premium. Alger also offered guidance, adding, sequence 7 formulas are worth around £800. He knew Derek had little concept of money and hoped to give him a reference point. While he did intend to profit from Derek and the Forsaken Land, he remained committed to Mr. Fool's rules of equal exchange. Exchanging both materials would require a mystical weapon valued above £1,000, Klein pondered, a rarity even at gatherings like the one attended by the craftswoman's agent. If I only ask for the mystery route, however, the ploy to obscure my pathway fails. In the midst of his quandary, Klein recalled that he'd never collected a fee from Derek for the light supplicant formula given at the last gathering. His plan had been to trade it for the Silver City's mythology and historical records, yet there was no urgency, and he could gather the city's lore freely when the other members became curious. A plan solidified in his mind. From his position at the head of the table, the fool tapped his fingers against the ancient bronze table's edge, smiling faintly at Derek. I recall you still owe me a form of recompense. The son promptly replied, yes, Mr. Fool. That recompense is roughly equivalent to the berserk grass. Mr. Fool nodded, his gaze shifting to the world. I can transfer this recompense to you, but in return, I have a matter I'd like you to investigate. Will you accept? The world rasped a reply, your will is my command. But may I inquire as to the nature of this task? Mr. Fool's intervening directly in the exchange. And that solemn world didn't even resist. Who is he, and why does he garner such special attention from Mr. Fool? Audrey's expression remained calm, but internally she was reassessing her views on the world. Already suspicious of newcomers, Alger's mind swirled with guesses, concluding that every tarot member selected by Mr. Fool held an extraordinary background. Could the world be a shadow ascetic in the secret supplicant's pathway, as Tower hinted? If so, the all-knowing pathways are complete, perhaps shedding light on Mr. Fool's ultimate purpose. Only Ebner seemed to understand Mr. Fool's real motive. However, he was too absorbed in observing the theatrical exchange to comment, wishing Roselle had invented cameras. Meanwhile, Zio eyed the world with suspicion, noting an unsettling hint of corruption in his mannerisms as he responded to the fool. Having observed everyone's reactions, Klein noted no distrust from any member. He relaxed slightly, leaning back in his seat as he coolly elaborated, the task is not particularly troublesome, but it does involve Intis's Sauron family. Curiosity, surprise, fear, wariness, these were emotions he anticipated. But Tower's response? Delight, Klein noted. Interesting, it's as if that's his only consistent emotion at the gatherings, breaking only with strong disruptions. There was one instance, I recall, where he seemed unsettled. As Klein's thoughts spun, he used his peripheral vision to observe the son, who showed no reaction to the name Sauron. Likely indicating the family rose post-cataclysm. With this, Klein directed the world to request, I would like a private exchange. Moments later, Klein fabricated a private exchange space and sat facing his own clone for several quiet seconds. Seeing this, Alger, Audrey, and Zio all surmised that the world must share some history with the Sauron family for Mr. Fool to assign this task so directly. Meanwhile, Ebner mused, I wonder how the other members will react when the world inevitably asks about red-haired Elaine in the future, assuming he's some rogue Intis noble. When the private exchange concluded, Klein instructed the world to bow, rasping respectfully, Mr. Fool, I shall see to this task promptly. Then, turning to the son, he nodded, I'll also strive to locate a suitable weapon for you, worth approximately 500 to 600 pounds once the debt is factored in. I understand, the son nodded, adding in a low voice, thank you. I'll secure those materials as soon as I get my weapon. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, the world gave no response, instead turning to Justice and the Hanged Men, seeking leads for the remaining materials. He diplomatically declined any request from Tower, as he had no other viable sources. After Audrey and Alger promised to keep an eye out and shared their own trade terms, the world addressed the group once more. Recently, I encountered a strange hall layout during an adventure. I'm interested in learning to which period of the fourth epoch such layouts belonged. With that, he appeared to direct a request toward Mr. Fool, conjuring a vast, empty hall image. It depicted a chamber flanked by inverted candelabras, with a half-meter-high platform at one end, upon which rested two iron-black chairs. Massive, ancient, imposing chairs towering above the hall below. End of chapter. Chapter 317, Answer. 2 chairs. Why 2? Based on prior archaeological finds of 4th epoch relics, the chair in the image should represent the highest ranking, most powerful position in this place, yet there are 2 of them. Could it be a joint rule by 2 nobles? And the asymmetrical design of 41 candelabras on the left and 40 on the right seems over the top, even for the 4th epoch's appreciation for asymmetry. Having seen relic exploration reports available to bishops, Alger's curiosity was piqued, though as neither an archaeologist nor a historian, his knowledge remained surface level and left him relatively unshaken. As for Audrey, her study of extraordinary matters had led her to numerous texts and papers on the 4th epoch, reminding her of the clear hierarchies within the Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsoist empires, each of which maintained an unyielding class divide. A dual-seated structure like this could upend the foundation of several widely accepted theories. No wonder the world described it as strange. Audrey speculated, could the world himself be an archaeologist? Or an academic in history, perhaps? While Audrey pondered, Zio suddenly recalled something and blurted, the Tudor Trunsoist Union Empire. At the head of the table, Klein had directed his focus on Tower since he suspected only Tower might have insight into such matters. He was thus surprised when Judgment was the one to provide a key phrase. The Tudor-Trunsoist Union Empire. So these two great dynasties really did have a union. Klein's mind raced, speculating that one of the crest might represent Tudor and the other Trunsoist, thus explaining the dual thrones. But then why did they end up on opposing sides in the War of the Four Emperors? Or could this union have formed later on, once the war had already begun? As Klein pondered this union, he had the world turn to look at Zio, intrigued. The rest of the group also focused their attention on her. Unfortunately, Zio knew little else. She had only learned about the Union Empire during a purification ritual from Detective Isengard. But since she hadn't paid close attention at the time, she had forgotten much of it. Noting everyone's stares, she rose, showcased her 5'3" frame, and gracefully apologized. I'm afraid I remember only the term Union Empire regarding the Fourth Epoch, but not much else. Hearing this, Audrey and Alger turned their attention back to Ebner. Aside from the son, everyone already knew that Zio had been invited by Tower to the Tarot Club and that their connection was close. Naturally, they assumed she'd heard about this term from him. The world, pretending to notice everyone's gaze a beat later, looked over at Ebner and said, Mr. Tower, if you could explain this for us, I'd be willing to compensate you appropriately. With a chuckle, Ebner shook his head. That won't be necessary. It's a matter of history, and I don't mind sharing some for free. Just some of it. Audrey's heart swelled with curiosity at the hint of something more. She smiled and said, Mr. Tower, you truly are a generous and knowledgeable gentleman. So he's offering some knowledge for free but charges for deeper insights. Isn't that a bit like my own approach? Klein thought with amusement while having the world voice a polite, thank you for your generosity. After a moment to organize his thoughts, Ebner said. Judgment wasn't wrong. The relic style in the image indeed belongs to the Tudor-Trunsoist Union Empire. After Solomon's first empire collapsed, it was replaced by the Tudor-Trunsoist Union Empire, which was established with the backing of the six gods and ruled the entire northern continent under a system of dual consulship. Hence, the two grand seats on the raised platform. He paused, and then added, the emblems on those two chairs belong to Tudor and Trunsoist. Dual consuls. Klein mulled over the term as he had the world interject, Solomon's first empire. Did Solomon's descendants revive it and establish a second empire, thus triggering the War of the Four Emperors? Close, Ebner replied with a nod, his tone meaningful. But it wasn't descendants who brought about its resurgence. It was the Black Emperor Solomon himself who returned to life. Returned to life. Audrey felt both thrilled and frightened by this concept. The wonder of the extraordinary world filled her with childlike excitement, yet the idea of someone coming back from the dead carried terrifying implications. Was it truly a resurrection, or had Solomon re-entered the world as one of the undead? What price did he pay? If anyone other than Tower had said this, I would have written it off as a mere fantasy. Alger narrowed his eyes, instinctively feeling that the Black Emperor's resurrection was anything but simple. It likely touches upon Solomon's deepest secrets. He sat forward slightly, hoping Tower might elaborate further. Zio was equally stunned. When she had heard about the Black Emperor's resurrection during her purification ritual, she'd assumed it was merely poetic language describing a resurgence of Solomon's descendants. However, based on Ebner's words, it seemed that the Emperor's revival was real. Can the dead really be revived? Or was the Black Emperor different? Resurrection isn't news to me, Klein thought, reflecting on his own multiple resurrections. But Tower's tone implies that the Black Emperor isn't merely a title, there's a deeper layer of meaning. He remembered that his bodyguard had once mentioned how only emperors bore the title of emperor, hinting at something beyond the name itself. Recalling the dossier Ebner had given to Azek, Klein also remembered the note about the Black Emperor being the peak of the lawyer pathway. At the time, I thought that meant sequence 1, but now, considering Roselle's diary, it might actually refer to sequence 0. So Black Emperor is at the level of a true deity. If my theory holds, then is the Blood Emperor also a sequence 0? And Night Emperor too? Perhaps this is another reason the fourth epoch is called the Epoch of the Gods. I'll need to confirm this indirectly. With that thought, the world spoke in a hoarse voice, feigning confusion. If the Black Emperor resurrected, wouldn't Tudor and Trunsoist have opposed him together? Yet, I know that they were rivals during the War of the Four Emperors. Catching his intent, Ebner chuckled and replied, that's because the six gods anointed Trunsoist as the Night Emperor and abandoned Tudor. When Tudor had nowhere else to turn, he accepted the support of an unknown entity, crossed pathways, and, at the cost of partial madness, became the Blood Emperor. Meanwhile, on the southern continent, there was already a figure known as the Underworld Emperor, which led to the eventual War of the Four Emperors. Within a month, Klein would obtain the Black Emperor card, learning firsthand what was required to reach that level. Thus, Ebner didn't hold back much information at this point. Judging from this, both Tudor and Trunsoist likely followed the lawyer pathway, Klein mused. Otherwise, they wouldn't share Solomon's aesthetic preferences for asymmetry. This style might even be related to some ritual of the lawyer pathway. Tower said that Tudor crossed pathways to become the Blood Emperor. Which pathway is unclear, but Trunsoist likely turned to the Arbiter, an orderly pathway as Tower described. Could Knight Emperor be the title of the Sequence 0 Arbiter? But how could that title align with order? And who was that unknown entity? Klein's thoughts were interrupted as the son asked excitedly, "Mr. Tower, was the resurrection you mentioned a genuine revival? And what price was paid?" Ebner immediately recognized what lay behind Derek's question. The young man likely still dreamed of resurrecting his parents. Sighing softly, Ebner replied, "It was a true resurrection. But if you're thinking of reviving someone, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This was a power unique to the Black Emperor, one that applied only to himself." "I see." Derek lowered his gaze slightly, disappointment evident in his expression. But he quickly regained composure, standing up to bow respectfully to Ebner. "Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Tower." Zio discreetly bit her lip. She had been considering the same question but held her tongue. Meanwhile, the world seized the opportunity to ask, do the titles Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Knight Emperor hold special meaning? Ebner merely smiled, saying nothing, making it clear that this question had strayed into the paid knowledge territory. End of chapter. Chapter 318, Audrey's Shock. The world fell silent, realizing that those titles contained knowledge likely involving deities of immense value. It was only logical that Mr. Tower wouldn't disclose them directly. But he still felt some regret. It was frustrating to be so close to the truth, yet unable to grasp it. Too bad I have nothing to offer in exchange with Mr. Tower. Even the £1,000 I have might not be enough. He sighed inwardly, about to express his gratitude to Tower when Justice suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Tower, I too would like to understand more about titles like the Black Emperor and Blood Emperor. Would you tell me? I'm willing to compensate you. What do you require?" Klein's interest was piqued, and he immediately halted all of the world's movements, focusing his attention on Tower. Ebner hadn't expected Justice to take the initiative. His initial plan had been to have the world promise to retrieve the breath of Calderon City in the future in exchange for this knowledge. But with Audrey stepping in, Klein was unlikely to play the role of the generous one. Ebner had to improvise. "Miss Justice, have you made contact with the psychology alchemists yet?" Ebner asked after a moment's thought. "Not yet, but I have a preliminary plan in place for making contact," Audrey replied, somewhat surprised but honestly. "I see. Because I still owe you for confirming the embassy's chief officer's attendance at the Earl's ball, I'll give you a discount. If you can promise to find me the remains of a complete demigod-level dragon, I can tell you the information regarding the Black Emperor." Seeing her reaction, Ebner added, "The remains of a demigod dragon are not a main material for potions, so their value doesn't quite match the knowledge I'll provide." Audrey was indeed taken aback. She hadn't expected Tower to ask for a demigod-level item, which was a bit overwhelming. However, having reached the reader level, Audrey quickly adjusted and considered her options. A demigod dragon is certainly rare, but like Mr. Tower said, its bones aren't primary materials for potions, though they're indeed valuable as extraordinary materials. Perhaps Alfred could help. If he could find the body of a drake, he might also know of a mature dragon skeleton. And once I join the psychology alchemists, I might even be able to obtain such materials from them. Mr. Tower's question suggests they certainly have one. After calculating carefully for about 10 seconds, Audrey looked up and cautiously replied, "I can agree to this, but I'll need Mr. Fool to appraise the value of your knowledge." "Mr. Tower, it's not that I don't trust you, it's simply that I trust Mr. Fool's judgment more." Saying this, she stood, gracefully curtsied, and addressed the Fool with a polite request, "Honorable Mr. Fool, may I ask for your guidance in overseeing this transaction between Mr. Tower and myself?" "Brilliant move, Miss Justice." Klein silently cheered, though he maintained an outwardly calm expression as he lightly replied, "Certainly." Appraisal by the Fool. Well, that's basically giving him a free peek at the knowledge. Ebner thought with a wry smile. He pretended to contemplate for a few seconds, then nodded, a reasonable request. "I agree." With the Fool's assistance, he conjured pen and paper, beginning to write down the pertinent information. While this was happening, Klein, hoping to make efficient use of time, had the world discreetly assign Audrey a task to obtain information on all the fallen aristocrats of the Kingdom of Loan. Why did he give the commission to me? Isn't judgment more like a noblewoman than I am? Audrey was momentarily puzzled, then realized the clues that led the world to choose her. Mr. Tower's words just now revealed that I am indeed qualified to attend the Earl's ball. He also likely noticed my level of wealth based on my actions at this tarot meeting. Given that, he could make a reasonable guess about my general status. Since misjudgment speaks infrequently, he may have chosen me as the more predictable option for this commission. Mr. World is quite experienced. With that thought, Audrey offered a small smile, saying, I do have some knowledge of the fallen aristocrats, but it's neither detailed nor comprehensive. I'll need about 3 to 4 days to gather it all. Will that suffice? As a noble, being aware of the status of her peers was essential, and Audrey often picked up interesting anecdotes at various balls, banquets, and salons. However, these stories were often fragmented, so she would need to check books, inquire discreetly, and gather details to compile a complete list of fallen aristocrats. That's acceptable, the world chuckled, then requested a private conversation with the fool. He provided Audrey with knowledge of the hybrid pathway from the previous diary as payment. When their discussion ended, Ebner had finished writing and transmitted his notes to the fool. Feigning an air of nonchalance, Klein picked up the parchment, carefully reading. In each pathway, there exists only one sequence 0, representing the rank of a true god. The title of Black Emperor corresponds to sequence 0 of the lawyer pathway. So it's confirmed, Klein thought to himself. The Black Emperor is indeed a sequence 0 title. So Tower knows about sequence 0. His first time here, he recognized me as a true god from the title The Fool. This affirms my theory that The Fool is a sequence 0 title. With various thoughts racing through his mind, Klein continued reading. I speculate that a sequence 0 potion requires 3 sequence 1 characteristics to sustain it. Thus, as the Black Emperor's return approached, both Tutor and Trunsoist, who held sequence 1 of the lawyer pathway, had no choice but to switch pathways. Otherwise, they might have faced annihilation. Trunsoist shifted to the neighboring arbiter pathway, becoming sequence 0 of that pathway, the justiciar. Tutor switched to the non-adjacent hunter pathway, achieving sequence 0 as the red priest, though he lost part of his sanity in the process. Sequence 0. Counting the nearly confirmed death god, all 4 emperors were true gods at the sequence 0 level. The War of the 4 Emperors was an actual war of gods. This is what the epic of the gods truly entailed. Klein struggled to quell the turbulent thoughts roiling inside him, knowing he couldn't let them affect his behavior. He took a deep breath, leaning back into his chair before transmitting the parchment to Justice. The knowledge here indeed exceeds the worth of a demigod dragon skeleton. However, it may be a bit premature for you. Justice's curiosity piqued, she eagerly picked up the parchment, only to be left stunned by what she read. Her mind repeated one word, blasphemy. The rank of a true god can be reached through the potion sequence. Is there anything more blasphemous than this? But Mr. Fool has validated its truth. And the Black Emperor, Blood Emperor, Night Emperor, and Underworld Emperor all held true god statuses. Some books speak of the 4th epoch as a time when gods walked the earth. But now, it seems it was a time when gods ruled the earth. The hanged man noted Justice's prolonged silence, unable to gauge her level of shock. Envy flared within him, he longed to understand the Black Emperor and Solomon as well. After about 3 minutes, Audrey regained her composure, casting a complex look at Tower. Thank you for this astounding knowledge. Its value certainly exceeds that of a demigod dragon skeleton. I'll do my utmost to locate it for you. Ebner, expecting her reaction, simply smiled, I'm glad it's to your satisfaction. With the trading and commission phase taking so long, the ensuing free exchange only lasted 5 minutes before the fool announced the meeting's conclusion and severed connections with the glowing crimson stars. After the figures of Justice, Hanged Man, Tower, Judgment, and the sun dissolved, Klein gazed across at the world's position, laughing softly. Having an alternate persona does make things much more convenient. And the gains this time are substantial. End of chapter. Chapter 319, Setting Off. Reflecting on the tarot meeting's gains, Klein manipulated the world to rise and bow to him before dissolving into the magnificent hall, leaving only the midnight eye resting atop the bronze table. He waited quietly atop the grey fog, soon receiving the offerings of Mr. Tower and Miss Justice, the confession revolver, book of astromancy, and £1,000 in cash. With great interest, Klein picked up the black revolver, running his fingers over its surface, his delight evident. This was his first extraordinary weapon, and he was particularly pleased with its abilities. If it weren't for the lack of bullets, he would have already tested the powers of frost and black flame. It took a while before Klein reluctantly set down the confession, shifting his gaze to the crisp stack of £1,000. Just then, a sense of unease pricked his spirit. He puzzled over it, tapping his fingers against the edge of the bronze table thoughtfully, then summoned pen and paper to write down a divination statement. The reason my spirituality was disturbed. Setting the pen down, Klein leaned back, muttering the words as he meditated. He soon drifted into the hazy dream world, observing himself stroking the revolver and his expression as he set it aside. As the scene faded and the dream shattered, Klein opened his eyes, suddenly understanding. Ah, how strange. I should have counted the cash first. It's my usual habit, verify the amount, put it in my wallet, and only then look at other items. And compared to confession, the book of astromancy is far more important, something I should verify in the real world. Could this be the revolver's negative effect? Drawing me in subconsciously. And this effect even penetrates the fog's protection. No, the gray fog must have resisted most of the influence. Otherwise, my spirit wouldn't have even noticed the manipulation and would have sunk deeper into its influence, slowly succumbing to contamination. With this realization, Klein observed the revolver with calm detachment, analyzing the subtle shifts in his emotions. It only affects me when I look at or touch it. It likely intensifies while being used. It amplifies one's liking for it, embedding admiration in the subconscious. Much like the bewitchment effects carried by the witch pathway. It seems its creator designed its appearance to be unimpressive and chose black paint that wasn't pure, likely to reduce its charm ability. Good. Since I can perceive its influence here on the gray fog and keep calm, it should be safe to use. As long as I regularly assess my mental state here, and if I sense this affection deepening, I'll borrow Mr. Tower's light ritual item to perform a purification ritual to clear the effects. Klein exhaled softly, setting the confession down with less reluctance this time before counting the stack of fresh bills. Afterward, feeling spiritually depleted from controlling the avatar, he chose not to divine the book of astromancy right away. Instead, he stowed the book in the pile of miscellaneous items and took up confession again, simulating the sensation of falling back into the real world. Outside his drawn curtains, a rare sight of late autumn sunlight brightened Beckland's streets. Not pausing to enjoy it, Klein took a half-hour nap to restore some energy. Once refreshed, Klein, assured by Miss Justice's promise and the non-urgent nature of his research, decided against further investigation at the library. He wanted to visit the North District's Alka Street, where Capesti's former residence lay. If time allowed, he also hoped to visit nearby cemeteries. Klein still felt a duty to investigate, though no longer a nighthawk. And as for the cemetery, it was an ideal place to test the copper whistle's function, especially to see if it influenced corpses that had already undergone a repose ceremony. But before leaving, Klein suddenly remembered that he'd forgotten to pay Mr. Tower the £600 for the confession revolver. It's that confession's fault, it had me entirely focused on it. Making a mental excuse, Klein backtracked 4 steps and returned to the grey fog. At the garden villa on Kinster Street No. 28, after nearly an hour of waiting, Ebner finally received a cash offering on the altar, silently wondering if Mr. Fool had simply forgotten to pay him. After pocketing the money, Ebner, with plans to leave Beckland the next day, busied himself packing his belongings. Of course, Zio, who was conveniently staying for dinner, helped without hesitation. After packing clothes, a few stacks of bills, and some of his extraordinary items into a suitcase, Ebner thought for a moment and handed Zio both the Solomon coin and a silenced revolver for safekeeping. Will Septons, Mercury Snake, had once advised Ebner not to use the Solomon coin outside Beckland due to potential backlash. Leaving it with Zio, who could access blood more easily, seemed the safer choice. Nevertheless, Ebner reminded her, try not to use it too much. Luck never comes without a price. Zio, already wary of the coin, agreed. She decided to reserve it for critical moments. As for the silenced revolver, which Zio had named Silence, it felt so right to her that she'd eventually purchased it outright. Ebner initially hadn't planned on accepting payment, but understanding her stubborn nature, he took a symbolic £20, about the cost of a firearm with basic suppression attachments. At that moment, in a small garden on Alka Street in the North District, Klein skillfully dug away the soil, gradually exposing the stone slab beneath. All right, perhaps he wasn't that skilled. After all, the last time he dug, it was from below. With a muffled sound, the slab was pried up, resting on the freshly dug dirt. The faint, crimson moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the shallow grave below. Klein peered closely, only to find it empty of decaying remains or bones. Instead, scattered across the base were white feathers streaked with pale yellow grease. White feathers. Staring into the vacant grave, Klein's mind filled with a single word. Angel. No, it can't be an angel. A being of that level would leave a profound, lingering influence. This grave is far too ordinary. Of course, it's possible he didn't really die, like Mr. Azek. Klein bent over, using his gloved right hand to pick up 3 of the feathers. He planned to divine their origin atop the grey fog upon returning home. That evening, after dinner, Ebner continued his packing. Suddenly, a mist filled his vision, followed by Mr. Fool's calm and authoritative voice. The Book of Astromancy poses certain dangers for you. You may study it in my domain for up to 2 hours per week, but you must apply in advance and receive my permission. So, he finished divining. Seems like it's safe overall. Understanding Mr. Fool's true intent, Ebner respectfully responded, as you will. Above the grey fog, Klein rubbed his temples and set aside the Book of Astromancy after ending his connection with Mr. Tower's Crimson Star. The knowledge within the book was indeed overwhelming. After only about 10 minutes of reading, he already felt a strain at his temples. This was supposedly just an ordinary transcription of a non-original text, written on plain paper with much of the dangerous content removed. If it were the original, how terrifying would it be? No wonder Mr. Tower dared not read it outside of the fog. Given its effect, he likely couldn't read more than a few pages at a time without needing rest. If danger did arise, he might not be able to save himself. With that thought, Klein massaged his forehead, picked up the 3 white feathers, and summoned pen and paper to write down the divination statement he'd planned earlier. The origin of these. He held the white feathers in his hand, leaning back in his chair. On Tuesday morning, Ebner finished packing his luggage, holding his suitcase in one hand, a walking stick in the other, with a violin case slung over his shoulder. Accompanied by the Scad couple, Ebner took a carriage to the steam train station. Waiting at the platform, he saw his friends gathered to bid him farewell: Zio, Furs, Hazel, Fanny, and Miss Emma. Chapter 320, Farewell. As Ebner stepped onto the platform, he saw Zio and Furs hurrying toward him. Not far behind them stood a somewhat hesitant Hazel, who, after a brief pause, decided to stay back. Fanny and Miss Emma, standing a bit farther away, waved happily when Ebner glanced over. The Scad couple exchanged a look and, with silent agreement, stepped back to keep an eye on his suitcase, allowing Detective Brian some privacy. To be honest, seeing so many friends and acquaintances on the platform took Ebner by surprise. He thought to himself, Zio coming to see me off is no surprise since we arranged it yesterday when we parted. Miss Fanny's presence also makes sense as I recently helped her with Mr. Seri's issues. Her coming to see me off is a polite gesture. But Furs? She seemed quite troubled by the whispers under the full moon last time, enough to throw her out of balance. Zio mentioned she was even tempted to try some addictive substances. Luckily, Zio managed to stop her in time. So, is she here out of worry that she might not make it through the next full moon? But why are Hazel and Emma here? Even if they wanted to say goodbye, it would have been hard for them to come out, especially Emma. We had to meet late at night in the library. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner shot Zio a look, who took the hint and pulled Furs aside, clearing the path. Ebner stepped past them, approaching Heloise with a smile. Bishop mocked, "Thank you for coming to see me off." Hazel turned her head slightly, answering, "Originally, Bishop Utravsky intended to see you off himself, but he was held up and couldn't make it, so he asked me to come in his stead." She took a bag from her purse and handed it to him. "This is something the bishop asked me to give you." As Ebner accepted the bag, he casually asked, "Did something happen with the bishop? Does he need any help?" Hazel shook her head. "The bishop apprehended a vampire who broke into the church last night. He's been keeping watch over him, which is why he couldn't come." "A vampire? Breaking in? So Emlyn finally got caught?" "No, rather, he's finally met the right god." "What a pity I have to leave for Damel to challenge the Dream Labyrinth Tower, otherwise, I'd definitely go and have a look, and introduce myself." Opening the bag from Hazel, Ebner found an identification document, one that marked him as a priest of the Church of the Earth Mother, with a blank space where the name should go, seemingly allowing him to fill it in as needed. Lilith must be expecting me to keep stirring things up after I clear the Labyrinth Tower, he thought wryly. Out loud, he nodded to Hazel, genuinely saying, "Please thank the bishop for me, he went to a lot of trouble. Though, most likely, this document is Lilith's handiwork." After a brief pause, Ebner respectfully drew a simple symbol of an infant on his chest and intoned, "Thank you, source of life." Hazel mirrored his gesture, her tone somber. "Praise you, mother of all things." Then, after a brief silence, she looked at Ebner and softly said, "Thank you for the recommendation. I've joined that club now. And, may you have a safe journey." Her expression was one of longing and admiration. Despite her experiences and the bishop's guidance, she still longs for the world of mysticism, Ebner thought. Outwardly, he replied with a smile, "Thank you for your blessing, my friend. We're friends." Hazel looked up in surprise. "We've been friends for a while now," Ebner's lips lifted slightly. "From the moment you chose to trust me and caught that falling chandelier to protect the innocent, I've thought of you as a true friend." After speaking with Heloise, Ebner turned to Fanny and Emma, bowing with a hand over his chest. "It is my greatest honor to see you both here." Fanny gave him an appraising look, her eyes lighting up when she noticed the familiar necklace around his neck. Emma, on the other hand, waved a finger in the air and remarked, "It's Fanny who's here to say goodbye. I'm here to pick up my poor father from the station." "Emma's father? Horatio the Viscount? I believe he's the captain of a Navy flagship. Is he here for debriefing? But why call him poor? Moreover, even if the first train from Pritz Harbor left this morning, it wouldn't arrive in Beckland until 10, isn't she here a little early?" Noticing his confusion, Fanny glanced at Emma, who nodded slightly and created a wall of spirituality before offering a short explanation. 5 days ago, Viscount Horatio's warship encountered the Pale Admiral in the White Whale Sea. They were defeated and captured. Fortunately, the Pale Admiral only kills those guilty of obvious crimes. As a paragon of military virtue, Captain Horatio was spared. However, with the cargo lost and having been captured, the Viscount's career has been stained. he's temporarily lost his position in the Navy and had to return to Beckland. The Pale Admiral, the pirate admiral who replaced Ludwell the Admiral Hell, and someone who wasn't in the original storyline, Ebner thought. He'd heard of her, especially after the Hangman mentioned her at the last tarot meeting. This lady, known by titles like Pale Admiral and Saintess of the Sword, reportedly hails from the cult of spirits but has a very different approach than the Admiral Hell. She never hijacks passenger ships or legitimate merchant vessels. Instead, she only targets ships carrying wealth plundered from the southern continent by the military, corporations, or unscrupulous traders. So while she rarely does evil, her bounty has grown quickly, already reaching £40,000, just below the Blood Admirals. What's even more intriguing is that despite being a pirate, she upholds justice. Those who joined her after losing everything to injustice find themselves avenged first and foremost. Recalling these rumors, Ebner addressed Emma with a slightly apologetic tone. I apologize if my curiosity brought up an unpleasant subject. Emma, however, shook her head. There's no need to apologize. My father's safe return is all my mother and I could have hoped for. After a few more words with the ladies, Ebner finally turned back to Zio and Furs. Busy, aren't you, Ebner? Furs asked with a sly grin as he approached. Well, someone sounds snarky, Ebner thought, raising an eyebrow. He retorted, I'm surprised you're even awake at this hour to see me off. This is an early day for me, Furs responded defensively, but only because Miss Audrey invited me and Zio for a hunting trip. You're just a convenient stop on the way. An invitation from Audrey. She's quick to act, she received the investigative task from the Fool only yesterday and is already informing Zio and Furs today. Considering this, Ebner took a moment, then quietly sealed the area around them with his spirituality before warning Zio seriously, regarding Miss Audrey's request, don't overextend. Take on only what you're sure of. Is there considerable danger? Zio asked cautiously, her expression serious. You might encounter an opponent as powerful as Mr. A. If you find a lead, report it directly to the Church of Evernight and let them handle it, Ebner advised. Zio mulled this over before murmuring, report it to the Church. Does that mean there's collusion between military intelligence and the organization behind Lenivus? Mr. A. Could it be the Aurora Order? You understand. That's enough. Ebner nodded approvingly. Got it. Don't worry, Zio replied, looking up at him with earnest determination. On the other hand, Furs, who was sealed out of the conversation by the wall of spirituality, looked on in confusion, asking, what are you two talking about? Seeing the time to depart nearing, Ebner wrapped up his conversation with Zio and Furs, retrieved his suitcase from the Scad couple, and then unexpectedly ran into another friend, Mike, the reporter from Daily Observer. Apparently, Mike had been there for some time but hadn't approached due to the crowd of ladies around Ebner. I bet you'd rather not see a reporter here, Mike joked, glancing around at the ladies nearby. I'd expect Daily Observer to be a bit above tabloids, Ebner replied, catching his meaning and shaking his head. Well, we can't fabricate stories, but with this scene, Roselle's famous saying, pics or it didn't happen, comes to mind. A headline with your photo could drive sales. Mike raised his small camera with a grin. Glancing at the camera, Ebner sighed inwardly, even knowing Mike was joking. But he smiled wryly and said, either way, thank you for coming to see me off. As the only male friend here, you've saved my reputation from completely going down the drain. No need to thank me. Mike waved him off, then exchanged a few more pleasantries before casually adding, I actually wanted to ask you to accompany me to the Golden Rose to investigate. Too bad you're leaving. Fortunately, Talum introduced me to a great detective, so I'll head to Crag Club later to meet him. Sitting by the window on the train, Ebner waved goodbye to his friends one last time. He had a feeling it would be quite a while before he'd return to Beckland, so he took time to properly say goodbye to each of them. Chew. 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 With the whistle's echo, the steam train began to move. Ebner glanced back at his friends one last time before turning his gaze forward, quietly murmuring to himself, the fool who does not belong to this era. Time to get back online and start learning. Chapter End. Chapter 321, The Actions of All Parties. At the Crag Club shooting range, after Klein's horsemanship instructor Talum had tested his skills in marksmanship and combat, Talum finally revealed his purpose. A friend of his wanted to hire a detective, and he had recommended the famous Sherlock Moriarty. I hope it's not another cheating spouse or missing pet, Klein thought dryly, but he kept his smile as he asked, what type of investigation does your friend need? Talum shrugged and said, he'll be here at the club shortly, so you two can talk directly. He rubbed a spot where Klein had struck him during their spar. I don't actually know the details, but he's a reporter, Mike Joseph from Daily Observer. I think you've heard of him. Mike Joseph from Daily Observer. The name rang a bell for Klein. After a moment's thought, he remembered, several of the Hero Detective's earliest articles had been penned by this reporter. When he'd first realized that Mr. Tower was also the hero detective, Brian, Klein had collected information on Brian, including several articles written by Mike Joseph. Still, Klein decided to confirm. The reporter who covered Brian Detective. That's him. Mike got the exclusive opportunity to interview Detective Brian multiple times, earning himself a few accolades and a near-top spot at the paper, Talum said, a trace of admiration in his tone. Then why isn't Mr. Mike going to Brian Detective? Klein asked, puzzled. As far as I know, Brian Detective is leaving Backlund for a while. Mike's probably seeing him off right now, so he'll be a little late, Talum replied, leading the way to the stairwell. Klein trailed behind, feeling both relieved and slightly disappointed. He was relieved because if Mr. Tower was leaving Backlund, Klein wouldn't have to worry about an unexpected meeting and possible exposure. He didn't trust his disguise enough to fool a renowned detective, especially while carrying confession, which would make his identity as the world unmistakable if seen. The disappointment, however, came from losing the option to rely on Tower's formidable strength to help him achieve his goal. After all, while Miss Justice and Miss Judgment had access to funds and information, they couldn't match Mr. Tower's prowess in battle. They might even be weaker than him. Just as he calculated his next steps, overlapping voices of prayer began to echo in his mind. Talum noticed him stop in his tracks and asked, "What's wrong?" Klein smiled. "I think I'll head to the washroom first." In a hunting ground in the suburbs of Backlund, Audrey held the reins of a chestnut mare and moved to a quiet corner, pretending to consult with Viscount Greelant. Audrey wore fitted white riding pants tucked into knee-high black boots. Her upper body was dressed in a simple blouse paired with a fitted, black, tailored rider's jacket, and her protective helmet matched the overall dark tone. She looked exceptionally stylish, a beauty of a different kind from her usual self. Zio, disguised as one of Viscount Greelant's attendants, had hurried over from the station and glanced at Audrey's long, straight legs with a hint of envy, subconsciously raising herself on tiptoes. She quickly composed herself, though, and took the stack of papers delivered by a golden retriever named Susie, pretending to leaf through them with curiosity. She already knew their contents, of course, she'd been present when Mr. Fool had issued the investigation task. After the two parties agreed to the commission of £100 to find Lenivas, Audrey took the chance to ask, any updates on the psychological alchemists? Since learning the secret of the gods from Mr. Tower at the Tarot Club, Audrey's search for the psychological alchemist wasn't just about obtaining her potion formula, she also wanted to find information on the demigod dragon's remains, as soon as possible. She didn't like the feeling of being in debt. First flipped a lock of her long, wavy hair back and exchanged a glance with Zio before saying, "I recently joined a new gathering of Beyonders. Apparently, both the Spectator and Mind Reader potion formulas have appeared there before. I suspect some members may be affiliated with the psychological alchemists. I'll apply to bring you with me the next time there's a meeting," Furs offered. "Sounds good," Audrey replied, purposefully not hiding her pleasure. At the Feakin Church in Enmatport. Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead tiredly. Currently, he wore the face of the film version of Iron Man, albeit with his usual deep-set eyes and slightly receding hairline. Recalling the rather embarrassing things he'd done in the dreamscape, Dunn cast a sidelong glance at the brown-haired priest lady across from him and asked helplessly, "Miss Closphia, I know you could suppress the negative effects of this mask. Why do you always let it do as it pleases?" Closphia, Judy's mother, a demigod of the Spectator path, and the Lady of Sloth, in the Psychological Alchemists, chuckled as she glanced at him and said, "Because I'm too lazy to bother." She's even more mischievous than Daly was, Dunn thought. Before he could voice that thought, she continued, "You should have noticed by now that the mental dissonance has nearly healed. All that's left is to act and digest the potion. But acting shouldn't require this mask." Dunn muttered, realizing her implication but wanting to argue. "Would you really be a competent nightmare if you just acted on your own? The nightmare who snatches ice cream from kids in dreams only to coax it back when they cry." Lady Closphia teased with a wry smile. Dunn was momentarily speechless, unable to argue with her. He himself didn't understand why imitating such actions in his dreams, like he'd done when stealing Klein's food in the past, wasn't working now. But it's getting ridiculous to keep acting out Roselle's version of Iron Man. It's embarrassing, and after doing it enough times, the nearby residents might even stop being afraid of dreaming about it. Dunn tried once more. "You're not wrong." Lady Closphia seemed to ponder his words for a moment. Just when Dunn thought he'd be freed, she continued, "Then I'll speak with the clown mask and arrange a different script. How about the Hulk? That'll be plenty frightening." Dunn rubbed his temples, lifted the cup on the table, took a sip of coffee, and smiled wryly. "Have mercy on me, please." Closphia laughed, covering her mouth before finally sobering and saying seriously, "What if it were your enemy? Would you have the courage and the resolve to cast that nightmare on them?" Dunn's deep-set eyes regarded her thoughtfully as he asked, "You know where Lenivas is? Why not in Sangwil?" Closphia asked, a hint of amusement in her tone. "Heh, nightmare's power can't scare a demigod. Besides, that man's become a far more capable nightmare than I ever could be, Dunn sighed, smiling self-deprecatingly. At least you're aware. But Lenivus isn't easy either. He bears a trace of divinity from the true creator. Unless you find a way to purify it, you won't be able to touch him. And remember, you've seen the true creator's image in a dream. I imagine it wasn't pleasant, Klosvia said with a wag of her finger. Dunn remained silent for a few seconds before finally asking, where is he? Backlund, but you'll have to search to pinpoint his location, Klosvia replied. What do I need to do for you to intervene and destroy that trace of divinity? Dunn asked the priest, his gaze unwavering. He seemed willing to pay any price. I have a task for you, Klosvia replied, smiling. Don't worry, it won't make you compromise your principles. On the steam train, Ebner snapped back to reality after about 10 minutes in the Source Fortress studying room, rubbing his aching forehead and purchasing a cup of iced sweet tea from the attendant. Meanwhile, at Crag Club, Klein finally emerged from the washroom. Chapter end. Chapter 322, The Parties in Action. Around noon, Klein enjoyed a hearty lunch at the Crag Club. Just as he was nearly finished with his meal, Talum Dumont approached with a man wearing a thick coat and a half-height top hat. This was Mike, a reporter from the Daily Observer. After a brief introduction from Talum, Mike and Klein exchanged some basic information before diving into the main topic. Mike explained that he, too, had noticed a hidden pattern in the serial murders and had uncovered a recent anomaly. He wanted to hire a detective as a bodyguard to investigate a brothel with influential backers. He offered a base payment of £1, and £5 if things turned violent. Klein did not answer immediately. Instead, he excused himself, smiled at Talum's puzzled expression, and said, I'll just wash my hands before giving you a reply. He bowed politely and strolled over to the washroom, where he flipped a coin and received a positive answer. On his way back to the dining hall, he happened to notice a young lady with a short bow on her back and a single long glove climbing the stairs down to the basement. That short bow looks a lot like the Fire Raven shortbow from Old Mr. Wisdom's Gathering, Klein mused as he watched the woman's retreating figure. And as I recall, it was bought by a woman with a long glove. While he contemplated this, Talum and Mike walked over together. Noticing Klein's gaze, Mike shook his head slightly and whispered, That's Miss Hazel, daughter of Congressman Mocht. She's got quite a discerning eye. He paused, then sighed. Come to think of it, I said the same thing to Detective Bryan a while back. And yet. Yet what? Talum asked curiously. Nothing, really, Mike answered. It's just that Miss Hazel was one of the people who saw Detective Bryan off this morning. He refrained from saying more, as Bryan was his friend, and speaking behind his back would feel unkind. One of the people seeing Bryan off? Well, it stands to reason that misjudgment would at least be there. Klein mentally teased as he mulled over the rather smooth coordination he seemed to have. He was beginning to feel a bit of admiration for Tower, the kind he usually reserved for Roselle. Unaware that he had earned Mr. Fool's admiration in an unconventional area, Ebner had already arrived at Pritz Harbor. He first bought a ticket for the 9 a.m. ferry to Demirport at the White Rose District's Pritz Harbor ticketing office. Only then did he check into a room at a nearby inn to drop off his luggage. Interestingly, his ticket was once again for the City of Brilliance, the fully steam-powered passenger liner from the Daisai shipyard that he had previously sailed on with Zio. This time, however, Ebner opted not to buy a first-class ticket. With only himself to consider, he felt renting an entire suite was unnecessary. After arranging his belongings and using the knowledge from his morning studies in Source Fortress, he set up a simple guardian ritual in the inn room with his blood-stained jewelry box as the focus. Satisfied with his work, Ebner nodded and left the inn again. With time to spare, he decided to visit the Abraham family's base in Pritz Harbor, the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. In the original storyline, Furza's first contact with her teacher, Dorian, took place there. Ebner didn't have any malicious intent, though. He simply wanted to borrow one or two of the Abraham family's sealed artifacts to see if he could analyze and learn any practical abilities, such as record or blink. As for travel, he had already borrowed Furza's bracelet and attempted an analysis, without opening Pure White Eye. Unfortunately, the principle was far too complex for him to master in the short term, and even if he could eventually mimic it, the result would likely be unstable and fraught with issues mid-travel. Breathing in the ocean air, Ebner walked toward White Oak Street. The road was wider than many in Backlund and had decent air quality, albeit somewhat dirtier. He remembered Furza's assessment in the original story and found an apartment. A quick scan around, and he soon located the Fishermen's Association in an old building nearby. With no intention of meeting the Abrahams directly, Ebner activated psychology invisibility and slipped inside the association building with ease. In an office, he spotted a middle-aged man of medium build with exaggeratedly broad shoulders and impeccably styled hair, Dorian, Furza's teacher in the original story. Dorian, although a Sequence 7 astrologer, had not detected Ebner's infiltration despite the magical traps he had set up in his office. With pure white eye activated, Ebner scanned the room. His gaze landed on a badge pinned to Dorian's coat lapel. The badge was circular, radiating 6 golden lines from the center to divide the surface into 6 irregularly shaped segments, each in a different color. It has the recorder ability but seems limited to 6 abilities. Ebner thought. It's still quite different from the future Tarot Club's public rental item, the Lemnos Travel Notes. Making this comparison, Ebner squatted down in front of Dorian, closely observing the badge to analyze its properties. Dorian, oblivious to Ebner's presence, nevertheless felt uneasy. Frowning slightly, he opened a hidden cabinet and retrieved a crystal ball that sparkled with pure, radiant light. He drew the curtains, casting the office into a somber gloom. Holding the crystal ball with his left hand and touching its top with his right, he began to murmur, as if in a trance. Gradually, the specks of light within the crystal ball grew brighter, reflecting a starry night sky. One by one, stars appeared, those often used to determine the course of fate, the trajectory of one's life, until they formed a 3-dimensional star map interspersed with spirit world symbols hinting at an answer. Dorian finally halted his motions after a while, muttering in surprise, "No imminent danger. And it seems I'll even receive unexpected assistance in the future. You will reap what you sow." What could that mean? The omen is so vague. The crystal ball's glow faded, and Dorian returned it to the hidden cabinet before sitting back in contemplation. Ebner had noticed the hidden cabinet long ago, but aside from the crystal ball, the other items within only held the power of sequence 8 or 9, which he found unremarkable. Thus, he focused his attention on analyzing the badge pinned to Dorian's collar. Hearing Dorian's muttering, Ebner, while analyzing, quietly interpreted, "Reap what you sow." Perhaps it hints at his future investment in furs. An unexpected assistance, does that refer to the world hunting down the Abraham traitor? Or perhaps I'll end up assisting the Abrahams myself in the future. After all, they're paying now with my little sheep-shearing behavior here. Spiritual revelations are indeed vague. Without being an expert seer or astrologer, it's tough to decipher the meaning. He shook his head and concentrated on controlling pure white eye, focusing entirely on analyzing the badge. About half an hour later, having completed the initial analysis of the incomplete recorder ability, Ebner discreetly opened door to exit Dorian's office. Meanwhile, Klein and reporter Mike, having overheard the name capping at the Golden Rose brothel, fled the building and headed to the nearest public carriage station. After safely seeing Mike off, Klein was preparing to leave when a thin-faced gentleman with gray at his temples stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Isengard Stanton, a detective assisting the police with this case. May we talk?" The older gentleman gestured towards his carriage, smiling. "Detective Isengard Stanton. The hero detective's teacher?" Klein asked in surprise. He felt relieved, believing that as Mr. Tower's official mentor, the man was unlikely to be a threat. Still, he thought. I'll confirm that with the divination later. Ever since that rascal became famous, people have taken to calling me the hero detective's teacher, instead of Detective Stanton. Truly, reality is harsh, Isengard joked with self-deprecation, though his tone carried a hint of pride. Klein felt somewhat at a loss for words, but given Stanton's possible connection to Tower as a fellow Beyonder, he agreed to the conversation. He even shared that he'd overheard the name capping. Isengard seemed pleased with Klein's cooperation. After learning his name, Sherlock Moriarty, Isengard even handed him £2 as a tip before courteously escorting him from the carriage. Once he was out of sight, Klein performed a quick divination and was reassured to find that the men bore no ill intent. He sighed with relief and muttered softly to himself. Isengard Stanton does seem a bit odd, though. From the moment I activated my spirit vision, he's had a constant blue color of rational thought mixed with the purple of restrained emotions, showing his spirit's total control. Normally, unless someone's intensely focused on a complex problem, that combination is hard to maintain for long without other emotions surfacing, even if briefly. And that state resembles the first time I saw Tower in the gray fog. He had that same clear, rational blue the whole time. Could they share the same path? Isengard is also a Beyonder on the reader path. But why does Tower's aura become cheerful during the tarot gatherings? On Wednesday, October 3rd, at 9 a.m., Ebner, carrying his suitcase and a violin case on his back, boarded the City of Brilliance. Chapter End. Chapter 323, Deduction. After nearly 3 days at sea, Ebner arrived safely at Demirport on Friday evening. The journey was largely uneventful, aside from a drinking match with Alanson Edward, the captain of the City of Brilliance, who had recognized him. Other than that, there was little of note. Meanwhile, in Backlund, Klein attended a gathering hosted by Eyes of Wisdom. There, he purchased a hurricane axe from Fanny and traded it with the son of the City of Silver. Then, after receiving information from Miss Justice on impoverished noble families, Klein conducted a thorough investigation on Baron Pound, uncovering his true identity as a Tudor descendant. Carefully weighing his options, he and Sharon eventually decided to blow up the entrance to the underground ruins on William Street. Likewise, over the past 3 days, Zio attempted to track down Lenivus, albeit without success. Instead, she discovered that someone else was also searching for him, and that this person seemed to be leaving clues intentionally, having already attracted the attention of suspected Aurora Order members. According to MI9's intelligence, one such Aurora Order member was 2 meters tall and had recently started frequenting pubs near the docks. Known for his violent temper and impressive fighting skills, he was nicknamed the Giant by the bar workers. The person searching for Lenivus, meanwhile, had no MI9 file but showed notable scouting and anti-surveillance abilities, appearing quite familiar with official B-under tactics. Zio's attempts to follow him so far had been unsuccessful, reinforcing her suspicion that he was deliberately baiting Aurora Order members. Looking at the 2 sketches in her hands, Zio thought for a moment and deduced that the Giant, being as aggressive as he was, would likely act soon. Should I go take a closer look? I wonder if the person searching for Lenivus could be one of Mr. Fool's blessed ones. Hesitating for a moment, Zio sealed the rented safe house with her spirituality and prayed devoutly. O fool, who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you will connect me to Mr. Tower. Yes, Zio felt it safest to consult Ebner on things she couldn't fully grasp, especially given the insight he had shared on the platform the other day. Moreover, this gave her a chance to report to Mr. Fool. At that moment, Mr. Fool himself had just blown up the entrance to the underground ruins with Miss Sharon. The lingering gunpowder smell on him attracted the attention of a police dog, leading to him being escorted back to the police station for questioning. Fortunately, the declaration could turn invisible, so it hadn't been discovered or confiscated by the officers. Watching his lawyer, Jürgen, help sign the bail paperwork, Klein was thankful for the stroke of luck. Then, he heard the faint layering of a female voice's prayer. Miss Justice. Or Miss Judgment. Whoever it is, it's probably about Lenivus. But when he excused himself, headed to the washroom, reversed the steps, and arrived in the grey fog, he was surprised to find that Miss Judgment wanted to contact Mr. Tower. Are they planning to turn my place into a phone booth? Klein thought, exasperated. But he put his grumbling aside and made the connection, as Miss Judgment's tone suggested it was important. In Demir, Ebner had just sat down in a local restaurant to enjoy some island seafood. As he was chewing on a slice of raw fish, the grey fog suddenly appeared, and Miss Judgment's normal visage took shape before him. Realizing the situation at once, he greeted her directly, Miss Judgment, what can I help you with? Though no one else was present, Ebner refrained from using Zio's name. He trusted Klein, but Zio might not feel the same. Yes, Mr. Tower, I do have some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Zio's tone shifted slightly into a more formal, judgment mode. Go ahead. Ebner nodded. Zio organized her thoughts and outlined her findings over the past 3 days, detailing the new player involved in searching for Lenivus, the suspected Aurora Order responses, and her observations. Listening from behind the grey fog, Mr. Fool frowned, sensing an unexpected level of complexity. Both the Aurora Order's rash reaction and the mysterious third party's presence had deviated from his original expectations. Better listen to Mr. Tower's reasoning. He is a real detective, after all, his deductive and logical abilities must be superior to mine. Ebner, meanwhile, was also surprised by the situation. A third party? Who else would be investigating Lenivus aside from Klein or the officials? But then 2 names crossed his mind, Daly and Dunn. It's probably not Miss Daly. Putting aside the original story, she has enough motivation but wouldn't go about it in this nearly provocative manner. She's with the church and would just arrest him if she got close. Then that leaves Dunn. Could his mental state have stabilized? And has he come to seek vengeance? That's dangerous. Shouldn't the Lady of Sloth step in? Then again, given what little I've seen of her, she doesn't seem very reliable. Too lazy to care might actually be her default approach. Thankfully, Dunn is a seasoned night watcher with extensive experience. Without 0-08 interfering, his judgment should be cautious enough. After some deliberation, Ebner said, as for the Aurora Order's rash reaction, I have a theory. What theory? Zio's eyes lit up. She knew Ebner knew things. I suspect Lenivus isn't in the best shape and might even be restricted in his movements by the Aurora Order. Though speculative, Ebner spoke confidently, as he knew this to be true from the original story. Why do you think so? Zio asked, intrigued. Klein, too, listened closely, eager to hear Mr. Tower's reasoning. He knew that Lenivus had likely received a blessing from the true creator, making a condition like this unsurprising. Do you remember Morera of the Eternal Life Society? Ebner asked with a smile. Zio recalled for a moment before hesitantly responding, is he the one who trafficked people in the East End for the Witch of Pain, Ray? I remember we fought him, and after you communicated with him post-mortem, you identified that his red and black ring came from a mysterious figure in the dock area. That person even had him incite a dockworker strike. Exactly. That red and black ring was something I named False Fury and later sold to Miss Justice, and the mysterious person who gave it to Morera was likely Lenivas, Ebner confirmed. Why would he do that? Zio asked, puzzled. Instead of answering immediately, Ebner brought up another point. The strike was eventually resolved by an Aurora Order member. I can confirm that because I was present at a Beyonder gathering when he commissioned it. Zio seemed to grasp the idea and thoughtfully noted, so Lenivas was deliberately causing trouble, trying to create chaos, while the Aurora Order kept trying to cover up after him. But they're not being nearly as careful with the person looking for him now. Ebner smiled and shook his head. Later, mutated beasts appeared in Backlund's sewers, resulting in the death of an unwitting Aurora Order member, who was then sent to clear the creatures. Are you saying that the beast mutations were also Lenivas's doing? Was he trying to stir up further chaos? Zio asked, enlightened but with more questions. But if he's been pulling the Aurora Order's strings and attempting to shake off their control, why hasn't he simply escaped? I feel like he's had plenty of chances. Behind the scenes, Klein nodded in agreement. It sounded exactly like something that lunatic Lenivas would do. So why hasn't he escaped? Is he planning something bigger? His goal isn't merely to escape the Aurora Order. Ebner concluded similarly to Klein, before shifting topics. On the day I left Backlund, I read about the 11th murder in the serial killing spree, but if my suspicions are correct, it probably wasn't done by the real killer. Impressive, deducing that much just from reading the paper. But what led him to that conclusion? Klein thought, feeling both admiration and curiosity. Knowing about the devil ritual, Zio immediately caught Ebner's meaning. If there was less than a 3-day gap, then this case was Lenivas's work. Is he trying to provoke an official investigation to achieve something? Less than 3 days. Is that the killer's routine? Tower and Judgment must know the killer very well. So why not catch him? Tower did mention that the killer was a real devil, not so easy to capture. Do devils have special traits? While Klein pondered this, he heard Ebner chuckle and say, "That's my theory, yes. As for why the Aurora Order is being so reckless this time, I suspect it's yet another of Lenivas's tricks." Zio nodded, understanding. With his previous stunts, the Aurora Order would have tightened its surveillance of him. He'd simply have to request a guard from the most devout of his master's followers. The more devout they are, the more mad they tend to be, which would naturally attract official attention. Brilliant. Ebner commended Zio, satisfied with her grasp of his deductions. Then he asked, as for the third party investigating Lenivas, I don't have any ideas. Do you have a sketch of him? Yes. Zio, delighted at the praise, immediately prayed to Mr. Fool, and with his assistance, materialized a portrait. It really is done. Ebner recognized him immediately. After all, he'd crafted that face himself. Behind the gray fog, Mr. Fool was left a bit speechless, mumbling, Isn't that Iron Man? Chapter end. Chapter 324, Mr. Gaston's humble brag. This looks way too much like it. Klein marveled silently. Though he knew Roselle had written the Hero series and had even illustrated it himself, this level of resemblance was masterclass cosplay. Then again, this was a world of supernatural abilities. It could easily be a Faceless who had transformed precisely to match Roselle's illustrations. Just as he was getting lost in these wild theories, Tower and Judgment wrapped up their conversation and requested to end the video call. Realizing his wandering thoughts, Klein broke the connection to Tower's Crimson Star, sending him back to reality. Taking on his fool persona, he then prompted Miss Judgment to share her findings in detail. Zaya was unsurprised by this. She and Furs had been given this as their task, so it made sense for Mr. Fool to check in. After Miss Judgment faded from the gray fog, Klein absent-mindedly tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table, deep in thought. Miss Judgment plans to observe the Aurora Order's giant attack Iron Man tonight. Or, perhaps it's more accurate to say, Iron Man's hunt. Well then, it's probably best if I avoid snooping around myself. If Miss Judgment spotted me and I ended up exposed. Admitting I'm the world would be mortifying. Yes, let's go with that. Miss Judgment will report to me afterward anyway, no need to risk my identity just to see it firsthand. With that decided, Klein figured he'd been in the washroom long enough, any longer, and the officers might think he'd fled the scene. So he quickly simulated the feeling of descent and returned to reality. By this time, Jürgen, his lawyer, had already finished the paperwork. Seeing Klein return, he said with a wry smile, the explanation you gave for having gunpowder residue, the Crag Club, proved quite convincing. Otherwise, you'd likely be in magistrate's court by now. Yes, and it only cost me £2 in attorney fees. Klein forced a smile and replied, Thank you for your help, Mr. Jürgen. Actually, I'd like to propose a formal working relationship between us. How do you feel about that? Jürgen's expression softened, and he extended his hand in a professional but warm manner. Agreed. I sincerely hope I don't see you here too often, though. Not exactly up to me, Klein mused with a wry chuckle. Returning to the restaurant in Demirport, Ebner finished his remaining dinner, then picked up his belongings and headed for the town's only school. As the school's headmaster, Gaston Verpan had already received Ebner's telegram, so he was unsurprised when the young man showed up at his door. After leading Ebner into his quarters, Gaston observed him with pride, and Ebner, in turn, noticed that his friend's place had undergone some surprising changes. Half of the first floor had been converted into a steam workshop. "Mr. Gaston, it's been a while." After setting down his luggage, Ebner noted the meticulously groomed gentleman and greeted him with a smile. Gaston responded with a polite nod, and after some brief pleasantries, he got to the point. "You're here to have another go at the Dream Labyrinth Tower." Ebner didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced around and noticed the workshop whirring softly as it set up a spiritual barrier. Seeing where Ebner's attention was, Mr. Gaston cracked a rare smile. "This is my personal workshop, based on the one Roselle set up in White Maple Palace. Though the materials here can't compare to the Emperor's, it matches his workshop in functionality." Wow, what a humble brag. Knowing the details of Roselle's workshop means you probably spent a good amount of points to unlock it through directed exploration in the Labyrinth Tower. If you have a workshop like this, there's no doubt you're eager to show it off, Ebner thought with some amusement. Outwardly, he responded with mild astonishment, "You mean the White Maple Palace steam workshop that was lost to the fires of war? Impressive. And you say you built it yourself? Does that mean you're an artisan now?" "To be precise, I'm now a machinery specialist," Gaston replied, keeping his expression as restrained as possible. This vague answer confirmed Ebner's guess entirely. Didn't expect him to enjoy humble bragging. Ebner's mouth twitched as he obligingly praised Gaston a few more times, then, feigning curiosity, he asked, "Did you challenge the 6th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower after your promotion?" The praise served a dual purpose, to subtly steer the conversation and to establish a friendly rapport with the artisan, opening the door for further questions. Gaston, recently promoted and itching for someone to share his achievement with, finally sighed and admitted, "I attempted it once, but I failed." "Didn't the sign at the tower say, once you enter the scene of the 6th floor, you can't leave until you succeed or die? Was that just an exaggeration?" Ebner asked. "It's true. I was able to escape only by using the exit talisman I bought with points," Gaston explained with some regret. "Using points for a talisman? Roselle, you created a dreamscape that feels just like an MMORPG." Ebner thought, before pressing, "What did you encounter on the 6th level?" Gaston hesitated for a moment, then, reminded that Ebner was his good friend's student and generally agreeable, he explained. "I entered a city called Raccoon City. There were 2 tasks, identify the mastermind behind the zombie outbreak, and discover the origin of the infection. Completing either task was considered a win. Completing both earned extra rewards. This is totally a game, good ending and perfect ending type stuff. And Raccoon City. Zombies. This has to be Resident Evil. I wonder if it's based on the movie or the game version. Roselle, you're truly a master gamer." Maintaining his composure, Ebner asked, "Raccoon City? I don't recall that name. Which country is it in?" Gaston shook his head firmly, saying, "It's likely a fictional city. Its level of technology is slightly behind ours, but much higher than in Roselle's time. Truly, the Emperor was a genius, able to predict so accurately what the world would be like over 100 years later." With this heartfelt remark, Gaston returned to his story. The city is large, with nearly 1 million people. With such a population, if it existed on the northern continent, it would be famous. But upon entering the dream scene, I realized that 90% of the population had been infected by some unknown toxin, turning them into zombies. You can't imagine how terrifying it was. "Oh, a zombie horde, pretty standard in movies." Ebner pondered, then frowned. "Similar to creatures infected by werewolves. Weaker than that, comparable to zombies awakened by dark magic, but extremely contagious. One bite, one scratch, or even close contact means immediate treatment with sun holy water to purify the infection. Otherwise, you're one of them, and then there are special mutants with guns and cannons that are a real challenge. I had to use several magical items to kill just one. I suspect the mastermind must be studying a demigod's body from the abomination pathway, which likely caused the spread of the toxin and the city's downfall. Unfortunately, on the 6th floor, mere guesses don't count. You need hard evidence to complete the task." Here, Gaston showed a regretful expression. "And after that, my supplies ran out fighting the mutant, and I could only use the exit talisman to escape." "So, you didn't even get close to completing the mission." Understandable, though. Without knowing the plot, you'd need a lot of luck and solid tracking skills to find the surviving main characters and discover Umbrella Corp's existence to gather relevant intel. All things considered, you were wise to buy that exit talisman in advance, or someone else might have taken over this access point. Level 6 is clearly very challenging. It'd be safer to grind points on levels 9 through 7 before tackling it. Guess I'll be farming points for some time. The thought gave Ebner a strange sense of nostalgia, as though he were about to stay up all night grinding levels in a game again. Chapter end. Chapter 325, entering the 6th level. In a dimly lit building near the docks, a hulking 2-meter-tall giant listened as a shadow-hidden ascetic gave his report. The giant's lips twisted into a brutal grin. The ascetic, who was in one of his relatively lucid hours of the day, hesitated before advising, the person looking into Lenivus's whereabouts may be intentionally revealing his presence. So what? All those other detectives and gang members that tried digging around, weren't they killed just the same? We have to make it clear to those insects that meddling for a few petty pounds will cost them their lives, growled the giant, who wore a black cleric's robe, his tawny curls framing predatory, deep brown eyes. Seeing that his superior was set on this course of action, the ascetic dared not press further and only ventured a suggestion: should we report this to Miss Irene, so she can inform the divine envoy? That's not necessary. The divine envoy manages all of Backlund's affairs, these small matters aren't worth disturbing him over. And what's Irene but a loose woman who's indulgent purely for her own pleasure? Such people lack the true piety needed to serve the Lord. She doesn't deserve my reports, the giant snapped, his tone laced with disdain. The ascetic nodded in agreement. He also held little regard for Irene, but since the divine envoy seemed to favor her, he'd thought it worth a mention. With a sigh, he added, if only it weren't for Lenivus. He was interrupted mid-sentence as the giant's massive fist sent him crashing into a nearby wall. As the ascetic crumpled to the floor, coughing up blood, the giant loomed over him and barked, that's of the Lord to you. All he does is a test of our faith. How dare you show disrespect? The ascetic paid no mind to his injuries. Struggling to his knees, he bowed his head and confessed, yes, I am guilty. Confessing to me won't help you. Go to the Lord, flog yourself 100 times to atone for your blasphemy, the giant ordered, pushing the door open and heading out to prepare for his night's hunt. The ascetic didn't dare tend to his wounds. Chanting his thanks for the Lord's mercy, he slunk into the shadows, making his way toward the Dockworkers Guild to carry out his punishment. In a single-room apartment on Black Palm Street in the East End, Dunn, with the visage of Iron Man, scanned the room with his dark, sharp gaze. His eyes finally settled on the bed. Though he saw nothing there, he was certain that the Reverend Closphia from the Church of Abundance was present. Lady Closphia, is this the battleground you've chosen for me? Are you sure there won't be any civilians involved? Dunn asked, noting the few other houses in the area as he'd entered. With his question, Closphia, a demigod of the spectator pathway, seemed to break through an unseen barrier, appearing before Dunn as she reclined lazily against the bed's headboard, reading Roselle's Hero series. Barely looking up, she responded, rest assured, the surrounding houses are either empty or have been rented out without tenants. No ordinary people are here. Why? Dunn asked, then, as a thought occurred to him, speculated aloud, because they're standalone properties. Only partly, Closphia replied with a wave of her hand, setting her book aside. The main reason is that all the houses here cost more to rent than those in neighboring streets. What's special about this area? Dunn frowned in puzzlement. Hey, it's because the house we're in was once rented by Detective Brian when he'd fallen on hard times. Though he moved after becoming Stanton's student, the property was never relinquished until the Duke of Negan bought back and gifted Brian's family home to him. Detective Brian is a local legend here in the East End, and many admire him as a role model, so rent around here nearly doubled because of his fame. In fact, most of these houses serve as safe houses for certain professionals who believe his reputation keeps this area safer than elsewhere. Closphia's tone turned mischievous as she explained, but her eyes were sharp as she took in Dunn's grim expression. She then chuckled and asked, your opponent may be a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop, are you confident? Dunn shook his head at first, then nodded, saying, with my own strength, merely escaping a Rose Bishop would be an achievement worth boasting about. But with this external armor golem you've provided as an aid, I have a 70 or 80% chance of winning with the element of surprise on my side. He hefted the heavy metal box beside him, his gaze complex as he looked at Closphia. But, did the golem's design have to be this way? Of course, it did. I had to promise my husband multiple favors he'd refused in the past to get this made for you. The design is fitting, don't you think? And the golem's spirit is even named Jarvis. You should be thanking me, Closphia teased, her expression one of mischievous delight. Dunn exhaled heavily, his helpless resignation growing as he came to understand this demigod's love of pranks. Still, regardless of her motives, he had to admit the ironclad golem armor was formidable, it was his greatest tool for avenging himself. Satisfied that Dunn had come to terms with the arrangement, Closphia put aside her playful tone and grew serious. Playing the role of Iron Man has its advantages. It obscures your real identity, and Iron Man is a villainous nightmare, after all. If you can establish that reputation, you'll have no trouble digesting your nightmare potion as long as you make regular visits to the dreams of criminals and pirates. It would even help you embody the characteristics of a soul assurer. Dunn stared at her in silence, resisting the urge to speak his mind. Lady, I can't tell if you're truly helping me or just setting me up for yet another show. Inside the soaring dream labyrinth tower, Ebner flickered into view, finding himself in the reward chamber, surrounded by shelves of books and rows of tables and chairs. He'd spent nearly 3 hours grinding points on the 7th and 8th floors. Familiarity with most of the labyrinth's plotlines, combined with his pure white eyes analysis abilities, had made him impressively efficient. If Mr. Gaston knew how high his success rate was, he'd likely turn green with envy. Luck's on my side today. Got another Conan scenario, and it's one I know well, the time-bombed skyscraper. Solving that only took me 10 minutes. With this, I've gathered enough points. Satisfied, Ebner clicked a virtual screen that had materialized in front of him. A talisman etched with a sigil resembling a door appeared in his hand. He studied the charm briefly, then activated the pure white eye, analyzing its structure and principles. After a while, Ebner closed his pure white eye, a smile appearing on his face as he muttered, "So, it's based partially on the principle of dream traverse, no wonder abilities and items above sequence 7 are restricted on the 6th floor. Keeping the difficulty up is one reason, but preventing challengers from exiting on a whim must be another. Fortunately, that's not an issue for me. The tower can't block abilities simulated by the white eye." With that confidence, Ebner moved to the entrance of the 6th floor and carefully reread the plaque left by a previous adventurer. After scanning the last line, "Time flows as in reality on the 6th floor, your lifespan will reduce accordingly," he took a deep breath and stepped forward. The scenery shifted, and Ebner found himself on an unusually deserted street. Immediately, he slipped into the shadows, cautiously surveying his surroundings. To his surprise, the street felt both familiar and foreign. The familiarity came from his location. He stood outside the Intis embassy on Backlund's west end, a place he'd scouted thoroughly for his analysis of the guard ritual. Yet it felt foreign because everything else was different. There were no gas meter stations, no coal-choked parks, and no subway stations or telegraph offices, both of which were usually prominent here. Even the street itself seemed narrower than he remembered. But as he took in the lavish palaces and towering Gothic clock tower in the distance, unmistakable landmarks of Backlund, he could only conclude that this had to be the embassy, or a version of it. Just then, a newspaper blew past, and Ebner caught it. A quick glance at the front page confirmed his suspicion. The year 1146. Chapter End. Chapter 326, Quest and the Armor Golem. June 12, 1146. Is this a recreation of a certain period in Backlund's history? Scanning the date on the newspaper header, Ebner's suspicions were confirmed. As his eyes moved down the page, the content began to transform, shifting from news articles into mission details. 1,000 years ago, the lone royal family sent Baron Calger on an expedition to a Solomon Empire ruin. Upon his return, the Baron's personality had radically changed, and he even poisoned his close friends. Mission 1, in Backlund, uncover clues to the ruin's location, enter it, and solve the mystery behind Baron Calger's personality shift. Mission 2, enter the ruin and uncover the secrets hidden in the murals. Completion of either mission allows for clearing the level and exiting the scene at any time. Completion of both will yield an additional reward upon passing. Lowering the newspaper, Ebner frowned in thought. The mystery of Baron Calger's personality change. I already have a theory from my investigation into the second-generation Baron of Ramda, that Calger likely died during the expedition, and that changed Calger was likely an impersonation by someone sent by the royal family. However, Mr. Gaston did say that guesses alone aren't enough on the 6th floor. Proof is required to substantiate any theory, which means I'll indeed need to visit the ruin. Fortunately, based on Roselle's diary that Zio obtained from MI9, he recorded his own exploration of this ruin, apparently after acquiring the information in the university library. Wait, hang on, from my experience grinding these levels, each labyrinth scenario has some core narrative to it, and in 1146, the story's protagonist would clearly be Roselle. Could this entire scenario be based on his journey? Very likely. Ebner recalled the dates from Roselle's diary pages that he'd read, June 12th to June 20th. And today's date on the newspaper matched June 12th. Is this just a coincidence? Ebner shook his head quickly, piecing together a more plausible theory. It's likely not. For someone who hasn't read or understood Roselle's diary, this scenario would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, a situation similar to Mr. Gaston's confusion with the undead in Raccoon City, where he was forced to face off against hordes of zombies. That's one path, certainly, since killing enough of them would naturally attract the attention of Umbrella Corporation. But the main characters in Raccoon City and a potential Roselle here are probably the shortcuts in these scenarios. Finding them depends on the adventurer's deduction abilities and a bit of luck. So, my best option would be to locate Roselle and try to join his expedition. First things first, confirm Roselle's presence here. With these thoughts in mind, Ebner chuckled to himself. These challenges are practically designed for someone with a guide like mine. Simulating both flight and invisibility, he took off towards Backlund University. According to Roselle's diary, he'd found the hidden manuscript on an old bookshelf in the university library on June 13th. Meaning he might still be there now. Though time flowed parallel between the dreamscape and the real world, there was a time difference. The current time outside was late at night, but within this dream Backlund, it was already morning. Flying for only a short while, Ebner noticed an obstruction overhead, an invisible barrier that felt like the world's edge itself. An invisible wall. Ebner's mouth twitched as he analyzed it, thinking, really, Roselle? Even this. So this dream labyrinth scenario is like a video game map. Once the nature of this dream world was clear, Ebner became curious about its boundaries and made a swift loop around the city. The Backlund of 1146 was far smaller than it would be over a century later, covering less than a third of the city's future sprawl. The factory and dock areas were little more than wasteland, and districts like Cherwood, Hillsden, and part of the northern area were still collectively called the Northwest area. As for St. George's district, it was mostly farmland, and Ebner could only glimpse it from a distance beyond the barrier. Sodek Palace and various church buildings were similarly restricted by invisible barriers, virtual textures within the simulated world. Well, they might be nothing more than textures in this context, Ebner mused. The royal palace and major churches undoubtedly contain grade 0 sealed artifacts, which even the labyrinth tower likely can't replicate fully. It seems the capacity of this level maxes out at one city, same for Raccoon City, and now here. So when I find the clues and head toward the ruins, I'll likely have to switch maps. After some more internal muttering, Ebner finally turned and flew toward Backlund University, aiming to visit the library and befriend Roselle of this era. In the university's library on the second floor, Roselle Gustav sat at a long table, reading an old book while sneaking glances at the fresh, youthful faces of the students walking by outside. Praise be to the goddess. Without her church's efforts to uplift women's status, how could we have a coeducational university like this? Though Roselle was thinking it to himself, he knew there was no chance of him staying here long term. Besides the fact that his Intis noble heritage would keep ruin authorities from trusting him, he'd also recently invented the steam engine, marking him as the church's child of steam. There was no way Intis would allow him to reside in Backlund for long. His current trip was only possible due to his role as an archaeologist, a guise sanctioned by the church for exploration. Just as Roselle was lost in thought, he noticed a young gentleman with brown curly hair approaching him. He felt a slight twinge of caution but wasn't overly worried. Though only sequence 8, he had numerous powerful items for self-defense thanks to the church's favor. To his surprise, the gentleman leaned close and said something he couldn't understand at all. Frowning, Roselle searched his memory but was certain he'd never heard such a language before. The gentleman who had approached Roselle was, of course, Ebner. He now stifled a laugh, thinking, Roselle doesn't understand Rosaline. This version of Roselle seems to lack any memories of Huang Tao, clearly by design. To avoid leaving an exploitable hole, Roselle must have intentionally removed any understanding of Rosaline from this scenario. Otherwise, challengers would have cracked Roselle's journals long ago and possibly even exposed his transmigrator identity. Realizing the plan to identify a fellow Rosaline had failed, Ebner shifted his approach, smiling as he struck up a conversation with Roselle. In the East Borough, in the single-story house on Black Palm Street, Klausvia, reclining on the bed and reading Hero, smirked suddenly and said to Dunn, who was seated across from her sipping coffee, "They're here." With that, her presence seemed to vanish entirely, as if she'd been erased. Dunn took a deep breath, hoisted the metal suitcase beside him, and after a moment's hesitation, finally murmured, "Transform." Instantly, the suitcase began to reshape itself, inching up from his hand and gradually enveloping his body, forming an armored shell around him. Meanwhile, thick, viscous blood oozed ominously up through the floorboards. End of chapter. Chapter 327, The Fierce Battle. The viscous, sinewy mass had just begun seeping through the floorboards when, suddenly, a portion exploded in a burst of crimson rain, showering Dunn, whose armor was not yet fully donned. Pop. Sizzle. The blood-red droplets splattered against Dunn's armor, corroding it with dark spots. Simultaneously, the remaining mass of flesh coalesced into the shape of a towering figure, an imposing 2-meter man, the giant from the Aurora Order. The giant, with a crazed grin, tore off his newly formed left arm, reshaping it into a grotesque, sinew-bound blade, and swung down with murderous intent. Dunn, just managing to finish securing his steel-clad armor, hastily summoned a shield of pure force in front of him, intercepting the blade's downward strike. Noting this, the giant's grin grew more menacing. The moment his blade met Dunn's shield, he detonated the sinewy mass. Boom. The fleshy blade exploded, sending shockwaves that hammered against Dunn's shield, forcing the armored figure back several paces. As the flesh storm subsided, small, unnoticed droplets of blood seeped into the cracks of Dunn's armor. With the fury of a man possessed, the giant let out a guttural laugh. "You're done for." In sync with his words, he tightened his fist, intending to activate his ultimate attack. But before he could react, his vision fractured like a broken dream. The giant found himself back in his prior state, still embedded in the floor as viscous flesh, preparing to launch his attack. Only this time, the iron armor standing before him was fully armored, with a blazing orange light building up in its outstretched palm. The giant's newly formed eyes narrowed, realizing he had been lured into a dream. He'd unknowingly fallen into the opponent's nightmare. Before he could react, Dunn unleashed the gathered light storm, filling the entire room with blazing radiance. Arg! The giant's furious, agonized roar echoed through the neighborhood, waking everyone in the vicinity. Some residents, fearing the worst, locked their doors and windows, praying the danger would pass them by. Others, too curious to remain hidden, opened windows or stepped outside to see the commotion. What they saw would remain seared in their minds forever, a red steel-clad figure hovering above the street, firing beams of light at a hulking green figure below. Iron Man versus the Hulk. Some of the local tabloid reporters, gleeful at the sight, cursed their lack of a camera. "You poisoned me. What is this poison? Why can't I purge it?" The giant struggled against the impurities now mixed into his flesh, which slowed his movements and dulled his control over his abilities. Dunn kept silent, launching relentless beams of purifying light to hold the giant in place. These were not the full-power light storm beams but a lesser purifying light, strong enough to contain the giant. And the poison. Another feature of Dunn's iron golem, seemingly crafted to counter a rose bishop. According to Roselle's hero series, this armor should be called the anti-rose bishop suit. Klosvia was treating this entire thing as her own form of entertainment. Dunn sighed, glancing around. The longer he continued, the likelier it was for official extraordinary squads to arrive. He had to finish this quickly. Dunn contacted the spirit within the armor, speaking in Hermes. "Jarvis, switch to Judgment Blade mode." Immediately, his armor shifted. Light extended from his shoulders like a cross guard, while his legs gathered orange light at the tips, forming a glowing blade shape. The giant's body turned instinctively, bolting towards a nearby house to use potential hostages as a shield. But Dunn, having been warned by Klosvia that the surrounding buildings were empty, swung the radiant blade down without hesitation. In an instant, the orange glow sliced through the building like butter. The house where the giant had sought refuge cracked down the middle, crumbling into a cloud of dust and rubble. In the haze, the giant lay there, now dyed green by the armor's poison, his form weakened and slumped, like a puppet with its strings cut. Dunn seized his advantage and drew the giant into one last dream. Moments later, a pallid-faced Dunn stepped from the ruins. Confirming his enemy's death, he withdrew to a safe meeting point with Klosvia. There, he removed the suit of armor, returning it to its small box form. Massaging his temples, Dunn sighed. "Even with your preventative measures, Klosvia," glimpsing that upside-down, crucified giant in the dream was as unnerving as ever. Although he could neither see nor sense Klosvia, he knew she was close. Of course. He is the true creator, after all. Klosvia appeared, lazily clutching a sketchbook. She grinned at Dunn. "I've recorded the entire fight. Care to see?" "That won't be necessary, madam." Dunn shook his head, his expression growing serious. "In the giant's dream, I learned that Lenivus isn't merely tainted by divinity. He's become the true creator's vessel." At this, Klosvia's smile faded, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "I'll take care of it. Where is Lenivus now?" "At the Dockworkers' Union near East Balham Dock. But after this incident, he'll certainly be moved," Dunn said, sighing as Klosvia prepared to depart. "Please, take care, madam." With a playful smirk, Klosvia replied, "Thanks, but my approach is different than what you're thinking. I plan to report this to the Church of the Night." She vanished in a swirl of mist. Dunn was left speechless, feeling, yet again, that she had tricked him. Meanwhile, Klosvia, having arrived near the Dockworkers' Union via Dream Traverse, lost her playful grin. So, Lenivus as the true creator's vessel. Did Pride truly not know? Or was this intentional? If he shared this information on purpose, what could he be planning? At the same time, Zio, who had been hiding nearby, emerged from her vantage point, approaching the giant's corpse. After confirming his death, she prayed to the fool, relaying the details of the battle. 15 Minsk Street. Klein lay in a hot bath, soaking away the day's stress. Then, through the haze of relaxation, he heard an ethereal, layered prayer echo in his ears. Misjudgment, he wondered, straightening up in the tub. Did she find Lenivus? Did the men who looked like Little Robert clash with the Aurora Order? Leaping from the tub, he dried off quickly, donned a robe, and ascended to the grey fog. Gazing at misjudgment's star, Klein extended his spirituality to listen. O fool who does not belong to this era. Honorable fool, just now on Black Palm Street in the East End, a fierce battle took place. One participant wore armor covering his entire body. Kneeling beside the giant's corpse, misjudgment recounted the skirmish with brisk efficiency. Pressed for time, she didn't use her usual courtly language, instead speaking plainly and directly. Klein listened carefully, his expression shifting. Did I just hear that right? The investigator who looked like Little Robert actually summoned an Iron Man suit. With an array of powerful attacks. And then the Aurora Order sent in a green giant. Is this some kind of cross-dimensional Marvel cosplay event? After a moment, Klein grimaced, realizing the bigger issue. Misjudgment mentioned that the green giant had fallen at a spot suspiciously close to his rented safe house on Black Palm Street. It's not the time to focus on my losses. The priority is locating Lenivas, but misjudgment isn't proficient in spirit channeling. What should I do? Perhaps I could use the elder ceremony to project my spirit there temporarily. With a decision made, Klein reviewed the Blood Feast's ritual instructions and shared the process with Misjudgment's Crimson Star. Finally, he spoke in a low, commanding voice. Conduct the ritual. Back in the Black Palm Street ruins, Zio read over the elder ceremony instructions, her face turning pale. Without any ritual supplies on hand, she saw that the fool had helpfully provided her with a version requiring her own blood as an offering. Meanwhile, within the 6th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Seated on the 2nd floor of the library, Roselle listened to the young man before him, an amused smile playing on his lips. So, you say you know past and future events, which is why you place so much faith in me and want to follow me. Heh, sounds like a scam. But I'll give you a chance to prove it. Chapter 328, Roselle and the Witch. Feigning the air of a swindler or a con artist, Ebner, who naturally played the part well, smiled as he responded to Roselle's question. How exactly would you like me to prove it? Roselle scanned the room, and his eyes lit up when he noticed a young woman in front of one of the bookcases. She possessed a radiant beauty and carried an aura of dignified grace. Pointing in her direction, he said, if you're as capable as you claim, tell me who that girl is and where she comes from. All right, that's very Roselle of him. Ebner thought wryly, activating his pure white eye to scan for information on the girl in question. Having been in the 6th-level dream realm for some time, Ebner had already realized that, aside from Roselle, none of the city's inhabitants carried a true spirit. They were simply constructed data, complex, intelligent NPCs, as if in some full-dive VR novel. While they had sound logic and decent adaptability, they were ultimately not real people. The presence of these characters was similar to most on levels 9 through 7, but Roselle's presence here seemed more akin to the quasi-sentient Cherry he and Zio encountered on the 7th floor aboard the Clover. Without the need for detailed analysis or backtracking, Ebner found the young woman's data readily available. Panatia. Sequence 7 Witch. Age 19. Height. Weight. Affiliated with the Witch family. Mother. Mentor. Ebner couldn't help but twitch at the information, musing, naturally, Roselle would pick out a witch by random chance. And Panatia. Could this be the same despairing nightingale from the Great Smog event? She was from Roselle's era. It made sense, in a way, considering the longevity of demigods, especially those of the witch pathway, who likely lived even longer. So. Don't tell me that today just isn't your day for divination. Roselle smirked, giving Ebner a pointed jab as he seemed momentarily distracted. Ebner came to himself and, sealing off the area with spiritual energy, began reciting Panatia's information for Roselle's benefit. At first, Roselle tensed as the protective barrier went up, almost pulling out one of his mystical items. However, seeing no ill intentions from Ebner, he relaxed, all while surmising that this newcomer was at least a sequence 7 beyonder. After all, only those at such a level or higher could seal an area with raw spiritual power. A witch. Sequence 7. Are you serious? Roselle glanced suspiciously at the girl perusing the bookshelf, evidently skeptical. You're free to verify it yourself. Ebner smiled, gesturing with a courteous wave. After sizing him up, Roselle broke into a grin. All right, no need to make a fuss about it. I believe you. From this day forward, we're comrades. What? That's all it took. Was young Roselle really this reckless, or is he simply too confident in his protagonist status? Ebner wondered, weighing Roselle's potential ulterior motives. Either he has his own means of verification, or he's feigning trust to investigate me later. Given that I displayed some level of strength by sealing the area, Roselle may simply be trying to appease me for now, which makes sense. Ebner was more than happy to comply, as he didn't plan to join the ranks of a dream illusion permanently. His only aim was to temporarily enter Roselle's expedition group to unlock the next map. Roselle, clearly in good spirits, gave Ebner's shoulder a hearty pat. By the way, brother, we've talked for so long, and I still don't know your name. You can call me Strange, or Dr. Strange. Ebner replied, testing the waters with a slight smile. Dr. Strange. Roselle's eyes widened. What a coincidence. I was planning on using that name in one of my upcoming novels. To think there's someone with that title in real life. Only genuine surprise and amusement at the coincidence. He truly has no memory as Huang Tao. Ebner concluded. Even his self-identity here was likely woven from carefully curated data. With that, Ebner continued the conversation, deftly engaging Roselle with a blend of genuine enthusiasm and carefully placed flattery. At last, Roselle picked up an old book from the table, giving Ebner a conspiratorial wink. I found clues to an ancient ruins location. Would you be interested in joining me to explore it? This is it. Ebner's heart settled, and he nodded without hesitation. Of course, I'm always interested in the unknown, especially ancient ruins. Great. Roselle punched the air, evidently thrilled with Ebner's response. Prepare what you need, and meet me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Glim Hotel on Delaire Street in the Northwest District. I'll introduce you to some friends there. Ebner accepted the invitation with pleasure. The two chatted briefly before Roselle excused himself and strolled out of the library at a leisurely pace. Just as he exited, Panatia, who had been diligently reading, turned her gaze to his departing figure, her expression strangely profound. That's so staged, like some poorly scripted cut scene. That meaningful stare is practically an insult to a detective's observational skills, Ebner chuckled to himself. The witch completely ignored him, further confirming what he'd already noticed, that most of the people here overlooked his presence altogether. If he didn't directly engage with them or trigger one of their scripted responses, they'd ignore him entirely. So Roselle was already being monitored by the demonist sect at this point. And he seems oblivious to it. Wait, does this mean his famous line, "The taste of witches is truly exquisite," could have been meant for Panatia? He glanced at the seemingly oblivious witch by the bookshelf, feeling as though he'd uncovered a rather groundbreaking secret. At the ruins of the East Borough Black Palm Street, Zio deftly sliced her finger with a small knife, using her own blood to quickly inscribe the fool's holy name and its corresponding symbol and magical marks on the ground. Then, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, and chanted her prayer fervently. O fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the yellow and black king of good fortune. Meanwhile, back in his towering divine palace, Klein, who'd grown accustomed to the mechanics of the elder ceremony, smoothly drew upon the power of the grey fog. Using the Aztec copper whistle as an anchor, he channeled his spirituality to form a tall, black shadow of himself and projected it into Misjudgment's crimson star. Zio found herself in a paradoxical state, simultaneously alert and dreamlike. She seemed to glimpse a figure of incomprehensible form, an amalgamation of boundless knowledge, light of all colors, and a being dark as night, overseeing everything below. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly saw the giant's corpse sit up as if intending to lunge at her. But just as quickly, her mental fog lifted, and she reacted immediately, pulling out a sleep talisman. The corpse, however, had seemingly lost all vitality and slumped back down, still. Ensuring her safety by activating the talisman, Zio resumed her prayer to the fool. Moments later, she received a brief reply, "Well done." Realizing the elder ceremony had succeeded, Zio wasn't concerned about what the fool had accomplished with it, as it was none of her business. So, she diligently cleaned up any traces of the ritual. Just as she finished and prepared to leave, a team of Nighthawks arrived. Leading the group was a beautiful woman with a hooded cloak, blue eyeshadow, and rouge-tinted cheeks. Zio recognized her immediately as Daily Simone, the spirit guide and one of Ebner's close friends. Chapter 329, Spirit Communication and News Circulation. Inside the grand, ancient palace, one stone pillar after another supported the high, vaulted ceiling. Sitting at the head of the bronze table, Klein conjured the necessary ritual items, swiftly setting up a simple altar and beginning the spirit communication. Thanks to the elder ceremony he had just completed, he successfully descended on the scene of the battle between Iron Man and the Green Giant and brought back the giant's remaining spirit. That really was my rental property. I doubt the landlord will refund my rent. With a sigh, Klein began chanting the words for the spirit communication. Show me Lenivas's whereabouts. After 7 repetitions, he leaned back in his chair, employing the dream divination technique to proceed with the spirit communication. In the misty, unreal realm of his vision, a gas lamp suddenly flickered on, illuminating a distant dock and a plain 2-story building. The scene then shifted to an office within the building but stopped there, going no further. The interference is due to the true creator. Even with the residual spirit of someone involved, I can't directly see. Klein frowned, suspecting Lenivas was highly likely in that 2-story building. And, just as Mr. Tower had theorized, Lenivas indeed possessed an object granted by the true creator. Although that Iron Man's actions today might have alerted Lenivus and should compel him to relocate, if Mr. Tower's deductions were correct, then that con artist was clearly planning something larger and likely wouldn't abandon his scheme so easily. Tomorrow I'll go to the building myself to confirm whether Lenivus is still there. If he hasn't moved, I'll have Miss Justice and Miss Judgment reported to the church. Of course, I can't do this rashly. I'll need to prepare, for example, by sending the all-black eye up to the grey fog and not carrying it on me, to avoid the risk of resonating with the true creator's spiritual corruption and divinity. I should also come up with a suitable, non-suspicious pretext. Perhaps I'll disguise myself as a reporter conducting an interview and borrow Mike Joseph's fake press credentials. With his mind made up, Klein's lips curved into a slight smile as he used his spiritual senses to brush Miss Judgment's crimson star, transmitting the vision of the dock and building to her and asking her to identify the precise location. Surprisingly, Miss Judgment replied almost instantly, informing him that the two-story building was indeed the East Balham Docks Union Hall. Near the ruins of a house on Black Palm Street in the East Borough, Lady Daly examined the giant's corpse while communicating with the surrounding wandering spirits. Moments later, she lifted her head to look at Zio, confirming, "Did you perform spirit communication on him?" Zio was momentarily confused but quickly connected the dots. The elder ceremony's effect might have been that the fool carried away the giant's spirit. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. "Yes, I did. Could you share the results of the spirit communication with me?" Daly's eyes gleamed, and she flashed a feigned smile. Zio shook her head firmly and declined, saying, "I must report it to Her Highness Vera first. If the Nighthawks require anything, they can request the shared information through MI9. Mostly because I also have no idea what the results of the spirit communication were." Zio thought to herself. "I see." Daly accepted Zio's response without pressing further and changed the subject. This giant was a Rose Bishop, and his blood magic was evidently disrupted by a toxin in his body. Do you think that's one of Iron Man's own abilities? Probably not. Both the Light Storm and the Final Blow infused with disciplinary paladin abilities, along with the targeted toxin, I believe these abilities came from the armor itself. As for the individual within it, I'd guess he's likely a nightmare or a soul assurer, but this is just my personal speculation and may not be accurate. Zio hesitated for a moment before sharing her thoughts. She had witnessed the entire battle from start to finish, noticing how the Iron Man forced the giant into a dream with that final strike. More importantly, the giant had actually died within that dream. A nightmare. Daly paused at the term, her gaze unfocused as if lost in thought, and after several seconds, she smiled at Zio, saying, "Thank you very much for the information, Miss Derry-cha." She briefly considered teasing Zio about Ebner but thought better of it, given that they weren't close enough yet and the current situation wasn't suited for humor. When the Nighthawks finished investigating and called in the police for cleanup, Zio finally felt a sense of relief, grateful that she was now an official member of MI9, otherwise, she might have been dragged back to the Church of the Evernight for questioning. At that moment, the fool transmitted several images and requested that she identify the locations shown. Being deeply familiar with both the East Borough and the docks, Zio immediately recognized the buildings in the images. She prayed to the fool with the address. After completing the task, she paused to consider. Perhaps it was time to update Miss Justice on the investigation's progress, otherwise, she might seem evasive if the fool brought up the matter at the next tarot meeting. Meanwhile, Audrey, accompanied by Furs, sneezed as they left a Beyonder gathering held in an almost abandoned medical college building. Furs, wearing a surgical mask and cap, looked at her with concern. "Are you catching a cold? Should we head back?" Audrey, similarly disguised, thought for a moment and replied, "No, I don't think so, though we should be going soon." The two agreed to leave and, after taking a roundabout path, returned to the carriage that had brought them. Furs, having removed her mask, thought back to the gathering and asked, "Miss Audrey, why didn't you inquire about the spectator formula? You could use that to establish contact with the psychology alchemists." She recalled that the typically generous Miss Audrey had remained rather quiet throughout the meeting, only selling a few materials containing spiritual power and buying some in return. Audrey replied with a gentle smile, "This was my first meeting in this circle, so I felt it was better to observe and wait. I certainly desire a potion formula and would love to find a mystical item, but I keep reminding myself there's no rush. Familiarizing myself first is the better strategy." Though she was eager to repay Mr. Tower's debt, and although she hoped to purchase the demigod dragon bones from the psychology alchemists, rushing in wouldn't fit a spectator's standards. Besides, neither Mr. Tower, Mr. Hangman, nor Mr. World had shown any interest in the materials available. Audrey silently added to herself. Furs observed the young lady, still shy of 18, and couldn't help but offer genuine praise. "You really are mature beyond your years." Audrey sighed to herself, though I may not love that phrase, I'll take it as a compliment. She then asked, "Any news from Zio?" Furs was just about to explain the difficulties of Zio's work when their carriage arrived at the back door of Viscount Glaint's estate. Glaint, who had been waiting for them, swung open the carriage door before it even came to a complete stop, looking elated as he addressed the ladies. "Miss Audrey, Miss Furs, something big has happened in the East Borough." "Glaint, where are your manners?" Audrey chided him, though she was curious. What happened? Could it be another major move by the fools blessed? Realizing his rudeness, Glaint made an apologetic bow but remained excited. "You would never guess. Something absolutely extraordinary occurred." "Well, what exactly?" Audrey, slightly annoyed at his teasing, asked as she stepped out of the carriage. In the East Borough, there was an earth-shaking showdown between Iron Man and the Green Giant. Glaint announced in a dramatic tone. "What?" Audrey stared at him in disbelief, thinking it was a joke. Knowing she might not believe him, Glaint handed her a newspaper. It was a freshly printed, special edition, featuring a grainy image along with a bold headline. "Iron Man and the Green Giant exist. Why do Roselle's characters appear in reality? Is the military conducting human experiments inspired by novels?" Within the sixth-level scene of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner looked at the charming Viscount Karen before him. Simulating a whirlwind, he scattered the fragrance trying to reach him. He couldn't help but think, is this the real test to join the group? Chapter 330, Lenivus's Schemes. The pungent fragrance had just been blown away by the whirlwind when a dark shadow around Ebner suddenly came to life, coalescing into black chains that wound toward him layer by layer. In response, 7 black flames appeared over Ebner's head. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the black flames shot out like bullets, hitting the shadow chains with pinpoint accuracy. The shadows silently ignited and dissipated in an instant, reverting back to ordinary, harmless shadows. Simultaneously, Ebner extended his right hand forward, conjuring a flock of crimson fire ravens in his surroundings. The half-illusory birds spread their wings, flying out in different directions and charging toward the handsome Viscount Karen. But Karen merely smiled with one hand in his pocket. With a snap of his fingers, a full moon suddenly appeared behind him, and his figure vanished in the moonlight without a trace. The ravens, finding no target, could only explode on the spot, dispersing into sparks. Is that it? Ebner couldn't help feeling annoyed at Karen's abrupt disappearance. He had a good idea of the man's purpose, but the way they'd gone about it felt pointless. Although the recent exchange of moves was hardly a battle, more like mutual probing with both sides holding back, Ebner was still annoyed by the randomness of it all. Shaking his head, he smoothed out the traces left by the fire ravens. The crowd that had gathered in curiosity dispersed, and neither an official Beyonder team nor the police showed up. Since he hadn't harmed any bystanders, he hadn't triggered the scene's alert level. In such an incongruous scene, having someone like Roselle who could act independently and even send people to test others was indeed peculiar. Just as Ebner was lost in thought, Roselle opened a window in a luxurious suite at the Glaint Inn on Delahaye Street and let in a handful of palm-sized ethereal bats. The bats formed a swarm and landed together in the suite sitting room, quickly coalescing into the form of Karen. How did it go? Find anything? Roselle poured a glass of red wine, offering it to Karen with a smile. Karen accepted the glass, took a sip, and shook his head without answering, instead asking, "Who gave you this wine? Is there an issue?" Roselle swirled his own glass, raising an eyebrow. "It's nothing major, at worst, it might get you hooked on some sort of drug." Karen replied with an edge of disdain in his tone. For someone once known as a potion professor, the additives in this wine were neither sophisticated nor potent. "Seems like MI9 has been up to a few tricks." Roselle sneered, unconcerned. His visit to Backlund was endorsed by the church, so the loan authorities wouldn't dare make an open move against him. Of course, this was also because he had only recently acquired the title of Son of Steam, and his influence and potential hadn't yet reached a critical level. "All right, enough about that," Roselle waved his hand dismissively before shifting the subject. "What about that potential new companion? Any impressions? At least a Sequence 6 scholar of yore. He's likely either a follower of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom or an investment of the Lord of Storms," Karen answered after downing his wine. "The Lord of Storms isn't likely. Those hotheads aren't much interested in steam engines, so the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, then." "That's acceptable," Roselle nodded thoughtfully before smiling and saying to Karen, "You didn't seem too enthused about this treasure hunt. Why don't you just keep a low profile and shadow us the entire way? Consider it an opportunity to observe our new companion's skills and character." Karen shrugged indifferently, took a bottle of potion from his pocket, and tossed it to Roselle. "For you." "What's this?" Roselle asked in confusion. "You've been overindulging with Mrs. Laurent lately, and your body's showing the strain. Either drink this or restrain yourself for a month or two. Your choice." Karen clapped his hands before dissolving into moonlight, disappearing from the room. Why hold back on the free perks from MI9? Roselle muttered to himself, downing the potion without hesitation, a testament to his trust in Karen. In the morning, Klein didn't rush to the dock union hall but first found Mike the reporter and borrowed a fake press card. Then he donned a blue worker's uniform and headed for Black Palm Street in the East Borough. On the way, he bought a copy of the Taysok Times, whose headline was none other than last night's Iron Man vs. Green Giant spectacle. A wealthy locomotive magnate named Frammy Cage had even issued a statement clarifying that he was not Iron Man and that his company could not produce the kind of armor described in the article. Klein smirked at this, thinking, the reporters have been misled by Roselle's novels. This sort of armor isn't something rich people could just buy. They should be questioning the Church of the Steam. Reflecting on this, Klein arrived at his rented home and, in a roundabout way, broached the topic of rent with the landlord. Surprisingly, the landlord, a former gang leader, promptly refunded his deposit. Klein felt a twinge of embarrassment, not expecting the landlord to respond with such admiration and awe, saying, Iron Man is as chivalrous as he is in the novels. He compensated me generously through multiple channels this morning, enough to cover my losses. So it seems this Iron Man isn't a bad person. Why, then, is he after Lenivas, clashing with the Aurora Order? Is he someone Lenivas swindled coming for revenge? While contemplating, Klein pocketed the deposit and set off to find another safe house in a different district. Ambling down the narrow street amidst early morning commuters, Klein suddenly noticed a middle-aged man, about 40 or 50, with graying temples, bundled in a thick jacket, who dropped a crumpled cigarette from his trembling, chilled hand. Klein stopped, picked up the cigarette, handed it back, and struck up a casual conversation, learning that the man was an unemployed worker who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Moved to compassion, Klein invited the men to a hearty meal under the guise of an interview and inquired about his story. When the man set his spoon on the now empty plate, he spoke in a worn voice tinged with nostalgia and sadness, You can call me Old Kohler. I was a good worker once. Inside an office at the East Balham Dock Union Hall, Lenivas watched a nearby ascetic, who continued flogging himself while seemingly oblivious to the presence of the giant. A mocking smile played at Lenivas's lips. He suddenly opened his linen shirt, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath the skin on his chest and abdomen. The scarlet tissue formed the shape of an inverted human figure. In a distant, solemn voice, Lenivas intoned, Complete a task, and forgiveness shall be yours. The ascetic halted his self-flagellation, prostrating himself at Lenivas's feet. My lord, what is your command? At precisely 8 o'clock tonight, deliver this letter to Aaron. Not a moment sooner or later, Lenivas instructed coldly. With reverence, I accept your decree. The ascetic respectfully took the letter and slowly retreated. As he watched the men leave, Lenivas buttoned his shirt and allowed a sly smile to spread across his face. Iron Man. Ha! Every hero in Roselle's Heroes series has an archenemy tangled in their fate. I've prepared one just for you. End of chapter. Chapter 331, Behind the Scenes and Changing the Map. Outside the small Dock Union Hall building, Klosvia, seemingly invisible to passers-by, frowned and muttered to herself, It's as if everyone has completely forgotten about the giant. Is Lenivas using the true creator's power? Or perhaps, is this the handiwork of pride? Pondering for a moment, Klosvia figured that if pride had truly been involved, he would undoubtedly boast about it at the next High Council meeting, giving her the chance to confirm her suspicions. But for now, the priority was to assist Dunn in cleansing whatever trace of the true creator lingered on Lenivas, a task best left to the official beyonders. Sigh, to become a competent manipulator without relying on supernatural powers to alter minds, truly pulling the strings of people's fates and orchestrating a play is no easy feat. There are always too many unexpected turns, though, I must say, the results have been rather satisfying. Sighing at the thought, Klosvia began going through her list of acquaintances in Backlund, searching for a secure reporting channel, one that wouldn't raise Pride's suspicions. It didn't take long for her to settle on a target. Not long after Klosvia left, Klein, equipped with his fake reporter credentials, finally managed to confirm that Lenivas was indeed hiding within the Dock Union Hall. Only once he reached the washroom did he allow himself to tremble, bending over as his mouth spread into a silent smile. He laughed so hard he couldn't stand upright, a glistening tear finally dropping onto the ground. His body's shaking stemmed from instinctual fear. His emotions were on the brink, reeling with horror and sorrow from the depths of his memory. For he had once again sensed the aura of the true creator. After washing his face and steadying his nerves, Klein left the Union Hall. Arriving at his new, safe house, he retraced his steps 4 times, ascending to the realm above the grey fog, where he shared the information he had obtained with Miss Justice and Miss Judgment, instructing them to report it to the church. Audrey, who was accompanying Susie while her mother, Countess Caitlin, chose dresses, froze in place as she received the message from Mr. Fool. The fallen creator, isn't that the true creator? That con artist is somehow linked to the true creator's divinity. This simple task actually involves the true creator's divine power. I knew it, Mr. Fool must have a deeper motive here. Clearly, he's targeting the true creator. Mr. Fool is as formidable as ever. A rush of thoughts flooded Audrey's mind. Just as she was about to excuse herself to contact Zio and Furs, the Countess suddenly appeared dazed before apologizing to her daughter, Audrey, I have to go out for a bit, so I won't be able to continue helping you today. Though this worked out perfectly for her, Audrey, as a telepathist, keenly sensed that her mother was concealing something. Smiling, she assured her mother it was fine while signaling to Susie with a glance. Susie immediately understood, subtly following the Countess as she left in a hurry. After conveying the information to Furs and returning home, Audrey saw Susie sneaking back in. What did my mother do? Audrey asked curiously. She seemed to just sit in the garden for a while. Susie replied, her expression puzzled. Westboro, Military Intelligence 9 Headquarters, 9 Bellotto Street. Upon receiving Mr. Fool's instructions, Zio didn't act immediately but waited for Furs, who arrived out of breath, to pass along Miss Audrey's request. Only then did she share Lenivas's information with the Nighthawks under the guise of information sharing. After some hesitation, she also brought the data to MI9 headquarters and submitted it to Lady Vera. While Ebner had warned her about possible MI9 members colluding with the Aurora Order, Zio still trusted Lady Vera, who had promoted her. From what she had observed over the past few days, Vera seemed disinterested in some tasks but was certainly not the type to fraternize with cultists. Moreover, since the intelligence was being shared with the Nighthawks, it wouldn't be appropriate not to inform her own agency. Failing to do so could raise suspicions if the truth surfaced later. Lady Vera took a cursory look at the file, a peculiar smile flickering across her face. Shaking her head, she said, I'll just file this away. No need to escalate it further, or you'll find yourself in quite a predicament. Wait, could Lady Vera know that there are Aurora Order collaborators within MI9? Her tone seems to suggest that it's someone of high rank, but who among the higher-ups could make even Lady Vera hesitate? A demigod. Zio maintained a calm exterior, but her mind was racing. Sensing Zio's inner turmoil, Lady Vera said thoughtfully, there are some things you're better off not knowing. Could that be why my father was falsely accused, because he knew too much? Zio pressed her lips together, not saying another word. In a room beneath the St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlands, Northborough, Lady Loretta, the gravedigger, held a document as she reported to Christette Sesamir, who sat at the head of the table, his chin and mouth hidden behind his high collar. This is intelligence passed along from the kingdom's nobility. They received word that the Aurora Order is attempting to bring the true creator into Backland, using Lenivas, one of the masterminds behind the Tingen massacre, as a vessel. He's currently hiding at the Dock Union Hall in Eastborough. Loretta, a woman in her early 30s with striking black hair and a sharp appearance, wore a suit-like ensemble of black coat, white shirt, black fitted pants, and matching boots. Her lips curled slightly as she pronounced Lenivas's name, her tone heavy with disdain. On the other side of the long table, Borges, who had recently inspected the Eastborough ruins with Daly, took out another file and said, this information was shared by MI9. Its contents align with Loretta's report. It appears to have come from Spirit Communication, so it should be reliable. Sesamir took the two files, comparing them for a moment before frowning and asking, Rose Bishop was killed, but Lenivas hasn't fled or relocated. By all accounts, he should have escaped by now, but he hasn't. Madmen like him think differently from us, Loretta said with a sneer. Sesamir merely nodded. After a few more moments of thought, he stood and said, regardless of whether he has other plans, we need to take action. All members present will participate in tonight's operation. Additionally, I'll apply for sealed artifacts, 1-063, 1-088, 2-042, and 2-096 to ensure the true creator's descent is stopped. Yes, sir, came the solemn replies. Loretta hesitated before finally asking, shall we inform Daly? Sesamir shook his head and replied firmly, her mental state remains unstable. Once the team dispersed to prepare for the mission, Sesamir returned to his seat, a thought crossing his mind. Lord St. Anthony accepted Lord Sneck's request to handle a difficult case and won't return until tomorrow. The timing of this mission is all too convenient. Dream Labyrinth Tower, Glainton's luxury suite on Delahaye Street. Roselle was enthusiastically introducing his two companions, Grimm and Edwards, to Ebner. At the end, he joked, strange, with you, I now have 3 followers. If another joins in the future, I'll have the 4 horsemen. I need to come up with a nice title for us. How about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? How does that sound? But Karen is right here, isn't he? Though he's hiding well, he couldn't fool my eyes, that's already 4 people, right? Oh, right, Karen isn't exactly a person, well, never mind. Suppressing a chuckle, Ebner asked, why specifically 4 horsemen? Don't you think that 4 horsemen sounds cool? Plus, it has a certain air of mystery. Roselle waved his arm passionately, but upon seeing the curious glances from the other 3, he sheepishly added, all right, I admit I just think 4 horsemen of the apocalypse has a nice ring to it. You're just making a pop culture reference, but without the memories of those references, it comes across as forced. Still, this suggests Karen isn't meant to be part of the future Four Horsemen, so what does he count as? A Four Horsemen group of 5, perhaps. Common sense at its finest. After exchanging greetings with Grimm and Edwards, Ebner found them to be very welcoming. The two young men were energetic and enthusiastic, expressing genuine goodwill toward their new companion. Once the pleasantries were over, Roselle took out the relic clues he'd found in the library and announced his plan for the adventure, which Edwards and Grimm eagerly endorsed. If I recall correctly, Roselle's diary said a vote was required due to Karen's objections, but now, they're ready to go directly. Is this a butterfly effect I've caused? It could be. In the original timeline, Grimm returned a day later, but here he arrived early. Next, Ebner watched as Roselle efficiently arranged riverboat tickets, and by that afternoon, he and his 3 horsemen, along with Karen in the shadows, embarked on their journey northward toward the Hornassus Mountains. Then, in the blink of an eye, Ebner found himself back in the morning, surrounded by majestic mountain ranges. Roselle, visibly fatigued, grumbled, "The mountain roads in the Lone Kingdom are atrocious. My backside feels shattered. As soon as we return, I'm improving the steam engine's power. I swear I'll bring steam trains and railways to the entire northern continent." Though he'd been expecting it, the abrupt scene shift left Ebner dumbfounded, prompting him to mutter internally. What a dreadful map transition, not even a cut scene. 1-star review. End of chapter. Chapter 332, Role-Playing and Battle. Standing at the base of the mountain referenced in the ancient texts, even without reading Roselle's diary entries on the matter, Ebner's pure white eye sensed the presence of an immensely powerful yet centralized force of distortion and chaos. These energies seemed to stem from the wards and arcane rituals within the ruins. However, Ebner chose not to reveal his findings to Roselle and the others immediately, allowing them to continue searching for the entrance while he seized the opportunity to analyze this power of distortion and chaos. Even if he couldn't master it immediately, he aimed to imprint it within the pure white eye for future study. Initially, Roselle appeared enthusiastic, but after a few hours of fruitless effort, his determination waned, and he abandoned the search to join Ebner. "In the absence of visible progress, it's difficult to maintain my motivation," Roselle commented wryly as he approached. "So, my dear Dr. Strange, I see you've been standing here for quite a while. Made any discoveries?" Roselle asked with a smile. Though his expression hinted that he didn't truly expect Ebner to have uncovered anything, especially since their archaeologist guide hadn't found a thing. Ebner, however, had been waiting for precisely this question, knowing that the spectator role demanded he wait for an inquiry. Since this Roselle possessed a soul, he was capable of providing feedback to Ebner's roleplay. "I did come across something interesting." Ebner pointed to a moderately flat rock just ahead. "You might try standing there." In this period, Roselle possessed the fearless vigor of a young calf unafraid of the tiger, and he immediately leaped onto the stone without a trace of concern for possible danger. Of course, Roselle had his own calculations. He could both demonstrate trust to draw Ebner in and rely on Karen's protection should any danger arise. The moment he stepped onto the stone, the scenery abruptly shifted around him. When he came to his senses, he found himself within a secluded cave halfway up the mountain. Startled by the sudden change, Roselle instinctively stepped back, only to find himself returned to the stone at the base of the mountain. "This is..." Understanding dawning on him, Roselle repeated the process several times, stepping forward and back repeatedly. Finally, he turned to Ebner. "Is this rock some kind of teleportation device?" "Leading directly to the ruins." Ebner nodded before shaking his head. "It is indeed an entrance, but this isn't teleportation. It's a distortion that brings distant places within a single step, while making places within reach impossibly far." Though Roselle didn't yet know this was a high-sequence ability of the lawyer path, he could understand Ebner's explanation well enough. In other words, any attempt to approach the cave without using this entrance will be futile. Unless you possess demigod-level order abilities to negate this chaos. Thanks to his earlier analysis, Ebner understood that the chaos here operated at a conceptual level, so even abilities like teleportation and wandering would be ineffective without the entrance. Well, as expected of a Dr. Strange of true erudition." Roselle exclaimed in admiration, adding under his breath, "Haha, having someone as knowledgeable as you join me just before exploring these ruins, it's like the treasure within was meant for me all along. I must truly be the protagonist of this era." Ebner ignored Roselle's self-congratulatory remarks. Instead, he subtly attuned to his spiritual energy, sensing a faint but distinct step in his potion's digestion. So, role-playing does indeed work here. These information constructs may not provide feedback, but this Roselle clearly can. He really is special. While Ebner considered this, Roselle gathered Grimm and Edwards. After a brief discussion, they decided to venture into the cave right away. Thanks to Roselle's notes on the cave, Ebner knew it was rife with lethal distortions and chaos, even though it held no physical enemies. Every step posed potential danger. So he solemnly warned the three of hazards Roselle had mentioned, such as discovering oneself suddenly at the edge of a lava pool, attempting to stop only to find oneself still running forward, and other unexpected occurrences, reminding them to remain cautious. Of course, his words were mainly aimed at Karen, who was silently following them. After all, Roselle's diary had made it clear that the vampire Viscount's contribution had been instrumental in their survival. Outside the Dock Union Hall at East Balham Wharf in Backlund, Casimir, the sword of the goddess, had just led a Nighthawk squad in dispatching 3 ascetics when he noticed Lenivus descending the dim stairway, his linen shirt framing his sharply defined features. His expression was indifferent and calm, utterly devoid of fear. "I am curious, after the giant was killed, you had every chance to escape. Why did you stay?" Casimir asked casually, as if oblivious to the anomaly. Lenivus's footsteps echoed in the silent, somber atmosphere. He flashed his trademark sneer and replied, "It's simple. I am no longer just Lenivus. Why would I run?" With that, he tore open his shirt, revealing a figure hanging upside down embedded within his chest. "I am now the true creator." In an instant, the space around them shattered like glass, obliterating the scene created by 1-063. The presence of a god. Casimir reflected, though he wasn't caught off guard. The intelligence he'd received had prepared him, and he calmly instructed Loretta beside him, use 1-088. Loretta nodded gravely and raised a silver cross from around her neck high above her head. Instantly, a radiant light erupted from the cross, forming a 3-meter luminous cross in midair, illuminating every corner and weakening all filthy and fallen powers. Even the aura of the true creator was momentarily suppressed. Seizing the opportunity, Casimir lunged at Lenivus with his gleaming bone sword. Yet Lenivus did not evade. Instead, he smiled triumphantly, allowing the bone sword to pierce his chest. A wave of silent energy rippled through the area, striking every Nighthawk with its spiritual shockwave. Thanks to 1-088, most of them withstood the impact, though Borgia, who had suffered backlash from wielding 1-063 earlier, lost consciousness. Casimir himself had prepared safeguards, having endured a similar incident during the Witch of Pain case. While he exhausted several spirits he'd sealed within his teeth, he suffered no personal harm, only temporary spiritual depletion. Struggling slightly, Lenivus laughed maniacally, "Haha, I really ought to thank you all." "Yes, I sincerely thank you. Truly, look into my eyes, I'm grateful. Had you not intervened, in just a few more months, I would have fully become the vessel for the true creator's descent. By then, my state would have been indistinguishable from death." He then recounted his efforts over the past few months to attract the authorities' attention, finally flashing an eerie grin. "I know you're stalling for time to recover, but so am I. And do you know why? Because I've prepared a dessert just for you." Lenivus sneered. At that moment, a figure in a black robe appeared before the Union Hall with alarming speed. His eyes froze upon seeing the bone sword in Lenivus's chest, and his face twisted with cold rage. He turned sharply toward the Nighthawks, his aura radiating wrath and cold cruelty. "The Aurora Order's emissary." Casimir's heart tightened. Although he still had some strength left to protect himself, he feared for his team. Resolving to do all he could to delay the emissary, Casimir stepped forward. This new arrival was none other than Mr. A, who had received Aaron's letter. Seeing the true creator's descent thwarted fueled his berserk rage, and he didn't hesitate to summon his scribe. A transparent, ethereal tome floated before him, accompanied by distant chanting. "I arrive, I witness, I record." His scribe prepared to release a wide-range, lightning strike. No. Casimir, unable to prevent it, used his nightmare ability in a desperate attempt to draw Mr. A into a dream. Yet a shepherd possessed ample means to counter a nightmare, making Casimir's effort futile. Dark clouds gathered overhead, flickering with lightning. As the Nighthawks faced imminent peril, a red suit of armor descended from the sky, landing in a kneeling position and erecting 2 barriers to deflect the incoming lightning. Seeing this, Lenivus's grin widened. Now that he was sure no ambush remained, it was time to leave this troublesome place. Meanwhile, in the guise of a clown, Klein wrote a divination statement. Lenivus's escape route. Then, leaning back, he quickly recited it, allowing himself to slip into a deep dream. End of chapter. Chapter 333, Intense Battle and Revenge. Upon seeing the armored men drop from the sky to block the Aurora Order emissary's attack, Casimir, the sword of the goddess, breathed a sigh of relief. Was this the Iron Man mentioned in the reports, the one who had killed the giant? Had he been observing from the shadows all along? Could that armor actually have stealth capabilities? Regardless of who he was, the Nighthawk certainly owed him a debt of gratitude this time. While these thoughts crossed his mind, Casimir wasted no time capitalizing on the opportunity provided by Iron Man. He immediately activated a spirit sealed in one of his teeth, unleashing a vengeful wraith. As the wraith materialized, it let out a piercing scream aimed directly at Mr. A, who had just finished his thunderous attack. Momentarily contorted in pain, Mr. A's beautiful face bore a flicker of agony. But, a seasoned combatant, he was well aware of the Nighthawk's imminent counterattack. In response, he quickly shifted to another spirit he had shepherded. His body swelled to nearly 3 meters, his skin darkened, curved, horn-like goat horns sprouted from his head, and sulfur-scented wings emerged from his back. This was the power of demonization. The moment he completed his demonic transformation, the recovering Nighthawks raised their guns in unison, unleashing a barrage of bullets in his direction. With a single sweep of his sulphurous wings, Mr. A deflected most of the bullets. The few demon hunter rounds that managed to strike him merely ricocheted off his thick, armored flesh. Glancing briefly at the still-firing Nighthawks, as well as the iron armor, whose hand seemed to be charging up some sort of powerful attack, Mr. A allowed a cold smile to spread across his demonic face and spat out a single foul-smelling word in demon tongue. Die. The Nighthawks, well informed about demonic lore from the detective Brian, widened their eyes in shock. Without hesitation, a man in his 30s with thick eyebrows pulled out 2-096, a temporary sealing artifact. This was a smooth, bone-white finger bone from a Sequence 6 fire stealer, capable of stealing another's extraordinary ability. As the finger bone bent and straightened, the thick-browed Nighthawk's face turned pale. His attempt to steal the power of the foul speech had failed, and as a side effect, the finger bone instead took away his own dark vision ability. When 2-096 failed, Loretta, wielding the sealing artifact, 1-088, bit her lip, raised her silver cross high again. The 3-meter-tall, luminous cross reappeared, casting its pure light across every corner. The foul speech of fallen power revealed visible ripples in the air as the cleansing light corroded and dissolved it. Though it seemed the foul speech would be neutralized in a mere second or two, an exhausted Loretta couldn't hold out that long. After only half a second, the black-haired woman, who still held her gun, collapsed in pain as the luminous cross flickered out. With the holy light gone, the residual corrupt power surged forth. The Nighthawks coughed violently, expelling clotted, rust-colored blood. Thanks to the light's prior weakening of the foul speech, they suffered severe injuries but managed to survive. Finally, as though unaffected by the foul speech, Iron Man completed his preparations. An orange-red vortex of radiant energy condensed in his palm, engulfing the snarling demon in a storm of light. Meanwhile, Casimir, though he hadn't coordinated with Iron Man, commanded the wraith to bind the demon's limbs and wings, rendering him immobile. Just as the storm of light was about to hit, Mr. A cancelled his demonic form and entered a state of peace and tranquility. As he changed, the spirits binding him also became calm and emotionless, their binds dissolving as they too were enveloped in tranquility. This was a power belonging to the Sequence 6 sole assurer of the sleepless path. Just before the orange-red storm of light reached him, a hazy, transparent tome appeared in front of Mr. A again as he murmured. I come, I see, I record. Boom. The blinding storm of light was blocked by an invisible barrier, but translucent ripples swiftly radiated from it, causing it to decay rapidly. A light storm with semi-divine attributes. The power of twilight. Seeing this, Mr. A quickly flipped through the transparent book again, his body shrouded in darkness as he transformed into a towering black knight armored in cold, black metal. Only his eyes, gleaming blood-red, remained visible through the armor. The Dark Knight raised his massive, obsidian greatsword, stepping forward to unleash a vicious cleave. The black blade clashed with the orange-red light storm, extinguishing both in an eruption of raw energy. The intense blast shook the ground, finally causing the red brick dock Union building nearby to crumble in a cloud of dust. The severely injured Nighthawks, safely positioned further back and shielded by a timely barrier from Iron Man, escaped harm. Casimir, sword of the goddess, then noticed that Lenivus had somehow vanished. Retrieving his discarded bone-white sword, he glanced at a nearby sewer entrance, then at the Aurora Order emissary, now a Dark Knight. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lunged at Mr. A from behind. Fresh from his clash with the twilight-infused lightstorm, Mr. A sensed a threatening presence behind him. Unable to evade in time, he braced his black knight armor against Casimir's strike. Splurt. The white-bone sword pierced Mr. A's abdomen, but Casimir was immediately knocked back a dozen meters by a brutal punch from the Dark Knight, only stopping when he collided with the building's crumbling remains. Mr. A wrenched the bone sword from his torso and discarded it, his form flickering like a dark, layered shadow. He tried to use blood magic to heal, but the wound only continued to wither and spread. Only my lord's power can fully cleanse this. Mr. A made a quick assessment. Now out of his rage-fueled frenzy, he had no reason to continue battling the Nighthawks. With this thought, Mr. A memorized the faces of every Nighthawk present, except Iron Man, before conjuring a whirlwind beneath his feet and vanishing from East Balam Dock. Iron Man considered giving chase but was halted as the Nighthawks behind him began to cough violently, as though afflicted with a severe illness. No. Not as if. They truly were sick. The affliction witch's power? Remembering what Daly had told him about the affliction which Ray, Dunn had an inkling of the situation. He activated the healing features of his iron armor to offer some basic treatment to Loretta, Borgia, and the others. Thank you. Loretta managed a weak nod, releasing her grip on her gun. Without responding, Iron Man turned to inspect the ruins of the Union building, noting that Casimir had merely passed out, with the worst of his injuries absorbed by the spirits within his teeth. Satisfied, Dunn entered the sewers. Deep within the sewers, Lenivus was doubled over, vomiting charred black organs, his remaining vital spots pierced with multiple cards. In front of him stood a figure in workman's clothes, a clown whose grin exuded twisted glee. The clown was holding a black revolver aimed directly at Lenivus's head. Between fits of vomiting, Lenivus weakly raised his head, his voice barely a whisper. Why, kill me? Without a trace of sympathy, the clown that was Klein answered. No reason. Now, please die. Consider this my sincerest confession. With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Lenivus's head shattered in a burst of ice shards. Watching the scene, Klein's shoulders shook with silent laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laugh grew unhinged, almost mournful. After a few moments, he calmed, straightened, and glanced toward the sewer's darkest corner, whispering to himself. Captain. Look, we saved Lone once again. Droplets of water silently traced down, darkening his collar. At that moment, he felt his clown potion had finally been fully digested. Meanwhile, as Dunn entered the sewers, he heard the faint echo of hysterical laughter, tinged with equal parts joy and sorrow. For reasons unknown, the laughter filled him with a peculiar sadness. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his strange emotions and hurried toward the source. There, he found Lenivus's headless corpse, the severed neck surrounded by playing cards, in a scene that reeked of dark ritualistic finality. In the dream labyrinth tower, Ebner led Roselle's group through the perilous tunnel, finally entering a great hall that mirrored a scene described in Roselle's diary. Two armored knights stood face to face, their greatswords piercing each other's chests. The diary's description hadn't conveyed the full impact, but here, it seemed this was no mere duel to the death. Perhaps, some sort of ritual. The first Baron Korg and the Knight of the Augustus family voluntarily sacrificed their lives to complete a ritual. This is really. Baron Randa never betrayed Augustus from beginning to end, and Korg seems to be the same. The Knight's loyalty. What a pity. Augustus is really not a human being. Chapter 334, Mission 1 completed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ebner examined the vast hall that he and his team had struggled so hard to reach. It spanned approximately half the size of a football field, with 2 rows of pillars on either side. One row was gold, the other silver, divided neatly by a central axis line, a distinct hallmark of the ancient Solomon Empire. Intricate engravings adorned the pillars, abstract patterns on one side and realistic depictions on the other. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these carvings formed star charts, with each constellation symbolizing a unique image. At the end of the hall, a grand mural stretched across the wall, depicting the vast cosmos, clusters of galaxies, and spiraling arms of star systems. The 2 dead knights stood near the mural, each on opposing sides of the central axis. They weren't looking at each other, instead, both had their heads turned, staring intently at a specific point in the mural. This eerie sight, combined with the fact that all valuables had been looted and even the extraordinary characteristics of the 2 knights taken, made it clear that their bodies had been left here intentionally. Ebner quickly theorized that this was more than a mere battle scene, it appeared to be part of an unfinished ritual. Given that this place had remained undisturbed for over a millennium, it seemed likely that the ritual was still ongoing. Otherwise, even a lackluster lone monarchy would not have left the loyal remains of its knights here to rot. Someone's already been here. And they left nothing behind. Does this mean I'm not the protagonist of this era? Roselle muttered disappointedly after using his archaeologist abilities to search the surroundings. But his spirits quickly returned, and he mused aloud, no, there must be other secrets here. I'll keep searching. With this resolve, he turned to Ebner, who was deep in thought, and asked with a hopeful look, so, Dr. Strange, any discoveries? Ebner snapped out of his thoughts. Deciding to complete the 6th level's first task, he cleared his throat and proceeded to recount his findings on Baron Korg, eventually gesturing to the silver-armored knight. That should be the original Baron Korg. Unfortunately, after giving his life for the lone royal family, they had someone impersonate him to cover up the truth, and later poisoned his closest friend, Baron Raimd. Just as Ebner finished, he received a message from the Dream Labyrinth Tower, indicating that Task 1 had been completed and he could leave the scene at any time. So it really was as simple as finding evidence to confirm my deductions, without needing an explanation for every step. This means that Mr. Gaston, in the Resident Evil scenario, could likely complete his Task 1 simply by uncovering evidence from either the Hive or the Mansion that pointed to Umbrella's misdeeds and making the case against them. Thinking about it like that, it doesn't seem too hard. Though, it's probably only manageable when you know the outcome and work backwards from there. After all, the distorted paths in this scenario or the monsters and weapons in Resident Evil would be hard to deal with, especially if one's powers and items are sealed beyond Sequence 7. The only reason it seems relatively easy for me is that I already know the plot, and I've got the cheat that is the pure white eye. Lost in thought, Ebner ultimately chose not to leave immediately. For one, Task 2, discovering the secrets of the mural, was literally right in front of him, so why not give it a try? Secondly, he was genuinely curious about the mural's secrets, especially how Roselle eventually managed to gather all the materials for the Black Emperor. However, Task 2 likely had an implicit time limit. Although Roselle's diary did not specify the duration it took him to solve the puzzle, given that he documented his findings on the same day as the exploration, it couldn't have taken long. I probably only have a day at most, maybe just a few hours. With this in mind, Ebner ignored Grimm and Edwards, who were fuming over the story he'd just told, and also Roselle, who was now vowing he would never treat his followers the way the Augustus family had. Ebner walked over to the mural and activated his pure white eye, beginning his analysis. In Empress Borough, inside Sodila Palace, King George III sat on the throne, crowned and with a neatly trimmed mustache, listening as an earl from the Privy Chamber, who held a secondary position in MI9, delivered his report. So, the Church of the Evernight managed to thwart the true creator's descent. George III asked calmly after the earl finished. Yes, Your Majesty. Although, technically, MI9 was the first to uncover this case, thanks to one of Lady Vera's subordinates. Unfortunately, it seems that. Enough, my earl, George interrupted. If the outcome was favorable, there's no need to trouble our loyal soldiers and spies further. Let's not pursue the matter. Sensing the king's resolute tone, the earl dared not press further. He lowered his head and replied, As you wish, Your Majesty. Once the earl had exited, George III directed his gaze northward toward the Church of the Evernight, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he thought. After this, the church is likely to support proposals for reform in the eastern borough, docks, and factory areas, addressing the people's welfare. Reform is good, especially when I'm not the one initiating it. He glanced down at the report the earl had delivered and tapped the name Vera with satisfaction, murmuring, It seems you've learned to compromise, my dear sister. In a detached house in the Bridge Borough, Dunn stepped into the living room, his hand on a metal suitcase, and saw Miss Closvia reading on the sofa. You used the power of twilight. I recall I gave you instructions when I handed over the armor. Closvia glanced at him and remarked. Yes, ma'am, I remember. This armor can only draw on the power of twilight 3 times, with each use shortening my lifespan, and the 3rd time would result in being completely consumed by twilight. Dunn's reply was firm. Is it worth it? It is, Dunn replied with certainty. As long as you won't regret it in the future. Closvia nodded without further comment. Though she wasn't part of an extraordinary team, as someone from the Church of a True God, she deeply understood the bonds and camaraderie these guardians shared. After a moment's pause, Closvia set down her book and observed, You don't look particularly happy, even after avenging yourself. No. I'm glad Lenivus is dead. I just find myself curious about the men who killed him. Dunn thought briefly, then continued, He seemed to be a fellow Avenger. So, you want to find him and recruit him to your Avengers League, Captain Ironman? Closvia teased with a smirk. No, that would serve no purpose. Dunn let out a self-deprecating chuckle and shifted the topic. Thank you, ma'am, for your help in exacting my revenge. Even though I wasn't the one to kill Lenivus personally, I'll still keep my promise. So, ma'am, what is it you need from me? Good. I like a gentleman who keeps his word. Closvia's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she continued with a playful tone. What I need you to do is simple, make Iron Man a notorious nightmare for criminals throughout Lone. What? Dunn's gray eyes widened in bewilderment, utterly confused by her intentions. Not far away, Mr. A, who had fled by flight, was forced to land due to his injuries. He dove into the shadows, intending to rendezvous with his subordinates at the nearest safe house and set up a ritual to request his lord's intervention. But luck was not on his side. No sooner had he entered a nearby district than he encountered an envoy from Intis, whose escort included a marionettist of the Hermit Order. Sensing Mr. A lurking in the shadows, the escort mistook him for an assassin, forcing Mr. A to reveal himself. Though unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle, Mr. A traded blows with the puppet master before quickly retreating. The opponent, wary of Shepard's abilities, did not pursue. Bloodied from the encounter, Mr. A slipped into another street, only to run into a mysticism magister on their way to investigate the incident at the docks. The resulting fight left Mr. A in even worse condition before he finally managed to escape. Completely spent, Mr. A sought refuge in a nearby house, intending to replenish himself. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was paralyzed by a single glance from an innocuous old man seated on the sofa. No need to worry. Your misfortune ends here, the elder said with a smile. But, since you barged into my home uninvited, I'll need a little something in return. With that, the elder reached into Mr. A's chest, extracting his soul assurer characteristic and remnants of his spirit, ignoring Mr. A's twisted expression. Consider this soul assurer characteristic in your payment. You're free to leave now. In an instant, Mr. A found himself back outside, as if everything that had happened was nothing but a dream. Not daring to linger, Mr. A fled, eventually reaching Aaron's safe house without further incident, just as the elder had promised. Inside the Dream Labyrinth Towers hall, Ebner stood before the mural, shutting down his pure white eye. He glanced at the two knights with swords driven into each other's chests, a hint of sympathy crossing his expression. So, you two served as beacons. Chapter 335, Roselle's Warnings and Rewards. After nearly an hour of deciphering, thanks to his substantial knowledge in mysticism and the analytical prowess of the pure white eye, Ebner finally unraveled the secret hidden within the mural and uncovered the true reason why the two knights were never given a proper burial by the Augustus family. It turns out that the space containing Solomon's treasure had been exiled from this world after the fall of the Black Emperor. It now drifted in the boundless cosmos, far beyond reach. This was also why the angelic Augustus family, despite being aware of the treasure's existence, was unable to access it and had to train specific knights to follow a ceremonial process. According to information conveyed by the mural, the exile of this space was likely orchestrated by a vampire duke who, using an inverse application of summoner powers, had banished it. To bring this space back, one would need the ritual swords crafted by the duke, each smeared with the blood and essence of a half-god of the Solomon lineage from the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways. Only then, by performing a particular ritual, could the treasure be located and summoned. Most crucially, even if the ritual were completed, the effect would merely be a summoning and locating. The process of the space drawing close to this world would still take an exceptionally long time. The reason the two knights' gazes never met was because they served as beacons for this world. Wherever their eyes landed on the mural was the coordinate for the current location of the treasure space. Their gaze continuously guided this space. Finally, Ebner calculated that from the point the Augustus family's two knights became beacons, it would take until 1193 for Solomon's treasure space to fully intersect with this world. And that, of course, was when Roselle transformed the Republic into an empire, declaring himself Caesar. With this, most mysteries were solved. As for why the ritual didn't require a life sacrifice, just a small amount of blood and essence, it was obvious the Augustus family had deceived their two loyal knights into willingly sacrificing themselves to keep the secret buried. But one question lingered: why would a vampire duke help the Black Emperor set up such a treasure trove? And why would the Black Emperor trust him? It was perplexing. Could they have shared a deep personal connection? Or had that vampire duke been shepherded by an angel under the true creator's command? No wonder Karen had been skeptical of Roselle's treasure hunt here from the start. He likely knew some of these secrets. Shaking off the wild conjecture, Ebner turned back to Roselle, who was watching him with anticipation. He explained his findings in detail. At first, Roselle listened intently, nodding in understanding. But then, his expression shifted, a whirlwind of anger, sorrow, fear, and excitement flashed across his face, eventually settling into a resigned smile. At the same moment, Ebner received a notification that he had completed Task 2. He was about to request a return to the reward room when he suddenly heard Roselle sigh in Chinese, "My friend, thank you. At last, I am free." Startled, Ebner turned back, only to find that Grimm, Edwards, and even the now visible Karen were frozen, expressions vacant. The space around them began to distort and crumble, as if on the verge of collapse. "Dr. Strange," Roselle's playful voice came again, "as thanks for setting me free, I can answer some questions, but you'd better be quick. My time is running out." This Roselle really was unusual. What exactly was he? A lingering spirit? A level-clearing NPC? The tower's consciousness? With these questions swirling, Ebner steadied himself, frowning as he asked, "Are you the real Roselle?" "I am Roselle, but Roselle is not me. I am only a part of him, a very small part. Ever since entering this labyrinth, my memories were sealed, leaving only fragments from my youth and young adulthood, looping endlessly in this exploration of lone. Before you, no one had ever cleared this level, so I kept losing my memory, resetting to the start. Only during the brief moment before the scene resets, when the challenger dies, do I remember everything, but I suspect even those memories aren't complete." Roselle's face was a complicated mix of emotions. "Does that mean, once a scene is cleared, it won't reset?" Ebner asked thoughtfully. "Yes, from the 6th floor onward, each scene is unique. Once cleared, it won't reappear, so future challengers don't have a guide to follow, at least, that's what I recall." Roselle nodded. "How meticulous." Ebner thought, stifling a wry smile as he quickly asked, "Is there really a blasphemy card in this tower? Is it on the 1st floor, and does it require full completion to acquire it?" "You guessed correctly, but only with maximum access permissions." Roselle paused, clutching his head, a painful expression twisting his face. Friend, because of the tower's mechanism, I can't tell you any more at this level, but I need to warn you about something. What is it? Ebner noticed that the surroundings were collapsing even faster and hurriedly pressed. From the 2nd to the 9th floors, there aren't many problems, but the 1st floor. The depths of the 1st floor hold something terrifyingly dangerous. Be cautious. Roselle's tone turned frantic as he repeated the warning. What exactly is hidden on the 1st floor? Ebner noticed that Roselle's demeanor had become erratic, and he cast a soothing spell on him while asking further. The spell had no effect. Roselle continued shouting, "Don't try to understand it. Don't go near it. Don't study it." As Roselle finished speaking, his strange emotion suddenly vanished, and he seemed normal again. Without any sign of abnormality, he explained, "I was deeply entangled with it once. Every time I recall it, I change." Squinting thoughtfully, Ebner asked, "So that's why Roselle separated you and placed you here in the tower?" "Perhaps. I really don't know." "I don't remember," Roselle replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. By now, the collapsing space had nearly reached completion, and even Roselle's spirit was fading. Before he disappeared, he added, "Maybe you'll meet others like me in the tower. If you have questions, you can continue to ask them. This is a bit of help from a fellow countryman, friend." With those final words, Roselle vanished completely. Seeing this, Ebner hesitated no more. In the final instant before the dream realm disintegrated, he returned to the room of rewards. Entering the hall lined with bookshelves, Ebner didn't immediately examine his reward but instead replayed Roselle's words in his mind, slipping into thought. Though I don't know exactly what corrupted Roselle's temperament later in life, it must have been contamination from some knowledge that's hidden from me. Roselle likely tried to cleanse himself of that influence at times he was lucid, so perhaps this thing sealed on the 1st floor that he warned me about is a part of that very contamination. So, the Dream Labyrinth Tower isn't just a vessel to house the blasphemy cards but also a test project where he separated and sealed his own corruption. It's similar to the Roselle's travels written by the Dragon of Imagination. The tower suddenly seemed much more terrifying. Fortunately, that thing is sealed on the 1st floor, and I'm still far from it. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ebner decided to set aside these troubling questions for now and turned his attention to the reward table in front of the bookshelf, taking a seat as he waited for his rewards. Since he had completed 2 tasks on the 6th floor with a perfect rating, he would receive 2 rewards. Shortly, 2 books of completely different styles appeared on the table beside him. One book was finely bound with snow-white paper, resembling a modern industrial print, while the other had an ancient design, filled with handwritten pages on parchment. Ebner picked up the finely bound book first and glanced over it, discovering that it was a biography titled The Memoirs of Stuart. Stuart. Wasn't that the name of the mysticism magister who partnered with Ms. Daly on the joint investigation team of the Storm Church? This could be about him. Or maybe it's just a common name. Curious, Ebner opened the book, finding it was about an orphan adopted by a Storm Church bishop who grew up in the church and became a priest in adulthood. Stuart had an older foster sister, the bishop's biological daughter, for whom he held a long-standing affection. This sister eventually married a deacon in the Storm Church, only to lead a discontented life because of her husband's temper. Thus, when Stuart became a Beyonder, he did not choose the sailor pathway but rather pursued the wisdom and calm of a reader. He hoped to climb the ranks to help his faith evolve its views on women, giving them more freedom and respect akin to the female followers of the Evernight Church. The reader pathway seemed to suit him well. Within only 6 months, Stuart figured out the acting method on his own, helping mandated punishers solve various Beyonder cases, building a reputation, and achieving the title of polymath by the age of 22. He then focused on studies in the Storm Church headquarters on Paso Island, applying his vast knowledge to solve various issues among church members and gaining many admirers. One day, after resolving a particularly troublesome matter for a high-ranking deacon's family, Stuart received a fragment of a potion formula, the incomplete recipe for mysticism magister. Main ingredient, the heart of an adult gemstone dragon, or the whole brain of a Sphinx lion plus. Auxiliary ingredients, 10 ordinary leaves from a Trent mentor, 80 milliliters of blood from a Sphinx lion plus. Chapter 336, The Pirate Gathering. The content of Stuart's memoirs came to an abrupt halt, leaving Ebner with a newfound understanding of what Zio had felt after reading Ellen's biography. The most valuable part of this book is definitely that mysticism magister, incomplete formula at the end. Although it only contains 1 main ingredient, 2 auxiliary ingredients, and lacks the ritual, it's still incredibly valuable. At the very least, it lets me start gathering some of the materials ahead of time. Beyond that, Stuart's actions at the polymath level provide useful insights for my own acting. I should continue to move toward solving problems with knowledge, gaining followers, and spreading the reputation of my scholarship so that more people come to me with their needs. After mentally recording the book's contents, Ebner set it aside and picked up the ancient tome written on parchment. Opening it, he saw a line of words in Intision inscribed on the inside cover, Roselle's Dream Projection Ritual. Roselle's Dream Projection Ritual. Isn't that the secret technique that Admiral of Iceberg mastered? Ebner recalled that, in the original, Edwina used this technique to teach Danitz remotely from hundreds of nautical miles away. It seems useful, not only for long-distance communication but also for teaching in the privacy of dreams. If I can master this, combining it with a spirit channeling ritual and entering people's dreams as Doctor Strange could create an effective acting opportunity. Gently stroking the pages of Roselle's Dream Projection Ritual, Ebner's mind buzzed with creative ideas, though he knew they'd need refinement. There's no rush for now. Ebner activated his pure white eye and began recording the structure and principles of the ritual within the book. Though a polymath without the ability to create or utilize true mystical techniques, his pure white eye allowed him to experience it in a preliminary way. Half an hour later, after fully recording Roselle's Dream Projection Ritual, Ebner stood up, ready to leave the Dream Labyrinth Tower. It wasn't that he lacked the motivation to continue, but he needed to reset after being in the tower for days. Secondly, the 5th level was sure to be more challenging, so he intended to wait until he learned a Sequence 5 offensive ability for maximum preparedness. And lastly, he didn't want to attend the tarot gathering while inside the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Although the tower likely couldn't block a call from the Sapphira Castle, with its depth-sealing terrifying things, it was better to avoid any direct contact with the castle just to be safe. If Mr. Fool were already a miracle invoker or even just a marionettist, Ebner wouldn't be so concerned. But currently, Mr. Fool was far too vulnerable, and any unforeseen incident could have serious consequences. Exiting the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Ebner returned to his room, washed up briefly, and slept until Monday morning, waking up refreshed. While enjoying a local breakfast, the impeccably dressed new artisan, Mr. Gaston, came to visit. After brief pleasantries, he asked curiously, "Did you pass the 6th level?" "Yes." Ebner replied through a mouthful of the island's special grilled fish. "Really?" Gaston looked surprised, but given the impressive feats this young man had achieved on the 9th, 8th, and 7th floors, it didn't seem impossible. After a pause, he asked, "Could you tell me about it?" Ebner thought briefly. Aside from Roselle's final words, the rest was mostly outdated information. So he nodded and shared his experience. Naturally, he didn't mention his foreknowledge of Roselle's exploits from the diaries, instead claiming he deduced the existence of a protagonist and unraveled clues bit by bit to track him down. After hearing the story, Gaston sighed deeply. "I see, it's the protagonist who holds the key. But with the vast scenes beyond the 6th level, finding a supposed protagonist won't be easy." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You mentioned earlier that you passed the test of a vampire viscount under Roselle. Although he must not have gone all out, I'd say your combat abilities are quite solid for a Sequence 7. Unaware of Ebner's advancement, Gaston still assumed he was a detective. "If I'm in the real world, I have quite a few Sequence 5 level abilities," Ebner replied, catching on to Gaston's implication, then asked with a smile after a sip of coffee, "It sounds like you have a job in mind that involves fighting. Your observation and deduction skills are sharp as ever." Gaston laughed self-deprecatingly before nodding. "Indeed, I do have a request." "What is it?" Ebner asked, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Not far from Demir, along a relatively hidden route, lies an island with an extinct volcano where a grand pirate gathering is soon to take place. The fleets of the 4 pirate kings and 7 pirate generals are likely to attend, and as an appraiser, I've been invited. They don't yet know I've become a machinery specialist, or artisan, and I intend to keep it that way, only discreetly informing trustworthy pirates like Admiral of the Iceberg and Admiral of Stars. A humble appraiser attracts less attention, while an artisan is a tempting target for the powerful pirate groups backed by organizations. So, back to the point, I'd like to hire you to ensure my safety during the pirate gathering. Rest assured, I'll pay a worthy reward." With that, Mr. Gaston pulled out 2 mystical items, one a brooch, the other a bracelet, both shimmering with mysterious light. This is the azure brooch. When worn, it brings the user into close harmony with the sea, sensing changes in weather and allowing underwater movement for over half an hour. The only side effect is a worsening temper, but this quickly disappears once you remove it. It'll last about 18 more months. The other is the Spirit Communion bracelet. Wearing it allows you to see natural and dead spirits in the real world and communicate with them. It also lets you easily identify their weaknesses. Its side effect is fairly mild, giving the wearer a somewhat cold aura. It'll be effective for about 2 years. You can choose one as payment, and if a battle actually breaks out during the gathering, the other item will be yours as well. Ebner covertly examined both items with his pure white eye, suppressing an inward chuckle. Neither was bad, comparable to something like Confession, and both were worth around £400 to £500. It was quite generous for 2 or 3 days' work, especially considering that Sharon's daily rate was only £300. But Ebner didn't need these powers since he could mimic them himself. The upcoming pirate gathering was likely the same one where Alger met Katlia and where Mr. Fool obtained the bone marrow crystals of the elven spring and spine of the jagged leopard. With such high-profile attendees, it was possible that some of the ingredients on the Mysticism Magister formula list might appear. Moreover, nothing major happened at the gathering in the original storyline. As long as the four kings remained peaceful, he'd be able to handle any threat, even if Admiral of Blood showed up in person. With these thoughts in mind, Ebner carefully crafted his response. I can accept this commission, but in addition to the mystical item, I have another request. What is it? Gaston's brow furrowed slightly. He thought he'd already made a generous offer. I'd like to observe next time you create a mystical item, Ebner replied with a smile. That's all. Gaston looked at him, surprised, and then nodded without hesitation. No problem. The two finalized their agreement with a certified contract, after which Mr. Gaston nudged the two mystical items toward Ebner and said, take your pick. Consider it a prepayment. Ebner chose the Spirit Communion bracelet, as it was something he could easily sell to lower sequence beyonders who lacked spiritual vision. The more funds he had before the pirate gathering, the better. In a basement room beneath St. Samuel's Cathedral, Ms. Daly had just finished venting her frustration at Sejima for not including her in the hunt for Lenivis. Picking up the report, she quickly skimmed it and then paused, her gaze lingering on an image of a man with the face of a young Robert Downey Jr. Tracing her fingers over the eyes in the portrait, she murmured with a strange tone, "Who is he?" End of chapter. Chapter 337, Setting Out and the Encounter. That's an image of a suspect. Is there something strange about it? Loretta, seated beside Daly, leaned over to glance at the image and responded. It's nothing, just that he looks familiar. Daly murmured softly, her gaze lingering. Of course he does. He looks nearly identical to the character Tony Stark from Emperor Roselle's Hero series illustrations. We suspect he's either a faceless or possesses an item with similar effects, Loretta replied with a grin. She welcomed the topic change, hoping it might lighten Daly's spirits after missing the chance to personally avenge herself. Casimir, who had been listening in, looked over and asked, are we sure this person is the one in the Iron Man suit outside the Dockworkers Union? We can't be certain. He's only a suspect because he was spotted near Black Palm Street. His distinctive appearance left a lasting impression on the witness, a loyal reader of the Hero series. Then we used spirit communication to get this image. But it's only a suspicion. We can't rule out that this man simply happens to look like a Roselle illustration. After Loretta shook her head, Casimir thought for a moment before asking, and the owner of the house Iron Man and Hulk destroyed? Did he say who he rented it to? The landlord remembers nothing at all, and I mean that literally, Loretta emphasized, implying they'd confirmed this with extraordinary means. Casimir gave a slight nod and then turned to the Nighthawk Al-Hassan. Anything from your side? Al, an attractive man in his 40s, flipped through the papers in his hand. We've identified the one who killed Lenivis as a Sequence 8 clown. He uses cards like throwing knives and has a powerful firearm that shoots bullets imbued with black flame and frost. An assessment suggests these powers come from a witch. Also, we believe that the final display of tarot cards was more akin to a ritual or symbol, suggesting that the Beyonder might belong to an organization we don't yet understand. But it could also just be a personal habit. As for whether this clown and Iron Man belong to the same organization, we can't tell yet. At this, Al paused, seemingly considering something but hesitating to continue. Go on, say what's on your mind, Casimir prodded, frowning slightly. Yes, Sir Casimir. Al straightened and gathered his thoughts. Back when I served as acting captain for Tingin's Nighthawk squad, I handled a serial killer case, and in that case, we received vital intel from someone who called himself Dr. Strange, who helped us apprehend the killer. You're suggesting this Dr. Strange and Iron Man are from the same organization? Casimir asked, evidently aware of Tingin's case files. I do wonder, after all, both of them bear names inspired by Roselle's Hero series, and both lean toward collaborating with official teams like ours. Al was interrupted by Casimir, who said, I know you all have favorable opinions of Iron Man after he saved you, as do I. If he's willing, I'd even vouch for him to join our official organization. Looking around the room, Casimir continued, but remember, as guardians, we can't let emotions cloud our judgment. No matter how harmless Iron Man may seem now, we can't afford to be careless. After all, even we ourselves carry the risk of losing control, do we not? Seeing the group acknowledge his words, Casimir sighed and spoke carefully. The lack of a clear motive in the murder of Lenivis leaves me perplexed, but both Iron Man and Clown are worth close attention. Keep investigating. Additionally, though the Aurora Order's envoy was severely injured by the Holy Sword, he's not dead. You've witnessed his strength, his final strike held the power of a demigod. The failure of their plan to bring the true Creator's descent is likely to drive him into a frenzy. Be on high alert. I'll be staying here in Backlund. Yes, Sir Casimir. the supervisors and team leaders replied seriously. Casimir then briefed them on collecting data on the factory district, East End, and the dockyard to support national reforms before adjourning. When everyone had left, Daly lingered, her fingers gently tracing the image of the suspect, her lips curling slightly as she murmured softly. A motiveless attack on Lenivas. A deliberate choice to save Nighthawks instead of pursuing the Aurora envoy. That young girl from MI9 suspects Iron Man might actually be a nightmare or soul assurer. And finally, these eyes. Closing the case file, Daly shut her eyes momentarily. When she opened them again, she felt a light breaking through the darkness of her heart as if she was finally alive once more. Goddess. I pray to you. I pray that this isn't just my foolish fantasy. Demir Port, 12 p.m. With the pirate gathering scheduled for Tuesday, even though Demir wasn't far from the volcanic island, Ebner and Mr. Gaston had to leave soon after Ebner gathered his equipment and escorted Mr. Gaston to the island's western rock platform. Time was tight because, apart from the 4 pirate kings and 7 generals, most other pirates and attendees only recently received the notice and wouldn't be able to make it if they dawdled. A precaution to prevent ambush by national navies and stronghold members of the major churches. The rock platform was the name for a natural private dock on the island's western side, where Ebner and Zio had once boarded Miss Gwyn's Erenheim to explore the cave of the abandoned island, exterminating the dragon-eyed boa, and finally encountering the lockdown ritual at the shipwreck. Speaking of Miss Gwyn, the young lady who fled from an arranged marriage in Backlund had since advanced to a Sequence 8 pugilist and gained 2 companions, making a name for herself in the waters near Demir. Ebner knew this because Mr. Gaston had hired Gwen's Erenheim for the trip to the pirate gathering. Honestly, Miss Gwyn has great character, she endures hardships alongside her crew, is generous with her share, and is well liked. Many young people on the island admire her, including students at my school. You'd probably attract quite a bit of anger if you went after her, Mr. Gaston joked as they waited. Ebner wanted to roll his eyes. All those rumors about his supposed romantic escapades were baseless, fabricated by gossip tabloids. He was entirely innocent. Besides, how had those rumors spread so far? Despite the limitations of telegraphs, his personal life seemed to travel faster than important state matters. Just as Ebner was about to defend himself, a 20-meter-long twin-masted brigantine appeared on the horizon, with the slightly taller Miss Gwyn enthusiastically waving at them. The Erenheim was still the same vintage sailing vessel but now had a ram on the prow, armor over the stern, and a row of gunports on both sides, obviously upgraded. Before the boat could lower a dinghy, Ebner used Gale to lift Mr. Gaston and glide them down to the deck of the Erenheim. "Hello, Mr. Gaston," Gwyn greeted first before turning to Ebner with a smile. "Long time no see, Detective Brian." "No, Hero Detective is more fitting. Just call me Ebner, Miss Gwyn." After exchanging pleasantries, Ebner's attention turned to the young man and woman standing behind her. More precisely, his gaze lingered on the girl, who looked even younger than Gwyn, maybe 16 or 17. It wasn't her sweet, innocent appearance that caught his attention but the feathered cap she wore, a familiar item he instantly recognized. End of chapter. Chapter 338, Lydia and Terence. The feathered hat was elegantly designed and meticulously crafted, unmistakably the work of a master artisan. Ebner recognized it instantly, as he was the one who'd arranged for Callan to gift it to his younger sister. So this lively young lady must be Callan's younger sister, the one who's barely 100 years old. Is she out here on an adventure? And does Karen know about it? Questions flashed through Ebner's mind, but he refrained from staring at the girl or revealing her identity, letting his gaze pass over her to the young man standing beside her. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17, with fair skin that looked even healthier than Miss Gwyn's. His sharp features were complemented by vivid blue hair and steel-gray eyes, which were currently studying Ebner and Gaston with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing Ebner's interest in her companions, Miss Gwyn stepped forward with a warm smile. "These are my new friends, the new shareholders of the Erenheim." Shareholders? So that explains all the ship's new armoring and cannons. Looks like you've got some well-funded backers on board. Callan's kind always has deep pockets, as long as they aren't like Emlyn, who spends it all on hobbies, they're bound to be wealthy. And this boy, with his refined demeanor and manners, clearly comes from a privileged background. But why would someone like that choose to take up life at sea? Or is he a young runaway, defying his family? As Ebner's mind wandered, the girl with the feathered hat cut in before Gwyn could finish, cheerfully approaching them with a friendly tilt of her head. "I'm Lydia. Nice to meet you both." She then reached over, tugging the boy by his arm with a mischievous grin. "This is Terence. He's kind of shy, doesn't talk much, and isn't great with people. So be nice to him, all right?" Terence immediately broke free from her grip, his face reddening. "Who are you calling shy? And stop grabbing me when you spout nonsense." They get along well, though she might be a bit overly spirited. A century-old young lady giving a hard time to a teenage boy, this looks awfully familiar. Ebner's mouth twitched at the scene, but he maintained his composure, greeting them with a smile, pleased to meet you both as well. Gwyn, slightly exasperated by her friend's antics in front of guests, put a hand to her forehead before ushering the two apart. Not long after, with the time for the tarot gathering drawing near, Ebner excused himself and left for a private cabin Gwyn had arranged for him, accompanied by the sullen Terence. Meanwhile, Mr. Gaston opted to remain on deck, admiring the ocean view. Standing at the cabin door, Terence hesitated before saying, Mr. Bryan, please don't listen to Lydia. It's not that I'm introverted or antisocial, I just don't really know how to interact with the sailors. You do care about what others think, a young man in need of validation. Could this need to prove himself be why he set out to sea alone? Without letting his musings show, Ebner replied with an understanding smile, I get it. They just aren't interested in the things you're into, right? Probably, Lydia and Miss Gwyn are the only people you can relate to on board, which would make the sailors feel even more distant, maybe even say things behind your back. How did you know? Terence's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't told anyone, not even the captain, about his discomfort around the crew. It's simple reasoning. Ebner chuckled, his voice calm. Yes, of course. You're that famous detective, aren't you? There's no way someone as skilled as you wouldn't notice. Terence murmured. There's no need to force yourself to fit in, Ebner said, aware of what a boy like Terence might endure in such an environment. Terence bit his lip, his expression obstinate as he stood in silence. Finally, he said apologetically, sorry for holding you up, Detective Bryan. He turned and made his way back to the deck. He's polite and well-mannered, even if a bit headstrong. It's probably Lydia who's been watching out for him on board, making sure he doesn't get bullied by the crew. And her playful jab at him in front of us was likely a way to nudge him to loosen up without hurting his pride. It was well done, enough to make a point without embarrassing him. Though it seems I was a part of her plan. I wonder if she wore that hat deliberately, knowing I'd recognize it. She certainly has a mind of her own. Karen might think of her as a young girl, but she's had nearly a century of experience. Watching Terence walk away, Ebner shook his head, glancing briefly at the bat concealed in the shadows before closing the cabin door and erecting a spiritual wall to secure the space. On the deck, Lydia skillfully tended the sails, her eyes lingering on the cabin door and occasionally glancing worriedly toward Terence. With the room secured, Ebner checked his watch. Still having some time, he set up an invocation ritual and summoned Silica. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Ebner thought Silica's ethereal feathers looked slightly more solid, as if upgraded from projector to AR quality. After giving her a vial of Amanda's elixir, Silica took the letter Ebner had hastily written and vanished. At exactly 3 o'clock in Backlund, faint crimson light illuminated the grand and ancient palace, revealing indistinct figures seated around a table. Justice Audrey rose and led the others in greeting, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. During this time, Ebner glanced across the table at Zio. She had once again come dressed as a noble lady, though this time in a new, elegant gown with refined jewelry. She really did look like a proper young noble now. Furs, seated beside him, probably wouldn't even recognize her. I wonder where she got that outfit. As he pondered this, Justice finished greeting everyone and then, with a poised smile, turned to the Fool and said, The simple task you assigned has been completed. She emphasized simple, hoping Mr. Fool would confirm if Lenivus's execution was indeed the work of his blessed and if the scene full of tarot cards was a symbol of their organization, something Viscount Glaint had eagerly shared with her earlier that morning. Of course, she was also curious about the Iron Man who aided the Nighthawks, was he also one of the Fool's blessed? Feigning nonchalance, Klein smiled back and said, I am already aware. After a pause, he added with a sigh, in times like these, in a city like Backlund, in places like the East End, the dockyards, and factory districts, it's all fertile ground for the descent of an evil god. What? The hanged man, Alger, was startled, momentarily doubting his hearing. How did a simple mission end up being about the grounds for an evil god's descent? Could it be that the simple task masked a deeper purpose, perhaps an unspoken contest between deities? The hanged man quickly suppressed his urge to question further, deciding to first check in with Storm's church for any recent major events in Backlund. Meanwhile, under Klein's direction, the world chimed in with details of the grim lives of East End's impoverished, leaving Audrey visibly shaken. She was unable to maintain her spectator facade, her face pale with sympathy and shock. When she regained her composure, she resolved to do everything in her power to help influence her father toward reform. As the Fool and the world held their theatrical discussion, Ebner, who knew Klein's intentions well, quietly reflected, an evil god's breeding ground, indeed, but, Mr. Fool, you're effectively assisting King George III with this. He had considered speaking up but refrained, if these reforms could help those in need, perhaps he shouldn't interfere. Besides, these social changes are practically inevitable, a masterful maneuver by George III, or rather, Adam. Thank you, Mr. Fool, for saving Backlund. And thank you, Mr. World, for opening my eyes to many things I hadn't known. Audrey's expression was earnest as she thanked the two gentlemen sitting at the ends of the grand table. Saving Backlund. Just what had happened. The hanged man Alger frowned as he glanced around, noting that the tower and judgment were unfazed. It seemed they already knew. Am I the only one here, aside from the son, who has no idea? Alger thought with a wry smile. Zio then interjected, I've heard that during the thwarting of this evil god's descent, an envoy of the Aurora Order managed to escape Sir Sesamir's pursuit. Given their nature, it's highly likely they'll seek revenge in the coming days. If any of you reside in Backlund, be extra cautious. So there really was an attempt at a godly descent, and it was the true creator, was it? Mr. Fool's task was aimed at the true creator, then. No wonder. I thought it strange that someone as grand as Mr. Fool would pay attention to an insignificant conman like Lenivus. It appears that the Fool and the true creator are archenemies. Thinking this, Alger glanced at Judgment, noting her familiarity with the details. She must be an official beyonder, he speculated, likely from either the Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, or MI9. And her close relationship with Mr. Tower, just what kind of connections do they both have? End of chapter. Chapter 339, New Diary Entry. I once speculated that the Tower might be part of either the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, but based on repeated observations, that seems unlikely. His actions appear unrestrained, even when it comes to major incidents like the assassination of an ambassador. Sure, this confidence partly stems from his considerable strength, but it also shows he doesn't care if his actions implicate his organization, or perhaps he believes his organization would unconditionally back him in such situations. In summary, he must either hold an exceptional position within an official group or belong to a relatively loose organization. Well, Mr. Tower is always careful, and the only time he slipped up at the Tarot Club was when he recounted his role in apprehending the serial killer in Tingen. Unfortunately, though the sea isn't exactly isolated, information doesn't reach here swiftly. I'd gone to great lengths to make inquiries, but I still haven't received a clear response. And although telegraph companies often send trivial celebrity gossip and other entertainment news, information on urgent matters usually takes a week or two longer than it does on the mainland. Thinking this, the hanged man Alger sighed, though he understood why telegraph companies prioritized such information, there are plenty of people willing to pay a high price for it. Elsewhere, Klein found himself both gratified and wary of Justice's thanks and Judgment's reminder. He felt a degree of satisfaction, knowing he might have indirectly prompted a reform that could bring some light to people like Old Kohler. But he also felt a twinge of unease, aware that with his yellow-black monarch level of luck, it wouldn't be impossible to encounter a vengeful Aurora Order envoy. Oh well, it's not like I can top up my luck meter. Klein chuckled inwardly, deciding not to dwell on it as he turned his gaze to the hanged man and the tower. Alger quickly took the hint and materialized the final page of Roselle's diary that he'd promised. Ebner, after a moment of consideration, materialized 3 pages of the diary. These 3 pages were collected by Fanny's grandfather, Mr. Surrey. Thanks to the restoration of memories through the pure white eye atop the Sapphira Castle, Ebner now knew that the thing Roselle mentioned, sealed on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower's 6th level, was likely contamination from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Although Roselle had assured him the 2nd through 9th floors were safe, and that he had Lilith's guarantee as a backup, Ebner thought it wise to take an extra precaution for the remaining floors. That precaution, naturally, was Mr. Fool, so Ebner resolved to accumulate enough contributions to secure the protection of the Sapphira Castle. Of course, he trusted that even without these contributions, Mr. Fool wouldn't abandon him, but Ebner felt it best to adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange on the surface, sparing Mr. Fool the effort of maintaining his persona. With this in mind, Ebner chose 3 diary pages from Mr. Surrey's collection, 1 valuable, 1 redundant, and 1 full of Roselle's complaints. Oddly, the redundant page happened to be one of the diary pages Klein had received after past tarot meetings, so it held some value as a duplicate. Klein took the 4 pages into the Sapphira Castle without reading them immediately. Instead, he turned to Ebner and asked, "What would you like in return?" "I'd like the complete recipe for the Mysticism Magister, or the Heart of an Adult Gem Dragon." "But you wouldn't have those." Suppressing his disappointment, Ebner said cautiously, "I'd like to accumulate contributions for now. I'm exploring a secret, peculiar place where I may encounter higher-level threats. If necessary, I'd like to request your protection." At his words, Zio cast a concerned glance in his direction. She was aware Ebner was venturing through the Dream Labyrinth Tower, but until now, she hadn't thought much of it. After all, Ebner had breezed through the 9th, 8th, and 7th floors with minimal trouble. But his tone now suggested the later levels of the tower held a hidden danger, something dire enough to require Mr. Fool's protection. Having once suffered contamination from a high-ranking entity herself, Zio couldn't help but feel concern for a friend. Klein noticed the Judgment lady's gaze and had a sudden realization. Miss Judgment seemed to know about the secret, peculiar place Ebner had mentioned. I remember divining that the two of them were adventuring in an Inception-like setting where they indirectly interrupted Triss's incitement scheme, so it might be there. And if I recall correctly, I sensed a terrifying aura at the end of that divination. I wonder if that and the black spots that once marked Zio's spirit are equally perilous. Possibly so. With Mr. Tower's wisdom, he likely has a thorough understanding of this threat and believes the fool can resolve it, or he wouldn't have asked. No point overthinking it, I'll just do my best to help him if the time comes. If it's beyond my control, then so be it. Besides, Mr. Tower likely has other contingencies beyond myself as the fool. With his hands clasped, Klein responded casually, agreed. The other tarot members, curious about the place Ebner had mentioned, each had differing thoughts. Miss Justice felt a touch of envy, as she yearned for similar adventures. The hanged man, on the other hand, envied Mr. Tower's treatment. Divine protection. What an honor. If I were to request something similar from the fool, would he grant me the same privilege as the Tower? Alger wondered uncertainly. The son, Derek, listened intently, though he was still quite puzzled. To him, nearly everywhere surrounding the City of Silver was strange and perilous. In fact, even within the city walls, danger lurked. At the head of the table, after responding to the Tower's request, Klein finally picked up the page from The Hanged Man, glancing at it absent-mindedly, before his eyes widened. January 16th, the taste of a witch is indeed something else. Emperor. I underestimated you, you actually went through with it. I remember in a previous diary entry, you seemed rather hesitant when a witch offered herself. That was only one day ago on January 15th, wasn't it? You really went from reluctance to indulgence overnight. Classic Roselle. And to think that you didn't mind her past identity or the experiences she'd gone through as a witch. Klein's mouth twitched as he struggled to keep his expression neutral. Suppressing the urge to sigh, he continued reading the rest of the page, which, thankfully, held quite a bit of substance. Besides outlining the aggregation effect of beyonder characteristics, Roselle mentioned disguising a sealed card as a bookmark hidden within a valuable book. Emperor, couldn't you at least specify which book? And you still had the nerve to criticize diviners for being cryptic. Klein inwardly lamented, setting aside his disappointment as he picked up the first of the 3 diary pages provided by Mr. Tower. He hadn't expected much but was immediately captivated by the first line. Resurrection itself is a miracle. Reading Zeridal's words to Roselle, Klein was reminded of his own 2 resurrections. As the leader of the secret order, Zeridal held the sequence 2 position of miracle invoker in the seer pathway. So, resurrection is part of a miracle invoker's abilities. In that case, my resurrections must have been due to the miraculous power of this mysterious space above the grey fog. And considering the Antigonus notebook, the messenger puppet from the Cheney skate, and the Rosego attack, all alongside the recently mentioned aggregation effect of beyonder characteristics. Perhaps this space is indeed deeply tied to the seer pathway and corresponds to a sequence-level sealed artifact. Or even the divine kingdom left by a sequence 0 beyonder from this pathway. Is this why Mr. Tower has never doubted my title of the fool? Thoughts bubbling in his mind, Klein suppressed his growing unease and opened the second diary page from Mr. Tower. November 25th, the last angel hidden within the Sauron family attempted to assassinate me in front of White Maple Palace on the eve of my inauguration as governor. Just as I suspected, his mental state was deteriorating badly. He's completely mad, or he would have sensed my preparations. Hard to imagine an angel in the hunter pathway, an expert in conspiracy, so easily falling into a trap. A madman like him can't be understood by common sense. Still, he probably never imagined that a double-crossing sealed artifact from the Sauron family would warn me, allowing me to prepare by hiding an angel from the Church of Steam in ambush and using a wish from the genie's lamp to become the civilization enlightener for one day. It's strange, though, why would a sealed artifact formed by the Conqueror characteristics possess a dream-related ability? Could it be that it operates through people it lures into its control? In any case, the Sauron family's angel was slain in the astral world, thanks to our joint effort. That sealed artifact, with its Conqueror characteristics, played a significant role in my rise to power. Though I've never truly seen it, I might consider granting it freedom. If it isn't something excessively corrupting. End of chapter. Chapter 340, The Daily Amusement at the Tarot Club. Another reference to that, grade 0 sealed artifact. What kind of grudge did it have against the Sauron family, to engineer their downfall through such elaborate plots, until a once angelic family lay in ruin, and Roselle swooped in to benefit? Well, it wasn't all its doing, the Sauron family was already declining on its own. And what's this genie's lamp? Civilization Enlightener, that name sounds like a high-sequence title within the knowledge pathway. To kill an angel, even if they were mad, you'd still need to reach sequence 2 at the very least, or perhaps even sequence 1. An artifact capable of elevating someone to sequence 2 or sequence 1, even just for a day, is terrifying. It seems even more fearsome than 0-08. With this unsettling thought, Klein reached for the third diary page from the tower. This one contained mundane gripes from Roselle about bad food, inconvenient living conditions, and limited entertainment, until he got to the final paragraph. April 1st, a day for fooling others. Today I invented the world's first flush toilet, finishing it with a layer of gold leaf on the exterior and decorative carvings to disguise its true purpose. I then invited my family and friends to come to admire it. Some thought it was a hand-washing basin, others believed it to be for washing their feet. And that fool Florent even considered drinking from it. Ha 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 ha, I can only imagine the look on their faces when I finally bring this to market. This was the happiest April Fools I've had since my arrival here, though no one else knows of the day's significance. Well, I did secretly share it with my little princess, Bernadette. Then she sternly scolded me, in her serious little voice, telling me it was wrong to trick others. My little princess, your father knows it's wrong. But it makes him happy. Holding the parchment, Klein had so many thoughts that he didn't know where to start, so he simply adjusted his posture and managed to keep the other tarot members from noticing his shoulders subtly shaking with laughter. Naturally, Mr. Tower was the exception. Ebner knew the exact moment Klein had finished reading and was likely struggling to suppress his amusement. In all honesty, when he'd first read that diary page, Ebner had also been speechless, firmly convinced that Roselle would have been perfect for the hunter pathway. If he had chosen Red Priest, instead of forcing himself to jump sequences, it might have been enough to resolve the pollution from the outer deities. After all, if the forces from Bansi are any indication, the Red Priest seems to be just as corrupted by the power of the City of Calamity. Then pollution versus pollution might yield a positive result. Alright, maybe that's just a joke, but Ebner did ponder the connection between the concept of pollution and the unusual properties of the Sauron family's sealed artifact, theorizing that it might also be contaminated by the power of a certain essence, which could explain why it came to life and began using dream-based abilities. It's even possible the Sauron family's angel's madness was somehow related. While lost in thought, Ebner suddenly heard Mr. Fool's voice, saying with a slight smile, "You are free to communicate among yourselves." Klein had managed to settle himself and allowed the parchment in his hand to disintegrate. The moment Klein spoke, Derek the Sun raised his hand, saying, "Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you provided surpassed my expectations. I've already saved enough contributions to exchange for the necessary materials and ascend to Sequence 8. In the next 2 days, I'll hire help with the remaining contributions to retrieve the real root and sap of the misted Trent. Oh, and I've obtained the bloodthirsty grass for you, which I can give to you after today's meeting." He provided a detailed report, anxious to avoid any doubts about his trustworthiness. Of course, Derek was entirely sincere. Though the axe hadn't perfectly matched his expectations for a Beyonder weapon, it was immensely powerful and quickly became one of his favorites. In Silver City, power alone was enough to earn admiration. The pressing darkness and monsters in the depths had forced each generation to live by that rule. The potency of the storm axe had drawn interest from others, such as Ms. Antilina, who had once traded the 1,000 skills illusion crystal for the wolf armor. She wanted to acquire the storm axe for her husband Dolores, but Derek, now the proud owner of a weapon he loved, wouldn't part with it. Fortunately, Silver City's culture was straightforward, with no infighting, so despite her disappointment, Ms. Antilina didn't pester him or attempt to forcibly acquire it. Returning to the topic at hand, after listening to Derek, World, through Klein's control, nodded slightly and said, "Good." Then he looked around and asked in his raspy voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have leads on the marrow of the shadow leopard and the mistletoe crystal from the elf fountain?" With no success at the abandoned hospital's Beyonder gathering, Audrey, Miss Justice, shook her head, while Alger the hangman considered for a few seconds and mentioned the upcoming pirate conference. He believed there was a high chance that both the shadow leopard's marrow and the elf fountain's mistletoe crystal might appear at the event, but he wanted to know what World could offer in return. Klein hesitated for a moment. With Justice's monthly contribution in pounds, minus the £1,000 given to his bodyguard and the £600 for confession, he still had £1,400, though after his additional investment in inventor Raphael's bicycles today, he had spent another £200, leaving him with £1,200. That amount could be enough for the materials if they sold at standard prices, but for rare items like these, they usually came with a markup. Adding in the hanged man's brokerage fee, it might not be enough. After some thought, Klein first tempted Alger with a partial formula for Unshadowed, which he divined from the eternal blazing Sunday. With Mr. Tower's input on the extent of the all-knowing and all-powerful domain, the hangman was aware of his potential path to the Darkless One. Yet, he still had no need for it, as his focus remained firmly on the catastrophe priest. Seeing his determined attitude, Klein offered him knowledge of a Sequence 0 instead. In the last tarot meeting, Mr. Tower had shared information about the Black Emperor and Sequence 0, but that had been limited to a private conversation with Justice. Ms. Judgment might have heard about it afterward, but the hangman definitely hadn't. To avoid raising suspicion from Justice and Tower, Klein temporarily shielded the other members, only leaving Fool as a witness to certify the exchange between World's knowledge and the materials. Ebner, watching hangman Alger slowly fall into Klein's rhythm, amused himself by recalling random topics to distract himself and hide his own amusement, lest Klein notice something odd. Half a minute later, after reading the new piece of parchment that had mysteriously appeared, Alger stared in shock and muttered, his disbelief turning into delight. I see. I understand now. I understand what it meant. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back in his seat as if nothing had happened. If he thinks it was worth it, then it really was worth it. Ebner cast a glance his way, thinking to himself. Whatever the secret was, it had to be incredible. Alger's reaction was uncharacteristically candid. Across from him, Audrey cast a wistful look Alger's way, then turned her gaze diagonally toward Derek, asking. Mr. Sun, I remember you mentioned that Silver City has the Sequence 9, Sequence 8, and Sequence 7 formulas for the Dragon Pathway. Yes. Derek nodded earnestly. The Sequence 7 formula is called Psyche Analyst. What would I need to do to obtain them? Audrey asked demurely. The Sequence 7 formula of the Sun Pathway, Derek replied without hesitation. Justice Audrey nodded slightly. I'll do my best to collect it. At this moment, Judgment Zio suddenly spoke up, I have the formula for Solar High Priest. She'd obtained it from an Intis spy during an interrogation in the MI9 dungeon. The benefits of such work, combined with the motivation from Ebner's advancement to Sequence 6, kept her working down there, despite the irritating nickname she'd acquired. Ebner had been wondering whether to sell the formula so soon, but seeing Zio take the initiative, he decided to let her proceed. After all, he couldn't very well compete with his best friend. Besides, while MI9 could provide Zio with the judge formula, she'd still need to procure the potion's ingredients herself, so her funds were likely running low. At Zio's words, both Audrey and Derek's eyes brightened, and they spoke in unison. Miss Judgment, what would you like in return? Chapter 341, Transactions and Conversations. 800 pounds, Zio replied, looking directly at Miss Justice. After all, the Sun didn't have access to the Northern Continent's common currency. Derek didn't mind this arrangement. He knew Justice would ultimately need to exchange this formula with him for the psychiatrist formula anyway. 800 pounds, while I'm a bit short at the moment, I can scrape that together easily enough. And with New Year's coming up in a few months, I'll officially come of age and have much more financial freedom. Looking forward to the brighter days ahead, Audrey answered in a cheerful tone, no problem at all. I'll send the money right after the gathering ends. Zio, imitating Audrey's usual demeanor, nodded demurely, then, with Mr. Fool's assistance, manifested pen and paper to transcribe the Solar Priest formula. Main ingredients, 1 red comb from a dawn rooster, 1 fruit from a shining covenant tree. Auxiliary ingredients. Miss Justice accepted the formula and studied it carefully to ensure she'd memorized it. She then smiled and turned to son Derek, saying, I look forward to receiving the psychiatrist formula. Derek nodded, replying earnestly, I'll do my best to get it for you soon. With their business settled, Judgment Zio raised her hand again and asked, I need the golden feather of Gondola. Does anyone have any leads or connections for this? Thanks to her contributions to the Intis spy case and other recent operations, Vera had rewarded Zio with the Sequence 6 judge formula. Though a bit unorthodox given Zio's relatively short tenure, Vera's influence allowed her to grant such rewards without facing much resistance. Given that Zio wasn't really an outsider, those in the know chose to overlook it. But while she now had the formula, she still needed to gather the main ingredients herself. Unlike the formula, ingredients weren't in endless supply, and the military had a long list of deserving members in line for such resources. Even with Vera's support, Zio would have to find them elsewhere. Of the 2 main ingredients, Zio already had a lead on the main eye of a golden magic worm, though she was still short on funds. Even with the upcoming 800 pounds, she'd still fall short. Looks like I might have to borrow a bit from Furs and Ebner, or ask Vera for an advance on next month's pay. While mentally tallying her options, Zio's thoughts were interrupted by Alger, the hanged man, who spoke first. I'll keep an eye out for it at the Pirate Congress, but if the price is high, I won't buy it on your behalf. At most, I'll get you the seller's details. From the materials Zio requested, Alger had deduced that she was likely on the Arbiter pathway and probably a member of MI9, which aligned with her noble lady persona. Alger knew that many aristocratic offspring served there. That will do. If you can bring back definite information, I'll be happy to compensate you. Zio replied with poise. With the exchanges concluded, Klein considered enlisting Alger's help in acquiring a relatively safe Sun Pathway mystical item at the Pirate Congress in exchange for his knowledge. However, after hearing Alger's reply to Judgment, he realized Alger was likely spending a substantial amount on the 2 ingredients and didn't have the capacity for more. So, he reluctantly set the thought aside. As the free exchange segment began, Alger, the hanged man, spoke up. Admiral Hurricane Kalinga's fleet has been subdued, and a new pirate admiral has emerged. She's a woman, formerly known as Maiden of Affliction, but after proving herself, she renamed Kalinga's ship the Black Death, earning the title Admiral of Affliction. The number of pirate admirals has once again reached 7. Miss Justice, intrigued by all things related to the pirate admirals, smiled as she commented, so 4 out of the 7 admirals are now women. They're truly formidable, it's inspiring. Meanwhile, Ebner was thinking off to the side, does that mean there's now another volume in Gehrman's adventures with female pirates? No, Miss Justice, pirates are still pirates, and they're hardly as romantic as they sound. Even though Admiral Star, Admiral Iceberg, and Admiral Pale have good reputations, there's no telling what they're really like, Alger remarked, dousing her admiration in cold water. Satisfied as he saw Miss Justice thoughtfully nod in agreement, he continued. The Admiral of Affliction has mainly operated solo, specializing in curses, black fire, and frost. Anyone who opposes her inevitably falls ill with a variety of diseases. No one knows her exact pathway, but she's believed to be at sequence 5. Hearing this, Ebner added with a smile, it sounds like she's a witch. You may recall I once tracked a witch of pain, who can also be called a demoness of affliction since her abilities spread illness within a set radius. At first, those infected might only suffer from mild allergies, fever, or cough, but within 20 or 30 seconds, their conditions escalate to severe pneumonia or worse. Every witch is skilled with black flame and frost. Klein, seated at the head of the table, nodded as he listened, having made a similar deduction. Watching Mr. Tower casually share his insights, he couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Tower seems to know a lot about witches, always tangling with them, even using a weapon crafted by a witch. Could he have, like Roselle, personally investigated one? Unaware that Klein was quietly speculating about him, Ebner would have happily drawn a witch-themed gift basket in return, as if to say, you've encountered plenty of witches yourself, Mr. Fool. So, the pain in pain witch's name refers to the torment of disease. Alger, the hanged man, mused aloud thoughtfully. Actually, it could also mean ruining happiness and gaining pain, but that's part of the witch's acting method, and there's no need to spread that around. Ebner kept his thoughts to himself. Thank you both, Mr. Hangman and Mr. Tower. Audrey expressed her gratitude, then continued, a serial murder case recently occurred in Backlund, with 11 victims so far. One has been confirmed to be a copycat, but the original murders targeted women who previously worked as streetwalkers but now have legitimate jobs. The killer has been eviscerating them and removing all their internal organs. That sounds demonic, related to a cult, perhaps. The blood worshippers. Or maybe an associate of the serial killer from Tingen, killing people to obtain one of those blasphemy card rewards Mr. Tower once mentioned. Alger instantly speculated. I think so too, Audrey agreed, glancing at Mr. Tower. After a moment's consideration, Ebner replied, the killer may indeed have been drawn to Backlund by the blasphemy card, but his motive for the murders isn't what you think. Then what is it? Audrey asked, perplexed. Before he could answer, Derek the Sun blurted out, it's for the ritual to advance to sequence 5. He knows. Well, considering that before the cataclysm, and especially in the second epoch, demons were a scourge on the world, despised by giants and dragons alike, it's natural for Silver City to have records on them. Their history was never hidden, rewritten, or broken. Klein pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at the sun and then at the tower in judgment. From what they'd discussed in the past, it was clear they, too, were well-versed in demonology. But why wouldn't Ms. Judgment, as an official MI9 agent, simply arrest him? She's got a strong sense of justice. And as Mr. Tower, a student of Detective Stanton, he hasn't shown any intention of helping his mentor with the case either. There must be a reason I'm unaware of. On the other side of the table, Derek proceeded to explain the ritual in detail, ending with, the minimum number of victims needed is 13, and the maximum is 49. The more complete the ritual, the greater the chance of advancement. The interval between killings must be at least 3 days to avoid losing control, but it can't exceed 9 days, or the ritual resets. Horrifying. Audrey muttered, genuine fear in her voice. The sooner he's caught, the better. Zio, seated beside her, sighed and remarked, it's not so simple. Catching a devil depends entirely on luck. Bait and traps are useless. Why? Audrey turned to the usually quiet member with a curious gaze. Devils can sense and perceive anyone harboring ill intent toward them, so they can always avoid official ambushes. This was something Zio had learned from Ebner and later confirmed in MI9's files. Yes, different devils may have different types of premonitions, but they can all detect where the danger lies and who poses it, allowing them to kill or retaliate in advance. Derek echoed Zio's explanation with a textbook-like cadence. That's a terrifying skill, but it's more like a hunch that only warns them of threats, unlike the combat sense instinct of a clown. It reminds me of the premonition abilities in fantasy novels from my past life. I wonder if, with the unique protection of this mystical gray fog, I could interfere with or even block this intuition. Klein leaned back in his chair, mentally weighing the idea. How could he be caught, then? are we to wait until he completes the ritual and stops killing? Audrey winced, even imagining the outcome felt too horrific. In truth, Ebner didn't have a foolproof solution either, otherwise, he'd have shared it with his mentor already. In fact, he had taken to the streets at night since advancing to Polymath, hoping to stumble upon the demon hound, though with no success. Zaya was in the same situation. Although she was only an interrogator, Vera allowed her to carry a grade 2 sealed artifact on patrol, so she was confident she wouldn't lose a fight with the demon. With no further ideas, the topic drifted to an end. Then, when Sun asked about a discovery Silver City had made during their last exploration, a naked man nailed upside down on a cross, he received a reply from the fool himself, the fallen creator. Upon hearing this, Derek was reminded of Elder Lovia and grew anxious for Silver City's safety. After all, in a past tarot meeting, he'd learned that the fallen creator was another name for the true creator and wielded control over the shepherd pathway. At that moment, having gauged his remaining spirit energy, Klein used World to ask one final question. Has anyone heard of the genie's lamp? Chapter 342, The Wishing Lamp. Klein had the World ask about the wishing lamp partly because its name resembled an item from a fairy tale he'd read in his past life. While it was possible that Roselle named it, there was also a chance the item itself might have crossed over into this world, just like he had. Furthermore, from the story of Roselle wishing to become an angel for a day, Klein had discerned the immense power of this mystical item. In his heart, he harbored a glimmer of hope, wondering if it could truly grant any wish, such as reviving a certain someone or perhaps sending him home. Meanwhile, Ebner, having anticipated Klein's question, was prepared. He scanned the other members of the Tarot Club and began. The wishing lamp is a sealed artifact combining the traits of a miracle invoker with an unknown source of mystical power. It likely originates from the first epoch and, though it has never been held by the 7 major churches, it has an official, level 0 sealed artifact designation. It is 0-05. A miracle invoker. Another miracle invoker. And the name wishing lamp, could it be that miracle invokers create miracles through granting wishes? As his thoughts raced, Klein recalled the phrase in Zeradal's journal, resurrection is a miracle, prompting him to speculate, perhaps a miracle invoker's ability allows them to fulfill others' wishes in the name of miracles, with resurrection being merely one among many possibilities. Could it be that my prior resurrections were made possible by tapping into this power, into these miracles? This grey fog is indeed deeply connected to the seer pathway. If the fortune ritual I performed before crossing over led me here, then perhaps this place is one of the reasons I ended up in this world. Could it be that I made a wish unknowingly, one that connected me to it? If I eventually advance to Miracle Invoker, or if I further master this space, could I wish myself back home? Klein made an effort to rein in his excitement, ensuring the fool didn't reveal any suspicious reactions. At the same time, he grew increasingly wary of Zeradal, the leader of the Secret Order, a powerful being on the seer pathway who had long since reached Sequence 2 as a Miracle Invoker. Certain events and mysteries seemed likely to trace back to his shadow. More importantly, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence meant that Klein himself, bound to the grey fog, might inevitably encounter Zeradal one day. While Klein's mind whirled with thoughts, Justice, Audrey, asked with a touch of curiosity, a miracle invoker. Which pathway and sequence is this? Audrey didn't expect Mr. Tower to reveal the information freely, as it likely pertained to high-level knowledge. So, she turned expectantly toward Mr. Fool, hoping this esteemed being would indulge her curiosity. This is one I can answer. Klein, perceptive as ever, picked up on Justice's unspoken question. He tapped his finger lightly against the table's ancient edge and responded with a faint smile. The Miracle Invoker is Sequence 2 of the Seer Pathway. As for the Wishing Lamp, it has abilities far more interesting than that of an ordinary Miracle Invoker. For instance, it can grant the wisher temporary angelhood. This last part was Klein's educated guess, based on the contents of Roselle's journal, and he felt confident about it. Had miracle invokers been able to make anyone an angel for a day, Roselle wouldn't have chosen to use the wishing lamp but would have approached Zeradal. Being a level 0 sealed artifact, the lamp undoubtedly came with formidable side effects. Of course, even if this was incorrect, it would be of little consequence. After all, the wishing lamp could indeed grant someone angelhood for a day. Why it was interesting was open to personal interpretation. It was hardly the fool's concern to clarify. The ability to wish to become an angel. Justice, the Hanged Man, Sun, Judgment, all four turned in astonishment to gaze at the mysterious figure at the head of the table, their eyes brimming with disbelief. This defied all their knowledge of mysticism and the potion system. A second later, the world also looked up in surprise and murmured, so the rumors were true. What sort of rumor? Justice asked, her curiosity regarding the wishing lamp now almost impossible to restrain. World, would you be willing to share? I'm willing to pay any price you find satisfactory. There's no need, the information I have is limited and not particularly valuable. World hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and, in a raspy voice, continued, since receiving the task from Mr. Fool to investigate the Sauron family, I've made some discoveries. One of them was that Roselle personally killed the last hidden angel of the Sauron family. At that time, Roselle was not yet an angel, he used the wishing lamp to become the civilization enlightener for a day. I had doubts about the veracity of this rumor, which is why I sought more information on the wishing lamp. He then glanced at Ebner and, respectfully looking up toward Mr. Fool, asked with apparent curiosity, can this sealed artifact really grant any wish? Are there no restrictions? Once more, everyone's attention shifted back to the figure at the head of the table. The powerful, enigmatic being merely smiled and said, some matters are not for you to know at this time. Mr. Fool, you play this game well. Prompting the world to make this statement helps to show he's truly carrying out the fool's tasks, much like the duel role scene you crafted during the last tarot gathering to dispel suspicion. But your last statement actually hit the mark, the wishing lamp is indeed not something they should know too much about right now. After all, although sealed within the lamp, it's still an outer deity in essence. And based on Zio's encounter in Eastchester County, it seems the uncertain mist has already begun to manifest. Simply learning of the lamp's existence could draw it toward us. Is Mr. Fool forcefully changing the topic? Is it because he's running low on spiritual energy, or could it be that his intuitive senses have detected something, leading him to instinctively act, much like he did when he first encountered Magos and refrained from activating spirit vision? Contemplating these questions, Ebner merely added, specifics aren't clear, but wishes granted by the wishing lamp tend to be realized in a profoundly twisted manner or come with terrifying consequences, as his response to World. This answer didn't surprise the tarot members, given that they were all aware that sealed artifacts represented extreme danger. Even Justice wasn't naive enough to believe that wishing would come without a cost. However, reflecting on Mr. Fool's words, both Hangman and Justice concluded that the lamp likely held an even deeper secret and was far more than simply a Sequence 2 artifact. A lamp that grants any wish, like something straight out of a fairy tale, too bad I'm not qualified to know its secrets. Justice's exquisite face, hidden behind the grey fog, was tinged with both yearning and disappointment. Perhaps 0-05 involves conflicts at the level of true deities. The hangman mused, deciding to look into any church documents about this sealed artifact once he returned to Byam. The wishing lamp. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Judgment, Zio, gave Ebner a thoughtful look, suspecting that his final statement might not be entirely truthful, he probably knew a lot more about the lamp. However, she didn't plan to ask further, if Ebner hadn't shared here, he must have had his reasons. Besides, Mr. Fool said it wasn't knowledge I'm supposed to have right now. Sun, meanwhile, was content simply to memorize the information. As everyone drifted into contemplation, they were suddenly brought back to the present by the sound of a soft tap on the table. Shrouded in the thick grey fog, Klein hid his exhaustion as he spoke with a gentle smile. This gathering will end here. Your will is our wish. Justice rose immediately, lifting her dress in a respectful curtsy, and the hanged men, Tower, Sun, Judgment, and World each responded in kind. Klein waved a hand, severing their connections, watching quietly as Justice, Tower, and the other indistinct figures dissolved into light. Once World, too, had bowed and reverted into an all-black eye, Klein sat in contemplation for a while before removing the pendulum at his cuff. He intoned, inquiring about the wishing lamp's knowledge is dangerous. After silently repeating this phrase 7 times, Klein opened his eyes to find the yellow crystal pendant utterly still. A failed divination. Klein's brow furrowed. This had happened before, and it was an indication that either preconditions were insufficient or that the matter involved a true deity. The wishing lamp is of the essence of a true deity. Chapter 343, Letters. Backlund, Westboro, Phillips Department Store. This is the most prestigious department store in the Lone Kingdom, accessible only to nobles and affluent individuals with membership status. Luxurious carriages bearing various family crests are always parked outside, as this place not only serves as a shopping paradise but also a renowned social venue due to its strict entry policy. At the moment, Zio was in one of the fitting rooms, having easily convinced both the attendant and the store manager to lend it to her. She removed her wig and elevator shoes, neatly repacking a high-end dress. Although she really liked this particular dress, she wasn't willing to spend so much money on it, especially since it was just for her persona in the tarot club. If she started wearing it in her daily life, she might be recognized by Miss Audrey. That would certainly be awkward, or maybe just awkward for her. Zio thought with a slight smile, echoing Ebner's logic. With the £800 Miss Justice had just transferred to her via Mr. Fool securely stashed away, Zio returned to MI9 headquarters on Bellet Street No. 9 and entered Lady Vera's office. Lady Vera, whose features radiated a strikingly heroic charm, casually gestured toward the chair in front of her desk, inviting Zio to sit before saying, "I have a task for you." "Please go ahead." Zio immediately straightened up, automatically assuming her bounty hunter mindset, prepared to assess any potential risks. "No need to be so tense." This is a personal request, Vera said, pulling out a file and handing it to Zio. I'd like you to investigate the whereabouts of this particular item. But if you uncover any leads, do not engage it directly, report back to me at once. She added with a slight smile, it's a long-term assignment, so no rush. An investigation about an item. Zio relaxed, letting out a small breath. Then she opened the file and saw something that instantly shocked and surprised her, the words, wishing lamp, codename 0-05. Why would Lady Vera be looking for the wishing lamp? And right after it was just discussed in the tarot club. Just what secret does this lamp hold? Despite the turbulent thoughts racing through her mind, Zio showed no reaction. After all, her experience in the tarot club had taught her to maintain composure. As she read further, she found most of the details similar to what Ebner had shared, save for one additional line, a true god once attempted to destroy the wishing lamp but failed. Feigning astonishment, Zio raised her head and gasped, a 0-grade sealed artifact. Don't worry. Although it's a 0-grade sealed artifact, it isn't usually very dangerous, as long as you don't make any wishes, Lady Vera explained with a small smile, adding with a more persuasive tone, if you manage to locate it, I'll make sure you're provided with the judge and disciplinary paladin materials you need. Even if you just find a lead, I'll consider giving you part of the materials. The offer was quite generous, but it wasn't excessive for a 0-grade sealed artifact. I don't actually need to retrieve it, only provide a location or leads, she thought. And Lady Vera had always looked after her, so it would be hard to refuse. After a brief moment's deliberation, Zio nodded and said, I accept this commission. Excellent, Vera said with satisfaction, passing another document to Zio. This is your advance payment. Upon taking it, Zio realized it was a list of prisoners to be interrogated. In Empress Borough, within the luxurious Holman estate. Audrey was still reflecting on today's gathering when her personal maid Annie approached with a piece of paper in hand. Miss, you've received a telegram, Annie announced, smiling. It's from the Byron East Coast. From Alfred. Audrey eagerly accepted the message and read it carefully. Dearest sister, I've looked into the matter you mentioned. As a brother who doesn't wish to disappoint you, I've done my best. Unfortunately, while dragon bones can indeed be found, it's impossible to obtain remains from an adult or elder dragon, it's as though they never die naturally. I suspect dragons return to a single burial site before death, a place unknown and unreachable to outsiders, which is why such bones can't be found. And those who die by accident are likely rare. On a brighter note, something that may cheer you up. The rainbow dragon lizard you wanted arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. I've instructed that it be delivered to your estate outside town. The item Tower wanted is indeed hard to come by. Audrey sighed inwardly, then turned to Susie, who was battling some snacks and smiled gently. Susie, your present has arrived, she announced. Woof. Susie looked at her owner in puzzlement. Meanwhile, on the Ehrenheim, sailing swiftly across the Sonia Sea, Ebner was also reading a letter, this one from Viscount Karen. Shortly after the tarot gathering had ended, Silica had delivered the message and, in exchange, taken another bottle of Amanda potion. I greatly appreciate you informing me of Lydia's whereabouts. I'll be heading to the Sonia Sea as soon as possible. Additionally, regarding your inquiry on the Sauron family's 0-grade sealed artifact formed from the Conqueror characteristic, I only know so much. Since I declined to join Roselle's Misty Sea expedition, he began to distance himself from me afterward. That was quite disheartening because Roselle was genuinely a charismatic leader. Following him was not just my ancestors' command but later became my own sincere devotion. Back to the subject, I only know that it's called the Calamity Seal and is designated 0-22. It was created when the Death God fell, initially just an inert object. But for some reason, it suddenly came to life and caused prolonged unrest in Intis until Roselle came to power and stabilized the situation. I'm not certain if Roselle granted it freedom later on, given that I was more an external official by then and not among his trusted aides. However, based on certain clues, it seems Roselle liked that sealed artifact and often carried it. When he entered White Maple Palace and crowned himself Caesar, he even considered using the Calamity Seal as the nation's emblem. Though it had vanished by that time. This is all I know about 0-22. I hope it's helpful. Your friend, Cullen. The Calamity Seal, using that as a national seal. Roselle, you must have been truly out of your mind by then, Ebner mused, setting down the letter. Then he glanced at the little bat still perched outside his window and thought to himself, judging by Karen's tone, it seems Lydia did, in fact, run away from home. Along with Gwyn, who was fleeing from a marriage, and that wealthy young runaway, Terence, the three of them forming a group really seems like fate. End of chapter. Chapter 344, Ebner's Peculiar Reputation. On the Sonia Sea, a massive silver-white, three-masted ship with a statue of a sword-wielding maiden at its prow was slicing through the waves, navigating toward a route absent from any known nautical chart. Standing at the ship's bow was a striking woman in her 20s with long, black hair and deep brown eyes. Her face was both refined and bold, accentuated by an old-fashioned into-style knight's armor, with a simple long sword strapped at her waist. This resolute woman was none other than the newly appointed pirate admiral, Vice Admiral Pale, Maria, who had succeeded Admiral of Hell, Ludwell. Now aboard her flagship, Pale Maiden, she was making her way to an island dominated by a dormant volcano to attend an upcoming pirate conference. As Maria gazed toward the distant horizon, a young man with slightly wavy brown hair approached her, clearly hesitant. "Captain, are we really going to attend this so-called pirate conference?" Maria turned partially to face him, her expression uncomfortably stiff, almost as if her face were a marionette's. "Of course. Not only do you and Nicole need specific materials for advancement, but also, well, there are other matters you don't need to know about," she finished, offering an awkward smile. "Captain, you don't have to force yourself to smile if it's uncomfortable." The young man's familiarity with Maria was evident from his light-hearted tone. Maria fell silent for a moment before finally murmuring, "The crew keeps saying I'm too stern, that they feel pressured." "Yes, but you're even scarier when you try to smile," Kent replied, rubbing his forehead helplessly. Elsewhere in the Sonia Sea, another massive sailboat was tearing through the water at incredible speed. The ship, coated in black paint, had an appearance reminiscent of a crescent moon, with a single ominous sail depicting a black tombstone. If a seasoned sailor had been there to witness it, they would have instantly cried out, "The death knell." Standing aboard this infamous vessel was the notorious slaughterer Curtius, carrying a bounty of 9,500 pounds. He relayed orders from his captain, the King of Immortality, Agalito, send word to all subfleets to converge near Twain Island. However, make sure they keep a distance of at least 15 nautical miles from the island. As Golden Dream, with its grand depictions of the 5 major coins from Lone, Faysac, Intis, Fainapotter, and Lenberg, docked at Twain's port, the once raucous crowd of pirates on shore grew silent, gawking in awe. The ship, pristine and impeccably maintained, exuded an air of sophistication amidst the island's rugged atmosphere. Leading the way off the ship was Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, radiating a subtle yet palpable authority. She was joined by Gourmet Brew Walls, Blazing Danitz, and Flowery Bowtie Jodson, who followed her down the gangplank. Together, they walked through the crowd of pirates, who instinctively parted to clear a path, heading directly toward the main venue. "Captain, the conference isn't until tomorrow. Why are we here so early?" Danitz asked as he glanced around the accommodations provided for them, unimpressed. "This place doesn't come close to the comfort of Golden Dream." Without a word, Edwina turned to look at Danitz, her clear blue eyes locking onto his. "The captain's looking at me. The captain's looking at me." Danitz's heart pounded as his pulse raced with excitement. After a moment's pause, Edwina responded calmly, "It's good to question things you don't understand," before explaining, "I'm here to meet someone. I arrived early so I wouldn't miss them." "Meeting someone?" Jodson and the others perked up, curious about the captain's mysterious acquaintance. But Edwina didn't elaborate further. Instead, she seemed to sink into thought, as though pondering a complex academic problem. Tuesday morning, after a night of sailing, Ehrenheim entered the secluded waters surrounding Twain Island, where numerous pirate ships of various types and sizes dotted the vicinity. Despite the surrounding dangers, Gwen, now a pugilist, and the young Terence were both on high alert, ready to respond to any potential threat. Only Lydia continued to smile cheerfully, appearing unfazed by the pirate vessels crowding the waters. As for Ebner, he had also moved to the deck, prepared to intervene if necessary. Just then, Lydia sidled up to him and asked in a low voice, "I saw Silica yesterday, you informed Karen, didn't you?" Ebner didn't deny it, though he downplayed his actions. "I may have mentioned it in passing while asking him something else." "Well, it's fine either way." "I was allowed out by the clan," Lydia muttered, pouting. "It's just Mother and Karen who objected." Is this a late rebellious phase for vampires? Ebner thought to himself before saying, "Karen's just looking out for you." Lydia's cheeks puffed slightly, but she didn't argue, only muttering, "I know, but they're overprotective. What's the point of an adventure if I'm being watched?" Teenage rebellion, Ebner thought, sighing internally. Out loud, he asked, "Is there something you'd like me to do?" Lydia's expression softened as she explained, "I know you've probably noticed that Terence isn't doing well on this ship. Once I leave, it's likely to get worse. I'd like you to talk to him, maybe offer him a bit of advice. He really looks up to you, you know. Always dreaming of becoming a hero." Ebner could only sigh internally at her concern. Another hot potato. But maybe I can use my recent progress with Roselle's dream invocation to offer him some guidance. Before Ebner could respond, an eerie ship appeared alongside Ehrenheim, passing them at a close distance. Ebner glanced at the ship and caught sight of a familiar figure on deck, a man with blue, seaweed-like hair, who briefly turned to meet his gaze. The hanged man, Alger. Ebner immediately committed the ship captain's appearance to memory before turning back to Lydia. "I'll do what I can," he said. "But let me ask, why are you so concerned about that boy, Terence?" Caught off guard, Lydia stammered for a moment before finally responding, "Maybe because his blood tastes good." On board Blue Avenger, Alger withdrew his gaze, a frown forming as he processed the brief encounter. That looked like Brian the hero detective. What on earth is he doing at a pirate conference? Since his time at the Cathedral of Waves in Backlund, Alger had come across files about the rapidly rising detective. But the more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. Every time that detective attends an event, something unexpected happens. Is the pirate conference destined to become chaotic? Perhaps I should turn back now. End of chapter. Chapter 345, Pale Justice. After carefully weighing his options, Alger decided that with Nast, the King of the Five Seas, overseeing the event, things should remain relatively under control. Thus, he steered Blue Avenger into the port at Twain. The island of Twain, with its dormant volcano, boasted a natural harbor nearly on par with Byam, but now the docks were crammed with ship after ship, their masts towering and sails billowing as pirates continued to pour in, filling the area with a cacophony of raucous songs, laughter, shouts, curses, and cheers, a veritable festival of revelry. As Alger disembarked, his attention was drawn to Ehrenheim, the small ship carrying hero detective Brian, which had also just docked. Brian was helping an elderly gentleman disembark, with 3 younger men and women in tow. The surrounding pirates eyed this group, so different from their own rough crowd, with leering looks. A few noticed the 2 attractive women in Brian's party and began to chuckle lasciviously. A handful of drunken pirates even took up the challenge to make a move, egged on by their rowdier companions. But before they could advance, a wave of terror swept over them, freezing them in place. Their faces contorted in horror, and one particularly burly pirate who had just jeered at one of the tall women began sobbing hysterically, his pants dampening from a sudden loss of control. An interrogator's whip of pain. No, it doesn't seem that simple, Alger mused from a distance. That's likely a whip of pain effect combined with other abilities I don't recognize. The dossier in St. Samuel's Cathedral mentioned Brian possessed a magical artifact that could simulate various pathway abilities. It seems that wasn't an exaggeration. In fact, Alger was correct in his assessment. Ebner had not only simulated Zio's aura to intimidate the pirates but had also subtly used Dragon's might on the most insolent among them as a warning. The stern presence served another purpose as well, boosting the morale and confidence of his companions. Gaston, an elderly and experienced figure, was unfazed, while Lydia, a proud and self-assured vampire, remained equally unshaken. But Gwyn, who was encountering such a chaotic and fearsome scene for the first time, was not as composed. Her face was pale, and her fingers were tense around her pistol, betraying her nervousness. As for the young Terence, he was visibly trembling, nearly tripping over his own feet. Fortunately, Ebner's quiet display of force helped put their fears at ease. Gwyn exhaled a deep sigh of relief, while Terence managed to regain some composure, his face flushed from the thrill. As they walked past the fallen pirates, Gwyn, who had seen one of the more notorious among them wet himself in fear, felt a renewed sense of awe toward Brian. That pirate was none other than the infamous madman with a bounty of 1,500 pounds, a captain of a 3-ship fleet who had once spurned an offer to join Vice Admiral Hurricane's crew. Just who is this hero detective, really, to be able to scare such a person so thoroughly? Gwyn mused, finally relaxing her grip on the trigger. Ebner, blissfully unaware of the heroic myths that had somehow sprung up around him overseas, had already sensed a mental lock on him, a spiritual warning that suggested immediate retribution would strike if he dared to act violently. With pure white eye, he quickly deduced the source, a presence in the distant palace atop the cliffs. The range of this effect without being detected by other Beyonders suggests a demigod imperative mage, or perhaps a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Given that none of the 4 kings is an imperative mage or chaos hunter, it's likely the latter, Ebner concluded, easing off his intimidation. They had barely begun climbing up the path to the volcanic cliff when a commotion erupted behind them. The once bustling scene of carousing pirates abruptly scattered. Some ran inland, while others hastily set sail, distancing themselves from the dock as though avoiding a demon or plague. From the nearby cliffs, Alger turned to see what had caused such a reaction. In the distance, he spotted a ship, painted jet black, with a large skull flag, its eye sockets flickering with eerie blue flames, flying from its mast. The Black Death. Alger murmured, understanding why the pirates had fled. Wherever Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy goes, sickness follows. The black-hulled Black Death slowly drew into port, and a striking figure stepped onto the deck. She was beautiful yet exuded a palpable strength, her raven-black hair pinned high and wrapped with a white scarf. She wore well-fitted tan trousers that highlighted her slender yet shapely figure, and her piercing blue eyes, at once fierce and hazy, left an indelible impression. As she stepped off the ship, a poet mingling on the cliffside as he gazed down upon her. She will always be young. Ah, she brings disease, and oh, I am ill. My mind is filled with thoughts of her. The pirates, having regrouped, once again turned their attention to Vice Admiral of Ailment, some still infatuated. Watching the scene, Alger snorted silently to himself. She may indeed be beautiful, but Tower speculated she might actually be a demoness of affliction. And with a demoness, who knows what she used to be. As Alger mused, Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy strode off toward the Black Palace on the cliffs, but once more, a ripple of fear surged through the crowd. This time, the pirates bolted even faster, nearly trampling over each other to escape the pier. The cause was another ship gliding silently into the harbor, a sleek, silver-white vessel, its prow adorned with the statue of a sword-bearing maiden. Its flag bore an image of white feathers stained with a faint yellowish tinge. Vice Admiral Pale Maria. It seems pirates would rather face disease than the justice of her sword, Alger murmured with a nod. Since the pier was already packed, Pale Maiden anchored farther out. From its deck, a magnificently woven carpet, embroidered with intricate patterns, flew out, carrying a young woman in old-fashioned into-style armor. She held a simple yet unassuming longsword, and her dark eyes scanned the gathering below. Every pirate who laid eyes upon her sword blanched with terror. Only after she entered the Black Palace did they dare to breathe again. Pale Justice, that sword of hers. In just a month, Vice Admiral Pale has earned a reputation that rivals even the Blood Admiral. Now I understand how she climbed the bounty ranks so quickly, Alger thought, finally grasping the true weight of her power. On a nearby cliff, the poet, who had gazed so ardently at Vice Admiral of Ailment earlier, began to sing once more. This time, his tone was one of reverence rather than infatuation. Justice is pale and humble. But it is by no means weak. Oh, Pale Justice! You are the bane of all evil. The punishment of all sin. Yet before he could finish, he was unceremoniously punched by a pirate, who, along with his drunken friends, proceeded to vent their fear upon the poet. It was Alger who finally intervened, saving the poet from the vengeful crowd. Meanwhile, on the horizon, a colossal ship adorned with a banner of 10 unblinking stars emerged, marking the arrival of the Admiral of Stars. As it approached, the overcast sky brightened, and radiant starlight gathered to form a luminous bridge, connecting Future to the cliffside palace. End of chapter. Chapter 346, Vice Admiral Iceberg. Leading Mr. Gaston's party halfway up the mountain, Ebner stopped abruptly as the transparent starlight bridge appeared overhead. He glanced up, watching as a woman in a classic black robe decorated with mystical symbols and runes stepped onto the bridge, walking with ease through midair. From the iconic appearance, Ebner quickly recognized the newcomer as Admiral of Stars, Katlia. After a brief look to confirm she was alone, he withdrew his gaze. Behind him, Gwyn couldn't hide her envy at the grand entrances of the two female pirates. She could only imagine doing the same someday, though she knew that her current strength was far too limited to make it a reality. The notebook she'd acquired, left behind by a fourth epic giant, only contained the potion formulas for warrior and pugilist. She'd taken on Mr. Gaston's request and braved this pirate-infested island in hopes of finding the weapons master formula and its corresponding materials. How long will it be before I can explore the 5 seas freely like Vice Admiral Iceberg? She sighed quietly to herself. While walking in midair, Katlia became aware of a presence observing her with an ability similar to Eye of Secrets. She frowned slightly, then identified Ebner as the source. The polymath's analyze ability. Is he trying to learn the Bridge of Starlight technique? Katlia easily recognized Ebner. She'd investigated him before her operations in Backlund, given his relationship with a few of her crew members. But what's he doing here at the pirate conference? Wait, that elderly man with him seems to be a well-known appraiser. It dawned on Katlia that Ebner was likely here under a protective assignment for the appraiser. Well, it's fortunate that Jean isn't aware that the hero detective is attending this congress too, she thought with a hint of relief, or she wouldn't have stayed obediently aboard the Future. The main venue for the pirate conference was a sprawling black palace built into a cliffside. The palace's ground floor was a vast hall, with a stone platform at its far end bearing ritual arrays and spiritual engravings. The second floor was lined with individual rest lounges overlooking the hall and its central platform. Positioned directly across from the platform was an open room. Its ceiling was adorned with chandeliers that hung low, descending like twisted candelabra. On the left side hung 41 candles, on the right, 40, each set framing an iron black throne. Upon this throne sat Nast, the king of the 5 seas. The 100-year-old Earl White Maple wore a silver-edged black robe, a crown rising from his head like a dark spire. His strong features, slightly wrinkled brow, and dark eyes, in which a red light flickered ominously, commanded a silent reverence from those who dared to look at him. Even Ebner, who was escorted by servants to a more secluded lounge, quickly looked away, unable to meet the imposing gaze. The limited number of lounges was reserved for only the most distinguished or powerful guests. As a specially invited appraiser for the event, Mr. Gaston qualified for one, though it wasn't among the best located spots. While the lounges offered privacy to esteemed guests, the main hall on the first floor was open to any pirate who made it to the island. They could request to buy or sell items, materials, or information, though their requests had to be submitted in advance, and their place in line was determined by their bounty levels. It has the appearance of equality but remains deeply hierarchical, blending fairness with inequality. This must be the kind of order Nast seeks to establish, Ebner mused, scanning the sparse crowd below. But most pirates aren't too keen on these rules, so much of the unverified, simpler trading is done outside. The items traded here are likely high-value objects that require professional verification or appraisals. As he swept his gaze over the sparse crowd on the first floor, Ebner suddenly sensed someone watching him from across the second floor. Squinting, he identified the observer as an elegant woman with a high-bridged nose, thin lips, and light blue eyes as clear as a mountain spring. Vice Admiral Iceberg. As the image from the original text flashed through Ebner's mind, he saw her light blue eyes turn a deep shade. A moment later, he felt a thought reaching out to him. A communication request. But what kind of communication? Some secret art. Ebner quickly activated Pure White Eye to analyze the technique, feeling more at ease once he understood its principles. He accepted the request and opened his learning space, an ability he'd only unlocked after becoming a polymath. As he did, a door appeared in the void, and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards stepped through. She wore a beige, fitted waistcoat and a dark knee-length skirt. "Greetings, madam. It's an honor to meet you here." Ebner placed his hand over his chest and bowed, a smile playing on his lips. Edwina spoke in her usual calm tone, "This is a secret technique of mine for communicating with a fellow polymath. It uses knowledge as a bridge to link us. As we are both on the path of the tower, constantly exploring the stars, our learning spaces should be connected." She went on to explain the technique's underlying mechanics before looking at Ebner expectantly. "Do you understand?" "Yes," he replied, slightly taken aback but nodding all the same. Raising a hand, he conjured a star that transformed into a door, though the entry remained shut. Edwina's blue eyes brightened as she gazed at the door. She nodded in approval and allowed the door to open. Beyond it, Ebner saw that Edwina's learning space was like a grand museum, its spacious halls lined with massive display cases. What lay within those cases, however, remained a mystery to him. "Good. It seems we will be able to communicate quite smoothly," she said with satisfaction. Then, her expression turned serious. "The reason I sought you out today is, ostensibly, to ask for your help, to save Maria from her fate. On the surface. So that Double Agent Dragon has given her some instructions for me." Ebner thought, surprised at her directness. "Maria, that would be Vice Admiral Pale. Is she fated to die during this Congress? Would Nast even allow such a thing?" End of chapter. Chapter 347, The Presence of the Double Agent and the Duel. After weighing the situation carefully, Ebner decided not to waste any time and went straight to the point with Edwina, noting her reputation as a meticulous teacher. "Who wants to harm Vice Admiral Pale? Why should I save her? And lastly, what's your real purpose in finding me?" Edwina seemed to appreciate this direct approach and, after a brief pause to gather her thoughts, answered. "On a personal level, I've met Maria a few times and admire her ideals. Although I don't think she'll succeed, I don't want to see someone with such noble aspirations fall here. From a larger perspective, I believe she's part of a grander scheme, possibly laid by a certain higher entity, and it's not her time to die. I had a particularly clear prophecy confirming this. As for who wants her dead, while I can't say definitively, it's not Katlia. Beyond that, I suspect most on this island wouldn't mind her gone." Edwina answered each question precisely, her usually impassive face revealing a hint of emotion by the end. It was clear she hadn't activated her mechanical mind ability. A grand scheme, perhaps by a higher power. Better not be disrespectful in front of Edwina, she holds divinity in high regard. Could this be an operation of the god of knowledge and wisdom? They have some presence in the southern continent through rebels, but influencing the Order's core would be difficult due to pathway limitations. Or is it an ally of that god? Perhaps the goddess? Or is he piggybacking on someone else's plan to set his own in motion? While Ebner considered the possibilities, Edwina added, "Based on my observations, the one most likely to act is King of Immortality Agalito. My request is simple, intercept one of Agalito's squadrons." "Intercept a squadron," she calls that simple. Ebner couldn't help but balk. Agalito, as a pirate king, commanded squadrons with at least 3 warships, each carrying numerous beyonders. The squadron commander would certainly be close to Ebner's sequence level, too. Though Ebner prided himself on being among the strongest at sequence 6, enough to even contend with some at sequence 5, taking on an entire squadron was well beyond his usual protocol. He admired Vice Admiral Pale's dedication to justice, but not enough to throw himself into a potential life-and-death battle. As he was about to politely decline, Edwina seemed to catch his hesitation and interjected. "The role of a polymath requires more than just a reputation for knowledge. It demands respect and authority as well. Roselle once said, to inspire trust, one must first possess authority and reputation. While everyone has their own way to play the part, this is a valuable principle to consider. So you're saying I should make a name for myself by intercepting a squadron? Ebner wavered, recognizing the truth in her words. If this mission could enhance his role-playing, it warranted serious consideration. If the task was merely to delay them rather than wipe them out, he could prepare a ritual beforehand, utilizing the knowledge he had gained from the Book of Astrology, to ensure a safe and temporary containment. He could even appear as Dr. Strange and arrange for a bard to witness the event nearby. That would be ideal. After weighing the decision, Ebner finally nodded. I'll take on your request, but you'll need to provide me with enemy details at least half a day in advance, the more detailed the better. Of course. Edwina readily agreed, then shifted the conversation to compensation. Since you accepted my request, I'll offer something in return. I'll teach you Edward's summoning ritual. Edward's summoning ritual. Ebner thought back to the original description of her technique, where she could project herself over hundreds of miles. Naming it after her own surname. Could it be a variation of the original? With piqued curiosity, Ebner listened to Edwina's explanation, and soon his eyebrows knit together. It was indeed different from what he expected. The ritual incorporated Roselle's dream visitation technique, allowing her to project herself into others' dreams. This is exactly what I've been envisioning. I had planned to test this concept on Terrence after developing a prototype. It was supposed to be my way of building the reputation of Dr. Strange, helping solve people's problems in their dreams while maintaining mystique. The plan was both safe and likely to have a high impact, a method that would be legendary. If Dr. Strange became a mythical figure associated with solutions and mysteries across the seas or the northern continent, then his polymath potion would be that much closer to digestion. The fact that the perfect skill arrived precisely as he conceived it felt like more than a coincidence. Was this care from the god of knowledge and wisdom, or perhaps a warning? Edwina had answered his first two questions but conspicuously avoided the third. The so-called compensation was clearly her real purpose. The god of knowledge truly works in mysterious ways. In comparison, the Earth Mother's manner of showing support was much more straightforward. Shaking his head, Ebner reminded himself not to judge the gods lightly. He turned to Edwina with an insightful look and asked, so this is the real purpose? Yes. It was also the cost for my prophecy's success. Edwina paused momentarily before responding. With both understanding the weight of the topic, the conversation naturally came to a close, and Ebner, unable to bear the lingering tension, offered his polite farewell. In the lounge of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina's eyes snapped open after what appeared to be a period of intense contemplation. Danitz, who had been keeping an eye on her, quickly stepped forward, eagerly asking, Captain, would you like a coffee? He knew his captain liked coffee after her studies. Yes, with extra sugar, Edwina nodded. Her communication with Ebner had been more draining than she'd anticipated, a sign that his learning space likely held as much knowledge as hers, if not more. The communication technique they used relied on knowledge as a bridge to break the barriers between them, allowing them to connect with the white tower that each carried. It was a subtle form of mutual pollution, though harmless as long as neither harbored dangerous knowledge. As Danitz left to fetch the coffee, flowery bowtie Jodson approached and, after a few trivial comments, casually asked, Captain, has the person you were waiting for arrived? Yes, he's here. We just had our meeting. Edwina replied with a faint smile. Already. Jodson and Gourmet Brew Walls exchanged a wary glance. Could he be a nightmare? In the main hall, Danitz took a cup of coffee and reached for the last bit of sugar on the table, only to be preempted by a man with blue, seaweed-like hair. It was none other than Alger. Hold on, could you spare me some sugar? Danitz asked, unable to hold back. Blazing Danitz. Alger's gaze narrowed slightly. He enjoyed sweets himself but knew befriending a notorious pirate with a 3,000-pound bounty was worth far more than a few sugar cubes. Smiling, he replied, of course. Danitz's face brightened as he swiftly scooped up the sugar. I'm Danitz from the Golden Dream. What's your name? Interested in joining us? I could put in a good word with the captain. Thanks, but I have my own ship. Alger chuckled, turning down the offer. A shame. Danitz began, but his words were drowned out by a sudden commotion from the direction of the Black Palace's main hall, which quickly escalated into an uproar. What's going on? Alger and Danitz exchanged a glance before striding over to question a pirate who seemed almost red with excitement. It's Bonebreaker Dewak. He traded a ghost ship to the King of the Five Seas for a single request. And that request was to duel Vice Admiral Pale, fair and square. Chapter 348, The Divine Envoy and the Pope. Seated on the high throne on the second floor, Nast cast an imposing gaze down at the pirate kneeling below. With a voice that reverberated throughout the grand hall, he spoke. Dewak, you are aware that what you are attempting violates the rules I have established. Yes, Count, I understand. But when you set the rules, you didn't say they couldn't be broken, only that breaking them meant accepting punishment. Dewak's gaze flicked toward the chamber where Vice Admiral Pale was stationed, his voice thick with resentment as he continued, I am willing to bear any consequence if only you grant me a fair duel against Maria. The latter is a request, a transaction. It has nothing to do with violating your rules. Nast nodded slightly. After all, being a beyonder of the lawyer pathway rather than the arbiter pathway, finding and exploiting loopholes was very much his specialty. Dewak's twisted logic was, in fact, something he respected. Bird Mustang, the Black Emperor's first officer, also known as Viscount of Fear, with a bounty of over 10,000 pounds, then approached Nast. Earl, given that Dewak is little more than a brute, it's clear he had help with this line of argument. It's of no concern, Nast replied dismissively, stroking his trimmed black beard, his imposing figure seeming to expand with the motion, filling the hall with an oppressive gloom that stilled the rowdy crowd. After several seconds of tense silence, Nast cast a severe look at Dewak and continued. I'll grant your request, on the condition that Vice Admiral Pale consents to your challenge. Whether or not she accepts, and regardless of the duel's outcome, as the one who has violated the rules, you must accept death as punishment. Dewak seemed unfazed by the sentence of death. He even appeared prepared for it, his expression one of fervent determination as he prostrated himself repeatedly in gratitude as if he might kiss Nast's feet at any moment. Thank you for your mercy, Earl. Thank you. Ignoring Dewak, Nast turned his gaze towards the room where Maria waited. His powerful, unsettling voice filled the hall again. Vice Admiral Pale, what is your answer? No sooner had he spoken than Maria appeared in the window of her chamber, her black hair flowing as she wore her old-style Intis knight's armor. She looked at Dewak, whose gaze was practically aflame with hatred, and answered steadily, a knight does not fear a challenge. I accept the duel. Good. Let this duel serve as the opening spectacle for the gathering, Nast said, his dark eyes flashing with a crimson glow as he gestured toward the stone platform on the ground floor. That shall be your battleground. I have altered its spatial rules, expanding it tenfold and containing all attacks short of the divine within its boundaries. The duel will commence in 10 minutes, under my witness. Prepare yourselves. Yes, Earl, answered both Dewak and Maria. Near the entrance of the first-floor hall, where the dining area adjoined, Alger and Danitz exchanged startled glances as they listened to the proceedings. Neither had anticipated this turn of events. For someone to risk their life just to challenge Nast's rules, and to succeed, even though it means his own death is assured. Dewak had once commanded a formidable pirate fleet and even ambushed a privateer captain from the Church of Storms. His success had earned him Sequence 6 as a wind-blessed, and a church bounty of 7,000 pounds. But about 2 weeks ago, he encountered Vice Admiral Pale during a raid on a passenger ship. His entire fleet was wiped out, and he only escaped due to his deep dive ability. I don't buy that he'd sacrifice himself purely out of vengeance for his lost crew. Could he be hiding a trump card, believing he could kill her and escape the clutches of the Five Seas King? Does he have the backing of a demigod? Could this escalate to a demigod battle? Is this the infamous gathering curse following the hero detective? Alger shook his head, setting aside these speculative thoughts. He planned to watch carefully and withdraw immediately if the situation escalated. Recovering his senses, Danitz muttered, has Dewak gone mad? What makes him think he can win against a pirate admiral? Perhaps he acquired a powerful beyonder item, Alger speculated casually. And what would that do? All Vice Admiral Pale has to do is unsheath the Pale Justice, and he's done for, Danitz retorted skeptically. You've heard the tales, haven't you? Alger's tone grew grave as he watched Maria descend the stairs with a steady, unhurried step. The Pale Justice's abilities and its unfortunate side effects were well documented by the Vulture pirate crew at the cost of their lives. I'm guessing Dewak is relying on those very side effects. If forced to draw the Pale Justice, Dewak might perish, but Vice Admiral Pale could very well join him. Yes, it's likely that few here would pass the sword's judgment. Danitz swallowed hard, casting a wary glance up toward the Pirate King. Dewak's objective is to use the sword against her. Though Danitz quickly pieced things together, Alger's suspicions ran deeper. His prior dealings with Dewak left him unconvinced that the man would willingly sacrifice himself. Moreover, little was known about Vice Admiral Pale's abilities. Beyond her formidable swordsmanship, her beyonder pathway remained a mystery. It was generally assumed she was at least a Sequence 5, but little else was certain. While lost in thought, Alger dropped a sugar cube into his coffee and took a measured sip. Watching Alger, Danitz suddenly seemed to remember something. Hugging his own coffee, he dashed toward the stairway. I've got things to attend to, mate, we'll talk later. Just before leaving, he paused and turned back. Oh, by the way, I didn't catch your name. Seeing a chance to forge a connection with one of the influential pirates, Alger smiled and replied, Alger. The name's Alger. In the second-floor lounge set aside for Gaston and his party, Ebner had shifted his focus from Edwina's prophecy to the unfolding events below. Dewak is likely a pawn, either controlled or manipulated to amplify his fixation on Maria. The true mastermind is probably someone else, like King of Immortality, Agalito. They could have 3 goals in mind. First, they may wish to test Maria's strength, learning about her pathway and her arsenal of mystical artifacts to prepare for future assaults. Second, they may seek to lull her into a false sense of security, making her believe this is the extent of the threat and thus lowering her guard. Third, Agalito may be aiming for a particular outcome through this duel. If the third possibility is correct, then Dewak must be carrying some sort of lethal setup. And Agalito, the puppet of the death announcer, is a demigod of the demon pathway. Ebner frowned as he found himself struggling to recall something, realizing it was likely knowledge protected by the pure white eye. For this level of protection, we must be dealing with something of significant power. Perhaps Agalito's attack isn't merely retribution for his lost fleet, he may be trying to intercept a greater plan involving Maria. Chapter 349, The Duel. While Ebner pondered which powerful entities might be involved behind Vice Admiral Pale, Gwyn, Terence, and Lydia pushed open the door and entered. Having assumed they couldn't afford the rare items on sale in the Grand Hall, the trio had ventured to a hillside where informal trading among pirates was underway. Once the news of the upcoming duel between Bone Breaker Dewak and Vice Admiral Pale reached them, they hurried back, eager to witness this high-stakes confrontation between mid-sequence powerhouses. We heard that Bone Breaker Dewak has a bounty of 7,000 pounds as a wind-blessed, and his fleet was wiped out by Vice Admiral Pale, so he's here seeking revenge, Terence relayed, excited to share his findings with Ebner and Mr. Gaston. Hearing this, Mr. Gaston gave a slight scoff. A ruthless pirate fighting a duel to avenge his comrades. That's a story for the young and naive. But he's willing to risk his life for it, Terence argued, slightly indignant. That's likely because he's being controlled or manipulated, Ebner said, casually preparing them with a heads-up. No wonder I felt something off. Pirates aren't knights, they'd sooner use poison, bribes, ambushes, or assassination rather than an upfront duel. That would be their last choice, Lydia exclaimed, suddenly clapping her hands in realization, her belated insight almost amusing. Terence, however, lowered his head, muttering quietly, Detective Brian, even you think that? Was I wrong again? Don't worry, you'll grow more perceptive over time. I made plenty of mistakes when I first started with deductions, too, Ebner reassured him with a light pat on the shoulder. He was being truthful. During his days as a student of ratiocination, his success rate without cheating was average at best, though the student's tenet was to focus more on process than on results. Miss Gwyn, meanwhile, cared little for the intrigues behind the duel. Her sole interest was in witnessing the fight itself, eager to see how mid-sequence Beyonders battled. She joined the group but stayed focused on the upcoming spectacle rather than the conversation. Mr. Gaston, however, showed a clear reaction to Ebner's implied warning. He pulled Ebner aside and asked in a low voice, "What is it you know this time?" Of everyone in the room, only Zio and Gaston had glimpsed enough of Ebner's knowledge to trust his premonitions, especially after their shared journey through the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Gaston, in particular, remembered those moments vividly. There might be complications, Ebner replied after a pause, but with the 5 Seas King presiding, we're unlikely to be affected. Good, Mr. Gaston exhaled, then began checking his personal protective artifacts, particularly those used for shielding. While they spoke, the 10 minutes given by Nast for preparation ticked away, and Vice Admiral Pale Maria and Bone Breaker Dewak ascended the stone platform. Begin. Nast's commanding voice resounded through the hall with no embellishment. No sooner had he spoken than Maria vanished from view, reappearing nearly instantly before Dewak with a beautifully ornate longsword in both hands, which she brought down forcefully. The infamous but ordinary-looking Pale Justice remained strapped at her waist. Such speed! Ebner thought, observing the stone platform where the space had likely been expanded by Nast to be 10 times larger than it appeared. Even so, Maria closed the distance between them in under a second. This level of speed and power, well beyond what Ebner could replicate with his current mimicry of the Wraith ability, hinted at a sequence 5 and a strength and speed-oriented pathway. On the stone platform, Dewak recovered from his stun shock just in time to realize he had no chance of evading or countering her attack. Left with no choice, he crushed a small, thumb-sized mirror in his grip. With a brittle crack, Dewak shattered like glass, scattering in countless shards. But almost instantly, he reformed mid-air, having used a one-time magical item that enabled a mirror double. Supported by a gust of wind, Dewak glared at Maria, unable to comprehend how he had almost failed to withstand a single blow. He'd assumed her strength derived solely from her famed sword. Taking a deep breath, Dewak prepared to taunt her in hopes of provoking a mistake. But before he could get a word out, Vice Admiral Pale swept her ornate sword, sending a searing stream of radiant fire blazing toward him. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the radiant flames, only to find Maria suddenly beside him again, blade arcing toward him. She leaped that high through sheer power. With barely a thought, Dewak summoned his signature move, the Wind Blades, which had earned him the title of Bone Breaker. Over 20 razor-sharp wind blades materialized in midair, slicing toward her in an attempt to force a trade-off. If you don't block, you risk both our lives. To Dewak's disbelief, Maria didn't even flinch, allowing the wind blades to tear into her armor and draw blood. However, the blades appeared to inflict only superficial wounds. Meanwhile, her sword, poised to bisect him, closed in rapidly. Realizing he was thoroughly outmatched, Dewak sighed inwardly. If this continued, he'd be dead within half a minute. He quickly made a decision, tearing open a black scroll hidden in his sleeve. Immediately, a sinister aura emanated from him, spreading across the platform. Countless symbols, arcane markings, and dark runes floated around him, conjuring a swirling storm that deflected Maria's approaching sword. Maria landed back on the platform, gazing up at the dark spectacle with a grave expression, clearly assessing his next move. In the second-floor lounge of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Katlia abruptly stood, her deep violet eyes shining with starlight as she murmured. A contract scroll of a higher demon. She glanced at Maria, whose hand rested on the hilt of Pale Justice, and hesitated momentarily about stepping in to prevent the demon's descent. As a former scroll professor, this was well within her expertise. But under the watchful eye of the Five Seas King, she ultimately chose not to intervene. A ritual of self-sacrifice. So this pirate is little more than a pawn, and the summoned demon is the real threat meant to probe Maria, Ebner mused, subtly analyzing the spell's symbols and quietly observing the proceedings. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina also recognized Dewak's actions and frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. They seek to reveal the source of Maria's fate anomaly through a particular high-ranking demon. But, as Roselle would say, they've overplayed their hand. It was as if Edwina's words triggered something, for the symbols, markings, and runes around Dewak abruptly warped. His incantation ceased to function, and the raging storm of mystic energy abruptly calmed. The runes already inscribed on the stone platform glowed brightly, instantly forming a spell circle that completely neutralized the scroll's remaining effects. The Five Seas King Nast had intervened. I told you, win or lose, you will accept death, he declared, fingers lightly stroking the iron-black armrest of his throne. But if you offer yourself to a demon, I cannot be certain of your true demise. And so, such behavior constitutes a second violation of my rules. Chapter 350, The Pirate Conference officially begins. In the dark hall of the Black Palace, as the Five Seas King finished speaking, Alger, who had been preparing to leave, stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the defeated figure of the Bone Breaker on the platform, a slight frown forming on his face. Although Nast's reason for intervening seemed adequate, something felt off. Indeed, even if Dewak had violated the Five Seas King's rules again, there was no need to intervene so hastily. The more convincing approach would have been to let the duel finish and then mete out punishment. I doubt that any demon Dewak could summon would have the power to escape this arena crafted by the Five Seas King. As for potential casualties among the pirates, that's hardly something Nast would concern himself with. In short, while Nast's actions were justifiable, they weren't consistent with his usual behavior. Does this mean he's inclined to protect Vice Admiral Pale? Could there be a connection between them? Alger snorted inwardly, realizing his thoughts were drifting unnecessarily deep into intrigue. After all, I'm just here as a pirate captain to attend the Congress. Why bother worrying over this? In the second-floor lounge, Ebner, observing Mr. Gaston quietly putting away a small mirror, shared a sentiment similar to Alger's. Yet his suspicions focused on Agalito, or rather the death announcer, for having invested so heavily without obtaining any insight into either Maria's path or the entity supporting her. Could Agalito really have miscalculated so badly? No, Ebner mused, perhaps gauging Nast's reaction was one of Agalito's intended outcomes. From this perspective, he didn't leave empty-handed. But this brought up another issue. The guided prophecy that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina received indicated Maria might die after the Congress. This implied that even though Agalito likely expected Nast would shield Maria, he proceeded anyway. What's his confidence to make such a risky move? As these thoughts tumbled in Ebner's mind, events shifted again on the stone platform below. Following his failed summoning, Dewak fell from midair, his body cursed by the backlash, his bones shattered, piece by piece, leaving him literally as the Bone Breaker. Only this time, the bones broken were his own. This was the price to pay for a failed high demon summoning. Yet though his spirit was waning, Dewak's mind seemed to have cleared. He glared at Vice Admiral Pale, his eyes brimming with terror, now utterly devoid of the prior arrogance of believing her fame relied solely on her exceptional weapon. Indeed, his memory of her destroying his fleet without once drawing Pale Justice, instead dispatching all his men with just that ornate longsword, returned. He'd barely escaped death by throwing himself overboard. As for the rumors that claimed he'd fought Maria to a standstill for hours before narrowly escaping, it had been nothing but his own bravado, a lie born out of shame. When had I begun to believe my own boastful lies? He wondered, straining to remember. Even how he acquired the summoning scroll was a blur. It had all been like a dream, where he found himself with a collection of extraordinary items but without his usual caution or vigilance. In his overconfidence, he had brazenly challenged Maria and even defied the 5 Seas king. But now, he was finally awake. Wait. I recall something, vaguely, hearing a voice when I was drunk. With this thought, Dewak wanted to say something to justify his actions, to prove his value so that he might not be discarded so easily. But with both his upper and lower jawbones shattered, speaking was impossible. Staying conscious was only thanks to his sequence 6 vitality. However, his thoughts were swiftly overtaken by an invasive, foul-sounding word that filled his mind with its toxic stench. His brain ceased to function. Meanwhile, from his vantage on the black throne, Nast also sensed something wrong. His dark red eyes narrowed, flickering with light as he attempted to neutralize the effect of the intrusive word. But he was too late. 1 or 2 seconds later, Dewak's body split apart as though he were once again mirroring his earlier substitute ability. But this time, there was no glassy illusion, only real flesh and bones, splintering and falling to pieces. Among the debris, a metallic bottle and a dagger lay untouched, evidently unused supernatural items left behind by Dewak. Vice Admiral Pale gazed at the scene for a long moment, her thoughts unreadable, before letting her grip on Pale Justice relax and looking back toward the throne on the 2nd floor. Vice Admiral Pale, you are the victor. You may claim your spoils, Nast stated from his high perch. Maria glanced at the 2 scattered items but shook her head. Thank you, Count Nast, but I didn't truly defeat him. Those things aren't mine to take. With a polite into-style knight's bow, she turned and headed back toward her lounge on the 2nd floor. Nast was silent for a dozen seconds before turning to his second officer, Bird Mustang, and saying, "The conference may begin." "Yes, my lord," Bird replied, bowing. He then headed downstairs to organize the trading process. Before he did, he ordered the cleanup of Dewak's remains and the collection of the 2 items and his exuded beyonder characteristic. As Bird left, Nast's dark eyes glowed intermittently, and he sighed inwardly. Emperor Roselle, the wielder of Pale Justice, has appeared. I have fulfilled my promise to you. But why did you leave that sword so deliberately among the spirit order? Even without having seen it directly, I sense the power it holds. In the lounge on the 2nd floor, Miss Gwyn sighed, it's over just like that. Dewak simply died. A demon summoning backlash killed him. If he'd survived, it would have been a far worse fate, Lydia explained, chuckling. It's just, they didn't even have a more intense, fulfilling fight, Gwyn murmured, clearly disappointed. At this, Ebner glanced at the young woman, a head taller than himself. Honestly, that was plenty intense. If it had been a nightmare duel or a battle between dreamwalkers, we'd see them close their eyes and the duel would be over in an instant. Well, let's focus now. The trading session is about to begin, Mr. Gaston said as he watched Nast's bosun, corrosive Viscount Heloise, ascend the platform. Heloise, the only Lady Viscount aboard the Black Emperor, would be the auctioneer as well as the representative of the 5 Seas king. Without any introductory remarks or ceremony, Heloise held up the first item for sale, an oil lamp. This item is called the Serene Winter. When lit, it gradually induces frostbite, numbness, and ultimately turns any who step within its light to icebound corpses. In testing, even a demigod will succumb if they lack a means of counteracting the chill. It has no side effects, well, apart from not distinguishing between friend and foe. Anyone within its glow is affected equally. However, a sequence 5 level sun domain item or a pure white radiance stone can partially resist the chill. It has 5 years of efficacy remaining. The price is £3,000 or the right to hunt for a black spider's compound eye. The pirates below fell into contemplative silence, as most could not afford an item of such expense. Meanwhile, a dagger and a metallic bottle were delivered to Mr. Gaston's lounge. These were Dewak's remains, sent in for appraisal. As Mr. Gaston picked up the dagger and set to work, Ebner also began examining the 2 items with his analytical gaze. Soon, he had a preliminary report. The dagger, forged from the characteristic of a serial killer, boasted extreme sharpness and anti-divination properties. Its primary purpose, however, was to serve as a sacrificial tool for the High Demon summoning scroll. Put simply, the dagger was a paired instrument to the scroll, requiring it to absorb the blood of specific types of victims to satisfy the prerequisites for a successful summoning. In this light, Dewak's death was well-deserved. Shaking his head, Ebner turned his attention to the metallic bottle. The silver container was empty, but through analysis, Ebner discerned that it would refill daily with a random fluid. When poured onto a weapon, the liquid would temporarily impart an extraordinary effect. It could freeze, ignite, poison, each effect was entirely random and not always positive. Curious, Ebner glanced at the dagger again, chuckling softly. Villains truly are unlucky, aren't they? Indeed, Dewak likely hadn't even realized that the dagger also bore a latent effect, bringing misfortune to its wielder. Chapter 351, The Eve. While Mr. Gaston finished appraising the 2 items and issuing the appraisal document, the Silent Winter oil lamp finally sold for £4,200. The buyer was none other than Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. Fitting, Ebner thought with a smile. Winter paired with Iceberg, a perfect match. Then he noticed Lydia eyeing the metal bottle with interest, yet looking repulsed by its silver material. Next to her, Terence seemed equally interested and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Gaston, could I possibly buy that?" "It's likely going to be auctioned shortly, just make your bid when the time comes," Mr. Gaston said, signing his name on the appraisal document with a smile. "Good, then," Terence murmured, seemingly unfazed by the thought of affording it. Lydia, overhearing this, decided to stop hesitating. "When I want to try out its random effects, I can just borrow it from Terence," she reasoned. "Though I might not be around long, at most, another week." After the Silent Winter lamp was sold, the auctioneer, Heloise, also known as the Corrosive Viscount, continued with a series of items, including another supernatural item and 2 sets of ingredients, before finally bringing out DeWalk's 2 items. After a brief introduction, she displayed Gaston's appraisal document. While the pirates showed little interest in the dagger, the silver metal bottle attracted a lot of attention, with the bidding rapidly increasing. Ultimately, it was Terence who won it. Watching the young man eagerly clutching his prize, Ebner considered offering a set of charms that could reveal the bottle's enchanted effects. But then, he thought better of it. Even if he prayed to the unknown land for help, the process would be both time-consuming and complex, though not particularly expensive in terms of materials. So he simply advised Terence to be cautious of any negative effects from the bottle's contents and turned his focus back to the trading floor. After Heloise finished the auction of materials, she started seeking bids on behalf of the Black Emperor for potion formulas and major ingredients. Unfortunately, none were offered, and no deals were made. Following that, she resumed her role as auctioneer, allowing the pirates to sell or purchase their items. Among the pirate admirals, only Iceberg, Ailment, and Star had come looking for materials, none of them offered items for sale. Vice Admiral Pale was the only one who presented something, a baron of corruptions beyond her characteristic, not for pounds but for an equivalent exchange in weapons. The item was ultimately purchased by the Black Emperor's captain, who agreed on a location for delivery. On the death announcer, Slaughterer Curtius kneeled reverently, kissing the deck and saying, "My king, all fleets have started reporting in, and they'll be fully gathered near Tuin Island by tomorrow morning at the latest. Also, the captain has tested Nast's response, he's clearly inclined toward Vice Admiral Pale." It was evident that King Curtius addressed was not Agalito. The area was silent, and no one replied. Curtius, however, murmured to himself, "So, Emperor Roselle really was connected to your adversary. And the tale that Roselle himself named Yadabeo, it's true." Moments later, Curtius shuddered as though struck. His face grew unnaturally flushed. Yes, flushed was indeed unnatural for him. Lowering his head, trembling, he said, "Please forgive my presumption, my king." Yet, his color did not return to normal. Sweat streamed down his face, and his features contorted in obvious agony. After several minutes, he kissed the deck once more, his voice trembling. "I won't question again." He took several deep breaths before regaining composure as if responding to something unseen. "Understood, my king. The captain already has a plan to stall Nast." Inside the Black Palace on the cliffs, the Pirate Congress grew livelier as the value of traded goods gradually decreased. During this time, Alger successfully acquired the Black Panther's spinal fluid and the crystalline essence of Elven Spring that Klein needed. "Unfortunately, no one's offering the Sphinx Lion's complete brain or a gem dragon's heart that I need, nor the golden gondola's wing feathers for Zio." Ebner sighed. Beyonder ingredients at Sequence 6 are indeed hard to come by. Seeing that the auction level had dropped to Sequence 7, Ebner decided to meditate and enter his own study space. He then reached out to Edwina using the star they'd connected during their last exchange, requesting permission to visit. Within seconds, that same star reformed into a door and opened wide. As he stepped inside, Ebner took a quick look around. "Feels like I've walked into a museum." Unlike his own study space, a celestial expanse dotted with stars, Edwina's space had neatly arranged display stands, each section colored differently to indicate type. Approaching one, Ebner observed that it held no ancient artifacts or treasures but shining stars, just like in his own space, each star represented a piece of knowledge or an ability. "She keeps it all so organized, mine seems chaotic in comparison." Just then, a clear voice came from behind him, "That stand contains everything I know about the Fourth Epic's Pale Catastrophe. If you're interested, I'm open to an exchange." Glancing back, Ebner noted the stand was green. So green indicates historical knowledge. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to see Edwina seated before a display, engrossed in reading. He smiled and greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Edwards. Though, how does one actually make an exchange here?" He'd already tried reaching for a star, only to find it unresponsive to ordinary methods. In essence, the scholars' exchange is meant for exactly that, an exchange of knowledge. It's a straightforward process. In fact, you've already done it, Edwina explained, her tone that of a teacher. You mean the star we used to establish a connection? Ebner deduced after a moment. Correct. As I mentioned, the ritual is based on forming a bridge through knowledge. So, theoretically, if you're willing to offer a piece of knowledge another polymath finds valuable, they'll be inclined to open their space to you. Edwina paused here, her expression turning serious. In the future, it would be wise to avoid relying on the same star for repeated contact. Chapter 352, An Exchange. So, she's telling me I'll need to offer valuable knowledge each time we connect if I want to gain access to equivalent stars of knowledge here. As Ebner considered this, he asked, then, what would you ask in exchange for the mysticism magister potion formula? Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards shook her head slightly, her expression unchanged. You should know I can't reveal that. So, your potion formula, and likely the potion itself, comes from the Church of Knowledge. Ebner had already guessed this, so he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he asked, do you happen to know where I might find a Sphinx Lion's complete brain, or a gem dragon's heart? Gem dragons were practically extinct by the beginning of the Fourth Epoch. Even if one or two remain, they'd likely be at a demigod level far beyond your ability to handle. As for the Sphinx Lion, they only still exist in certain parts of the southern continent, she replied after a moment of thought. Ah. I half expected you to offer me this information in exchange for knowledge of my own. Ebner glanced at her in surprise, his thoughts drifting to new conclusions. Some still remain on the southern continent. I suppose the Church of Knowledge's support for the West Biome resistance isn't just to irritate Intis but might also be motivated by the search for materials. As if she could read his mind, Edwina said, based on the energy expenditure during our polymath exchange, I realize I'm behind you in terms of knowledge accumulation. An exchange alone would never cover all that you know. So, I figured offering help and building a friendship would benefit me more in the end. When she had suddenly received a prophecy, or perhaps oracle, instructing her to intercept Mr. D and retrieve the giant's key, she had privately investigated the person she saved. Because of that, she had a basic understanding of Ebner's personality and how he conducted himself. Ebner was momentarily speechless but admitted that he was generous to friends, so her thinking wasn't wrong. But aren't you worried being this upfront would make me suspicious? Ebner asked with a wry smile. Edwina looked at him calmly. That isn't how you operate. Once you're truly helped, you don't bother with the details. Based on information, it's something I reasoned out. This is almost like how I managed to join the tarot club by bluffing about knowing who the fool is. I mean, it worked only because I was confident I wouldn't face retaliation if caught. He chuckled wryly, feeling a certain poetic justice at the situation. Edwina might be introverted outside the classroom, but she's got a way with people. Embracing the moment, Ebner leaned in on her offer and asked, any specifics on where in the southern continent I'd find the Sphinx Lion? The southern continent referred to what used to be South America. Despite a series of god wars and cataclysmic events, at least 10 million square kilometers of landmass remained. With that much ground to cover, finding a lion could be tricky. I don't know, she answered frankly, then added with meaning, but I could ask Maria for you, if she's still alive after tomorrow. The King of Immortality is still targeting her. Ebner asked, frowning. Again, the same question, with Nast right here, where does Agalito's confidence come from? The prophecy hasn't changed. Edwina held his gaze with her clear, blue eyes and added, and I doubt that kings of the 5 seas can offer much help either. If she's prophesying Nast's movements, this has to be the handiwork of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Otherwise, I'll start listening to the true creator's rap. What's more, Edwina's already venturing into the fields of prophecy and fate at the level of a mysticism magister. Is this some secret art, preparing for her advancement? Or just part of her acting? The original work didn't include this. Maybe my arrival has motivated the god of knowledge to train her more rigorously, rewarding her for her success in the D case. After a string of guesses, Ebner asked again, did you warn Vice Admiral Pale? Edwina shook her head slightly. No, as that would make things worse. Then, besides us, who else will help Maria tomorrow? Ebner pressed, drawing several inferences in his mind. Tomorrow morning, Admiral of Star will intercept Agalito's 2nd fleet, Admiral of Ailment will incidentally clash with his 3rd fleet, I'll engage his 1st fleet, since its captain is a known enemy of Singer Orpheus. Holding them back is natural for me. As for you, you'll intercept the 4th fleet coming from the west. Edwina recited the results of her previous prophecy. Orpheus the Bard. The deputy captain on the Golden Dream, always singing praises to the sun. This prophecy sounds more like the arrangement of a friend of the god of knowledge and wisdom. It appears Maria is even more unique than I thought, special enough to be worth a god's investment. Not unlike myself with Klein. Though Ebner's mind raced, he made no move to refuse the potential danger posed by an intercept order. First, he'd already accepted Edwina's payment, it wasn't in his character to back out now. Second, as Edwina rightly noted, he repaid those who extended him goodwill. The god of knowledge had assisted him often, even sending a life-saving intervention. Now that a task related to him had come up within his power, Ebner felt inclined to reciprocate. Lastly, he could afford it. Ebner's recent increase in strength gave him both courage and confidence. Back when he first crossed into this world, he'd have run as far as he could from a mission like this. But back then, he wouldn't have been offered such a task anyway. Inside the ancient palace above the fog, Klein, seated in the fool's chair, noticed the crimson star that represented the hanged man begin to pulsate. Reaching out with his spirit, he touched it. After invoking the fool's honorific, the hanged man's prayer came through. I have already obtained the spinal fluid of the cursed Black Panther and the marrow crystal of the Elven Spring. Please allow me to perform a sacrificial ritual, so I may present these to Mr. World. Fast work. He said there'd be a major pirate event soon, apparently, that time is now. Klein thought, nodding slightly as he recalled the way Alger always hinted at things without fully disclosing them. Proceed, Klein replied. Following a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger managed to quell his urge to recount the recent duel at the Pirate Congress. Even with Nast present, the fool likely wouldn't care about two mid-sequence beyonders clashing. I'll wait until the next tarot meeting to discuss the duel under the guise of intelligence sharing. Perhaps Mr. Tower can derive some useful information. Alger mused. Klein, on the other hand, had already put Alger out of his mind, focusing on the two beyonder materials displayed on the long bronze table. Admiring them for a while, he thought excitedly, now I only need the true roots and sap of the mist tree for my magician advancement. I wonder when little son can secure it. Just as Klein was daydreaming about the potential powers of a magician, he noticed the crimson star representing the tower pulsing as well. The tower? Could something have happened to him while exploring that eerie place he mentioned? With this thought, Klein took a deep breath, visualizing his topaz pendant, and repeated an incantation. The tower is currently in danger. After 7 repetitions, he opened his eyes to see the pendant rotating counterclockwise, indicating a negative response. Exhaling in relief, Klein extended his spirit to connect with the tower's crimson star. Chapter 353, Preparations before the appearance. In the blurry vision, Klein saw Mr. Tower seated in a small space, cradling a silver bottle in both hands and murmuring a prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your attention. Today, at the pirate conference on Tuan Island in the Sonia Sea, a duel occurred. I ask that you reveal the origin of this item. Listening to Mr. Tower's plea, Klein furrowed his brows, refraining from immediately approving the sacrifice as he pondered. Mr. Tower's attending a pirate conference. And there was a duel between mid-sequence beyonders, with a demigod's direct intervention. How is this linked to divining the item? Perhaps he's evaluating potential dangers, sensing something suspicious. With that, Klein held his topaz pendant vertically and repeated an incantation. The item Mr. Tower intends to sacrifice holds danger for me. After 7 repetitions, he opened his eyes, receiving a negative response. With his doubt eased, he promptly summoned the door of summoning to accept Mr. Tower's sacrifice. After all, Mr. Tower had submitted 3 pages of Roselle's diary during the last tarot meeting, opting to accumulate contributions, and as the fool, Klein felt obligated to uphold the principle of equivalent exchange. Soon, a silver bottle with a roughly crafted design appeared in Klein's hands. He scrutinized it for a moment before attempting to divine its abilities. The effects of the liquid in this bottle rely entirely on luck. Doesn't seem ideal for a king of yellow and black who wields good luck like me. After seeing some bizarre effects within the dreamscape, Klein muttered, then moved on to Mr. Tower's request. He conjured paper and pen, writing the divination statement. The origin of the silver bottle in my hand. After 7 repetitions, he leaned back with the sheepskin parchment and bottle in hand, entering a dreamlike state. In the gray and hazy world, he saw a gigantic spider being hunted and killed by several half-giants, each towering over 2 meters. The half-giants carefully stored the spider's eyes and other parts, while its mouth glands were cut out and handed to an elderly man accompanying them. The scene shifted to a steampunk-inspired workshop, where the old man used the spider's glands and other beyonder materials to forge a silver bottle, though his expression was less than pleased, even slightly disappointed. The scene changed again to an abandoned dock hosting a black market auction, where the old man, as the auctioneer, sold the silver bottle to an even taller half-giant. In the antechamber of a church bearing the symbol of the god of combat, the half-giant handed the bottle to a young man standing just over 6 feet, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder and saying something. The young man soon took the bottle and set sail, quickly gathering a fleet and making a name for himself, refusing Admiral Hurricane's recruitment, and ultimately perishing beneath the sword of Admiral Pale. The dreamscape faded as the scene reached this point, and Klein awoke. That massive spider was certainly a beyonder creature, though unfamiliar to me. Its primary eye might be a potion ingredient, hence why the half-giants valued it. Meanwhile, the glands from its mouth probably held relative rarity as an extraordinary material, leading the craftsman to fashion it into a beyonder item. Judging by the craftsman's expression, this bottle was a failed product, even unwanted by the hunters, so it was auctioned off. And the young man who took it to sea is likely the one involved in the recent duel at the pirate conference, the bonebreaker Darvik. Had Mr. Tower not briefed me on the duel's backstory, I might not have glimpsed that part. As for the half-giant who bought the bottle and later gave it to Darvik, his attire suggested he was a senior deacon of the Church of the God of Combat. Although there was no sound, a rough interpretation of his lip movements hinted he called Darvik son. So Darvik is actually a pirate endorsed by the Church of the God of Combat. His behavior certainly doesn't reflect that. Or does the Church of the God of Combat encourage unbridled slaughter? At this point, Klein's impression of the Church of the God of Combat plummeted further, especially after recalling Mr. Tower's recount of Darvik killing numerous innocents to complete a demon summoning ritual. It was only one side of the story, but Klein trusted Mr. Tower's words, and as a devoted follower of the goddess, hostility toward the war god was only natural. But since this bottle was given to Darvik by a senior deacon, possessing it will likely draw attention. Which is probably why Mr. Tower asked me to divine its origin. Muttering to himself, Klein promptly transferred the scenes from his divination to the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Tower, then signaled him to perform the receiving grace ritual. In a cabin aboard the Ehrenheim, Ebner received a response from the fool and conducted the ritual to retrieve the silver bottle. Replaying the images shown to him, Ebner mused. I see. Agalito must have known about Darvik's background, which is why he either manipulated or controlled him to send him to his death. So, his leverage against the King of the Five Seas lies with that senior deacon of the God of Combat. This fits perfectly with my earlier speculations. After his conversation with Vice Admiral Iceberg, Ebner deduced that since Agalito hadn't abandoned the attack despite Nast's evident favoring of Admiral Pale, there had to be an unknown power backing him. To gain deeper insight into his opponent, Ebner had carefully considered all potential demigod-level entities who might intervene, ultimately directing his attention toward the silver bottle. Though occasionally risky, the bottle was powerful. If Darvik had stolen it, the news would have leaked out. But no one seemed aware of it before Mr. Gaston's appraisal, leading Ebner to conclude that Darvik highly valued it and rarely used it. Most likely, this stemmed from his background. With that hunch in mind, Ebner had borrowed the bottle from Terence, seeking the fool's insight into its origins. Praise the fool, Ebner whispered with a smirk before using meditation to re-enter his learning space and perform the polymath exchange to knock on Edwina's door through shared knowledge. This technique required two polymaths to be within 500 meters of each other. Fortunately, the Golden Dream wasn't docked far. What is it? Edwina asked coolly when Ebner entered her domain. I'm making the final preparations. Just a bit of intel. Ebner dove right in, sharing his deductions from the divination vision. Edwina listened carefully, nodding once he finished. So, a senior deacon of the God of Combat. In that case. She walked to an orange display case, retrieving a star before conjuring a few portraits and offering them to Ebner. These are the God of Combat Church's senior deacons and archbishops I'm aware of. Let's see if the one you mentioned is among them. Impressive. I should consider organizing my space like this. After examining the portraits closely, Ebner pointed to a bald, broad-shouldered man on the far right. It's him. That's Nyango Ezimapanin, a senior deacon contracted with a holy artifact. He oversees the Fuzak colony. Although, there are rumors he's recently advanced to a demigod. Edwina explained. Should we inform Count Nast in advance? Ebner considered before proposing. I'll dispatch a messenger. Though we don't have time for a divination ritual, my intuition says it will bring about some favorable changes, she replied, a hint of joy in her pale blue eyes. Pleased by her approval of his suggestion, Ebner bid her farewell, promptly leaving the learning space to release the spiritual seal on his quarters. His first order of business was to locate Mr. Gaston, whom he discreetly warned about the potential dangers ahead. He didn't delve into specifics, but Mr. Gaston's experience was more than sufficient to draw some conclusions. Trusting Ebner's assessment after their shared experience in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Mr. Gaston didn't hesitate. He immediately directed Miss Gwyn to sail away from the island without delay. During this time, Ebner returned the silver bottle to Terence, advising him that it might be connected to a demigod and to use it sparingly. Terence, now visibly anxious, looked as though he'd toss the bottle into the sea if not for its price. Oddly enough, Lydia appeared unbothered, suggesting she had ample ways to block the war god's senior deacon's divination. Fair enough, since the warrior pathway isn't particularly skilled in divination, it's not much of a worry. Ignoring Terence and Lydia's private concerns, Ebner returned to his cabin once the Ehrenheim set sail, using his spiritual power to seal the room once more. He had one last task, changing into his Doctor Strange attire. Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated needing the disguise for the pirate conference, so he hadn't brought his outfit. Meaning he'd have to. In Backlund, Zio woke abruptly, sensing a spiritual disturbance. Before her, within the endless grey fog, Ebner appeared in a prayerful stance, reciting. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray that you inform MS. Judgment to help me acquire a set of attire as soon as possible. Here are the requirements for the outfit. Chapter 354, The Battle Begins. About an hour later, a red cape, a pair of black boots, and a blue-fitted waistcoat with multiple stitched pockets appeared on the altar before Ebner. As it was already late, he praised the fool briefly, then began to change into his new attire. He had to admit, Zio's taste was quite good, the size she chose was just right for Ebner. The stitching on the pockets, however, was a bit rough. Did Zio sew those herself? After organizing his talismans into the respective pockets, Ebner found himself picturing Zio working diligently with needle and thread, and a small smile crept to his lips. Shaking off such thoughts, he turned his attention back to equipping himself. The Heart of Flame pendant was secured around his neck, hidden beneath his shirt, Lily's Tear was tucked at his wrist, ready at his fingertips, the Ring of Light adorned his left index finger, he wore a tinted Hand of Wisdom glove on his right hand, and the puppet strings was placed in his left chest pocket, taken from the blood-stained jewelry box. Finally, he strapped on the long-lost Sword of Dawn across his back. Few had seen the sword in combat, so he wasn't worried about being recognized by it. As for the rapier from Ludwell, gifted by Jane, he chose not to bring it, its utility was limited, and it was too conspicuous, making him easy to identify among other pirates. Once he was fully equipped, Ebner activated his pure white eye to calm the minor disturbances between his items before using psychology stealth and door opening, slipping out of his cabin and into the sea. From there, he used his water manipulation abilities to quickly swim toward his meeting point with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Since this Doctor Strange couldn't open portals, Ebner had little choice but to adopt Aquaman's method of moving, at least, the one from the comics. The Black Emperor was the formidable flagship of the King of the Five Seas, a massive black-hulled warship nearly 100 meters long with high sails and gun ports lining its sides. At this moment, before this feared ship that could make even the boldest sailors tremble, a towering figure of a man floated alone on the sea, standing over 5 meters tall and clad in intricate silver armor. He drove the massive orange glowing greatsword in his hands downward, piercing through the water's surface and into the seabed below. An invisible barrier arose around the Black Emperor, trapping it within. Nast, you'll stay here for now, the silver giant's rough voice echoed over the waves. Panin, it was Agalito who killed your son. The King of the Five Seas voice was deep and resonant as it emanated from the Black Emperor. I know that. But I'll settle with him after he kills Maria. The silver giant, whose name was Niango Ezema Panin, responded without a trace of hesitation. If that's the case, then knowingly transgressing. You are guilty. As these words fell, the invisible barrier shattered instantly, and Panin seemed to suffer a severe blow, unable to maintain his giant form. He reverted to his normal height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered in disbelief, how could this be? You're not a true Silver Knight, so naturally, there are flaws to exploit, especially when I've prepared for your appearance in advance. Did you truly believe the sea floor was the sea floor? The majestic voice resounded again. Nast answering his question directly. And in that tone. This thought had barely flashed in Panin's mind when he suddenly realized the truth. His expression darkened as he turned his sharp gaze toward the captain's quarters on the Black Emperor, demanding, You're not Nast. Where is he, and who are you? Oh dear, you've seen through me so soon. What a shame. After a few seconds of silence, a tall and slender figure stepped elegantly out of the captain's quarters, speaking with a hint of regret. It was a man in a red suit with round glasses and a long, narrow face. Looking up at Panin floating above, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed, saying, A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Panin. I am Adebayo. Adebayo. Are you the Adebayo who Roselle secretly titled the Duke of Terror? Panin was visibly startled upon hearing the name, and he quickly guessed where Nast might be at this moment. He activated a mystical item, intending to leave as fast as possible. But his escape attempt failed. The invisible barrier he had created earlier reappeared, this time trapping him within. In fact, Roselle preferred calling me the Terror Duke, though I could sense a peculiar satisfaction in him every time he used that name. Adebayo responded first to Panin's question before bowing again, this time elegantly, and continued, The Earl of White Maple may be absent, but he temporarily granted me partial command over the Black Emperor. With this authority, I can exploit certain flaws and utilize your own abilities against you. As you know, second to the Black Emperor, we demons are the best at finding loopholes. Adebayo's tone only fueled Panin's fury, but he quickly suppressed it. Exposing emotional shifts before a whisper was a death wish. As the other had said, demons were adept at exploiting not only loopholes in rules, but vulnerabilities of the heart as well. It's too late, Mr. Pannin. This time, Adebayo's voice sounded close to Pannin's ear. Meanwhile, the pale maiden, all in white, was blocked by a massive ship nearly 200 meters long, with bow and stern curving upward like a crescent moon. The death announcer, a voice filled with solemnity, came from the first officer, Kent. But how did Agalito know we were here? We changed our course several times. Second officer Nico murmured in disbelief. At this moment, Maria, who had been standing motionless with her eyes closed, leaning on her sword, suddenly opened her eyes. She turned slightly, casting an emotionless gaze toward a nearby blonde-haired youth. The youth, caught by her gaze, paled instantly, nearly collapsing to his knees. He stammered, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." The surrounding sailors understood immediately, and curses and scornful comments were flung his way. Nico walked over and kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground, cursing, "Ben! Are you even human? The captain once risked her life to kill an 8,000-pound bounty pirate just to avenge you. And now you betray her." As she continued, Nico's eyes began to redden. "What could I do? The immortal king's voice was right in my ear. If I didn't obey, I'd be dead." The blonde youth, Ben, finally broke down, shouting in his defense. Only those with wicked thoughts fall prey to demons. Admiral Pale Maria's face remained impassive as she spoke. She drew her ornate greatsword and advanced steadily toward the cowering boy on the floor. "Captain, please, spare me. I'll never do it again." Ben, seeing Maria's resolve, sobbed and pleaded desperately. But his cries couldn't move her. Her steps remained firm, closing the distance. "Captain." Nico felt a pang of sympathy and was about to plead for him when First Officer Kent pulled her back, shaking his head. Once the captain had made up her mind, it couldn't be changed. Facing his imminent death, the blonde boy Ben unleashed a torrent of resentment. "Yes, I did have wicked thoughts about you. But that's normal for a person. And you wouldn't understand. You're just a cold machine. A monster." His words barely left his mouth before Maria's sword came down, splitting him in two. After wiping the blood off her sword, Maria turned swiftly and commanded, "Do not engage the death announcer. Alter course and evade it. All beyonders and gunners, prepare for combat." "Yes, Captain." Nico and Kent answered in unison. Once everyone was busy carrying out their orders, Maria bent down to gather Ben's remains, murmuring quietly, "I indeed lack ordinary human emotions. Because I have a greater desire." Chapter 355, Battlefields Everywhere. On the death announcer, a large sailing ship marked with a black tombstone on its sails, Slaughterer Curtius hurried to a middle-aged man whose sickly pale complexion seemed on the verge of decay. "Captain, Commander Pannin from the Church of the God of Combat has intercepted the Black Emperor. However, our 1st to 4th squadrons failed to arrive on time, for reasons unknown. Currently, only the 5th Fleet is in the vicinity and has established contact." The middle-aged man was none other than the King of Immortality Agalito, with a bounty of 100,000 pounds in a single nation. Known as an extremely cautious pirate king, he had never directly clashed with any official demigods. Thanks to his caution, those who had once opposed him, pirates, adventurers, and entire naval fleets, had long been wiped out, while he and the other 3-4 kings still lived on. Agalito pondered for a moment, watching the pale maiden adjust its course before issuing a command, "Have the 5th Fleet circle around to intercept the opposing course with all their might, and the death announcer will pursue from the rear." But the king's orders were to stop Admiral Pale at all costs. The 5th Fleet might be broken through, Curtius hesitated to say. "I'm back on board now. I am the King of Immortality." Agalito emphasized, his gaze sharpening on Curtius. "Yes, Captain." Cold sweat broke out on Curtius's forehead. Seeing no further opposition from the death announcer, he gave a respectful bow and departed to relay the orders. Once Curtius was gone, Agalito grunted in pain as a chunk of decayed flesh fell from his face. Ignoring it, he murmured toward the air through his slackening lips. "I know you want to gain her favor. So do I. But not by gambling our lives. With 4 fleets suddenly out of contact, there's clearly an unexpected change in our plan. It's crucial to leave a path of retreat at this point. You understand this too, which is why you didn't fully oppose my previous order. Our coordination may be shaky, but after so many years, we have this bit of mutual understanding." He paused, listening for a moment, then nodded and continued, "Rest assured, if an opportunity arises, I won't miss it. Even if I can't capture that woman, I'll at least try to gauge her strength." On the southern waters near Tuin Island, the Golden Dream, spotless and gleaming gold under the sun, encountered a fleet flying the black tombstone banner. This fleet consisted of 5 large sailing ships, with the lead vessel as massive as the Golden Dream itself, painted entirely in black. On lookout duty, Danitz was the first to spot them. He leaped down from the mast and ran to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. "Captain, there's a pirate fleet ahead. Judging by the flag, it's the Immortal King's first squadron." Edwina nodded slightly, her tone calm. "Notify Orpheus to activate the cannon of purification, and tell Brew to prepare the crew for battle." Danitz was taken aback by the captain's decisiveness, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately sought out singer Orpheus and gourmet Brew Walls. The perpetually melancholy Orpheus dropped his usual forlorn smile upon hearing Danitz's message, replaced by a sadness so deep it cut to the bone. An undeniable excitement. Without speaking or singing, his chiseled face turned solemn as he took his place by the cannon of purification. Only then did Danitz learn from First Officer Brew that the commander of the Undying King's first squadron, the defiler Vrolandis, was Orpheus' sworn enemy. Vrolandis had once led a raid on Orpheus' peaceful island town, massacring his family and friends, sparing none. Orpheus only escaped because he was away at school in Biome. So, the captain was helping Orpheus exact revenge. Danitz was moved, watching the singer carefully adjust his aim, genuinely happy for him. But then, a pang of jealousy struck Danitz as he thought bitterly to himself. The captain's so good to him. I wonder, if I had an enemy, would she avenge me too? In the waters east of Tuin Island, the Black Death, flying a flag marked by a ghostly blue flaming skull, passed by the Immortal King's Third Fleet. Admiral of Ailment Tracy had no intention of clashing with them, but the 3rd Squadron's commander, Poison Fire Buzz, was a notorious lecher who, thinking himself immune to disease, spewed insults at her upon seeing her face. Even so, Tracy intended only to teach him a lesson and had no plans to engage. However, Buzz, mistaking her restraint for fear, demanded she hand over her attendant, Elaine. That struck Tracy's sore spot. Her face darkened instantly, and she unleashed a slew of diseases, declaring war. In the northern waters around Tuin Island, the future suddenly jumped to the flank of the Immortal King's 2nd Squadron, opening its gun ports and unleashing a barrage before they could respond. Katlia had anticipated trouble for Maria from Agalito after the duel at the pirate conference, and her suspicions were confirmed when she saw his squadrons converging. Having once accompanied the Queen to visit the royal heirs of the Balam Empire within the Numinous Episcopate, Katlia had a brief but pleasant friendship with the then young Maria. Though that friendship had faded over time and she had even helped kill Ludwell of the Numinous Episcopate, Katlia still chose to assist Maria. By engaging the 2nd Squadron, she forced a gap in Agalito's encirclement. She believed Maria would seize the opportunity. In the western waters off Tuin Island, Ebner arrived an hour early to his ambush location. As he read the intel just sent by Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina via a seance ritual, he began setting up a Gate of Death ritual on nearby reefs and shallower seabeds. The inspiration for this ritual magic came from the Gate Ritual chapter in the Book of Constellations, a gift from Mr. Surrey, Fanny's grandfather. After spending some time studying it in Sapphira Castle, he'd mastered enough of the gate spells to adapt it for his own purposes. Since he lacked the star-charted artifacts described in the book. Well, even if he had them, he wouldn't dare use them. Starry coordinates were generally riddled with danger, and countless adept wanderer magicians had met disastrous ends with them. As a humble polymath, Ebner wasn't interested in tempting fate. Returning to the task, he completed the ritual using various talismans and mystical materials. Then, he retrieved a pitch-black book, the Book of the Dead, from his Sword of Dawn. Though usually kept sealed with the Sword of Dawn, the Book of the Dead was significantly more powerful, holding faint connections to the underworld. Now, Ebner was leveraging this unique trait of the Book of the Dead as the core of his custom Gate of Death ritual for the surrounding waters. In effect, the ritual mimicked Ludwell the Hell Admiral's summoning of the Gate of the Underworld, through the high-rank spirit inhabiting him. Clearly, Ebner had referenced Ludwell's ritual during his modifications. After placing the Book of the Dead on the designated altar stone, a chilly breeze swept over the area, then faded away. Only some fish seemed to mutate slightly, tainted by something unknown. With everything prepared, Ebner, donning the face of Dr. Strange, floated in midair with his red cape billowing behind him, calmly awaiting the arrival of the Undying King's 4th Squadron. On the Blue Avenger, which was sailing northwest, Alger found himself regretting, for the umpteenth time, his decision to let that bard Mikkel aboard. Having sung Maria's praises, Mikkel had alienated most other ships, forcing him to plead for Alger's assistance. Alger, in a rare show of kindness, agreed to transport him to the nearest port. "Captain Alger, are you sure you don't want me to compose a ballad extolling your virtues? It could really help grow your crew," Mikkel suggested, feigning disappointment. "A pirate, in need of virtues. And publicly boosting my reputation. Do you want me dead even faster?" Alger silently grumbled, before casting a dispassionate glance at Mikkel. "How many living people do you think we need on board?" he said flatly. "Ah." Glancing at the eerie crew members around him, Mikkel forced a smile, his gaze darting around as he changed the subject. "Why's it getting foggy?" Alger's expression turned serious. The fog was unnatural, and ominous black wisps emerged from a distance. Change course, he commanded the few living crew members immediately, adjusting the Blue Avenger's sails himself. He quickly realized, however, that his efforts were in vain. Something from the source of the black fog exerted a massive pull, dragging his ship steadily toward it. As Alger considered abandoning the ship, Mikkel pointed skyward with a surprised shout, "Dr. Strange! Dr. Strange!" Having heard tales of the Iron Men battling the Hulk at the Tarot Club, Alger quickly looked up, spotting a figure in a red cape and blue waistcoat hovering midair. Facing him were 3 large ships, bearing the black tombstone insignia and drawn swiftly toward the source of the black fog. Dr. Strange is up against the Immortal King's men. End of chapter. Chapter 356, Engagement. On the ocean's surface, a bronze-hued, illusory door etched with mysterious patterns swung open, emitting an indescribable scent. Dense black mist surged forth, resembling countless outreaching hands, dragging anything within reach towards the portal. On the flagship of the King of Immortality's 4th Fleet, Blade of the King, the fleet commander, Gravina, who bore the title Grey Giant, frowned deeply as he witnessed this. Gravina, over 2.1 meters tall with a sickly gray complexion, looked almost cadaverous at first glance. Though only in his 30s, Gravina was already bald, so he wore a blue and white naval officer's hat to disguise it. Admiral, Giant Claw, and Sharp Fang report they've activated steam power but still can't break free from the mysterious pull, a pirate relayed. Gravina, once part of Fasak's formal navy, kept the naval title Admiral out of habit. This force is likely achieved through ritualistic magic. Gravina observed the door intently and ordered the messenger. Have Chester and Angelo prepare for battle. All cannons are to be calibrated for when we're within range of the black mist. Once dragged close enough, commence bombardment of nearby reefs and islands to neutralize the spell's effect. I'll go assess the caped interloper's abilities. With this, Grey Giant Gravina steered Blade of the King forward, momentarily abandoning its resistance against the pulling force to quickly close the distance. Halting a short distance later, he stood at the bow, looking up at the floating figure as he shouted, "This is the fleet of the King of Immortality. Who are you, and why do you block our path? Are you aware this opposes the will of the Deathless Sovereign?" Ebner was pleased to see the opponent draw near and lowered his altitude slightly, crossing his arms over his chest to conceal the puppet's visible eyes, and responded with a smile, "Admiral Gravina, I am here to negotiate." As he spoke, he recalled the information given to him by the Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina. Grey Giant Gravina is a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. Longtime master of Blade of the King, a ghost ship, he has suffered severe backlash, gradually turning into an undead. Once a sailor in Fasak's Middle Sea Fleet, he killed a comrade in pursuit of a major potion ingredient and was forced to flee, joining the King of Immortality's ranks. In addition to this Dawn Paladin, 2 other steam-powered warship captains held Sequence 7 ranks, Pyromancer Angelo and Beyonder Seafarer, Storm Priest, Chester. Then, there were nearly 10 Sequence 8 and 9 elite officers and a variety of mysterious, functionally ambiguous items. This array of power was formidable. In a direct confrontation, even with advantages, Ebner knew it would be challenging to secure a lasting delay against them. In this world, low-sequence Beyonders with coordinated tactics and proper weaponry can genuinely threaten mid-sequence Beyonders. The case in Tingen, where the Inquisition squad had inferior resources but still forced a potent foe like Insangwil to resort to schemes instead of force, serves as a prime example. Back on topic, Grey Giant Gravina, perplexed by the response, missing the reference to the Roselle era heroic series, asked bluntly, "What do you propose?" With a slight smile, Ebner replied, "I request that you halt here peacefully for 30 minutes. Once the time is up, you will be free to pass." How about it? Half an hour, that was the predetermined delay time he and the Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina, had agreed upon. A halt. So, does he mean to delay me from reaching the King's designated zone on time? This caped man must be allied with Admiral of Ailment Maria, perhaps of the Church of Earth Mother. The idea triggered numerous thoughts in Gravina's mind, and his expression darkened as he asked coldly, "Do you mock me?" "Not at all," Ebner replied with a grin, shaking his head as he took out a slip of hard paper from his pocket, tossing it down to Gravina and adding, "If you'd be willing to accommodate, I have equivalent payment prepared. Consider this a gesture of my sincerity." Gravina, cautious, did not catch the card but let it fall to the deck, examining it by unknown means before picking it up to read the hermetic script on its surface. Glancing surreptitiously at his other 2 ships nearing completion of their cannon adjustments, Gravina deliberately stalled, asking again, "What is this?" "This is a withdrawal code for an anonymous account at Backlund Bank. The account holds 1,000 gold pounds. As I said, I am sincere." With narrowed eyes, Ebner asked, "Now then, Admiral Gravina, what's your answer?" "I must decline." Noticing the ship's nearing position, Gravina tore the card in half after mentally recording the code. Then, preparing to issue orders for the ships to fire on the surrounding islets and reefs, breaking the ritual's influence while using Blade of the King to confront the caped men, he began to speak. But before Gravina could utter a word, he heard a voice echo from afar. "I It felt as though he were bound tightly, every joint locked in place. His thoughts dulled, and his actions turned sluggish. At that moment, the caped man's voice reached his ears as if from a great distance. Ing. Ans. Wer. He struggled to turn his eyes and saw the man take a wooden puppet head with solid black eyes from his left breast pocket, appearing next to him almost instantaneously. Indeed, Ebner had expected Gravina to stall, so rather than stopping him, he chose to play along, allowing him the time to gradually seize control over Gravina's spirit string using the marionette given to him by Intis Ambassador Bakrand. While flawed and unable to convert the target into a full puppet, the item could induce cognitive sluggishness, body rigidity, and movement delays once a basic grasp of their spirit string was achieved. And that was enough. Yet, as Ebner neared Gravina, Blade of the King suddenly lurched, seemingly of its own volition, breaking his concentration on the spirit strings, and allowing Gravina to regain bodily control. But Ebner anticipated this ghost ship intervention. Considering how Gravina was nearly fused with the vessel, they undoubtedly shared a mutual understanding. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Ebner summoned power from the omnipotent heart, emulating the strength and speed of a zombie. Wielding the Sword of Dawn, he brought it down in a decisive strike. Blade of the King retaliated by calling forth skeletons and specters to intercept Ebner, trying to slow his attack. However, Ebner, foreseeing this, released brilliant flame from his ring of light to block them, his Sword of Dawn cleansing the few that passed through. Amid the chaos, Gravina seized an opportunity to counter Ebner's strike, his fear and anger granting him a ruthless resolve. He conjured a Sword of Dawn brilliance, aiming to bisect Ebner at the waist. But the caped man did not pause, he allowed the blow to land, his brilliant sword descending to decapitate Gravina. Unsurprisingly, Gravina's head and body fell to the deck in two clean halves. Staring at the damage to his blue jacket, Ebner evaded further attacks from Blade of the King, muttering. Why? Because after accepting my bribe, your attack lost its force, my skin withstood yours, enhanced with zombie, dragon scales, and illusory scales. Thus, Gravina, rest in peace. Chapter 357, Sinking. Although Ebner made the defeat of a Sequence 6 pirate with a 7,500-pound bounty appear effortless, he had carefully laid extensive groundwork to ensure that decisive final strike. First, he had set up a ritual to entrap the opposing fleet, forcing Gravina to confront him directly while the other two ships worked to dismantle the various altars, creating an opening. Without Gravina's aggressive advance, Ebner could have continued manipulating the ritual's pull to systematically isolate and disable the trio. In fact, Gravina's optimal choice would have been to abandon the two other ships, consolidating all Beyonders on Blade of the King to press Ebner with superior numbers. But without any prior knowledge of Ebner's abilities, Gravina would never have made such an extreme call. Ebner also used the negotiation as a cover, deploying Marionette to gain control over Gravina's spirit strings, robbing him of initiative from the outset. In a sequence of psychological maneuvers, he bribed Gravina, weakened his attacks, and then imposed combat hypnosis to cloud his judgment, leaving him firmly ensnared within Ebner's design. Further, the mental corruption inflicted by the ghost ship over time had left Gravina slightly deadened, a cognitive sluggishness typical of the undead. All these factors allowed Ebner to slay a peer-level Dawn Paladin in a single stroke. A crucial advantage, though, was the absence of mid-sequence Beyonders from the Demon Pathway in the King of Immortality's Fourth Fleet. Without them, manipulating Gravina was feasible, as a demon's presence would have prevented his entry into Ebner's Gate of Death ritual. It seemed Admiral of Iceberg Edwina had carefully considered this while assigning tasks. Her intention had always been to rescue Maria, with no plans to harm Agalito. If it had been otherwise, the death announcer would likely have been alerted. When I initially suggested informing Maria, Edwina mentioned it might worsen the outcome. Could that be because if Maria knew in advance, it would prompt her to challenge Agalito, exposing the whole plan? Could it be that the Pale Justice really has the power to harm a demigod? But according to the pages I saw in Roselle's diary, he wasn't even a high sequence when he created that sword. Did he perhaps make a return trip to the southern continent for a covert meeting and a weapon upgrade? Meanwhile, the admirals of Ailment and Star likely knew nothing of the plan, their actions a mere coincidence, leading them to intercept two other fleets. If those fleets contained demons, they would have sensed something only when cannon fire began crashing upon them. As for the Admiral of Iceberg, she likely wouldn't reveal her true intentions until meeting Agalito's first fleet. Self-hypnosis would ensure that, an entirely plausible tactic for someone as capable as Edwina, who could simulate abilities from multiple pathways and wield a host of arcane arts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner dodged a dozen green glowing arrows whizzing past, shot by skeleton archers aboard Blade of the King. Seems this ship has it out for me. Does it have some special bond with Gravina? Ebner mused before activating Pure White Eye to conduct a preliminary analysis of the ghost ship. A few seconds later, his gaze turned cold as he learned its true nature. Unlike the Blue Avenger, Blade of the King was fueled by living souls. After each journey, it would compel Gravina to slaughter civilians to satisfy its appetite. This ghastly trait was why Blade of the King carried no living crew aside from Gravina. Even the messenger only boarded briefly when summoned, fearful of lingering and becoming snack food. A ship like this should not exist. With a firm resolve, Ebner gripped his Sword of Dawn, deciding to sink the depraved ghost ship to prevent it from falling into other pirates' hands. Dodging more arrows, Ebner held his sword in a reverse grip and dropped from the sky onto the deck. With a flash of red from his cape, he drove the Sword of Dawn into the ship's surface, unleashing waves of light that surged outward. This was Light Storm, a purging force capable of destroying undead, decimating phantoms, and annihilating the soulless. As the light swept through the ghost ship, its skeletons crumbled to dust, undead corpses disintegrated, and ghostly spirits vanished in a radiant blaze. The ship's masts, cabins, and deck collapsed, leaving only a boiler exposed amid the wreckage. But Ebner recognized it was no boiler, merely an illusion meant to deceive. Its true fuel was human souls. With a calm demeanor, Ebner sheathed his Sword of Dawn, extending his left hand and aiming his ring of light at the boiler. The Blade of the King attempted to summon more undead to thwart Ebner, but its scattered spirit was too weak to resist. In desperation, it manifested illusions of children and beautiful women, pleading and offering promises. However, pure White Eye had foreseen these illusions, and Ebner, now in his mechanical mind state, ignored them entirely. He declared, "Light, the bane of the undead and the corrupt, sanctify this judgment." The ring of light blazed with radiant splendor. Ebner spread his arms, tilting back as if embracing the heavens. A column of pure, scorching light descended directly onto the boiler. This was sacred radiance, unleashed at full force through his magical artifact, a flawless invocation of holy light. In that instant, the boiler revealed its true form, a grotesque blood-red tumor covered in teeth. The tumor writhed in vain, attempting to avoid the radiant power, but it lacked the mobility to evade the light's reach. In mere seconds, the tumor melted away, reduced to nothing like a wax candle tossed into a burning hearth. After the malignant growth dissolved, the sacred radiance penetrated the hull, boring a massive hole through the now unprotected ship. Excellent, that judgment certainly delivered. Ebner nodded in satisfaction before retrieving Gravina's extracted Dawn Paladin trait from the sinking ghost ship. Regrettably, Gravina's remains had been reduced to ash by the Light Storm's indiscriminate assault. 7,500 pounds. Ebner sighed, shaking his head at the lost bounty, then turned toward the other two ships. Upon Gravina's death, they'd already begun bombarding the surrounding isles and reefs, disrupting the ritual. But the captains of Pyromaniac Angelo and Seafarer Chester, witnessing Gravina's swift defeat, dared not advance. As pirates, they harbored no intentions of avenging a superior. Freed from the pull, they promptly steered their vessels in opposite directions to escape. Ebner didn't pursue them. He'd achieved his goal of delaying them for 30 minutes, and with the fleet commander dead, he'd even exceeded expectations. He'd obtained the Dawn Paladin trait and could depart with an ample reward. He had no motivation for a chase. Besides, the steam-powered vessels would be challenging to catch in the water. Shaking his head in resignation, Ebner flew to a nearby reef, retrieving his Book of the Dead from a damaged altar. The unique material of the book had endured even the cannon fire unscathed. With these tasks complete, he looked towards the distant Blue Avenger, which had already veered sharply away at full speed. Chapter end. Chapter 358, Offline Meeting. That's Alger and the Blue Avenger. Given Mr. Hanged Man's usual cautious nature, it's surprising he'd choose to watch the battle. Ebner was a bit taken aback, but a moment's reflection led him to suspect he might be partly to blame. His gate of death had activated quite suddenly, so it was only natural the Blue Avenger got pulled toward it unprepared. Relieved, Ebner prepared to dive into the sea and leave the area. He had no intention of greeting Alger. With other people on the ship, it wasn't ideal to meet in person as the tower. But as he neared the water's surface, he spotted something round and wearing a naval officer's hat bobbing alone with the waves. It was none other than Gravina's severed head. 7,500 pounds. Ebner's heart surged with joy at this unexpected windfall. Grabbing the head with a satisfied smile, he activated Pure White Eye to inspect it more closely. It was indeed the genuine article of Gravina's head. The reason it had survived the Light Storm attack unscathed was the blue and white officer's hat perched on it. This hat was a magical item with two functions. It could alter the wearer's hairstyle, and it would absorb part of any head damage on their behalf. While the Light Storm power had exceeded the hat's capacity to endure, leaving the head intact, the hat itself was ruined. Nonetheless, Ebner decided to keep it. Perhaps one day, with the artisan's skills, he could repair it. Musing over this possibility, Ebner carefully took the hat off and noted with a twitch that Gravina's previously long hair vanished, leaving a smooth, shiny gray scalp behind. Wasn't Gravina only in his 30s? His hairline's even worse than Dunn's. Looks like helming the ship is even more exhausting than sleepless nights and games. Clearing his mind of such trivial thoughts, Ebner let the gale lift Gravina's head and headed toward the Blue Avenger. The unexpected find changed his plans. He now felt it worthwhile to meet Alger in person and ask him to claim the bounty. Technically, he could ask Mr. Fool to pass the head on to the hanged man, but Ebner decided it was best not to test Klein's limits. Besides, it wouldn't be a good look if Mr. Fool were seen accepting a severed head as tribute. If word got out, the evil god rumors would be hard to dispel, and if some fool tried to copy the offering, Klein might actually lose his temper. On board the Blue Avenger, Alger had ordered the few sailors to fully hoist the sails, hoping to leave the area now that the ritual altars had been destroyed by cannon fire. But compared to the two warships fleeing the Fourth Fleet, the Blue Avenger lagged behind considerably. It wasn't due to a lack of speed, but rather a disadvantageous position on the opposite side of the ritual. The two ships had wind and steam power on their side, speeding their escape, but the opposite was true for the Blue Avenger. Despite trying to adjust the course and angle of the sails, they were still struggling to gather much speed. So, it wasn't long before Ebner, riding the gale, swiftly closed in. Seeing the Doctor Strange speeding toward them, Alger's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Ultimately, while remaining vigilant, he decided to stop the attempt to flee. Instead, he dismissed the crew and went alone to the aft deck. Given Doctor Strange's recent display of abilities, if he truly harbored ill intent, even the combined strength of the crew would barely count for anything. Any crew member's ill-advised words could anger Doctor Strange, creating even bigger problems. Since that's the case, it'd be better if I just met with him alone to see what he's after. Alger was mulling this over when the voice of the bard Mikhail suddenly piped up beside him. Doctor Strange is a hero of justice, so why are we running? Alger frowned and turned to Mikhail, saying, as I recall, I ordered everyone below decks. I'm not your crew. No need to follow orders, Mikhail replied self-assuredly. Fair point. Alger thought, suppressing the urge to smack the man. In this world, justice is hardly absolute. He killed evil pirates, and to people like us, that's justice, Mikhail affirmed. I'm a pirate too. Alger said flatly. No, you're different. You're the light that dwells in darkness, a star shining through the night. Mikhail said in reverence, his poetic tone filled with awe. Alger felt a sharp throb at his temple, and was about to forcefully send Mikhail away when a flash of red caught his eye. Doctor Strange was now on deck. Quickly setting aside his thoughts, Alger cautiously greeted, Good morning, sir. May I ask your name? And what can I do for you? Roughly 30 years old, with looks that matched Roselle's illustration of Doctor Strange. Likely a masked identity, he's carrying at least 3 high-level magical items, holding a severed head. When Alger saw Gravina's head in Ebner's grasp, he stiffened, immediately recognizing the face. From a distance, he'd seen Doctor Strange sink the King of Immortality's flagship but hadn't known the details. But now, seeing Gravina's head confirmed that the infamous pirate worth £7,500 was dead, slain by Doctor Strange, who didn't seem injured at all. In an instant, Alger's assessment of Doctor Strange's strength rose another notch. Ebner politely returned Alger's greeting, then turned to Mikhail, smiling, Are you a bard? He'd heard some recitation as he descended onto the deck. Caught off guard by Ebner's question, Mikhail seemed momentarily awestruck, then nervously replied, Yes, I'm a poet. Doctor Strange, may I address you that way? Yes, I'm Doctor Strange, you can call me that, Ebner replied with a friendly smile. You're truly the hero who stepped out from the pages. I'm your loyal fan. Mikhail exclaimed, then hesitated before asking, Did you ask if I was a poet for a particular reason? Wake up, man, he's obviously just borrowing Doctor Strange's identity. There's no way he's really the character from the book. Alger thought wryly, but caught Ebner glancing over as if to say, Is he really one of yours? No, sir, he's not one of mine. He's just passing through. Just passing through. While Alger mentally defended himself, Ebner continued speaking to Mikhail, You watched my fight, didn't you? He's going to silence him. Alger's heart clenched. He instinctively placed his finger on the trigger. Mikhail seemed to reach the same conclusion but remained confident that a hero wouldn't resort to such measures. He assured Ebner, Don't worry, I won't say a word. Stunned by the reaction, Ebner shook his head with a laugh, saying, You misunderstand. I was actually hoping you'd write a ballad about it. Something catchy that people will remember. Huh. Mikhail was taken aback, blinking in confusion. Why would Doctor Strange make such a request? Only when Ebner repeated himself did Mikhail realize his sincerity. Still, he hesitated, saying, It was hard to see clearly from such a distance. Without detail, it's hard to write good lines. No problem, I can give you a detailed account, Ebner replied, flashing a winning smile. He then proceeded to recount the entire battle, carefully omitting specifics about his abilities and focusing only on the results. Initially stunned by shock, Mikhail soon became captivated, dutifully jotting down notes. Meanwhile, Alger listened in astonishment. Despite his experiences, he'd never encountered a request so forthright. Roselle was right, he mused, the bigger the forest, the more peculiar the birds. So it is with people, too. When Dr. Strange finished his story, he handed Mikhail a 200-pound fee or, rather, an incentive. Then, turning to Alger, he asked, "Sir, do you have any other instructions?" The lack of control over this conversation left Alger feeling frustrated, but Dr. Strange held the upper hand, so he decided to comply for now. Without hesitation, Ebner tossed Gravina's severed head at Alger and smiled, saying, "I'd like you to collect the bounty for me." With this, Alger felt a wave of relief. With Dr. Strange asking a favor, it was unlikely he'd turn hostile now. Alger quickly calculated his options and decided that as long as he openly declared the head's origin, he should be able to claim the reward. If the church decided to trace Dr. Strange's identity from there, that wasn't his concern. After half a minute, Alger nodded and replied, "It should be possible. The church has ways of verifying it's Gravina's head, though there will be some fees." Ebner chuckled and replied, "Not to worry. Since I'm entrusting you with this, you won't be shortchanged. Let's split it 70-30. I'll take 70, you take 30. Surprised by the generous offer, Alger momentarily entertained the idea of bypassing the church entirely to collect the reward. As if ready to seal their deal, Dr. Strange's red cloak billowed as he took to the air. He gave the two men a parting wave and said, "Very well, then. I look forward to seeing my request completed when we meet next." With that, Ebner took off, propelled by the gale. As he departed, Alger suddenly called out, "How should I reach you once I have the bounty?" "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough," Ebner's voice echoed back with a hint of mirth. Chapter 359, Alger and the Pirate Women. From his words and demeanor, it was clear that Dr. Strange knew me well. He was confident I'd be able to cash in the bounty. What's more, he seemed unfazed by the possibility I'd keep the money for myself. Could he be an acquaintance? Maybe someone high-ranking in the church who knows my identity in disguise. If that's the case, directly reporting Dr. Strange might be inconvenient. As his thoughts raced, Alger made up his mind. Ignoring the daydreaming Mikhail, who was crafting poetry, he stashed Gravina's head and returned to the cabin to call the sailors back up. "Bishop, what's the situation?" asked the bosun, holding his revolver. "That man was just here for the poet." "It's got nothing to do with us," Alger calmly reported, leaving out his exchange with Dr. Strange. As for whether Mikhail might accidentally spill the beans, Alger wasn't worried. He'd noticed that Mikhail had no memory of the bounty commission. Dr. Strange had evidently tampered with his mind before leaving. "That's great news," cheered the sailors, emerging from their hiding places in the cabin. The bosun, visibly relieved, asked, "Bishop. Captain, should we set sail now?" "No rush. That person's gone, and there's no danger nearby. We should take the chance to salvage some loot from the king's blade. While he may not care about it, for us, it's a big payday," Alger said with a smile. Hearing this, the sailors' eyes lit up with excitement, and they raised their right fists, pressing them against their left chests, saying, "Captain, may the storm be with you." With newfound zeal, the sailors maneuvered the Blue Avenger back to the site of the battle and eagerly dived into the sea to explore the recently sunken King's Blade. Seeing everything go as planned, Alger allowed himself a brief smile at the bow. As a captain of the Church of Storms, he was always under his crew's watchful eye. If he suddenly presented the head to claim a bounty, the church might suspect him of making secret dealings with Dr. Strange. In the worst case, he could be put under investigation. So, Alger chose to let his crew discover it. This way, even if he did choose a different channel to claim the reward and the church found out, they'd likely view it as him seizing a side hustle rather than hiding something important. Of course, choosing an alternate channel meant higher fees, and he'd also need to pay his crew to keep quiet, so it would probably only yield around £4,000 for Dr. Strange. I hope he's alright with that. Having decided, Alger didn't waver. After most of his crew had entered the water, he too dove down, relying on his seafarer abilities to dive deeper and longer than any sailor. There, he carefully placed Gravina's head in a prominent location. When he returned to the Blue Avenger, carrying a chest of bone china, the bosun discreetly handed him a certain head with a knowing grin. In the eastern waters off Twin Islands, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy watched with a dazzling smile as Poison Fire Booze abandoned his flagship and fled in a rowboat. The sight left even her red-haired companion, Elaine, momentarily dazed. Smoothing her slightly tousled black curls, Tracy turned to her third officer, the silver-tongued Missile, and ordered, "Take control of the Blood Rose and bind the remaining sailors. If Agalito wants his men and ships back, he'll have to pay a pretty penny." The Blood Rose, Booze's flagship, had been abandoned after its mast was shattered by chainshot, leaving him no choice but to escape on a smaller vessel. Missile, tearing his gaze from his captain's chest, stammered, "Right away." Tracy thought a moment, then added, "Send someone to inform Agalito that Booze started this fight. And tell the first officer to set sail once Missile returns. We shouldn't linger here." Once the orders were given, Tracy's surroundings grew quiet. Smiling, she strolled over to Elaine, tilting her chin up playfully. Well, I chased off that scoundrel who wanted to take you, so you're safe now. Momentarily dazed by Tracy's smile, Elaine quickly averted her eyes, feigning indifference. I thought you'd kill him. And don't pretend I didn't notice, Booze was after you, not me. If I killed him here, that would mean open war with the King of Immortality. I'm not afraid, but there are other tasks I need to handle right now, so it's best not to make him a sworn enemy. Tracy raised her hand, revealing a few strands of Booze's black hair. But don't worry, he won't live long. Once things settle down, I can take his life whenever I please. The strands of Booze's hair in a hexer's hand sealed his fate, and Elaine knew it. Mollified, Elaine murmured, accepting Tracy's explanation. Now that the interloper's gone, we can resume our previous business. Where were we in that Roselle novel? Tracy asked, settling into a deck chair and closing her eyes contentedly. You were reading about Dr. Strange traveling to a place called Nepal in search of a sorcerer. Elaine reopened the book, resuming her reading for Tracy. But she stopped abruptly. Frowning, Tracy opened her sea-blue eyes, curious. Why'd you stop? There's nothing after this part, Elaine said, showing Tracy the end of the book. How can it end here? Strange had just met the Ancient One. Tracy grumbled in frustration, then asked, did Roselle only write this much? No, it's a series. This is just one volume, Elaine explained, glancing mischievously at Tracy. However, the Hero series wasn't very popular over 100 years ago, so it had a limited print run. Only large bookstores or libraries are likely to have the rest. It wasn't entirely a lie, the Hero series was indeed unpopular back then, though attitudes had changed over time. Can we find it in Balam? I remember there's a large library there, Tracy asked after a pause. Elaine lowered her gaze, nodding, yes, we should be able to find it there. That library was close to the Intis consulate, where the chief military officer was close friends with one of her elders. In the northern waters of Twin Islands, Admiral of Star Catlia similarly opted not to kill the Second Fleet's commander, choosing instead to capture him for the Moses Ascetic Order to deal with. The Order would no doubt be interested in a demon from the depths. With him as a prize, I'm sure they'll help divert the King of Immortality's wrath. Maria, that's all I can do for you. I hope you've exploited the Second Fleet's absence to make your escape. Lost in thought, Catlia recited the appropriate spell, causing the glittering starlight to circle a massive amber prison containing a creature nearly 3 meters tall, with ram-like horns adorned with twisted patterns and bat-like wings. At that moment, Frank approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Captain, may I study him? I've always wanted to understand a demon's toxin resistance. My recent rice hybrid produced high yields but is highly toxic. If I could cross it with a demon, I wonder if that immunity might neutralize the poison. Catlia blinked, momentarily stunned by Frank's absurdity, then composed herself and said, if I release the Starlight Prison, he'll escape. Oh, that's a pity. I wonder when I'll get another chance to catch a demon, Frank said wistfully. With thoughts like that, every demon within miles will steer clear. You may never meet another mid-sequence demon in this lifetime. In the southern waters, the Golden Dream was heavily scarred, with debris from other vessels strewn across the surrounding seas. Orpheus lifted foul-tongued Verlin's lifeless head and wept openly. Just as the crew approached to comfort him, the singer wiped his tears and broke into a rousing song. Winter has passed. Though my sun has vanished. I found a new sun. At new sun, he glanced at the Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, his gaze filled with gratitude, admiration, and affection. Seeing this, the rest of the crew stopped in their tracks, though Danitz, who didn't catch the meaning, stepped forward and patted Orpheus on the shoulder. At that moment, Edwina turned and looked northwest, murmuring to herself. Demigod-level power surge. Did Maria use the Pale Justice again? On the Pale Maiden, Maria, having obliterated Agalito's Fifth Fleet with a single blow, sheathed her sword and knelt on the deck. When Nika, Kent, and others moved to help her, she waved them off. Letting her hair fall over her face as if to stifle something, Maria ordered sternly. Don't waste time. Leave this place immediately. I sense that the death announcer is close behind. Chapter 360, Behind the Scenes. Yes, Captain, the crew responded in unison and busily went about their duties. Only First Mate Kent cast a worried glance at Maria, who was keeping her head low, face hidden behind her hair, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he held back and did not approach her. Once everyone had returned to their stations, Maria remained kneeling at the bow for a moment, before struggling to her feet, using the figurehead for support. As she rose, the smooth, silver figurehead faintly reflected a nearly transparent face. From the eyes, which seemed to suppress a malicious intent, oozed a thick, sticky, and sickening black liquid. She quietly leaned against the figurehead, and it took around 5 minutes before her face returned to normal. Gathering her hair back into a ponytail, Maria glanced in the direction they were heading, surprised and puzzled, the death announcer didn't try to seize the opportunity to catch up while I was unable to fully control the pale saintess for those few minutes. On board the towering death announcer, a ship the size of a 5-story building, the king of immortality, Agilito sighed and issued new orders to slaughter Curtius. Forget the chase. We're turning now toward the Sea of Fury, and send word to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets to rendezvous with us there as quickly as possible. Captain, but we were almost upon the pale saintess. Curtius protested in disbelief. Follow orders. Agilito, who shared his subordinate's frustration, nonetheless made it clear his command was non-negotiable. Yes, Captain. Realizing the danger, Curtius did not press further, but hesitated before asking, what about Vrolandus of the First Fleet? Shouldn't we inform him? Agilito replied in a detached tone, Vrolandus is dead. His fleet is likely lost. A chill ran through Curtius's heart. Although he hadn't sensed any immediate danger, he now understood why his captain was abandoning the chase. In the face of an unknown threat, pressing forward could mean they were being lured into an ambush. After Curtius left to deliver the message, Agilito, seemingly speaking to the air, muttered in a mocking tone. Catch up? No. We're never catching up. You must have noticed, no matter how we accelerate, the gap with the pale saintess never closes. Distance has been magnified or distorted. Nast is nearby, and Pannon is likely already done for. This is his warning to us. If we persist in pursuing, we may find ourselves up against the power of the King of the Five Seas. And something isn't right. All 4 fleet divisions have gone dark, Vrolandus is dead. Someone has slipped past your detection and is plotting against us. Then, as if hearing something, Agilito's stiff face twisted into a faint smile. This isn't cowardice, it's caution. Hey, if you had been half as cautious, you wouldn't have been tricked by that Adibeo into becoming a ship. Our poor teamwork is entirely your fault. About 5 nautical miles away from the death announcer, the colossal figure of the King of the Five Seas, Nast, floated midair. Though his gaze was on the 2 ghost ships futilely trying to advance, his thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. Someone interfered with my judgment, causing me to be a few minutes late. But who could it have been? To influence me, even though I possess a level 0 sealed item, only a select few exist who could accomplish this. What are their intentions? A dark red glint flickered in Nast's black eyes as he chose not to pursue the thought further, even twisting part of his own thoughts to seal them away. After completing these mental adjustments, he looked directly at the death announcer, which was indeed turning away from the pursuit of the pale saintess. Nast nodded approvingly. Aware that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, he preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with the death announcer. After confirming the course change, Nast then released the distortion effect he had placed on the distance around the 2 ships. At that moment, a mist spread through the surrounding space, and then a massive, jet-black, 3-masted ship emerged from the void. It was his Black Emperor. On the ship's prow stood a tall, slender man in a red suit, smiling as he gazed up at Nast. Nast stepped forward and instantly appeared on the deck of the Black Emperor. He nodded slightly at the men in red. Duke Adibeo, how did things fare on your end? Pannon successfully escaped, Adibeo replied with a smile, but I left a little present in his mind. I don't care what your plans are. But I must remind you, your little tricks won't escape the eyes of the god of combat, Nast warned, glancing at the devilish, polite figure opposite him with a dark red gleam in his eyes. I know, so I won't give him a chance to pray in a church. Adibeo handed the Black Emperor's spire crown, symbolizing control, back to Nast, still smiling. Besides, as a steward left behind in the colonies, he has the authority to act as he pleases. At least for the next 6 months, no one will suspect a thing. After a brief silence, Nast gazed at Adibeo, once a colleague of his father, and suddenly said, You've known all along, haven't you? About the presence lurking behind all this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed the owner of the Pale Justice to be hunted by that ship. How could I know anything that involves deities? Adibeo replied with a feigned look of surprise, then chuckled. I see. So this was either a plot between Emperor Roselle and you, or one he didn't have time to complete. The dark red light in Nast's eyes flickered as he nodded knowingly. But this time, Adibeo only maintained his elegant smile and refrained from replying. Beyond the spirit world, in the astral realm, a place more abstract, seemingly containing every rite and symbol of the universe, a book-filled, ethereal kingdom existed where figures wandered, indulging in reading. An ageless, indistinct figure withdrew its gaze from reality, and its lips seemed to curl slightly as it conjured a page. It sent the page, covered in text, through the kingdom and into a part of the starry sky within a grand white tower. The page, flipping through the air, faintly revealed the following words. A grievous spirit sealed with demonic traits. A prisoner driven by justice. Utterly, justice is twisted, corrupted in itself. Attempting to escape the mother tree of desire's control over paths. Was this the work of Farbaughty or Tolsna, with Roselle's influence mixed in? The sword itself is a switch, a way to release desires. A brilliant design, Roselle was truly a remnant of the bygone era. It's just unclear if that young girl is a true contingency or merely a pawn brought to light. That whisperer has quite the daring, calculating even against deities. Either way, if Farbody or Tolsna has a genuine chance to break free of control, it's a promising development. On the Arunheim, Ebner had just opened the door back to his cabin when his pure white eye unexpectedly activated on its own, transmitting a message. Ebner's expression turned serious at once. The last time the pure white eye had activated on its own, he'd sensed the taint of the primordial moon at the Daily Observer's ball. But after he carefully read the message, he exhaled slightly in relief and pondered. Did a higher being of this path transmit knowledge to me? Who, the god of knowledge? Last time they influenced me, I was instantly plunged into a so-called prophetic state. Is this a new function of my golden finger since reaching sequence 6 and deepening my connection with the unknown land? Chapter 361, Bounty Delivered to the Door. Carefully sensing the message intercepted by the pure white eye, Ebner's spiritual intuition raised no alarms, indicating that the knowledge infused by a higher being of this pathway was not dangerous. Even so, Ebner didn't read it immediately. After a moment of thought, he decided it would be safer to wait until he could access the Sapphira Castle to review it. I still have 2 hours of study time with Mr. Fool that I haven't used this week, he mused. With that plan in mind, Ebner took off his Doctor Strange cloak and returned to his dress shirt, vest, and trousers. Next, he sorted his extraordinary items back into his luggage, except for Lilith's tears, ring of light, and heart of flame. Only then did he open the cabin door and step onto the deck. Appearing openly like this would help to distance himself from Doctor Strange. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived on deck, Ebner noticed that many of the sailors aboard the Arunheim displayed looks of fear and anxiety. Even Captain Miss Gwyn seemed to be forcing herself to remain calm. As for Lydia, she still wore a calm and collected smile, which helped ease the nerves of the sailors who were secretly glancing her way. Just then, young Terence saw Ebner and rushed over, saying in a panic, "Detective Brian, I was just about to look for you." "What's going on?" Ebner calmly asked while summoning a halo of the sun. With a flash of golden light, a wave of invisible power rapidly spread, washing over everyone on deck like a wave. In an instant, the anxiety and fear vanished from all the sailors, including Miss Gwyn and young Terence, as they seemed to regain their courage. Only Lydia's previously cheerful expression shifted slightly as she wrinkled her nose in mild dissatisfaction. As a vampire, she wasn't too fond of the effects of the halo of the sun. Terence, feeling the warmth and courage, thanked Ebner before composing himself and explaining, It's that Seagull Hill spotted 3 ships closing in on us from different directions." "Oh, and Hill is an extraordinary animal, a seagull, that Lydia keeps. Why didn't I see it on my way back?" "Oh, right, I came through the sea." Ebner's expression remained calm, though he'd just sunk a ghost ship. He then asked, "Do you know who they are?" He wasn't surprised that Lydia had an extraordinary animal companion. After all, the sequence before vampire is beast tamer. "It's the madman Reem with a bounty of 1,500 pounds, and his great shark pirate crew," Terence replied, hesitating before adding, He's likely after revenge for being humiliated at Twin Island's dock." Twin Island. Humiliation. Since Ebner had been preoccupied with Vice Admiral Iceberg's commission, it took him a moment to recall. When he had arrived on the island, he had used authority and dragon's might to intimidate a group of pirates for convenience. So, this madman Reem was one of the unlucky pirates he'd used to make an example. After a bit more thought, Ebner asked, "The one who wet his pants?" "Yes, Detective Brian." Terence couldn't help but laugh despite the lingering tension in his heart. "So it really is him. Is he actually delivering bounty money and characteristics to me? I seem to recall he's a barbarian." These pirates are so generous and hospitable. With that level of strength, even if I weren't here, he still wouldn't be a match for Gwyn and her crew. But then again, the madman commands a pirate crew with 3 ships, so that's probably where his confidence comes from. Shaking his head, Ebner didn't take the pirate crew too seriously but quietly reminded himself not to use any methods Doctor Strange had used, just to avoid arousing suspicion. After reassuring young Terence and helping him completely relax, Ebner approached Captain Gwyn with a smile and asked, "If it came to a boarding battle, how confident are you in securing a victory?" "I won't lose to Reem, but Lydia and Terence aren't combat-focused beyonders. I'm worried." Gwyn answered, somewhat unsure of herself. Maybe Terence really isn't skilled at direct combat, but Lydia is a vampire. How could she not be battle-ready? She's holding back, isn't she? After considering this for a moment, Ebner confidently replied, "Then I'll create an opportunity for you to duel the madman one-on-one." He was now focused on avoiding drawing too much attention to himself or exposing too much strength, so as not to let anyone connect him to Doctor Strange. So, this time, he'd let Captain Gwyn take the spotlight, gain fame, and attract attention. Sensing the powerful confidence in Ebner's tone, Gwyn began to relax, her mind drifting back to when they had hunted a giant serpent in the underwater cave. Mr. Bryan is always so reliable, she thought, though outwardly she asked in a steady tone, what should I do? Nothing. Just wait for my arrangement, Ebner replied with a slight smile, a preliminary plan already forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the 3 ships of the Great Shark pirate crew had come within sight of the sailors, moving in a triangular formation to encircle them. Seeing this, Ebner nodded to Gwyn before vanishing from sight. Lydia, who had been listening to their conversation, noticed that the captain still seemed worried, so she approached to reassure her. Don't worry, that detective isn't just anyone. Even if he took down the whole crew on his own, it wouldn't be surprising. Gwyn's eyes lit up as she glanced at Lydia. You seem to know Detective Bryan well. After a moment's hesitation, Lydia decided not to hide it any longer, given that Karen would probably show up within a few days. She nodded, he's a friend of my brother's. Noting the worry in Lydia's expression, Gwyn speculated, did Detective Bryan tell your brother where you are? Will you be leaving soon? She paused, pressing her lips together before patting Lydia's shoulder with a forced smile. It's probably for the best. A girl your age shouldn't be roughing it with me, risking life and limb, it's better to return to your family. A girl my age. If I told you my real age, you probably wouldn't believe it. Lydia thought, but she too felt reluctant to part from the captain who had cared for her. After a moment of thought, she removed a wide belt from around her waist, handed it to Gwyn, and said with a sniffle, Captain, take this belt as a little token from me. Talking like that before a battle isn't a good omen. Gwyn joked, though she was surprised by the belt's unexpected weight as she took it. Even though I'm a weapon master, I can feel its weight. And Lydia, a beast tamer, has been moving around freely while wearing it. Before she could finish her thought, Gwyn sensed the extraordinary quality of the belt with her weapon master abilities. She lifted one end, gave it a light shake, and it transformed into a golden sword coiled with a snake motif. Seeing that Miss Gwyn had quickly grasped how to wield the belt as a weapon, Lydia smiled and said, Detective Bryan said he'd give you a chance to duel the madman. With this sword, your odds are even better. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Gwyn firmly shook her head, returning the sword to belt form and handing it back to Lydia. Although she admired the sword and had never owned a proper extraordinary weapon, she felt she couldn't accept such a valuable gift without reason. Who said I was giving it to you? This is just an added investment in the Erenheim. As captain, you can use this public asset during battles, Lydia replied, having already prepared for Gwyn's reaction. At this, Gwyn had no further grounds to refuse. After a brief hesitation, she nodded. In that case, I'll increase your stake to 30%. Great. If I do leave, I'll let Terence exercise my rights as my representative, Lydia said, casting a glance at the young man who was still somewhat isolated from the sailors. Gwyn smiled knowingly but didn't comment, instead asking curiously, does the belt sword have a name? It does. Roselle created it as a flawed prototype in his youth and later gave it to my brother, to my family. Its official name is Golden Serpent Sword, but I prefer calling it Belt Sword. On board the flagship Great Shark of the pirate crew, the madman Reem was so fixated on his nearby prey that he unknowingly stepped forward, only to feel something underfoot. Looking down, he found a lone gold coin. Feeling pleased, he picked it up, muttering, picking up a coin before battle, the gods are watching over me. Seems I'll not only wash away the previous disgrace but also capture those 2 pretty girls. As his fantasies grew more vivid, his first mate interrupted, Captain, their ship is within range. Should we signal the other ships to fire? Displeased at having his daydreams interrupted, Reem snapped, fire. What if my beauties get hurt? No, signal them, no firing allowed. We'll board together. The first mate was initially taken aback by the order but, seeing no obvious issue, left to deliver it. I can't let those rough men harm my beauties. I'll capture that long-legged girl myself. Reem said proudly. Meanwhile, standing undetected beside him, Ebner's lips curved in a slight smile. The target had taken the bribe, naturally becoming prideful, reckless, and losing focus, leading to a misjudgment. With this setup, a subtle, mental suggestion could guide things exactly as he wanted. End of chapter. Chapter 362, Golden Serpent Sword. Soon, 3 sailing warships drew up close to the Erenheim. Led by the madman Reem, the pirates let out a wild assortment of shouts and jumped onto the Erenheim's deck, facing off with Miss Gwyn and her sailors. Notably, the entire Great Shark pirate crew included only 2 Beyonders, Reem himself and a Sequence 9 sailor. The rest were ordinary people. Despite this, they had earned quite a reputation, mostly thanks to their sturdy ships and formidable firepower, which even put some Beyonder heavy pirate crews to shame. But now, under the influence of Ebner's mental suggestion, the Great Shark crew had willingly abandoned their advantage, stepping right onto the path Ebner had planned for them. The outcome was obvious. As soon as Reem laid eyes on the gallant Miss Gwyn, brandishing her golden sword, he couldn't tear his gaze away. Only when she coldly demanded his business did he grin and say, "Beautiful lady, I'd hate for us to clash. It would be a shame if your delicate face were injured. So, let's make a bet. If I win, you and that little lady over there become mine. If I lose, my entire crew will follow your orders. How about it?" Even with Detective Brian's warning, Gwyn's face flushed red at his arrogant and shameless words, her slender brows rising sharply. Even Lydia, normally indifferent to most things, let out a displeased hum. She glanced at Terence, noticing his indignant expression. If he were stronger, he'd probably already be rushing to teach the boastful madman a lesson. Seeing this, Lydia's spirits brightened, and she broke into a sweet smile once again. At this point, guessing that Reem had fallen into Detective Brian's trap, Gwyn managed to calm down. Narrowing her eyes, she asked icily, "What do you want to bet?" "A one-on-one duel. The winner claims everything the loser has." Reem smirked lecherously, his gaze openly lewd as he looked between Gwyn and Lydia. Gwyn turned her head away in disgust, glancing at Lydia. Seeing her give a slight nod, she replied, "Fine. But you'd better keep your word." "Ha ha ha, of course, I always keep my word. I can't lose." Reem laughed loudly and eagerly stepped forward, ready to take down this beauty within a few moves and savor her. Gwyn paused just before advancing, as if listening to something, then nodded a few times. Finally, at Reem's urging, she stepped forward to face him, raising the golden serpent sword in a steady stance. Reem scoffed, drawing his own sword and activating a mysterious item that formed a misty, armor-like black haze around him. He prepared to attack first. Though cocky, Reem still had basic combat instincts. However, before he could make a move, a strange sensation surged through his mind, a whip of pure electric current, raised and poised to strike his soul. The feeling was so intense it transported him back to the docks of Twin Island, his whole body trembling as his knees turned weak. But just then, a sharp pain shot through his heart, snapping him back to reality. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his death armor, purchased at the pirate convention, had been easily pierced. Even more astonishing was that he'd chosen to duel a woman he knew nothing about for the sake of a pretty face. And not one of his men had bothered to warn him. He had so many questions, so many things he couldn't believe, but he would never have a chance to find answers. Despite being a sequence 8 beyonder, a fatal heart wound allowed him to survive only half a minute longer than an ordinary person. Then, this notorious pirate captain fell dead. Name, Golden Serpent Sword. Appearance, normally a silk belt, once unsealed, it transforms into a golden sword with a black serpent coiled around its blade. The sword's irregular, wave-like shape hints at hidden secrets, possibly even a key to some secret. Abilities, grants its wielder enhanced courage, strength, and agility. It deals fire and holy damage, making it especially effective against evil spirits and undead. Once per day, it can activate Serpent's Kiss of Repose. Effect, the black serpent on the blade turns into a shadow that attacks the enemy. Regardless of their nature, being struck by it lose all desires and emotions, freezing in place until the effect ends. Negative effects, prolonged use of its sword form affects the wielder's personality, sometimes causing them to make impulsive decisions. Additionally, each activation of Serpent's Kiss of Repose causes the wielder to lose a random desire or emotion for 1 day. Sealing method, recite a chant to revert it to belt form. The above is the Pure White Eyes analysis report. Miss Gwyn stared blankly at the madman Reem, dead beneath her blade. Though she'd been fortunate enough at the pirate convention to acquire the weapon master trait and advance to sequence 7 the previous night. Though Detective Brian had briefed her before the fight, telling her that Reem would lose focus for a second or two. Though Lydia's investment in the Golden Serpent Sword was particularly effective against Reem's item. She still couldn't believe she had managed to kill a renowned pirate in a single strike. Have I become this strong? Gwyn asked herself, but she quickly shook her head, thinking, it's not my strength. It's Detective Brian. He orchestrated everything. At that moment, Pisa, the other beyonder of the Great Shark crew, and a Sequence 9 sailor, was the first to snap out of his daze. Glancing around at the equally bewildered pirates and sailors, he readied himself to rally his men and launch an attack on the Erenheim. But just as he opened his mouth, a loud bang echoed, a bullet from who knows where pierced his throat. The gunshot snapped Miss Gwyn out of her trance, and she seemed to hear a voice. After listening carefully, she kicked Reem's corpse aside, lifted her sword, and fearlessly confronted the pirates on the 3 ships. In a clear, authoritative voice, she demanded. Your captain made a deal with me. Now that he's lost, you should follow my command. Or, are you planning to go back on your word? As she spoke, she extended her arm and swept the sword in a wide arc, as though addressing each pirate who faced her. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, her stance in this moment radiated an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Ebner, hidden in the shadows, enhanced her display with his Dragon's Might ability. In response, the pirates pointed at by her sword dropped their weapons one after another, trembling as they knelt on the deck, seemingly subdued by Miss Gwyn's aura. The crew of the Erenheim cheered excitedly at the sight, chanting their captain's name. Gwyn. 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 Swept up by the atmosphere, even Lydia and Terence couldn't help joining in, despite knowing the full story. Lydia, seizing the moment, came up with a new nickname for her captain. Gwyn. Lady Dragon's Might. The other crew members quickly picked up the chant, and before long, Lady Dragon's Might was being shouted by many sailors. Only Miss Gwyn, aware of Lydia's poor naming sense after the Golden Serpent Sword incident, was left speechless. Don't be so confident in your naming skills, girl. Seeing that almost everyone believed Miss Gwyn had single-handedly subdued the pirates, Ebner quietly slipped back into his cabin, having achieved his goal of keeping a low profile. Mr. Gaston greeted him with a teasing smile. Looks like I'll have to give you that other extraordinary item I promised, the azure brooch. With his experience, Gaston could easily tell that Ebner had been orchestrating events behind the scenes from start to finish, especially the Dragon's Might at the end. As an artisan with a similar ability, it couldn't have been more obvious to him. They were merely taking advantage of the pirates' lack of insight. Mr. Gaston had promised to provide an extra extraordinary item if any battles occurred during the journey. It's really not necessary. Technically, this didn't happen during the pirate convention, Ebner replied politely, as the azure brooch was of little use to him. Haha, I'm not one to go back on my promises, Mr. Gaston said, shaking his head with a smile. Besides, I'd like to build a good relationship with you, so don't refuse. Build a relationship? Ebner wondered, then asked cautiously, are you hoping I can help you pass the 6th level? Since they were on board, he intentionally avoided mentioning the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Mr. Gaston wasn't surprised that Ebner guessed his intent. Nodding, he replied solemnly, that's precisely my hope. Though I can't afford your fee at the moment, so I'll wait until I've digested my gains from this pirate convention. Back in Backlund, at the row house on Minsk Street, Klein finally gathered all the ingredients for the magician potion after receiving the true roots and sap of the mist tree from the sun as a tribute. The special liquid in the clear glass bottle sparkled with colors, red, orange, yellow, green, constantly blooming, fading, and reappearing like tiny fireworks. Klein took a 1-pound coin, held it between his left thumb and forefinger, and flicked it up, catching it in his open palm. Smack. The coin landed heads up, affirming his decision. Without further hesitation, Klein tilted his head back and drank the magician potion. End of chapter. Chapter 363, The Magician. Late at night, Ebner was in the learning space, simulating another Sequence 5 ability, when he sensed the spiritual wall he had set up being disturbed. Returning his consciousness to reality, he unsealed the barrier and opened the door. As expected, it was Captain Miss Gwyn standing outside. After the duel, she had spent the entire afternoon and half the evening collecting spoils and handling the aftermath. Only now did she find time to visit Ebner, to express her gratitude and to share the spoils. Of course, share the spoils wasn't an elegant term. Ebner preferred to call it profit-sharing. After all, while his methods to deal with the madman Reem were unconventional, it was Reem who had brought this upon himself, wasn't it? As his mind wandered, Ebner glanced back at Mr. Gaston, who was sound asleep in the cabin's inner room. After a moment of thought, he said softly to Miss Gwyn, let's talk on the deck. All right. Miss Gwyn readily agreed, and Ebner noticed a subtle sigh of relief. Visiting a gentleman's cabin so late at night wasn't in line with the etiquette she had been taught growing up, even if she had abandoned such notions when she left home. Out at sea, away from industrial pollution, the crimson moon, a little fuller than a half-moon, hung quietly in the sky, exuding mystery and dreaminess. Leaning against the ship's railing, Ebner and Miss Gwyn admired the seascape as they talked. Detective Brian, I couldn't take the 3 warships with me due to a lack of manpower, nor could I manage so many prisoners. So, after dismantling the cannons on 2 of the ships, I allowed the pirates to buy their freedom with ransom money. I only had Lydia and Terence take some sailors to claim Reem's flagship, the Great Shark. The pirates managed to scrape together 987 pounds, plus over 100 gold coins from various countries. Additionally, we found dozens of steam rifles and various calibers of bullets on their ships. Miss Gwyn's narration was clear and systematic, indicating she had done her homework before approaching Ebner. After listening carefully, Ebner frowned slightly and interrupted, you mean to say that the 3 ships in Reem's crew had nearly 100 firearms, along with plenty of explosives and cannons? This level of firepower didn't match a pirate crew of this scale. Miss Gwyn had clearly noticed this anomaly as well and responded uncertainly, I heard rumors that Reem had some ties with the Faceac military. There's even talk that after he refused to join Vice Admiral Hurricane, the latter caused him some trouble, and it was Vice Admiral Dusk who mediated the matter. The Faceac Empire's military. Clearly, they're meticulously infiltrating Lone's overseas colonies. From Mr. Fool's divinations, the Bonebreaker who dueled with the Pale Admiral is also from Faceac. Is this an early sign of the war coming in a year? Still, since Faceac's power in these waters is limited, deliberate retaliation is unlikely. At least Miss Gwyn should be safe in the short term. Thinking this, Ebner felt a bit relieved. After all, under his arrangement, Miss Gwyn was bound to gain considerable fame, but it also came with risks. You can handle the weapons and wealth however you see fit, Ebner said, glancing up at the mysterious and beautiful crimson moon. Without delving further into Reem's background, he added, as agreed beforehand, I'm only interested in the bounty, the beyonder characteristics, and any potential mystical items. Miss Gwyn nodded slightly. This was indeed what Detective Brian had whispered to her after Reem's death. Even so, she felt she was getting the better deal. Without Detective Brian's methods, the Erenheim would have suffered terribly against such firepower, and she might have once again endured the pain of losing her companions. From a hidden pocket, she took out 2 metal boxes and handed them to Ebner. These are the beyonder characteristics of the barbarian and the sailor. Then, she took a fragment of wood from her bag and added, this is what's left of Reem's protective item, the death armor talisman. Unfortunately, the spirit sealed within was destroyed by the golden serpent sword, rendering the item useless. These remnants might still have some value. As for the bounty, we'll need to return to Dimir to claim it. So, that madman really only brought a sequence 9 subordinate and a single protective mystical item to pick a fight with us. How polite. Suppressing a sarcastic thought, Ebner took the 2 boxes without hesitation. After inspecting them briefly with the pure white eye, he resealed them with his spirituality and placed them in his pocket. Smiling, he said, that's fine. I'll be staying in Dimir for a while. He still planned to prepare thoroughly and attempt the 5th level of the Dream Maze Tower again. Miss Gwyn was about to ask if she could buy back the sailor characteristic to train her subordinates when the outline of the moon above suddenly began to fill out. In just a second or two, it transformed into a full, blood-red moon. And this was barely 2 weeks after the last full moon. According to the usual calendar and astronomy, the next full moon wasn't due for another 10 days. Another blood moon. Miss Gwyn exclaimed in surprise. This year's blood moons are too frequent. Standing beside her, Ebner thought worriedly, the sudden arrival of the blood moon. I wonder if Zio is with Furs right now. Backlund, Cherwood Borough, Minsk Street. Klein had just finished experimenting with his new magician abilities and was about to head out to Braveheart's bar to replenish his confession revolver's bullets. But as he glanced out the bay window, the crimson moonlight, illuminated by the gas lamps, suddenly deepened and grew denser. Blood moon. Klein immediately recognized the phenomenon, one that astronomers still couldn't explain, attributing it to the goddess's whims. Misjudgment, misjustice, and Tower's friend, Miss Furs, hears terrible whispers during the full moon. She could be in grave danger right now. Without delay, Klein returned to his bedroom, walked backward 4 steps, and entered the majestic grey hall. Sitting on the fool's seat, he surveyed the deep crimson stars surrounding him and thought silently, if it becomes unbearable. Miss Furs, don't hesitate. Speak that honorific name. I'll save you. Still in the Cherwood Borough, Minsk Street, Zio Dericha, wandering at night in hopes of encountering the serial killer, turned pale when the moon changed. She abandoned her search for the demon and sprinted back to the apartment she shared with Furs as fast as possible. Furs. Please, don't let anything happen to you. Mr. Fool, please protect her, and me. Although she had secretly slipped a paper bearing the Fool's honorific into Furs's favorite book and subtly mentioned it several times under Miss Audrey's guidance, Zio couldn't quell her worry. What if Furs couldn't think of that last-ditch effort without me by her side? Growing more anxious, Zio decided to ignore being seen by ordinary people. She donned the golden mask, a grade 2 sealed artifact entrusted to her by Princess Vera. Her already strong physique grew further enhanced, allowing her to leap across entire streets with ease. In her room, Furs writhed in pain, rolling across the floor. She had already recited the names of all the major deities but received no response. In despair, a piece of parchment fell from one of her books, inscribed with lines of ancient Hermes text she found familiar. Zio. Ebner. A god can save me. An evil god is still a god. As long as someone saves me, I'll accept it. A thought crossed Furs's fading consciousness. With great effort, she forced her mouth open and weakly whispered. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me. When Zio, wearing the golden mask, finally smashed open Furs's door, she found her friend lying still on the floor, her face marked by lingering terror. Zio pressed her lips together, thinking she was too late. She nearly broke down in tears but was interrupted by a vision of boundless grey fog, and within it, a familiar figure. In the next moment, she returned to reality. Furs was back, lying unconscious but seemingly unharmed. It felt as if the scene in the grey fog had been an illusion. Yet Zio's heart was full of relief and gratitude for Mr. Fool. Ebner was right. Mr. Fool truly is a merciful and benevolent god, Zio thought. Meanwhile, in the ancient hall above the grey fog, Furs, completely unaware that Zio had also been there moments ago, nervously communicated with the mighty being known as the Fool. She poured out everything, including Ebner's speculation that the whispers might originate from an Abraham family ancestor. This matches what Tower and I discussed, and aligns with Roselle's diary. It seems the so-called whispers are cries for help from Mr. Door. Though Klein thought this, he refrained from fully revealing his thoughts and, to avoid future embarrassment, replied vaguely. Perhaps he's just asking for your help. Afterward, he shifted topics, answering a question Furs had asked earlier. You may join the regular gatherings here, but you'll need a code name. With a smile, Klein gestured to a deck of cards that manifested on the bronze table. Pick one. Furs didn't hesitate. Instead, she cut the deck with interest and drew a card at random. The Magician. End of chapter. Chapter 364, Tower and Doctor Strange. Lying on the bedroom floor, Furs's eyelashes fluttered slightly as her eyes slowly opened. She saw the bright full moon hanging outside the window, a crimson disk glowing intensely. The usual faint and hazy red veil had turned into a dense blood-red light. I'm alive. I didn't lose control. That wasn't a dream. A mysterious and powerful Fool truly saved me. Furs sat up, inspecting herself. She found no abnormalities except that her hair had grown longer and thicker. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a figure by the bed suddenly caught her eye, watching her from the shadows. Startled, Furs let out a scream and tried to get up, but her legs were numb from her awkward lying position. She stumbled and fell to her knees with a loud thud, the impact so painful that tears almost welled up. Seated on the bed, Zio Dericha watched her friend's exaggerated antics, and the joy and relief she had felt at seeing Furs awake were quickly replaced by, what Ebner would call, a strong urge to complain. What on earth are you doing? Zio sighed, rubbing her forehead as she got off the bed to help Furs up. Finally recognizing who it was in the room, Furs, full of grievances, grumbled, Zio, why are you here? You scared me to death. I thought Mr. Fool had descended into the real world through our connection. I came back because of the sudden blood moon. I was worried the strange whispers you hear might intensify and something terrible might happen. So I rushed over to check on you. When I entered and saw you curled up on the floor, I was terrified. But after checking, I found you were just unconscious, so I stayed to keep watch, Zio explained with a mix of truth and pretense. She decided not to reveal that she was judgment just yet, curious how long it would take Furs to figure it out. Besides, Furs would have a hard time hiding her connection with Justice or her familiarity with me. If she learned I was judgment, Miss Justice might easily deduce both my and Ebner's real identities. As Zio mulled over her thoughts, Furs's vision blurred slightly. Ignoring the pain from her knees, she glanced aside and forced herself to hold back tears. Using her usual sarcastic tone, she laughed. Where's your brain? Didn't I tell you? During a blood moon, the whispers definitely get stronger. But it doesn't affect me at all. See? I just fainted for a bit and now I'm perfectly fine. Look how spirited I am. Well, I am a bit thirsty though. Could you get the kettle from the table for me? Mr. Fool has already noticed Zio. Until I'm sure of his intentions, I mustn't involve her any further. Furs thought to herself as she spoke. Hearing Furs's clumsy deflection, Zio sighed inwardly, foolish girl, even now, you're hiding things and trying to shoulder this alone. And that excuse was so poorly thought out. Idiot. Moreover, how have you not noticed that Justice and I are deliberately guiding you? Zio's heart swelled with a mix of frustration and affection. While she wanted to confess everything, her identity, her connection to Ebner, and their involvement in the Tarot Club, her experiences had matured her beyond her counterpart in the original timeline. Now a full-fledged member of MI9, she could control her impulses far better. Pretending to be distracted by Furs's excuse, Zio walked to the table, grabbed the kettle, and poured 2 cups of tea. She returned with the cups, handing one to Furs while lifting the other. Perfect timing. I was parched after rushing back, Zio said before downing the tea in a single gulp. A still-dazed Furs absent-mindedly took her cup and sipped, but her eyes widened as realization struck. She quickly reached out to stop Zio, but it was too late. Oh no, that's the ale I kept hidden in the house. I bought it hoping to drown out the whispers, but it didn't help at all. Now. Zio drank it. Zio drank it. Zio drank it. Steam, no, Mr. Fool, please protect us. Don't let her destroy the house. The landlady will definitely kick us out. As Furs fervently prayed, Zio suddenly dropped her cup. A mischievous grin, unlike her usual demeanor, spread across her face as she grabbed Furs by the collar. Furs, you've been hiding booze in the house. Zio exclaimed. I have my reasons. Furs stammered, a strange fear welling up. Mr. Fool, please save me again. On Thursday morning, the ghost ship Blue Avenger docked at a private port in Byam. Alger finally fulfilled his promise by escorting the endlessly talkative poet, Michael, off the ship. Watching Michael happily dart toward a nearby tavern, Alger let out a long sigh of relief. That man had been an endless source of frustration, able to chatter for hours even when ignored. At least I'm free of him now, Alger thought, though his mind soon turned to calculating which connections to use to safely claim his bounty. Just then, a sailor approached him with a document. Captain, there's a telegram for you, from Enmat Harbor. Alger's spirits lifted. A telegram from Enmat Harbor. It must be news regarding my inquiry into Tingin's serial killer case. That case concerns Mr. Tower's identity, the only clue he left in the Tarot Club. Though elated, Alger maintained a calm exterior as he accepted the telegram, pretending it wasn't significant. Once the sailor left, gleefully counting his reward coins, Alger retrieved his codebook from his pocket and began decrypting the message. Suddenly, his expression froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out. Dr. Strange. At Demir Port, Ebner and his group only returned to the stone platform on Thursday afternoon, delayed by the handling of the Great Shark pirate cruise aftermath. As Ebner disembarked from the Erenheim, he suddenly felt a change in his spirituality. His potion seemed to have digested slightly. Surprised but thoughtful, he quickly formed a hypothesis. Could a Tarot Club member have finally connected Tower and Dr. Strange? Have the impressions of my erudition in the Tarot Club transferred to the Dr. Strange persona in reality, creating feedback and accelerating digestion? End of chapter. Chapter 365, Klein's New Commission. Klein and Zio already know my true identity, and their strong impressions of my erudition have long contributed to my polymath potion digestion. This time's feedback couldn't have come from them. The sun is in the forsaken land of the gods, so he couldn't have traced Dr. Strange to Tingin's serial killer case through the clues I deliberately left in the Tarot Club. Thus, Audrey and Alger are the most likely culprits. Hey, if it's the latter, he must have realized the meaning of what I said when I left the Blue Avenger. At this thought, Ebner's lips curved slightly, and his mood lifted. It wasn't just the amusing image of Mr. Hanged Man's potential expression, it was also the satisfaction of seeing his experiment succeed. If this continues, every Tarot Club meeting will bring me a new burst of role-playing feedback. While the results aren't as impactful as I'd hoped, even a mosquito is still meat. However, Ebner's focus on polymath remains tied to his Dr. Strange persona, and he now had a preliminary plan for furthering it, especially after Edwina had taught him Edward's Spiritism, a secret technique she had developed herself. While Ebner mused, Mr. Gaston, Miss Gwyn, and the others disembarked, and the Erenheim sailors began heading to the town's taverns and brothels, laughing and joking with their arms slung over one another. It was clear Miss Gwyn's reputation as Lady Dragon's Might would soon spread across Demir. As for the more significant news, that the King of Immortality's 5 fleets had suffered heavy losses, including the deaths of 3 commanders, it would take longer to spread. Matters involving a pirate king weren't openly gossiped about without concrete evidence. Backlund, Minsk Street. Klein put down the scissors, eyeing the 3 crude paper figures he had cut out. He sighed in exasperation but still folded them carefully and tucked them between his memo sheets before slipping them into his pocket. No matter how ugly, they're still functional. Waste not, want not. Just as he was about to head out to the circus to watch a performance and gain ideas for his magician role-playing, the doorbell rang, its crisp chime echoing through the house. A commission. My advertisements should be expiring soon. Dressed neatly in a shirt with a sharp collar and a thin, warm sweater, Klein approached the door and placed a hand on the doorknob. As he did, an image of the visitor naturally formed in his mind. A man in his 30s, well-built, with taut muscles that gave an impression of great strength. He wore blue workers' overalls and had an expression marked by worry and anxiety. He didn't seem to belong to a gang or secret organization, more likely, he was a skilled laborer or dock supervisor with a decent income. Murmuring to himself, Klein noted that his spiritual intuition didn't signal danger and opened the door. Good afternoon. Are you Detective Moriarty? The men greeted him politely. Not here to cause trouble, so he really is a client. Smiling, Klein nodded. Good afternoon. I am Sherlock Moriarty. Do you have a matter you wish to commission me for? Yes, detective. The man in blue overalls forced a strained smile. Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Thomas Corson, Vice President of the Byam Dockworkers Union. I'd like to commission you for something. Backlund's many docks, most located in the Wharf District, were often referred to by names such as Shipyard. Deeming it impolite to keep the conversation at the door, Klein interrupted with a smile, Please, come in. Thomas, realizing his lapse, entered cautiously and sat stiffly on the sofa, his demeanor shy and reserved. This guy seems oddly insecure. He's so physically imposing, but his personality is so timid. While thinking this, Klein took out a copper penny and began rolling it dexterously between his fingers. "What's the issue?" he asked casually. Thomas's face contorted with hesitation. After a moment, he sighed and mustered the courage to speak. "I'd like you to investigate something strange. Specifically, why my wife suddenly wants to divorce me without warning. Even though it would mean returning to a life of hardship, she refuses to change her mind. Either you've done something wrong, or she's found someone new. Another adultery case. Too bad the bodyguard lady isn't here to suppress the camera's flash this time. Then again, judging by Thomas's financial status, he probably can't afford a camera." Suppressing his internal complaints, Klein maintained a calm tone. "Forgive me for being blunt, but could it be that some of your actions have caused misunderstandings? Perhaps you've grown too close to another lady." "No. I'm busy arranging work for laborers from dawn till dusk. I barely have time or energy for anything else. And in my work environment, I don't even encounter women," Thomas replied confidently. "What reason did your wife give for wanting a divorce?" Klein frowned slightly and asked further. Thomas hesitated for 2 seconds before replying with difficulty. "She said I'm always taking out my frustrations on her, treating her badly, and forcing myself on her when she's unwilling. Sir, if that's true, I sincerely hope your wife divorces you soon. Even as an outsider, I find your behavior unacceptable." Though Klein's expression remained neutral, inwardly, he was reluctant to take the case. Thomas, caught in his own emotions, continued venting. "I admit it's true. When work frustrated me, I took it out on her. But her recent attitude is unusual. She used to endure it silently, understanding that I wasn't like that every day and that I do love my family. Yet over the past 2 weeks, she's become increasingly intolerant and extreme, even though I haven't laid a hand on her recently. What's more, I've heard similar stories from colleagues and other dockworkers. Multiple families are suddenly facing marital crises. That's why I suspect someone's been influencing them behind the scenes. If my wife leaves me, her quality of life will plummet, and she might even go bankrupt. Isn't that exactly what those people want? I'm sure the people deceiving her are up to no good. You're jumping to conclusions without evidence. Maybe your wife just doesn't want to endure anymore. Still, if multiple families are experiencing crises simultaneously, it could indicate a larger conspiracy. Worth investigating." Rising, Klein excused himself politely. "Pardon me for a moment. I need to visit the restroom." In the washroom, Klein recited the divination statement: "Someone is orchestrating Thomas Corson's wife's desire to divorce him." After repeating it 7 times, he tossed the copper penny and caught it in his palm. It was heads, confirming that someone was indeed inciting the dockworkers' wives to divorce. But what could the instigator gain from this? Frowning, Klein retrieved the yellow crystal pendant from his cuff and performed a pendulum divination to determine whether investigating this matter would be dangerous for him. The result: there was danger, but it was minor. Nodding to himself, Klein returned to the living room and resumed his seat. "I can take your case," he said. "But this investigation might involve some danger, so my fee won't be low. £10. As long as you uncover the truth, I can pay £10. If my wife reconciles with me, I'll add a £5 gratuity," Thomas declared resolutely. The money had been pooled by other affected men, some even covering his workload so he could visit the detective. £10. That's more than Mr. Samuel next door earns in a week. While Thomas's personality is flawed, his concern for his wife seems genuine. If he cares, why did he hurt her? Sighing inwardly, Klein analyzed Thomas's emotional state and confirmed he wasn't lying. Smiling slightly, he said, "Deal." In Demirport, Ebner returned to his quarters with the azure brooch, his reward for accompanying Mr. Gaston back to school. Noticing the time nearing 4 p.m., close to Blue Star time, Ebner decided to conduct a spirit-channeling ritual to ask Vice Admiral Iceberg if the interception operation had been successful. Skillfully, he drew the holy symbol of the god of knowledge and wisdom, a knowing eye atop an open book, and prepared the altar. Within the spiritual wall, he lit candles, applied lavender and mint extract to the flames, and took a step back. Although his tacit understanding with the god of knowledge made these steps unnecessary, Ebner felt maintaining ritualistic respect was worth the minor cost of materials. He recited in ancient Hermes: "I beseech the power of knowledge. I beseech the strength of reason. I beseech the favor of the god of wisdom. I beseech you to connect me with seeker of knowledge, researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg." Whoosh! As the chant echoed, the altar turned cold, and the flames on the candles flickered, tinged with pale green light. The pure white eye activated, alerting Ebner that a spiritual entity was attempting to invade his body. He had anticipated this. Spirit channeling rituals inherently involve allowing the target's stellar body to possess the caster for effective communication. Without adequate safeguards, most people risk harm. Based on his interactions with Edwina, Ebner believed she bore no ill will. With the god of knowledge overseeing, she was trustworthy. More importantly, Ebner had the pure white eye as a defensive tool. He restricted Edwina's possession to his right hand and ear. His right hand lifted autonomously, grabbing a prepared pen and swiftly writing. Maria has escaped danger. She is aware of Dr. Strange's contributions and asked me to thank you on her behalf. The elegant, flowing handwriting was a stark contrast to Ebner's usual style. She already guessed what I wanted to ask. Ebner mused before inquiring, what about the Sphinx lion? After a brief pause, his hand wrote, she said she would send someone to locate it, but she likely won't have time to hunt it herself. She can only provide a general location. That's fine, Ebner replied, delighted. Once he had a location, his methods would suffice to deal with a non-demigod extraordinary creature. After a moment's hesitation, his hand wrote again, if you're heading to the southern continent, consider taking the Golden Dream. I'd be happy to use the opportunity to exchange some knowledge with you. With that, the chilling presence within Ebner's body vanished. Clearly, the spirit channeling's time limit had been reached, and Edwina had ended the ritual. In the Wharf District, after visiting several troubled households, Klein frowned deeply. All the affected families worship the Lord of Storms, he murmured to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 366, The Conspiracy. While the Storm Church's doctrines were less progressive and respectful toward women compared to the goddess's teachings, it was still unusual for so many Storm Lord believers to encounter family crises in such a short time. Could someone be deliberately targeting the Storm Church? Pondering this, Klein pulled out a halfpenny copper coin and determined his divination statement. Thomas Corson's wife's decision to seek divorce is influenced by supernatural factors. As he muttered the statement, Klein glanced at Mrs. Corson, who was packing her belongings and preparing to leave the rented house. His eyes darkened as he flicked the coin upward. The coin's clang echoed as it flipped through the air before landing in his palm. The result was the king's face-up. This confirmed that supernatural influences were indeed at play. But why choose Storm Lord believers for this? Is it due to enmity with the Storm Church? Or perhaps because Storm believers' inherent attitudes toward women make such meddling less suspicious? Still, a series of incidents this concentrated would surely attract the attention of the mandated punishers sooner or later. Unless drawing their attention is part of the plan. Taking a deep breath, Klein once again felt that the title, King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, might be a jab at him. Why else would such a casual case involve supernatural elements? Though tempted to back out, Klein reminded himself that he had already accepted the deposit and needed to see things through. At worst, he could hand over any findings to misjudgment for further investigation. For now, it was crucial to gauge the danger. With this in mind, Klein entered a nearby cafe, borrowed the restroom, and sealed the space with spirituality before walking backward 4 steps into the world above the gray fog. Continuing the investigation into Thomas Corson's divorce will be dangerous. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum swinging in a small clockwise arc, the same result as before. The danger remains minimal. This suggests the beyonder behind the scenes is of a low sequence, perhaps even weaker than me. With newfound confidence, Klein returned to reality. He planned to wait until Mrs. Corson fell asleep that night before using a dream charm to enter her dreams and uncover what had caused such a drastic change in her behavior. Before that, however, he decided to visit Braveheart's bar. According to the code in the Backlund Daily, there was a gathering organized by the Eye of Wisdom Senior this evening. Having received berserk grass from the sun's offering that morning, Klein intended to trade it with the craftsman-backed lady at the gathering for another mystical item. While he already possessed confession and the magician sequence itself was adept at self-preservation, who could ever have too many mystical items? As Klein checked the time and confirmed he could still walk to Iron Gate Street in time, his ears were suddenly filled with layers of ethereal prayers. A male voice. It seems to be Mr. Tower. Having advanced to sequence 7, Klein could vaguely discern the identity of the praying individual. Reluctantly, he returned to the cafe, once again borrowing the restroom under the puzzled gaze of the waiter. Above the gray fog. Sitting at the fool's seat, Klein extended his spirituality to listen to Tower's request. He pondered for a moment. He wants to learn from me. I don't think I'll have time today. After the gathering, I still need to investigate the case. And if I uncover something, tomorrow's schedule will likely be disrupted as well. I can't agree now only to go back on my word later. Better to leave Tower waiting for a notification. I'll summon him when I'm available. With that thought, Klein rephrased his response in the fool's style, then tapped Tower's crimson star. Demir Island, at the town's soul school. Ebner was somewhat surprised upon receiving the fool's reply. Copstick was expelled from Backlund long ago. Klein shouldn't have any new commissions from parents of grammar school students. Why is he suddenly too busy? Could this be another butterfly effect caused by my presence? After pondering briefly without finding any clues, Ebner decided to set it aside for now. He was about to continue studying Roselle's dream communication ritual and Edward's spiritism when he sensed the spiritual wall around his house being disturbed. Who is it? Ebner removed the seal while equipping several mystical items. It's me, Cullen, a familiar voice replied. Moments later, phantom bats phased through the walls, coalescing into a black-haired, red-eyed, and somewhat androgynously handsome man. Viscount Cullen. Ebner exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Cullen to arrive so quickly, less than 3 days after receiving his letter. It seems Cullen genuinely values his sister. Young Terence might be in for a tough time. Braveheart's bar, in a standalone house behind the rear entrance. In a dimly lit living room illuminated by a single candle, several people sat around a table. Klein, wearing an iron mask, quietly observed the gathering's attendees. Although the numbers were half of what they usually were, the faces he was familiar with remained present. Near the left window sat the lady who had previously purchased the Fire Raven bow, Hazel Mocked. Klein recognized her as someone who had connections with Mr. Tower, based on journalist Mike's descriptions. Seated in a corner, wearing a black hood and possessing an excellent figure, was the craftsman-backed lady. The chubby apothecary, whose face spilled out of his mask, was also present, an individual known for being provocative. Good. Since both the apothecary and the craftsman's agent, lady, are here, my materials won't go to waste. Relaxing slightly, Klein watched as the Eye of Wisdom elder cleared his throat and began speaking. Let's start the gathering. It seems others won't be joining us tonight. He explained briefly, the ongoing investigation into the serial murders has the authorities conducting extensive searches. Under these circumstances, it's normal and understandable for some to avoid attending gatherings. To be honest, the number of attendees tonight exceeds my expectations. As soon as he finished, the chubby apothecary adjusted his iron mask and called out half-heartedly, I'm looking to buy marrow crystals of the Fountain of Elves. Price is negotiable. I have them, Klein responded without hesitation. He worried others might also have this particular material, potentially leaving him stuck with excess inventory. Though rare, repeated occurrences in a single trading circle weren't impossible. The apothecary appeared momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting a response after such a long drought. Regaining his composure, he eagerly inquired about the price. After some negotiation, Klein sold the material for a combination of the apothecary formula and £300. Unfolding the note provided by the apothecary, Klein read. Southern Bridgeboro, Rose Street, Harvest Church, Bishop Utravsky. He quickly refolded and tucked it away. As their transaction concluded, a man seated on a high stool spoke in a deep voice. A friend of mine was unfortunately discovered during the investigation and imprisoned in the basement of a storm church. I'm looking for help to rescue him. The Eye of Wisdom elder immediately responded. Wild dog, abandon that thought. A storm church's mandated punishers and its sealed artifacts are enough to obliterate everyone here. Your friend's fate is sealed. Don't drag yourself into the same predicament. The man called Wild Dog looked around the room, hoping for assistance, but found no one willing to respond. Frustrated, he pounded his leg and, with a voice quivering with suppressed tears, said, But what did he do wrong? He's an outstanding physician, saving countless lives. He's never harmed anyone. His father was even a heroic inspector who protected the people. But just because he consumed a potion and became a beyonder, he's condemned to a life without sunlight, or worse, becoming an experimental subject for the mandated punishers. Why? Why? Wild Dog's anguished questions lingered in the room, silencing even the usually irreverent apothecary. Sighing deeply, Klein, a former official beyonder, thought to himself. Perhaps the animosity toward the Storm Church is simply the result of years of grievances they've sown with others. Western District, Intis Embassy. Owen, the recently arrived envoy to Backlund, turned to Tand, the marionettist from the secret order who served as his protector. You've been up to something behind my back, haven't you? Owen's voice carried a sharp edge. The marionettist Tand smiled nonchalantly and admitted, one of my subordinates overheard a piece of news from a well-known socialite in Backlund named Irene. According to her, it wasn't the Aurora Order who killed Ambassador Beckrin and Rosego, but the Storm Church's mysticism magister, Stuart. I conducted some investigation myself and found that Stuart's abilities and motives make him the most likely suspect. So you decided to retaliate against him without consulting me? Owen's tone grew stern as his face darkened. Do you think I'm that reckless? A mysticism magister from a major god's church may not necessarily be weaker than me, Tand replied with a light chuckle. However, I discovered that Stuart has a terrible reputation within the Storm Church. Many of the church's upper echelons dislike his proposals. So, I impersonated him and guided a newly ascended wild beyonder of the instigator pathway. He paused for a moment before continuing with amusement. The kid is surprisingly naive, he actually tried to uphold justice in the beyonder world. Before becoming an assassin, he even played the role of a vigilante in Backlund for a while. After becoming an instigator, however, he struggled to find a suitable role-playing method. That's when I offered him an idea, to instigate the oppressed wives of Storm believers to file for divorce. The kid was so stubborn that even with my puppet abilities for psychological suggestion, it was nearly impossible to get him to agree. If not for his friend being arrested by the mandated punishers, he might never have gone along with it. Owen pondered this revelation for a moment before asking thoughtfully, Stewart advocates for improving women's status within families. Yes. Once this scandal breaks out and the boy is captured, the mandated punishers only need to interrogate him lightly to conclude that Stewart is behind it, Tant explained, shifting his appearance to mimic Stewart perfectly. Excellent. But your plan isn't as simple as it seems, is it? Owen smiled, a gleam in his eyes as though he could already envision the internal strife within the Storm Church. Of course not. Forgive me for keeping it a secret for now, but I'll report back once the plan progresses further, Tan said as he reverted to his original form with a sly smile. At the same time, in a basement in the Queen's district, Mr. A, still coughing incessantly, suppressed his injuries with great effort as he addressed Irene in front of him. How's the situation? Everything went smoothly. The secret order is somewhat suspicious that I deliberately leaked the information, but all I did was give them a lead, a possible idea. Irene answered respectfully, her demeanor professional despite Mr. A's visibly poor condition. Good. Cough, cough, cough. Next, mobilize your friends within the Storm Church and prepare to stir things up, Mr. A instructed between bouts of coughing. Yes, sir. Irene replied before leaving the room. Watching her go, Mr. A leaned back weakly and muttered to himself. Marionettist. Mysticism Magister. Once you've torn each other apart, I'll settle the score for blocking my way. None of you will escape. Cough, cough. Although I prefer direct confrontation, that doesn't mean I can't excel at using intrigue. End of chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 367, Interaction and Transactions. Demir Port. After exchanging pleasantries with Viscount Cullen, Ebner couldn't help but ask, have you met with Lydia yet? I have, and I've also seen that boy she keeps mentioning, the one she calls Terence, Cullen replied, sipping the red wine Ebner had prepared for him. Of course, it wasn't anything high-end. Does that boy have something special about him? Ebner asked curiously. Though he often teased Lydia and Terence's relationship in his mind, he could tell their bond wasn't romantic, at least not yet. Lydia's feelings for Terence seemed more like instinctive fondness, with her main interest being that his blood tasted exceptionally good. If my guess is correct, that boy is likely a descendant of Lady Yarolan, one of the 9 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Her bloodline has a strong allure for our family. Even though Terence is countless generations removed, Lydia still finds it hard to resist that innate sense of closeness, Cullen explained after a moment of thought, deciding there was no need to hide the information. Ebner's copy of the Banquet of Blood likely contained related knowledge anyway. The 9 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, likely a high-ranking beyonder of the mystery prior pathway. And that sense of closeness from the bloodline, could it be that this mystery prior used blood from an ancestor of Cullen's family as the mythical creature blood for a demigod ritual? The Banquet of Blood does mention something like that. Cullen's ancestor was a vampire duke. The one who authored the Banquet of Blood. If so, Lady Yarolan must be quite old, at least from the 4th epoch. And Cullen refers to her only as Lady, which means she's no higher than Sequence 3. Still, mystery priors are perpetually in pursuit of knowledge, so it's not surprising if she discovered a method to extend her lifespan. As his thoughts raced, Ebner formed several hypotheses. However, this was Cullen's private matter, and it wouldn't be appropriate to pry further. Instead, he changed the subject. So, what are you planning to do? Force Lydia to leave with you. Cullen shook his head and sighed. In my experience, forcibly separating her would do no good. It might even affect her state and hinder her advancement. Experience. Ebner caught the key word. My parents went through the same thing, Cullen said, taking another sip of wine with a gloomy expression. So, Lydia and Terence are cousins. Ebner blinked, having seen no resemblance between the two. No, it's my parents. Lydia isn't related. After all, humans and vampires have vastly different lifespans. My mother found a new husband, and then Lydia was born, Cullen clarified without hesitation. Ebner nodded in understanding but felt a faint curiosity. Why is Cullen sharing all this with me? Though I'm somewhat nosy, he could have easily steered the conversation elsewhere if he didn't want to talk about it. At that moment, Cullen finished the last of his wine, then looked at Ebner seriously and said, I have a favor to ask of you. Braveheart's Bar, back alley. At the gathering organized by the Eye of Wisdom elder, the oppressive atmosphere brought about by Wild Dog's repeated questioning was broken by the woman in the black hood with an impressive figure, the craftsman's agent. I've brought a mystical item called the Nightmare Emblem. It allows the wearer to freely enter the dreams of anyone within a large radius, as long as they're asleep. It can also forcibly pull others into a dream within a 10-meter range while keeping the wearer fully conscious. It has no significant negative effects, but prolonged use can blur the line between reality and dreams. Of course, if you constantly visit others' dreams at night and deprive yourself of rest, there's a risk of sudden death. After all, you're not a sleepless. This item has 14 months of usability remaining. It's priced at £550 or 1 berserk grass. A nightmare. That's what the captain's ability was like. Though this emblem falls short of the captain's level, it's still an excellent tool for support and control. Far better than my self-made slumber charms and dream charms. Without giving others a chance, Klein immediately spoke up. I have berserk grass. The woman wearing long gloves also placed a bid. £600. Though others were tempted, they lost interest after hearing these offers. The craftsman's agent couldn't hide the delight in her voice as she said, "Apologies, madam, but the berserk grass takes precedence." The long-gloved woman remained silent for a moment before nodding and withdrawing her bid. The craftsman's agent turned to Klein and confirmed, "Deal. But please hand the berserk grass to the Eye of Wisdom Elder for verification first." Klein unrolled his cloak and retrieved a metal box from an inner pocket, handing it to the server. As before, the Eye of Wisdom Elder used a ring adorned with countless tiny diamonds encircling a green gemstone, simulating the beyonder ability of a notary. He confirmed the authenticity of the berserk grass. After the Elder's announcement, the craftsman's agent visibly relaxed. She retrieved a finely packaged wooden box and handed it to the server in exchange for the materials. Her joy was evident. Meanwhile, Klein opened the wooden box with a snap and examined his acquisition. A round black emblem inscribed with various symbolic meanings, numbers, and markings lay quietly on the silk inside. Its design was mesmerizing. Klein couldn't resist running his fingers across its surface, watching as the symbols, numbers, and markings transformed into twinkling stars scattered across the emblem, resembling a starry night. Yes, it's genuinely tied to the goddess. Klein had sufficient expertise in mysticism to recognize its authenticity. He snapped the box shut and placed it in the pocket of his robe. Afterward, he fell silent and passively observed the subsequent exchanges and discussions. Near the end of the gathering, a medium-built, unremarkable attendee adjusted his iron mask and spoke in a deep baritone. "I need silk glands from an adult widow spider." Silk glands from an adult widow spider? That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard of it before. Klein furrowed his brows, trying to recall without resorting to divination. Suddenly, it clicked. It's one of the primary ingredients for the Pleasure Witch potion. He had come across the recipe while performing a séance with Madame Sharon. Meanwhile, Wild Dog, who had seemed downtrodden throughout the gathering, raised his head and looked over. End of chapter. Chapter 368, Suggestion and Dream Exploration. Demirport's Soul School. Ebner listened to Viscount Cullen's solemn request and put away his usual smile, asking seriously, "What exactly do you need me to do?" As long as the request wasn't excessive, he was willing to help. Cullen had always been generous with his advice whenever Ebner sought him out. Lydia's desire for that boy, Terence, is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. I can concoct a potion to suppress such urges, but I'm missing a few key ingredients. It will take at least 2 to 3 days to gather them. I'm worried she might do something she'll regret during that time, Cullen explained before adding, "I'm not concerned about Lydia suffering any harm, I'm more worried she might harm the boy in a moment of lost control." Are vampires really that dangerous when they lose control? Ebner mused, but outwardly, he appeared thoughtful as he asked, "So you want me to keep an eye on Lydia during these few days and stop her if necessary?" That could be tricky. There's no way I can maintain a psychological invisibility state for 2 or 3 days straight. Without it, my counter-surveillance skills might not hold up, I'd likely get caught immediately. Worse, I could be mistaken for a pervert stalking a young girl. My reputation is already colorful, but at least it doesn't involve anything that's sleazy. I don't want the tabloids screaming headlines like, "Heroic detective caught stalking a teenage girl." As Ebner's thoughts wandered, Cullen shook his head and said, "That's not what I mean. First, it's impossible to monitor her every second. Second, forcibly stopping her would essentially be the same as taking her away, it would damage her psyche and create significant risks when she consumes her next potion. From experience, the only viable method is to ensure she can wake herself up at the critical moment. Even a split second of clarity can allow her willpower to regain control and suppress her actions." Hearing this, Ebner's thoughts clicked into place. He asked tentatively, "You're suggesting?" Psychological suggestion. Exactly. Adding a safeguard in her mind via psychological suggestion. This was the method my mother used back then, Cullen confirmed, looking at Ebner with expectation. "Can you do it now?" Ebner didn't answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he carefully replied, "At my current level, I doubt I can achieve the effect you're hoping for. However, if I use a ritual to assist, it should work." "When can you prepare the ritual?" Cullen asked after a brief pause. I can do it anytime, Ebner replied confidently. He always kept the necessary materials for invoking the god of knowledge and wisdom. Would you be willing to help, then? Cullen inquired solemnly once more. It would be my honor, Ebner replied with a smile. I'll bring Lydia over right away, Cullen said seriously. He stood up and transformed into a swarm of ethereal bats, flying out through the walls. Middle of the night, a man brings his sister to another man for hypnosis. Why does this feel like the plot of a low-budget action film? As Cullen left, Ebner muttered to himself, shaking his head before starting to set up the altar and the necessary items for the ritual. When everything was ready, Cullen returned, carrying an unconscious Lydia into the room. The sense of déjà vu just got stronger. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Ebner couldn't help but remark, if Gaston saw this, he'd definitely call the authorities. Cullen placed Lydia beside the altar and replied matter-of-factly, you needn't worry. Everyone in this school will remain asleep until sunrise. This sleep-inducing drug, could it be something you developed back when you followed Roselle? As he entertained this mischievous thought, Ebner activated a spiritual barrier around the altar. Then, he used a sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom to symbolize divinity and candles to represent himself, constructing the foundation of a dualistic ritual. Lighting the candles with lavender and mint essential oils, he recited an incantation in ancient Hermes. I beseech the power of knowledge. I beseech the power of reason. I beseech the blessing of the god of wisdom. I pray for your strength. Bestow upon me the power to enhance the strength of my psychological suggestion. Lavender, herb of the blue planet. Convey strength to my spell. Mint, herb of the blue planet. Convey strength to my spell. As the chant echoed, Ebner felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the spirit world, the astral world, and even the real world. It was as though he could observe and comprehend these realms from a different perspective, but his vision remained shrouded as if by a veil. Is this the reality of the world? Could this state be insight? Has the god of knowledge temporarily bestowed upon me some trait of an prophet, allowing me to leverage certain rules to amplify my suggestion's power? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner sensed the divine state fading rapidly. Without delay, he turned to Lydia, lying beside the altar, and carried out the psychological suggestion. Using his pure white eye, Ebner noticed that while his technique itself remained unchanged, entering Lydia's mind's eye was unexpectedly smooth. It was as if her very psyche was aiding the process. It feels like the heavens themselves are lending a hand. Is this an aspect of the prophet ability? The ritual's effects dissipated just as Ebner's suggestion completed successfully. Dispelling the spiritual barrier, Ebner turned to Cullen, who was visibly relieved. It went smoothly, Ebner said with a reassuring smile. Thank you. Consider this a favor I owe you. If you ever need my help, just ask. Also, I'll prepare a token of gratitude after I finish the potion, Cullen said, lifting Lydia in his arms. She'll wake soon since my potions don't work well on her. I'll take her back first, he added. After Cullen disappeared, Ebner muttered to himself, I wasn't planning to refuse, but you didn't need to run off so quickly. A motel in Sherwood Borough. Klein, who had rented a second-floor room under disguise, rubbed the nightmare emblem he had just acquired at the gathering and smirked wryly. Good thing I have this emblem, otherwise, I'd have to sneak into a married woman's bedroom tonight. Not that I didn't do this often as a night watcher, he added, his usual self-deprecating smile resurfacing before fading just as quickly. Pulling out his pocket watch, Klein saw that it was already midnight. After a quick divination to ensure no immediate danger, he activated the nightmare emblem with his spirituality, entering Mrs. Corson's dream. Mrs. Corson, currently separated from her husband Thomas, had temporarily moved into this motel. Her room was just a short distance from Klein's. Inside the dream, Klein found himself in a dimly lit sitting room. Apart from Mrs. Corson, there were 7 or 8 other women in their 20s or 30s, though most of their faces were indistinct. Only 2 were clear, likely the ones Mrs. Corson knew well. This seems to be their usual meeting spot. But according to Thomas, he once secretly followed his wife and didn't notice her visiting suspicious places. It must be some sort of supernatural ability masking her actions, Klein surmised, continuing to observe. Suddenly, a hooded woman appeared abruptly in the room. Klein assumed she was a woman based on her ample chest and long blonde braid, which hung from under her hood. Her voice was soft, carrying a feminine tone. As soon as she arrived, Mrs. Corson and the others became visibly excited, addressing her as teacher. The woman began delivering a speech about women's rights, echoing the teachings of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. While her content was nothing new to Klein, and her delivery was unimpressive, Mrs. Corson and the other women grew increasingly fervent. A instigator. Klein thought, his suspicions growing. He focused on the hooded figure, scrutinizing her carefully. Though her image was shaped by Mrs. Corson's perception, Klein noticed habits and mannerisms more commonly associated with men. A man disguised as a woman and playing the role of an instigator. Could he be attempting to prepare for the role of a witch? That hood also looks familiar. Suppressing the urge to immediately divine its origin, Klein approached Mrs. Corson and asked directly, "Who is that woman giving the speech? How did you meet her?" "She's Kay Shaw, my mentor who will guide me to happiness." End of chapter. Chapter 369, Inquiry and Observation. "She's called Kay Shaw, a mentor guiding me to happiness." As Mrs. Corson spoke these words, her spirit in the dream visibly grew more animated. "Leaving your husband may free you from pain, but this path might not necessarily lead to happiness." Klein sighed inwardly. Waiting for Mrs. Corson's emotions to settle, he repeated his earlier question. "How did you meet her, and when?" "About 3 days ago, she approached me and brought me here for the first time." "That's when she shared her philosophies," Mrs. Corson replied naturally. 3 days ago. But Mr. Thomas said your behavior changed 2 weeks ago." Frowning, Klein pondered for a moment before asking again, "Did you have thoughts of divorce before meeting Kay Shaw?" "Yes, but I was hesitant and constantly wavering. Sometimes, after Thomas patiently coaxed me, I'd even think about giving up on the idea. Fortunately, I met Teacher. She helped me realize that as long as I continue placing myself in a subordinate role to my husband, no matter how considerate Thomas is now, it won't be long before he reverts to his old ways." Mrs. Corson's expression became introspective as she spoke. "I see." Mrs. Corson had long grown weary of Mr. Thomas. That instigator merely nudged her in the direction she already wanted to go. Klein turned his attention to Kay's ongoing speech, listening for a while before nodding thoughtfully. "What she's saying isn't necessarily wrong, just a bit radical for this era. It's unlikely to be well received by Storm Church believers. Are the others here like you? Already dissatisfied with their husbands and considering divorce?" Klein asked after a moment. "Mine and Laura are like me, they attended the marital issues seminar and probably feel the same way. The others, I think, were merely discontent but lacked the courage to divorce," Mrs. Corson answered proudly. "From this perspective, he may not be a completely bad person. If he were, there are countless more efficient and direct ways to fulfill the instigator role." As Klein pondered, he noted an unfamiliar term in Mrs. Corson's words and deliberately repeated it, marital issue seminar. During his time with the Nighthawks in Tingen, Melissa had attended a similar seminar with her friends Elizabeth and Selena, only to leave disappointed because the speaker, a Storm Church believer, claimed that women were inherently deficient in logic and wisdom and should take the words of their fathers and husbands as religious truth. Melissa later told Klein that she and her friends didn't even finish the seminar, they had quietly slipped out the back. Thinking of Melissa, Klein's lips curled slightly before he quickly masked his expression. At that moment, Mrs. Corson began explaining, unlike past seminars, the speaker this time was Mr. Stewart, a deacon of the Storm Church. He advocated for equality between husbands and wives. His lecture left a profound impression on me, but when I shared it with Thomas, he dismissed it as nonsense. That's when I began seriously considering divorce. Mine and Laura were similarly affected. Stewart. Isn't he the mysticism magister who partnered with Ms. Daly for that joint investigation? Ms. Daly once told Klein that Stewart had a poor reputation and warned him to advise the captain against associating with him too much. But how could someone with such progressive ideas about gender roles have a poor reputation in that regard? Either he's a hypocrite, or his views are unpalatable within the Storm Church, leading to exclusion and slander. Having formed an opinion, Klein asked his final question, when and where will you next meet Kay Shaw? Friday afternoon at 2 p.m., at a house on 33 Irongate Street in the Bridge District, Mrs. Corson replied. That's very close to the Bravehearts Bar. Klein nodded thoughtfully, then politely placed a hand on his chest and smiled. Thank you for your answers. He disappeared from Mrs. Corson's dream. In his rented room, Klein returned the nightmare emblem to its box and reverse-walked 4 steps into the grey fog. One last step, confirmed through divination. Klein muttered as he conjured his spirit pendulum and repeated a prepared question. Mrs. Corson's words in the dream were influenced by supernatural forces. After 7 repetitions, he opened his eyes to see the yellow crystal rotating counterclockwise, indicating no. It seems the instigator isn't particularly cautious. Probably a novice. If this escalates and draws official attention, he'll undoubtedly be caught by the mandated punishers. As Klein pondered, he divined the source of his familiarity with Kay Shaw's hooded cloak. The answer quickly manifested, a vision of the non-extraordinary gathering held by the Wisdom Eye Elder, where a participant named Wild Dog had posed a series of pressing questions. Kay Shaw is a wild dog. He's indeed a man, and during the gathering, he certainly didn't have such an impressive chest. I remember when someone requested a widow spider silk glands, Wild Dog seemed surprised. It makes sense now, he knew it was a key ingredient for the Pleasure Witch's potion. He knows the formula but lacks counter-surveillance skills, and he doesn't appear to be part of a larger organization. What's his background? A lone extraordinary who stumbled upon a stroke of luck perhaps. Additionally, Wild Dog mentioned that a friend of his had been wrongfully detained by the Storm Church. Could his efforts to incite Storm Church believers' wives to divorce also be an act of vengeance? Klein tapped his fingers against the edge of the bronze table, pondering for a while before conjuring the spirit pendulum again and murmuring another question. Will Wild Dog appear at 33 Iron Gate Street at 2 p.m. on Friday? After 7 repetitions, the yellow crystal swung clockwise. This confirms 2 things. First, Wild Dog is indeed K. Shaw. Second, he'll show up, so I can prepare the location in advance tomorrow. Friday morning, Demir Port. Ebner, still awaiting news of the Fool's online tutoring session, left his house and immediately encountered Gaston, his hair meticulously combed and his face adorned with a bright smile. After a brief exchange, Gaston remarked, "I slept exceptionally well last night, perhaps being back on land makes all the difference." He then extended an invitation. "I promise to let you observe the creation of a Beyonder artifact. Today, the opportunity presents itself. Care to join me?" "Of course." Ebner's eyes lit up as he readily agreed. The two entered a simplified steam workshop modeled after the layout of White Maple Palace. Inside, Gaston carefully opened an iron box, revealing a wind-blessed Beyonder characteristic. "This will be the primary material for today's creation. You should be familiar with its origin, it's what the bone breaker left behind after dueling the Pale Admiral." Gaston's expression grew solemn as he explained. He then looked at Ebner and added, "Although you're just observing, I'll need your assistance, especially since the bone breaker suffered a backlash from summoning a higher demon before his death. It's likely his characteristic still contains unforeseen elements. If anything goes wrong, I'll need you to activate the workshop's purification functions." Having already activated the pure white eye, Ebner silently remarked, "Not likely, the characteristic definitely contains demonic traces. Whether the crafting process runs smoothly or not, the resulting artifact will likely have severe negative effects, potentially qualifying as a high-level sealed artifact." End of chapter. Chapter 370, The Black Emperor's style suddenly changes. Realizing the potential issue, Ebner chose not to keep silent or let Gaston embarrass himself. Instead, after some deliberation, he explained the findings of his analysis. Gaston had grown accustomed to Ebner's uncanny knack for knowing things, especially after witnessing him extract demonic auras during the chaotic night of demonic turmoil in Demir. Thus, Gaston did not press Ebner on how he had come by this knowledge. After pondering for a moment, Gaston asked, "Can you extract some of the aura? I'd like to examine it and determine how it can be utilized." Ebner considered the request and felt confident in his abilities, so he readily agreed. For most knowledge keepers or detective beyonders, extracting the aura of a high-ranking entity would be exceedingly challenging due to 2 main obstacles. Detection: high-ranking auras are shrouded in extreme mystery. Unless intentionally exposed, ordinary knowledge keepers wouldn't even notice their presence. Pollution: the aura often carries contamination. Lower and mid-sequence beyonders exposed to it might face dire consequences unless purified through an official ritual led by a high-ranking clergy member. However, these issues posed no challenge for Ebner. His pure white eye was sufficiently high-ranked to detect the hidden and suppress the corrupt. Moreover, the wind-blessed characteristics, demonic aura, was purely residual without divinity. Its source couldn't materialize across dimensions, rendering it relatively harmless. Using his extraction ability, Ebner effortlessly pulled out a wisp of aura and displayed it to Gaston. Gaston's eyes shimmered as if reflecting starlight. After about 2 minutes, his expression returned to normal. He contemplated for a while before retrieving an assortment of pre-prepared spiritual materials from the workshop and activating the steam power furnace. Evidently, he had a plan. Gaston then immersed himself in crafting a Beyonder artifact. He did not explain his process or detail the Beyonder abilities he employed, leaving Ebner to silently observe. After all, Gaston had only promised a demonstration, not a full-fledged lesson. Thanks to the pure white eye, Ebner barely managed to follow Gaston's intricate crafting process while simultaneously decoding the Beyonder abilities utilized. However, as Ebner discerned the nature of the item Gaston was crafting, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Finally, when a short wand adorned with an ornate design and a blue gemstone at its tip emerged, with crescent-shaped golden wings extending from the gem's sides, Ebner couldn't hold back. "Is this a transformation wand?" "Exactly. A transformation wand." The design inspiration came from an exploration of the 7th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The scenario required me to find a way to seal a demon into a card before a little girl, and that girl happened to possess a wand that could facilitate transformation. After identifying the aura source as a succubus, I knew what to do, Gaston said with a grin, inspecting the wand, which seemed utterly incongruous with his personality. "Your Majesty, you never fail to surprise. Does Dream Labyrinth Tower even feature magical girl scenarios? Please don't tell me future levels involve collecting Clow cards, finding jewel seeds, or saving Madoka." Ebner pinched the bridge of his nose, mentally ridiculing the absurdity. Want to test it? This artifact's abilities are quite impressive, Gaston offered with a cheerful grin. Ebner firmly shook his head. Thanks to his pure white eye, he had already fully analyzed the wand's capabilities. Transformation wand, wind. Appearance, a short wand topped with a blue gemstone and golden crescent-shaped wings on either side. Functions. When activated with a preset incantation, the user transforms to resemble the succubus that inspired the wand, with demonic armor forming on their body. The armor's defense matches that of a demon, and its design can be customized. The transformation grants innate enchantment abilities, inducing hallucinations in nearby targets and rapidly amplifying their desires, either planting seeds of chaos or catalyzing emotions to cause a critical loss of control. This may result in incapacitation or even death from overwhelming emotional strain. Additionally, the user gains flight, wind blade, and gliding abilities, and the wand can transform into a weapon of their choice. Drawbacks. Prolonged use beyond 3 minutes risks allowing the succubus's essence to invade the user's mind. Exceeding 10 minutes may lead to complete possession, allowing the succubus to control the user's body or even manifest through them. Deactivation. The transformation ends with a preset incantation. Transformation wand, wind. Will there be more in the series? Aware of the occasional prophetic nature of his pure white eye, Ebner felt his eye twitch before cautiously asking Gaston, this wind-blessed characteristic belonged to Nast, the king of 5 seas, right? If you bought it, that's one thing. But if you're crafting this as a commission, won't Nast go berserk when he sees the result? Indeed. I may have kept my status as an artisan hidden from most, but not from the king of 5 seas. Thankfully, he has no interest in forcing me to join the Black Emperor. Gaston sighed. I didn't ask about that. Oh well, judging purely by its abilities, this wand is quite powerful as an artifact. Perhaps Nast's subordinates will accept it. Who knows? If they keep commissioning Gaston, maybe the Black Emperor will form a full 5-color squad. At that point, the Black Emperor's aesthetic will be indescribable. Perhaps even the title King of 5 Seas will take on an entirely new meaning. Back in Backlund, at 15 Minsk Street. Having just finished a meal of self-prepared flatbread and gooey porridge, Klein found himself unexpectedly visited by Detective Isengard Stanton, who personally invited him to a detective meeting aimed at catching the recent serial killer. While Klein respected this mentor figure to tower, he was reluctant to participate directly. After all, he already knew from the Tarot Club that the culprit was a demon, a foe even Tower had found troublesome. Moreover, Isengard likely had ties to official Beyonder teams. Klein worried about encountering familiar Nighthawks if he accepted. Just as he was about to decline, Isengard mentioned the police's bounty, £2,000. With my beard, glasses, and new hairstyle, even acquaintances among the Nighthawks wouldn't recognize me. Besides, the longer this demon roams free, the more innocent women might fall victim. After deliberating for a few seconds, Klein smiled and said, I've recently taken on a very challenging case, so my time is limited. Before Isengard could respond, he added, I can contribute to discussions, review files, and analyze clues, but I likely won't participate in active investigations. Isengard agreed readily, even praising Klein's deductive talents, that's fine. I've gathered over a dozen detectives for this. There's plenty of manpower for groundwork. What I admire most about you is your ability to deduce and analyze, despite limited resources. You tracked down the docks and the dockworkers' union. In that regard, you're as good as my most famous student. He's also a brilliant analyst and deductive thinker. It's a pity he's not too interested in this case and isn't currently in Backlund. Mr. Tower is genuinely brilliant. I'm just backtracking through divination. Klein self-deprecatingly thought as he shook Isengard's hand and replied, looking forward to working together. The two headed to Isengard's modestly worn residence. There, Klein met detectives like Kaslana and Stewart, who had attended Ebner's detective debut party. As the discussion neared its end, Klein proposed a unique approach, reviewing case files of unsolved serial murders from the past 20 years to identify potential connections. If this killer is performing rituals as a demon, they must have gone through a serial killer phase as part of their act. Isengard endorsed this strategy, promising to liaise with the police to provide the necessary records before nightfall. After the meeting, Klein checked his watch. It was nearing noon, and at 2 p.m., Kay Shore, also known as Wild Dog, was scheduled to meet Mrs. Cosin. Klein hurriedly took the subway to Sherwood Borough and located the inconspicuous house at 33 Irongate Street. Flipping a coin for divination, Klein confirmed there was no immediate danger. He stealthily entered the building through a second-floor window and began preparing with Amanda Pure Dew, Spirit Eye Potion, and other materials. Kay Shore, aka Wild Dog, was once police officer Shoko. With financial and alchemical support left by the witch Lena, he had ascended to an instigator. Now nursing some injuries, Shoko carefully finished penning a letter. He stuffed 2 large cotton pads into his shirt, donned a wig, and pulled a hooded robe over his outfit, completing his disguise. After letting the ink on the letter dry, he sealed it in an envelope, planning to drop it off at the post office before meeting his students. Before sealing the letter, the final lines of text read faintly. Lady Lena, a witch of unknown intent has appeared near the prince. Return swiftly. End of chapter. Chapter 371, Spirit Communication. At the door of the house on 33 Iron Gate Street, Shock, who had just mailed a letter, was about to unlock the door when his spiritual intuition flared. He immediately sensed something amiss inside the building. Having extensive experience in escaping, Shock didn't hesitate. He activated his ability to enter a stealth state. However, a serene and tranquil sensation suddenly overwhelmed him, and his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. After struggling for a mere few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Inside the house, Klein, holding the nightmare emblem, breathed a sigh of relief. Not daring to delay, he initiated a pre-prepared ritual to summon his spirit body. After reinforcing the spirit body with the Azek's copper whistle, Klein phased through the wall and attached himself to the body of the lady. Outside the door, Shock shakily stood up, retrieved the keys, and unlocked the door. He walked straight into the house and entered a room filled with the ethereal scent of Amanda Pure Dew and Spirit Eye Potion. Sitting motionlessly on a chair, Shock appeared lifeless as Klein's translucent spirit body separated from him and floated in the air. The spirit summoning ended as the spirit body dissipated, and Klein emerged from the adjacent room moments later. Looking at the lady still trapped in a dream, Klein swiftly set up a spirit communication ritual and used the nightmare emblem to enter her dream. In an empty, desolate cemetery, Klein spotted a young man standing before a gravestone. His eyes brimming with sorrow, the man stared at the inscription with tears silently rolling down his face. This young man was undoubtedly Kay Shaw, who was disguised as a woman. Klein glanced at the gravestone and managed to make out the name of a police inspector with the surname Vane. He approached the young man and asked directly, "What's your name, and why are you disguising yourself as a woman?" "My name is Shock. I plan to change it to Kay Shaw when I become a witch. Dressing as a woman makes it easier to approach the wives of Storm believers. It's also for their reputations. If people find out they've been meeting with a man, their lives will become even harder," Shock answered dully. Hearing this, Klein's stern expression softened. While Shock's instigation to escalate conflicts was problematic, it was evident that he wasn't a bad person. In fact, compared to most wild beyonders Klein had encountered, Shock's intentions were relatively noble. He genuinely considered the well-being of ordinary people. However, Klein quickly picked up on something in Shock's response. He wasn't just aware of the acting method, but also knew that an instigator would eventually progress into a witch. He had even prepared a new name for his future self after the transformation. "You're aware that becoming a witch will turn you into a woman?" Klein asked cautiously. There was a chance Shock might only be using a feminine name to facilitate his act. "Yes." Lady Lena explained the peculiarities of this Beyonder pathway in detail before giving me the assassin potion formula. Later, Detective Brian also subtly reminded me. "But I need power." Shock's emotions grew agitated as he spoke. Klein quickly used a sleep charm to calm him down. Meanwhile, he mused, Lena. The witch Lena. The one who saved Cohen Lee in Tingen. So Shock was introduced to the Beyonder world by her. No wonder he knows the acting method and subsequent potion names despite being a wild Beyonder. But Detective Brian. Is that Tower? So Shock knows him as well. What a fascinating connection. Could Lena also be one of Tower's many female acquaintances? No wonder he's so familiar with witches. Klein considered delving into Shock's relationship with Lena and Brian, but time was running out. It was already past 1:30, and Mrs. Cosin and the others would arrive soon. Klein still hadn't uncovered the main details he sought. Things aren't going as planned. I originally intended to learn Shock's background and motives, then decide whether to let him go or eliminate him, all before 2 p.m. But now. An idea struck Klein as he asked, "If something urgent came up, how would you inform your students to cancel the meeting?" "All I need to do is lower the curtains on the second-floor window facing the street." "It's our prearranged signal," Shock replied honestly. Klein performed a divination to confirm Shock wasn't lying. He then left the dream and quickly drew the curtains. Now free of external concerns, Klein returned to the dream and resumed questioning. "Why are you instigating the wives of Storm believers to seek divorce?" "There are many reasons. First, for the acting method. After advancing to sequence 8, I was lost for a time, unable to find a way to act without harming others. Then a kind gentleman guided me, helping me realize that the teachings of the Storm Church are very unfair to women. Encouraging them to resist is a righteous cause. Second, my friend Bruce was captured during a Storm Church raid. He's done nothing wrong but has been ruthlessly imprisoned for becoming a Beyonder. His fate remains unknown. I failed him, and I failed Inspector Vane. Bruce was Inspector Vane's most beloved son. I couldn't save his fiancée from being devoured by a monster, so I tried to make amends by giving him the corpse collector formula I found. But in hindsight, that only brought him harm. That's why I decided to instigate the wives of Storm believers to seek divorce, as an act of revenge. Lastly, I haven't given up on rescuing Bruce. If my actions force the justiciars to divert their attention, I might create an opportunity to free him. Though the chances are slim. Klein sighed inwardly. He's definitely the wild dog from the Beyonder gathering. After further questioning and divination, Klein confirmed Shock's backstory and his connection to Lena and Detective Brian. Before leaving, Klein had Shock recite the name of the Fool, binding him as a future asset and establishing indirect surveillance over any schemes targeting him. Exiting 33 Iron Gate Street, Klein erased his traces and left quietly. Shortly after, Shock regained consciousness. Dazed at first, his expression turned pale as realization dawned. However, his eyes soon glazed over as if responding to a subconscious trigger. My students need me. I can't give up. He muttered, determination flickering in his gaze. That evening, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein observed the clockwise rotation of his yellow crystal pendant and sighed. As expected, the secret order is behind this. Once again, I've been drawn into their schemes. This must be what Roselle described as the convergence effect of the same pathway. This isn't something I can solve on my own. I'll discreetly inform the hanged man during the next tarot meeting. He can find a way to alert Stuart. As a mysticism magister, he should be capable of handling this. After reviewing some case files sent by Detective Isengard, Klein returned to the real world, too drained to remain in the grey fog. As he prepared for bed, a lingering doubt crossed his mind. Am I forgetting something? Meanwhile, in Demir Port, after observing Gaston crafting a Beyonder artifact, Ebner checked his watch and wondered aloud, is Klein really this busy? Or, did he just forget about the online class? End of chapter. Chapter 372, Lydia. Fortunately, Klein remembered Mr. Tower's request the next morning and summoned him to the grey fog. Sitting in the quiet, vast ancient palace, Ebner didn't see the Fool but knew he was present. He pretended to be engrossed in the Book of Constellations, flipping its pages while secretly reviewing intercepted information through the pure white eye. This is indeed information relayed by the God of Knowledge. It seems that the series of arrangements following the Pirate Congress were largely about probing Maria's background. From the later description about daring to calculate even against gods, it's likely that a whisperer stirred up the God of Knowledge's interest in Maria. However, the fact that Admiral of Pale Justice is a wraith like Miss Sharon, now that's unexpected. If the Pale Justice sword symbolizes an extreme desire for justice, then it's her prison. She's both a prisoner of the sword and of her own desires. Her pursuit of justice is, in essence, indulgence. But this act of acting feels tailor-made for her. Other prisoners wouldn't be able to pull it off because human nature is complex. It's impossible to set up a singular, overarching desire. Maria manages it because her body contains a sealed demonic characteristic. That so-called seal likely absorbs her other desires to feed the demon. More likely, the Pale Justice, the seal, and the demonic characteristic are in a delicate balance, which is why Maria appears relatively normal despite her obsessive pursuit of justice. This seems to bear the handiwork of the great emperor. But why? How could he have foreseen Maria's situation over a century ago? She might have been created long ago but kept sealed until recently, or all the arrangements on her were premeditated to unfold now. Either way, her role won't be simple. Just as the God of Knowledge speculated, she's either a countermeasure against Farbaughty or Tolsna, or a lure pushed into the open. Ebner pieced together the situation surrounding Admiral of Pale Justice based on the received knowledge and couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. The God of Knowledge. Why are you deliberately telling me all this? Are you warning me to be careful when dealing with Maria? Sigh, can't you be more direct, like the Earth Mother? If I misunderstand your hints, what then? Hidden in the shadows, Klein noticed Mr. Tower lingering on a page of the book, occasionally frowning or showing sudden understanding. Curious, he used his authority above the grey fog to project the content of the open page. Constellations, desires and emotions. Constructing spell models to evoke desires and emotions in others using corresponding astrological symbols. In a dimly lit room, the vampire girl Lydia stared at the unconscious young man Terence, her tongue brushing against her lips. Her face flashed with inner conflict, but she eventually leaned down, bringing her face close to the boy's youthful cheeks. Just as she was about to act, that suggestion planted in her mind activated, sending her into a state akin to a sage's calm. She froze for a moment, then looked down at the boy, her face flushing crimson. Hurriedly putting her clothes back on, she fled the room in embarrassment. Moments later, Terence groggily opened his eyes. After recognizing the room, he muttered in confusion, "Why did I fall asleep in Lydia's cabin?" Around noon, after finishing his online course, Klein discreetly returned to the house on 33 Iron Gate Street. To his surprise, the instigator, Shock, whom he had forcefully communed with the previous day, showed no signs of vigilance. He was still searching for new targets. This isn't normal behavior for a wild beyonder. He must have been manipulated by someone's ability. A marionettist likely wouldn't have such methods. Could it be a puppet master? I'll have the world ask during the next tarot meeting which pathways specialize in such things. In truth, Klein had already made Shock recite the fool's name the previous day. Using a mystic connection ritual, he could free Shock from this hypnotic-like state. But Klein didn't dare act rashly. If the secret order strongman manipulating Shock noticed and investigated, they might trace it to Detective Sherlock Moriarty, invited by Mr. Thomas. Klein wasn't eager to face another marionettist. Shock has already written to the witch Lena. Once she returns, perhaps she can help resolve the issue in his mind. With Lena as the scapegoat, the secret order shouldn't focus on me, a lowly detective. However, Shock's increasing instigation range couldn't be left unchecked. If the mandated punisher had been alerted before Stewart had investigated, the secret order's scheme would have succeeded. After some thought, Klein devised a plan. Since Shock's suggestions compelled him to continue instigating, Klein would make instigating more difficult and less efficient. He returned to a nearby cafe, borrowed the restroom, and entered the gray fog after reversing 4 steps. There, he penned an anonymous tip-off letter claiming to have seen a suspect in the serial murders near Iron Gate Street. Back in reality, Klein delivered the letter to the Bridge District Police Station. This should buy a few days of peace. Even the secret order wouldn't want Shock caught before their plan unfolds. With this in mind, Klein, now in a new disguise, leisurely ate a daisy pie while taking the subway across the Tussock River to the Southern District. Walking to Rose Street, he quickly located the cramped Harvest Church. Klein entered through the side, cautiously applying face paint instead of relying solely on illusionary abilities. Inside the church hall, rows of chairs were neatly arranged. At the front was the grand symbol of life, flanked by lit candles. Sitting in the front row was a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown clerical robe, Bishop Utravsky. Simply sitting there, he exuded an oppressive aura akin to a mountain. By the pulpit stood a woman wearing long gloves, bent over her task, seemingly copying something. Though Klein had only seen her face once, those long gloves left a lasting impression. He immediately recognized her as Miss Hazel Mocht, one of Mr. Tower's friends who had purchased the Fire Raven bow at the gathering. Hazel noticed Klein's entry and instinctively reached for the short bow by her side. Seeing the Archbishop remain unfazed, she hesitated before resuming her work. However, her focus was clearly divided, part of it now on Klein. Bishop Utravsky opened his pale blue eyes but didn't lift his head. His voice was deep and gentle as he said, "The Earth Mother's Church does not turn anyone away. Why didn't you use the front door?" Klein didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked about the Archbishop's background. Surprisingly, Utravsky shared his past without hesitation. Even Hazel seemed to be hearing these stories for the first time. She stopped writing, listening intently and occasionally casting the bishop looks of admiration. A pirate redeemed by the Earth Mother. It's like the otherworldly version of laying down one's blade and becoming a Buddha. Klein mused wryly before getting to the point. I heard you're looking to commission someone and are offering the apothecary formula as payment. Meanwhile, on Demir Island, the vampire girl Lydia snuck up on Ebner, who was practicing his abilities. Shuffling her feet awkwardly, she asked, "Did you use some kind of trick on me?" "Why do you ask?" Ebner raised an eyebrow, his thoughts wandering. "Don't tell me you already made a move on young Terrence." Looks like Karen was spot on with his foresight. It's a shame Roselle didn't heed his advice back then. Well, on this island, you're the only one capable of suggesting something to me without my noticing. Lydia stomped her foot indignantly. Actually, Karen was here before, Ebner replied with a vague smile, avoiding the question. End of chapter. Chapter 373, Dr. Strange officially makes his name. Backlund, Harvest Church on Rose Street. After using the nightmare candle to enter Bishop Utravsky's dream and completing the task of killing his former self, Klein successfully summarized the first rule of acting as a magician: never perform without preparation. As soon as he returned to reality, he noticed the half-giant bishop's cloudy eyes were brimming with tears. Despite this, they were filled with gratitude, joy, and clarity. If the half-giant had previously seemed towering and burdened, he now carried only the weight of his physical body, free from spiritual heaviness. At that moment, Klein felt as though he were gazing at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of rebirth. Miss Hazel, witnessing this, genuinely felt happy for Bishop Utravsky. She silently approached and handed him a handkerchief. "Thank you." Bishop Utravsky expressed his gratitude, his lips gradually curving into a gentle smile as he warmly addressed Klein. "You're far more capable than I expected." "No, it's only because I had enough prior knowledge and made the necessary preparations. The former you knew nothing about your opponent's strengths and was significantly weakened. If we were to fight in the real world, I'd be considering how to escape instead, Klein replied candidly. The bishop didn't dwell on this topic. Radiating a newfound ease, he said. As agreed, I'll give you the apothecary formula and also a Beyonder artifact. With that, he walked toward the pulpit to use Haziel's pen and paper to write down the formula. Klein naturally followed and was immediately drawn to the Chinese-filled pages on the desk. Roselle's diary. Klein's heart leaped as he feigned curiosity and quickly skimmed through the text. However, he was disappointed to find that not only had he read the contents before, but he also recognized the neat handwriting. So, some of the Roselle diary entries that Mr. Tower submitted at the Tarot Club were sourced from Miss Haziel. As Klein pondered, Bishop Yutravsky noticed his interest in the manuscript and smiled. These are the Roselle manuscripts that Pastor Mar copies as part of her routine. Are you interested? I can gift them to you on her behalf. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Another friend of mine took some before. That friend must be Detective Brian. Never mind, I've already read these entries. Taking Miss Haziel's personal handwriting doesn't sit right with me anyway. Shaking his head, Klein declined the bishop's kind offer and waited for him to finish writing the formula. Soon, Yutravsky handed Klein a sheet filled with text and said, "You can have it appraised. If there's any issue, I'll always be here at Harvest Church." Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of crystallized poison from a crowned jellyfish. Klein glanced over the formula, smiling as he replied, "I'll confirm its authenticity." Nodding slightly, Bishop Yutravsky retrieved a brass-colored, antiquated key from his pocket and explained with a smile. "This is the universal key. It can open any lock without mystical power and some with Beyonder effects. Even where there's no lock or door, it can open a path to a place beyond reality, so long as there's no Beyonder restriction and the barrier isn't too thick. It's entirely unassuming when not in use. Even Beyonders would struggle to distinguish it from an ordinary key." To demonstrate, the bishop showcased the universal key's capabilities. "This is far more convenient than the unlocking charm Mr. Tower gifted Miss Justice. It even works on mystical locks. Truly an excellent support tool." After some thought, Klein cautiously asked, "What are its negative effects?" Yutravsky chuckled warmly. "The bearer will occasionally get lost. Randomly, I might add. Lost. I'm a seer with spiritual intuition." Klein muttered inwardly, feeling quite pleased as he accepted the universal key. Beside him, Haziel seemed like she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Demir Port. After using Cullen as an excuse to send Lydia away, Ebner decided to discreetly check on Terence aboard the Erenheim. He found the young man looking a bit drained and weary but otherwise unharmed, which finally eased his concerns. Though Cullen hadn't asked him to watch over his sister, as a friend, Ebner didn't want her to make a mistake she'd regret. By briefly tracing back the events in the cabin, he saw an alluring yet horrifying scene. Fortunately, the strong psychological suggestion he had implanted ensured that Lydia regained her composure at the last moment. Otherwise, young Terence would have been left severely weakened, at best. The bloodline compulsion is frighteningly intense. Judging by Lydia's state, it's worse than some addictive substances. It's almost as if Lydia's branch of the vampires has an inherent defect that requires the bloodline of Lady Yallerland from the Moses ascetic order to stabilize it. Cullen himself doesn't seem to have this defect. Is it because his father also comes from that family? Although there might be deeper secrets behind this, it wasn't Ebner's concern. He dismissed these thoughts with a shake of his head. Monday. By this day, news of the immortal King Agalito's 5 fleets being decimated had spread across the seas. Rumors and insider stories were rampant. Among these, the mysterious rise of Dr. Strange added a particularly captivating twist. Everyone knew that Grey Giant Gravina wasn't a nobody. Together with his ghost ship, his strength at sea was second only to that of pirate admirals. Yet this renowned pirate was sunk along with his ship by the newly emerged Dr. Strange. How could such a feat not leave people in awe? Moreover, Dr. Strange had acted alone, without the aid of a fleet, further amplifying the reverence he garnered. His fame even overshadowed the other 4 female pirates who had fought the immortal king's fleets. While the details of their battles were vague, Dr. Strange's encounter was unusually well documented, as if meticulously recorded. Initially, skeptics doubted the tale, but it was later revealed that a pirate ship had been observing the battle from the sidelines, providing first-hand accounts. Even more infuriatingly, after sinking the ghost ship, Dr. Strange had left without claiming any spoils, leaving the treasure to the onlookers. Listening to the tavern chatter, Ebner's lips curved upward. Dr. Strange's first step had been a resounding success. Now he just needed to leverage this fame before it faded to advance his acting. Having learned Roselle's dream journey ritual, he already had a plan in mind. Tonight, he would put it into action. Backlund, 1:30 p.m. Furs glanced nervously at Zio, who was nearby, and for the umpteenth time inwardly shouted, "Why isn't Zio out on patrol yet?" After another look at the clock, Furs finally couldn't resist. I need a quiet environment to write. Zio, could you leave for a while? I can't focus with you here. Zio gave her a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced. There's still time before your manuscript is due. You. Voluntarily writing. Inspiration. It's all about inspiration. It just hit me, so I need to start writing now. Furs stood up and defended herself passionately. Zio gave her a meaningful glance before replying, fine, I happen to have a task to attend to. Hearing this, Furs breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully saw Zio out. However, her joy soon turned to worry as she returned to her bedroom to await 3 p.m. Outside, Zio let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head as she muttered. You missed your chance. Don't blame me for keeping things from you. Maybe it's for the best. At least this way, the dangerous tasks I get through the Tarot Club won't drag you into trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 374, Roselle and the Demon. At 3 p.m., Furs sat alone in her bedroom when her vision suddenly blurred. A surge of grayish-white mist engulfed her, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself standing amidst that mysterious, enigmatic gray fog. She was inside the grand, majestic palace, facing the ancient and weathered bronze long table. Around her were shadowy, mist-shrouded figures, indistinct and hard to discern. Figures. Figures. These must be the other members Mr. Fool mentioned. Furs cautiously observed her surroundings, her guard up. She couldn't shake the feeling that anyone participating in such a secretive gathering must be an immensely powerful beyonder. Except for me, she thought nervously, her mind racing. While she was caught up in her apprehensions, Miss Justice had already taken the lead, greeting Mr. Fool on behalf of the Tarot Club members. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Furs scrambled to her feet to follow suit, but she was half a beat too late. Her tardiness only made her stand out more. At this point, Justice Audrey noticed the addition of a new participant to the gathering. A woman. Is it Zio or Furs? Did they pass the trial? Or is it someone else entirely? Audrey turned her head, carefully scrutinizing the newcomer's features. Judging by the figure, it's not Zio. Brown hair, slightly curly. This must be Furs. Yes, the subtle details of her aura and emotional color match as well. Having arrived at a conclusion, Audrey directed her gaze towards the seat of honor and smiled as she asked Mr. Fool. Who is this? This is Miss Magician, the newest member of our gathering. Klein sat leisurely in the seat belonging to the Fool, his gaze sweeping over the table as he introduced Furs to the other members. This is Miss Justice. This is Mr. Hanged Man. This is Mr. Tower. As Furs listened, she hastily matched the codenames to the figures and nodded in greeting, all while observing the participants. Miss Justice and Miss Judgment both have golden hair, exuding the demeanor of noble ladies. Justice seems more gentle, while Judgment appears slightly haughty. Mr. Hangman has deep blue, seaweed-like hair and a less than robust build. His gaze carries an unsettling quality, making one feel uneasy. He must be a leader of some faction. Asterisk, Mr. Tower. Although he hasn't spoken a word to me, I can't shake the feeling that under his gaze, I have no secrets, as if I were stark naked. No, that's too crude. Using Emperor Roselle's phrasing, it's as though I'm a blazing flame, seen through and through. And though I can't see his expression, I just know there's a smile on his face. He must be a cunning man. Furs, be careful around him. Mr. Sun is silent and restrained. Other than being quite tall, so tall he seems much taller than Zio even while seated, there's not much else to note. But no matter how tall he is, he can't hide the fact that he's just a boy. Perhaps he's as weak as I am. If I, a sequence 9, can join this gathering, maybe the others aren't necessarily that powerful either. This gathering clearly doesn't select members based on strength but rather their connection to Mr. Fool. Lastly, there's Mr. World at the lowest seat. His gaze is icy and deeply sinister. He's clearly not someone to mess with. He might be the strongest in this gathering, second only to Mr. Fool. The best-selling author in Furs couldn't help but assign character profiles to the participants as she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least everyone appeared human, and relatively normal at that. It suggested Mr. Fool's alignment leaned towards humanity. She had feared that she'd find herself in a gathering full of grotesque creatures debating whether to fry or grill her. While Furs was distracted by her wandering thoughts, the other members were also observing her. Justice Audrey, having suspected Magician's identity from the start, simply lacked conclusive evidence. Sun, on the other hand, dismissed Furs after a few glances at her attire, determining she couldn't possibly hail from the Forsaken Land like he did. Judgment, sitting beside Furs, maintained her haughty noblewoman demeanor while secretly celebrating. Furs didn't recognize me. Across the table, Ebner's lips curved into the smile Furs had anticipated. He found the dynamics between Audrey and Furs, enshrouded by the mist yet under scrutiny, quite amusing. He couldn't help but wonder how many entertaining developments might stem from this scenario. His reaction fully justified first labeling him as cunning. World, or rather Klein, shared Ebner's sentiment. He decided to delay any revelations and even considered subtly helping to maintain their anonymity. Alger, meanwhile, refrained from overthinking this time. His only question was whether Magician was personally chosen by Mr. Fool or recommended by Justice. Either way, she couldn't be simple. Nevertheless, Alger's attention remained mostly on Tower. Ever since discovering that Tower might be the enigmatic Doctor Strange, he had been diligently gathering related information, including details of the Iron Man incident in Backlund. Iron Man and Doctor Strange both wield the Storm of Light. They're likely members of the same organization inspired by heroes from Roselle's novels. Given that Iron Man's debut involved a mission personally arranged by Mr. Fool to thwart the descent of the true creator. It's plausible that this organization is another force under Mr. Fool's command. Perhaps Tower joined it after earning Mr. Fool's favor through his earlier actions. Roselle's Heroes series only explicitly names 3 protagonists, but it mentions many others. Who else might belong to this organization? Captain America? Hawkeye? As Alger's speculations grew increasingly far-fetched, Ebner broke the silence. Mr. Fool, I've brought 3 pages of Roselle's diary this time, and I'd like to accumulate the contributions again. If there are questions like the one from last Tuesday, I'd like to exchange these for answers. Diary. Roselle's diary. First snapped out of her wandering thoughts and perked up, listening attentively. It's just asking me to use divination. Tower's discoveries haven't exceeded the eternal blazing sun or true creator so far, so this should be manageable. Thinking this, Klein smiled and replied, agreed. Meanwhile, Furs gleaned an important piece of information. You can use these so-called Roselle diaries to get answers from Mr. Fool, or even exchange them for items. Roselle's diary. The ones written in indecipherable symbols that nobody understands. Are they truly diaries? Tower's tone is so certain, and Mr. Fool didn't refute him. I've come across plenty before but never bothered to buy any because I wasn't interested. Oh, wait, Miss Audrey has a lot. She's a fanatic about this sort of thing. Overjoyed by this sudden realization, Furs resolved to seek out Audrey's dog after the gathering. But that dog hasn't been visiting the grove in the Empress Burrow where Zio and I often meet. Instead, there's been this chubby fellow wandering around as if searching for something. Maybe I should just approach Viscount Glaint. Although I still haven't gotten the apothecary formula and feel awkward about facing him. As Furs lost herself in her thoughts, Justice Audrey contemplated how to plausibly explain the disappearance of her own Roselle diaries. After all, since Mr. Fool had already read them, giving them to Furs would be deceitful, practically sacrilegious. Meanwhile, Ebner summoned 3 pages of Roselle's diary obtained from Fanny's grandfather, Mr. Surrey. This time, he included 2 pages with actual value and one that repeated content Klein had seen before. Even so, since Klein hadn't acquired it yet, it retained significant value. The 2 valuable pages detailed a coherent event, which was why Ebner didn't deliberately separate them. Soon, the 3 yellowed parchment pages were in Klein's hands. Feigning casual interest, Klein lowered his gaze and began reading unhurriedly. April 22nd, we're preparing to venture there, to explore the abyss. April 23rd, we followed the pitch-black sea, piercing the liquid-like fog, and reached a mountain resembling a monster. Beyond it lay boundless black mist, as though veiling an entire continent. April 24th, we descended along the mountain, attempting to delve deeper. It's eerily silent. We found nothing. April 25th, we encountered demons, but they were only decaying corpses. It was as if they all met the same fate at the exact same moment. April 26th, corpses or silence, the path ahead seemed endless. The items from the Black Throne began showing signs of corrosion. I've rarely felt fear in recent years, but here, the unknown terror clutches my heart like an invisible hand. We must leave. We must return. We can't stay any longer. Reading this, Klein nearly lost his composure, struggling to maintain the fool's calm demeanor. Did Roselle actually organize his knights and sailors to explore the abyss's fringes after seeing it? Wasn't he afraid of dying? The abyss is rumored to corrupt all, driving every living thing to fall. At this stage, Roselle certainly wasn't sequence 4, probably sequence 5 at most, if not lower. If it were me, I'd turn my ship around and report it to the church immediately. No wonder that vampire, Mr. Cullen, refused to follow him on his expeditions. He probably foresaw this. At that moment, Klein deeply realized just how starkly different he was from Roselle. But what happened afterward? Did Emperor Roselle escape the abyss unharmed, or did something else occur? What's the significance of the anomalies there? Was there a fierce battle? With these unanswered questions swirling in his mind, Klein flipped to the second page, only to find it likely jumped forward several years, leaving a gap. He wasn't disappointed, though, as the latter 2 pages also referenced the Abyss expedition. November 11th, a day that feels lonely, and my hand aches. Early this morning, Edwards reported that the egg-like thing we brought back from the Abyss years ago was about to hatch. Curious, I set aside my work and went to see. Out came a demon that looked like a baby. Yes, as an arcane scholar, I could tell at a glance he wasn't human. Okay, that's a joke only fellow transmigrators would get. Anyway, the infant-like Sequence 6 demon crawled to my feet excitedly the moment he saw me, hugging my boots affectionately, gazing up as if I were his father, if not for his cold, emotionless eyes. Damn it, I don't recall having any intimate encounters with succubi or other female demons in the Abyss. Though this might harm my reputation, I didn't dispose of the hatchling. I even gave him a name. Adebayo. End of chapter. Chapter 375, Trade and Exposure. Adebayoth? That name sounds familiar, maybe from a novel or anime. Roselle was definitely lazy with naming this one. Still, Roselle brought an egg from the Abyss, and it actually hatched. His courage truly knows no bounds. Didn't he worry about the potential dangers to Intis? As Klein pondered this, he once again felt the stark differences between himself and Emperor Roselle. Shaking his head, he picked up the last page and continued reading. November 12th, did that little thing that hatched yesterday eat some kind of magical fertilizer? How is it growing so fast? Overnight, it went from an infant to a toddler about 3 or 4 years old. I asked him about it, and he replied in a childish tone, "Isn't this normal?" Suddenly, I feel like I don't understand the word normal anymore. November 13th, Adebayoth is already old enough to attend school, but I haven't arranged for anyone to teach him. After all, he might look like a college graduate by the day after tomorrow. November 14th, I inexplicably dreamt of Grim, the Grim who died on that unnamed island. What could this signify? Dreaming of Grim. I remember Roselle mentioning him in earlier entries. He was the one Roselle called the smartest among us. After discovering that primordial island, Grim started acting strangely and eventually died in the Misty Sea. Could there be a connection between Adebayoth, who comes from the abyss deep in the Misty Sea, and that island? Klein stared at the diary page, pondering quietly. In truth, Ebner initially didn't draw any connections from this entry. However, after reviewing the information provided by the God of Knowledge in the Sea of Origins, he started to form some theories. Adebayoth might be similar to the Pale Admiral, a contingency left behind by Forbody. And the corrupted mother goddess of depravity likely noticed this, which is why she made Roselle dream of Grim, to lure him back to that unnamed island. This would allow her to further control Roselle while disrupting Forbody's plans and creating trouble for the Mother Tree of Desire. Forbody had likely anticipated this move, which is why he ensured Roselle brought the devil egg back from the abyss in the first place. This line of reasoning had led Ebner to suspect, after reading the knowledge imparted by the God of Knowledge, that both Forbody and the later Roselle intended to exploit the rivalry between the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire. With these two ancient entities embroiled in conflict, they might create an opportunity to escape their control. Lacking such background information, Klein set the diary aside after realizing he couldn't make further progress. He allowed the 3 pages to vanish and leaned back in his chair, smiling serenely as he said, "You may begin." As his words faded, he manipulated the world to speak. "I wish to know about the Guardian sequence. Additionally, I want to know which mid-sequences can perform psychological suggestion." In truth, after reading the diary and considering the recent serial killings in Backlund, Klein had initially intended to inquire about detailed information on the Devil pathway. However, the Tower had already shared some insights about devils at the last tarot meeting. While the information wasn't comprehensive, Klein didn't want to ask again. Besides, Detective Isengard Stanton seemed somewhat familiar with devils as well. Klein suspected he could extract additional details from him if needed. Klein even had a hunch that if the detective confirmed Klein's status as a Beyonder, he might proactively offer a detailed dossier on devils. After all, as a Beyonder of the Reader pathway, Isengard shared the Tower's enthusiasm for sharing and flaunting knowledge. What Klein truly wanted to know, however, was which pathway the abilities of the puppet master behind the scenes belonged to. While he suspected the culprit was indeed a marionettist, he couldn't rule out other possibilities. More importantly, given the name marionettist and the fact that a wind-blessed had been turned into a marionette, it was reasonable to assume that marionettists could manipulate marionettes to perform abilities from other pathways. He was confident the Tower had the answers, but the world couldn't offer the Tower anything worthwhile in exchange. Thus, Klein aimed his question at Sun, who had a similarly solid foundation in mysticism. To ensure Sun had the chance to answer, Klein deliberately included a query about the Warrior Pathway's Sequence 5 Guardian. This pathway, also known as the Giant Pathway, was the mainstream path for Silver City's Beyonders. Sun was bound to know about it. Regarding the Warrior Pathway, Klein already had detailed information on Sequences 9, 8, and 7, and had recently learned about Sequence 6 Dawn Night from Bishop Utravsky. The Guardian was the only one left that he didn't know much about but could afford to ask about. Finally, Klein cunningly presented the questions to the group, knowing that as a new member, the world couldn't possibly be aware of Silver City's knowledge of the giant pathway. Ebner saw through the world's ploy instantly but didn't plan to interfere or expose it. After all, he didn't expect to gain anything valuable from the world. If the fool had some juicy tidbits to share, the world was a bona fide pauper. Son Derek glanced at Ebner and, seeing no intention of him speaking, straightened his back and said, "I know the answers to both questions. My price is information related to the fallen creator. I'll leave it to Mr. Fool to determine whether the trade is fair." Realizing he hadn't sought Mr. Fool's permission beforehand, Derek quickly turned to the head of the table and respectfully sought approval. "Son, I didn't force this, you asked for it yourself." Klein's lips twitched as he chuckled softly and replied, "Agreed." As Son and the world began their private exchange, both appearing satisfied with the trade, Furs felt her mind whirl. The boy she had assumed to be as clueless as herself had just requested information about the true creator, a being regarded as one of the oldest and most powerful among the gods. The thought alone was nerve-wracking. As for the Guardian pathway, Furs didn't know much but had heard Zio mention it in passing. She was aware it was Sequence 5 of the warrior pathway. What a pity Ebner has left Backlund. With his encyclopedic knowledge, I could rely on him to barter in this gathering using knowledge. Furs thought wistfully. When the world and Son finished their exchange, the scene briefly fell silent. Then the world scanned the group and said with a dark chuckle, "I have no further requests for now." No sooner had he finished than the hanged man turned to the tower and said, "I've completed the task you entrusted to me, but the amount might differ slightly from what we initially anticipated." He deliberately kept his statement vague, making one last test. Hearing this, the justice, judgment, and others turned their attention to the two. Audrey, in particular, couldn't help but speculate. Judging by the hanged man's tone, he and the tower reached some sort of agreement or arrangement in reality. Could they have met in person? Meanwhile, Zio and Klein, who had both been involved in delivering Ebner's clothes, speculated that the tower must have done something significant after that night. As for Furs and Derek, they were simply curious. Ebner knew exactly what Alger was implying and welcomed the outcome. Calmly, he asked, "How much did you manage to obtain?" £3,900, after deducting my share." Alger sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed that the amount fell short of his expectations. From £7,500 down to this. But it's still acceptable. After all, getting the reward this quickly is already unexpected. Thinking this, Ebner nodded and said, "That works. Once the gathering is over, I'll offer the amount via sacrifice to Mr. Fool for transfer to you." Alger breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to offend a powerful peer over money, even if he needed some of it to cover his sacrifice. Everyone in the Tarot Club truly is formidable. A transaction nearing £4,000 resolved in just a few words. And sacrifices. Mr. Fool can accept sacrifices. His existence must be at such a high level. No wonder he spoke about the owner of Full Moon Cries in that manner. Furs listened in awe and disbelief until the tower and hanged man fell silent. After careful consideration, she calmly voiced her query. "I'd like the formulas for apothecary and trickmaster, offering gold as payment." To conceal her true intentions, she deliberately included the apothecary formula to mislead the others. If someone did have it, she'd buy it and resell it to Viscount Glaint, who had been desperate for it. Furs was confident she wouldn't lose out and might even profit handsomely. Hearing Furs's inquiry, Zio nearly facepalmed but restrained herself, remembering she was playing the role of a noble lady and couldn't act so ungracefully. Instead, she inwardly sighed. "Furs, you've exposed yourself with your first sentence. Thankfully, I haven't revealed my connection to the Tarot Club yet. Otherwise, you, I, and Ebner would all be unmasked by Audrey. She's Furs. The Trickmaster formula is for herself, while the apothecary formula is for sale to Glaint. She's using this ploy to confuse others and mask her identity." Predictably, Audrey immediately deduced Furs's intentions upon hearing her request, though she only reacted with a slight pause before composing herself. Chapter 376, The God of Luck. At the head of the table, Klein glanced sympathetically at Miss Magician, sighing inwardly. "Among the people gathered here, including myself as the fool, there are 3 who already know your identity, 2 of them are your friends. And it's unlikely you'll fool Miss Justice either. Against a mind reader deeply familiar with you, it's nearly impossible to conceal your true thoughts, even if you're aware of their abilities and take precautions, let alone when you're completely in the dark." Shaking his head subtly, Klein controlled the world, whose raspy voice broke the silence. "I have the apothecary formula. It's £230. As for the Trickmaster formula, I'll do my best to find it for you, but I can't guarantee success." The universal key he obtained from Bishop Utravsky was likely connected to the apprentice pathway, which included the Sequence 8 Trickmaster. Divination in the gray fog about the key's origins might reveal some clues. The reason Klein mentioned the formula without certainty was to prevent others from swooping in. There was no need to worry about the Hanged Man or the Tower, but even Sun had recently been active in seeking formulas. Competition abounded. Furs didn't immediately respond to the world's offer. Instead, she scanned the group but saw that the Hanged Man, Justice, Tower, Judgment, and Sun had no intention of speaking. The Hanged Man Alger, Justice Audrey, and Son Derek simply didn't have the two formulas Furs sought, so they remained silent. As for Ebner, he knew the Trickmaster formula but hadn't been able to pass it to Furs before she joined the Tarot Club, fearing that without Mr. Fool's guidance, she might be corrupted by whispers during her ritual. After she joined, he had been away from Backlund, so the opportunity hadn't arisen. Since the world volunteered to search, Ebner decided not to compete for the task. Besides, given that Klein had already saved Furz's life, it was only natural for him to make some profit from her. Judgment Zio had also recently gained some harvests during interrogations but hadn't managed to secure a complete Trickmaster formula. After a brief pause, Furz replied to the world. Mr. World, I hope you can find the Trickmaster formula soon. As for the apothecary formula, I'll purchase it now. Is the payment made through a sacrificial ritual? The world nodded and explained in a low tone. Yes, the process is as follows. After detailing the sacrificial procedure, Klein manifested the apothecary formula in front of the world, who then passed it to Miss Magician. Furz accepted the formula eagerly, spreading it out to memorize it. Judgment, sitting beside her, opened her mouth to offer advice but hesitated. Remembering her arrogant noble persona, Zio stopped herself, fearing that speaking out might reveal her own identity through familiarity with Furz. Instead, she turned to Ebner with a look, silently urging him to step in. Receiving the signal, Ebner immediately understood what Zio meant. However, before he could say anything, Justice Audrey, having already deduced Miss Magician's identity, kindly offered a reminder. You can ask Mr. Fool for assistance with recall when making the sacrifice. You don't need to memorize the formula so meticulously. If you encounter difficulties, you can also pray to him by chanting his name. Him? Furz froze. Miss Justice referred to the Fool with the term reserved for gods and angels. Him. Could the Fool really be him? But why would he bother with such mundane requests? Then again, proper ritual magic often gets responses from the 7 orthodox gods too. Thoughts whirring, Furz turned to Justice and said. Thank you for the reminder. Your title truly matches your character. Audrey felt slightly guilty at the compliment. A moment later, another thought occurred to her, and she asked. Miss Magician, do you know the acting method? Furz nodded after a brief consideration. If you mean the method for accelerating potion digestion and minimizing the risk of losing control, then yes, I do. Ebner had explained the acting method to Zio the very day they met. After verifying its effectiveness, Zio had obtained his permission to share it with Furz. Furz knows the acting method. Then Zio must know it too. No wonder she advanced to sheriff so quickly. Audrey was unaware that Zio had already reached interrogator. Was it that hero detective who told them? Ugh. Aside from the two of us veterans, every new member of the Tarot Club seems to know this supposedly rare secret. The Tower is inherently knowledgeable. Sun has a unique background. Judgment is friends with the Tower. I can accept all that. But even Mr. World hasn't shown any interest or curiosity about the acting method, he must already know it. Audrey suddenly felt like a country bumpkin in the mystical world. The Hanged Man Alger, on the other hand, thought to himself, as expected. Mr. Fool never invites ordinary people to the Tarot Club. Although this lady is probably only Sequence 8, she must have some unique background. Either she belongs to a secret organization or comes from a family of Beyonders. Judging by her demeanor, the latter is more likely. I wonder if I can leverage her resources, just as I have with Sunday. While Alger indulged in his theories, Derek's son finally voiced a question that had been gnawing at him. I want to know who the 7 gods are and their general details. The long-standing enigma burned within him no longer. I know this one. Audrey nearly leaped at the chance, raising her hand slightly to indicate her willingness to answer. At the same time, the Hanged Man, Judgment, and World also signaled they could respond. Even Ebner hesitated briefly before raising his hand. His intent wasn't to exploit Derek, he knew most of what Derek did. However, his persona in the Tarot Club was that of an erudite scholar. Declining such a straightforward question would contradict his established character. Only Furz sat dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Sun, who had earlier sought information about the true creator, was now asking such a basic question that even children knew. Noticing her confusion, Alger helpfully clarified, Sun comes from the land abandoned by God. Furz's first reaction was disbelief, but with the Fool presiding over the meeting, she couldn't imagine Alger lying. Accepting the truth, she thought, this secret gathering is far more bizarre than I ever imagined. And the fool is much more formidable than I'd assumed. Audrey, observing Furza's reaction, nearly succumbed to the urge to flaunt tales of Admiral Hurricane, the Intis ambassador, or Lanvis, all linked to the fool. She refrained only to avoid exposing her own identity. Seated at the head of the table, Klein smiled faintly at the competition and asked, "Mr. Sun, with whom would you like to trade?" Derek hesitated briefly before replying. "I'd like to trade with each of them individually. As payment, I'll answer one question within my ability." This arrangement would ensure the broadest range of information. Over time, Derek had matured, shaped by Silver City's harsh environment and recent expeditions. The group agreed without objection and began taking turns privately trading with Sunday. For Klein, this was delightful. As the fool, he could hear every answer to every question. When Ebner's turn came, he memorized extensive excerpts from the Seven Gods' holy texts, such as the Revelations of the Night and the Book of Storms, and practically dictated them to Derek. Why had Ebner studied so many divine scriptures? As a devout follower of the fool, wasn't it only natural? Derek, staring at the stack of parchment before him, felt dazed but grateful. Thankfully, Mr. Fool can assist with memory recall. In truth, Klein himself was relieved. Thank goodness I've advanced to magician. Otherwise, my spirituality might not have sustained such extensive memory recall. If it came to that, I'd have to buy a set of 7 gods' scriptures to grant him. What kind of evil god grants their follower the scriptures of orthodox deities? While Klein indulged in his thoughts, Ebner posed his question. Does Silver City still possess the heart of a gem dragon? Derek shook his head firmly. Gem dragons were already hard to find before the fall of the creator. They've long since passed into legend. In over a millennium of exploration, Silver City has never uncovered materials from a gem dragon. Glancing at the mountain of parchment before him, Derek added hesitantly. Mr. Tower, you can ask a few more questions. So honest. Ebner mused. After some thought, he asked about a particularly enigmatic subordinate of the Elf King Siniathrim, one speculated about by readers in his previous life but never definitively explained. What do you know about the subordinate of the Elf King, the God of Luck? Chapter End. Chapter 377, Sharing and Cooperation. The God of Luck, Derek murmured as he combed through his lessons and recollections. Despite his efforts, he could only recall superficial details. Just as Ebner felt a twinge of disappointment, Derek added. There are rumors that during the battle where the Creator conquered the Elven Court, the God of Luck and the Elven Queen did not participate. It seems they left beforehand. Left before the battle. Ebner's mind raced. In Roselle's travels, the Elven songstress's memories depict the Elven Queen as someone unlikely to abandon her duty. Unless, she had a task even more critical than defending the court. If there was such a task, the God of Luck must have been involved as well. Perhaps the mission required the deity's fortune to succeed. Ebner pondered the implications further. In the original story, though the Queen of Calamity Kohainum fell, her actions before death were meticulous. She split her characteristics into multiple fragments, embedding part of her spirit into the Book of Calamities. And the object she instructed the hanged man, Alger, to deliver to the Western continent, possibly extracted from the Book of Calamities, might hold the key to her plans. But what of the God of Luck? Why did they vanish entirely? Kohainum herself claimed that it's challenging for an angel to truly perish, even if they lose their characteristics. The God of Luck must have either been erased by another deity, a direct intervention leaving no room for contingency, or assumed a new identity. Considering how the second epic's angels were teeming with hidden identities, the latter seems more plausible, especially for a Wheel of Fortune pathway beyonder, who would naturally align with the whims of fate. Ebner nodded at Derek with satisfaction, impressed by how a casual question had sparked new insights into the intertwined mysteries of the Queen of Calamity and the God of Luck. Derek, however, felt embarrassed. He resolved to scour Silver City's library for additional details to satisfy Mr. Tower's curiosity. Klein, the silent observer, was equally pleased. Gaining knowledge of 2 more angelic titles was a welcome addition to his mental library. After Ebner, Judgment and World each completed their exchanges with Sunday. Their body language suggested mutual satisfaction. The session naturally transitioned into a round of intelligence sharing. With preparations in place, Klein controlled World to break the silence. I uncovered something while investigating the Sauron family in Intis. He paused, glancing at the hangman Alger before continuing. Intis authorities appear to be colluding with the secret order to frame Storm Church's mysticism magister, Stuart. Alger's mind immediately conjured an image of the young man who was widely disliked among adjudicators. Frowning, Alger wondered why Intis would go to such lengths to target him. Before Alger could voice his thoughts, Justice Audrey's curiosity led her to ask, Mr. World, why would the Intis authorities do this? World's raspy voice answered, listing his findings methodically. Stuart was tasked with investigating the secret order's operatives in ruin. Coincidentally, a marionettist from the order had embedded themselves close to the Intis ambassador, even killing a storm church adjudicator. An adjudicator. Robert. Alger immediately pieced together the puzzle and nodded. I understand. Intis and the secret order must believe Stuart is responsible for eliminating both Bakron and the marionettist. Stuart's motive seems clear, avenging his fallen colleague. Honestly, if I didn't know the real culprit, I'd come to the same conclusion. Alger added the last remark to clarify matters for the newer members like World and Magician, ensuring they wouldn't mistakenly attribute the events to Stuart. Given that Stuart was stationed in Backlund, it was impossible for him to be the Doctor Strange who intercepted immortal King Agolito's fleet. Mr. World is remarkable, investigating a family as ancient as the Saurons, who trace their lineage to the 4th epoch. And the recent assassination of the Intis ambassador might also tie into this club. Steam above, what have I joined? Magician Furs felt increasingly numb to the absurdity around her. Justice Audrey, on the other hand, felt a twinge of relief. Had she commissioned Furs and Zio to handle the assassination before Tower's intervention, her friends might have discerned her connection to the Fool by now. Meanwhile, Klein, as the Fool, felt a growing urgency. Stuart is part of your Storm Church. Shouldn't you, Alger, consider informing him or reporting this matter to your superiors? As Klein pondered how to guide the hanged men, Ebner deciphered the world's intentions with ease. Is this another move from Mr. Fool against the secret order? A classic case of using one faction to dismantle another. But Stuart, the name rings a bell. Ebner's brows furrowed in thought. Ah, Zio mentioned him once. When returning the wind-blessed marionette to the Storm Church, it was Stuart who took custody. And in the Dream Labyrinth Tower, the memoir containing incomplete mysticism magister formulas was also centered on a Stuart. Surely, they're the same person. Did he complete the formula and ascend further? Ebner chuckled lightly and turned to Zio. Misjudgment, this could be your opportunity. I hear MI9 has been striving to mend relations with the Storm Church. Zio blinked in surprise but quickly composed herself, nodding with an air of nonchalance. It does seem like a chance. Besides, I've worked with Stuart before. Though she wasn't entirely sure of Ebner's plan, past experience told her that following his lead usually led to success. She knows Stuart. Misjudgment must hold a high rank in MI9, Alger speculated. Stuart, being a Sequence 5 mysticism magister, wouldn't collaborate with just anyone. Furz's thoughts were simpler. Tower and Judgment seemed to know each other. Could she be Zio's superior? I'll need to ask Zio if she has a cold, aloof, golden-haired noblewoman as a colleague. Klein, as the Fool, observed with quiet gratification. Though Tower and Judgment frequently disturbed his rest, their reliability in crucial moments made up for it. To ensure the matter wasn't overlooked, Klein tapped the edge of the ancient bronze table and added. This incident bears traces of the Aurora Order's involvement. Though he invented this claim, the Aurora Order had already taken responsibility for Bakron's assassination. It was unlikely they'd refute further allegations. Even if Zio later discovered no evidence implicating the Aurora Order, she would likely attribute it to their elusiveness rather than doubting Klein's words. Hearing the name Aurora Order, Zio immediately tensed. Memories of the true creator's thwarted descent still loomed large. I'll notify Stuart as soon as possible, she promised solemnly. Internally, she mused, so that's what Ebner intended. As expected, he knows everything. Alger, too, responded after a moment of thought. When the time is right, I'll find an excuse to relay this intelligence to the church. From prior incidents, it was clear the Fool stood opposed to the true creator. Given the Aurora Order's involvement, Alger had no choice but to align himself firmly. In Roselle's words, it was a matter of standing on the right side of history. Chapter end. Chapter 378, The Value of the Genie. Klein, seated at the head of the table as the Fool, relaxed slightly now that his goal was achieved. However, he still controlled the world to add, while I don't know the specifics of the Secret Order's plans, the intelligence suggests they may exploit Stuart's new doctrinal proposals. Judgment. Zio nodded. Thank you for the warning. I'll take note of it. The hangman Alger also filed the information away, considering how to discreetly report it to his superiors. After this exchange, World returned to his usual silence. Justice Audrey, noticing that the others were lost in thought, took the initiative to share her insights. The kingdom's Air Pollution Investigation Committee has been formally established. The committee's chairman is Sir Des Shaw, and the chief secretary is Mr. Hibbert Hall. Sitting at the head of the table, Klein mentally added, I know that. My former employer, Mrs. Mary, is now a member of this committee. According to landlady Mrs. Starling, there's a grand ball tonight to celebrate its establishment. Judgment. Zio was reminded of the same ball. Due to the ongoing serial killings in Backlund, she had been assigned by MI9 to provide security at the event. Her earlier statement to Furs about having a task wasn't entirely untrue. In contrast, Furz's claim about being struck by inspiration was highly suspect. Many attendees at the ball would be Storm Church adherents, and Stewart might be among them. Zio mentally plotted, if the opportunity arises, I'll relay the information World shared with him. Humph, it's about time those parliamentarians did something useful, Alger sneered. Though I wonder if this committee will end up as just another political stunt or a meaningless formality. Hibbert would never be part of a useless stunt. Audrey pressed her lips together in mild frustration. Zio, glancing at the silent world, decided to contribute her own intelligence. A certain high-ranking MI9 official is seeking the whereabouts of the wishing lamp. They're willing to pay the price of a demigod-level potion formula for any credible information. The wishing lamp. Isn't that the 0-05 sealed artifact that World asked about in a previous meeting, and which Tower explained? According to Tower, Roselle used it to briefly ascend to Sequence 1. Why would MI9 be searching for it now? Is this an individual's ambition or a directive from the Ruin Monarchy? Alger frowned as his thoughts churned. Roselle used the lamp, backed by the Church, to kill the last angel of the Sauron family. Could someone in MI9 be attempting to emulate him? But the Augustuses are no declining Saurons. Alger glanced instinctively at World and Tower. Klein, behind the mask of the fool, also felt perplexed. Tower mentioned the wishing lamp is a fusion of a miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic and a mysterious origin. The Augustuses follow the Arbiter pathway. Obtaining the lamp wouldn't help them ascend, it'd simply be another powerful, zero-grade sealed artifact. As an ancient angelic family, they wouldn't lack such artifacts. Could this search be a personal endeavor by an MI9 official? Based on Roselle's diaries, I can infer a few things about the lamp's current whereabouts. First, it's unlikely to be in any major church's possession. If it were, MI9 wouldn't need to search for clues. Zero-grade artifacts are typically catalogued and monitored by governments and churches alike. Second, it's not in the hands of a troublemaking secret organization. The wishing lamp's abilities would have made waves in the supernatural community already. That leaves three possibilities. 1. The lamp was hidden by Roselle's enigmatic secret society. 2. It was traded to the secret order, possibly via Amon or another party, given Roselle's relationship with Zeradal. 3. It remains with Roselle's children, most likely his favored eldest daughter, Bernadette, who might still be alive. If it's with Bernadette, there's nothing to be done. But if it's held by the first two groups, perhaps MI9 could provide a decent trade. Would divination on the grey fog confirm anything? My connection to the wishing lamp isn't strong, even with this space aiding me. Klein, feeling the room's attention shift to World, controlled his proxy to rasp, what pathway's demigod formula is being offered? Zio thought for a moment before replying, Arbiter, though it's likely negotiable. She speculated that Princess Vera, with her royal status, likely possessed multiple formulas, including those of the lawyer pathway, which MI9 controlled. I'll look into it, World responded, his voice low and noncommittal. But I can't promise results. Their exchange left the magician Furs more bewildered than even the sun. Her wide eyes reflected astonishment and curiosity, almost piercing the shroud of grey fog that veiled her thoughts. The wishing lamp. What an evocative, mystical name. What sort of artifact could match a demigod formula in value? Just an hour ago, I still thought of demigods as mere legends. Justice Audrey, noticing Furz's expression, suppressed a smile. Without using her abilities, she could easily read Furz's thoughts. Half out of kindness and half to boast, she explained the wishing lamp's history and capabilities. Furz, shaken and intrigued, felt a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of when Ebner had once regaled her with tales of zero-grade sealed artifacts. But after his advancement to Sequence 8, he started withholding more than he shared. That's why I based the evil spirit character in my novels on him. While Furz grappled with wonder and nostalgia, the real-life, evil spirit, Ebner was deep in thought. The wishing lamp is only valued at a demigod formula. That's disappointing. Reflecting on the original story, Ebner shared Klein's initial assumptions about the artifact's potential locations. However, when considering the lamp's origin, a new possibility emerged. In the original, an otherworldly force linked to the outer god, Uncertain Mist, also sought the wishing lamp. Though this storyline deviated in this timeline, it's possible the Tower family's intervention didn't prevent its continuation. If the wishing lamp were crucial to sealing an influence of Uncertain Mist, an MI9 official seeking it might be driven by personal knowledge, or perhaps it's someone from the Tower family within MI9. The lamp, combined with the genie and Uncertain Mist, could pave the way for the return of an old one, the Child of Chaos. This could be a continuation of Zio's Eastchester County encounter. Should I warn her? After a moment's deliberation, Ebner decided against it. Zio lacked the tools to handle such revelations safely. With the Fool as her ultimate safety net, it was best not to burden her unnecessarily. Just as Ebner relaxed, Derek began sharing updates on Silver City's recent changes. Once Derek finished, Alger turned toward Ebner, organizing his thoughts. Finally, he spoke. A major incident involving the pirate kings and 4 pirate admirals has shaken the seas. Chapter end. Chapter 379, The Identity of Doctor Strange. The news of the immortal King Agalito's 5 fleets being devastated had only just begun spreading across the seas. Naturally, the members in Backlund were unaware, and the sun in the godforsaken land understood even less. What happened? Audrey's eyes widened slightly, nearly breaking her poker-faced demeanor as a spectator. Ever since becoming a Beyonder, what she most desired was to witness firsthand the legendary figures and events she had only heard about in noble circles. Similarly, the magician Furs blurted out in excitement, which pirate kings and pirate admirals? She stopped herself mid-sentence, realizing it was inappropriate to press the hanged man, who appeared to be a leader of sorts, and promptly shut her mouth. Alger didn't mind. He scanned the table, focusing briefly on the composed tower, before solemnly explaining. After the pirate conference I mentioned at the last tarot meeting, the immortal King Agalito led his 5 fleets to encircle and eliminate the Admiral of Pale, Maria. The immortal king going after the Admiral of Pale. That duel during the pirate conference must have been Agalito testing Maria's strength, Klein thought as he pieced together the events. Audrey, unburdened by Furz's hesitation, asked with keen interest, did the immortal king succeed? No. In the end, Maria successfully escaped. Agalito's 5 fleets were severely damaged, with 3 commanders killed and another captured. Only the 3rd fleet's venom firebuzz managed to escape, but he was executed by Agalito himself upon return, Alger said gravely. The hangman sure knows how to keep people hooked, Ebner thought, stifling a chuckle as he speculated about Alger's intentions. He's likely trying to gauge my reaction or perhaps the fool's. Maybe he even thinks the fool has put together some sort of Avengers team in secret. Shaking his head inwardly, Ebner maintained a neutral expression, pretending to hear the tale for the first time, much to Alger's quiet disappointment. How did Maria manage that? Audrey asked, her tone reflecting her astonishment. Beside her, Furs was just as wide-eyed, her excitement palpable. She could almost feel inspiration brewing. Judgment Zio joined in with a pointed question, what were the capabilities of the fleet commanders? What kind of forces were involved? She suspected Ebner might have been involved in this incident, so her inquiry was intentionally detailed. This question put Alger in a tight spot. Although he had considerable knowledge of the seas, Agalito's fleets were notoriously ruthless, leaving no survivors. Reliable intelligence was scarce. After some deliberation, he replied hesitantly. The 1st fleet was commanded by the cursing speaker, Verlanders. I don't know his exact sequence, but his abilities were undoubtedly at the level of sequence 5. His bounty alone reached 10,000 pounds. His flagship, the Bloodhorn, was a ghost ship equivalent to a powerful sequence 5 on the seas. The 2nd and 3rd fleets were commanded by Firesword Prewis and Venom Firebuzz, respectively. Both were devils with bounties of 8,000 and 8,200 pounds. Each fleet consisted of 5 large sailing warships. Their actions were audacious, but until this incident, they had never been caught. After learning about the danger-sensing abilities of devils, I now understand why. The 4th fleet was led by the grey giant Gravina, a Dawn Pallane at sequence 6 with a bounty of 7,500 pounds. His fleet had only 3 ships, but his flagship, the Blade of the King, was another fearsome ghost ship. With his coordination, their combat power rivaled that of a pirate general. The 5th fleet was commanded by Lewis, whose sequence is unknown but who specialized in ice spells. His bounty was 7,200 pounds, and his fleet relied on steam-powered warships with overwhelming firepower. Sequence 5 and 6 Beyonders, with other powerful crew members likely aboard, yet all 5 fleets were severely damaged, and their commanders killed or captured. Klein marveled, sensing something extraordinary must have tipped the scales. His thoughts turned to Tower. Considering the mysterious liquor bottle Tower had offered for divination after the pirate conference, combined with the peculiar midnight delivery of a cloak, Klein couldn't help but wonder if Tower had been involved. Similarly, Zio had her suspicions. Pressing her lips together, she felt a sense of urgency. Ebner has already grown so powerful. I can't afford to lag behind. How did Maria accomplish it? Audrey repeated, echoing everyone's thoughts. It wasn't just Maria's doing, Alger clarified, abandoning any further suspense. The Immortal King's 1st fleet was intercepted and annihilated by Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. Cursing Speaker Verlanders was killed on the spot. The 2nd fleet was ambushed by Admiral of Stars, Katlia, aboard the Future. Firesword Prewis was captured, and the remaining ships fled. The 3rd fleet had an unfortunate run-in with the Black Death and Admiral of Affliction. Venom Firebuzz reportedly made some crude remarks, which earned him a severe beating. He abandoned his flagship to escape but was executed by Agalito upon his return. The 5th fleet blocked the Pale Admiral's escape route from Agalito's death announcer. Maria, wielding the blade of Pale Justice, destroyed the fleet and killed Lewis. None survived. The 4 female pirate admirals teamed up against the immortal king. All of them are rumored to be beauties. Could Agalito have harbored inappropriate ambitions, provoking their retaliation? Furs felt inspiration surge, lamenting the absence of pen and paper to capture her ideas. Audrey, equally enraptured, found herself marveling at the epic nature of the confrontation. But a lingering question prompted her to ask, and the 4th fleet? Alger hesitated, casting a cautious glance at the Fool and Tower. Seeing no objections, he took a deep breath and revealed. The 4th fleet was stopped by a single individual. He had no fleet, no crew, just himself. Yet, he single-handedly decimated the grey giant Gravina and destroyed his ghost ship. This man bore a striking resemblance to the Doctor Strange depicted in the illustrations of Roselle's Hero series. And he called himself Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange? What's that? And who is this Roselle they keep mentioning? The son, Derek, furrowed his brow, wondering if he should exchange for more information about this figure. Doctor Strange. Following Iron Man and the Hulk, is Doctor Strange making his debut? Does he use a magical ring to create fiery portals and traverse space? And what's his connection to Maria, to intervene on her behalf? Furz's mind raced with questions she dared not voice, leaving her to imagine wild scenarios. Doctor Strange, as expected. Klein and Zio confirmed their earlier guesses. Both had encountered the custom outfit, a purchase and delivery, respectively, that matched Alger's description. Their gazes naturally turned toward Tower. Doctor Strange. Could it be? Audrey recalled the Hanged Man's furtive glances at the Fool and Tower earlier. She immediately formulated a hypothesis: could the one who stopped the 4th fleet be a member of the Tarot Club? Didn't Tower and the Hanged Man meet and conduct a £3,900 transaction privately? Is Tower Doctor Strange? Could the Iron Man of Backlund also be an ally under the Fool's command? Noticing the subtle yet probing glances from Justice, Judgment, the Hanged Man, and even the World, Ebner's lips curled into a faint smile. He surveyed the group and finally declared with a calm yet confident tone. There's no need to speculate. I am Doctor Strange. End of chapter. Chapter 380, Everyone After the Tarot Club. I am Doctor Strange. After hearing this declaration, apart from the Hanged Man, World, and Judgment, which had been guessed long ago, even Justice was not surprised at all. Instead, it became complacent about its correct reasoning. Only Miss Magician was extremely surprised. After all, she had just imagined a series of romantic stories between Doctor Strange and the female pirate generals, but the protagonist of the story appeared on the opposite side, which inevitably made her feel a little embarrassed. However, she still developed a strong interest in Mr. Tower and decided to ask Zio to help her check what other legendary deeds this gentleman had in the past. It's a pity that the name Doctor Strange has long been tied to Roselle's Heroes series. If I write a story with him as the protagonist, I'm afraid people will think I'm continuing the story of Heroes. Just as Furs was daydreaming, Justice Audrey came to her senses first. She looked at Ebner and asked curiously, Mr. Tower, did Admiral Pale commission you to take action? At this point, she seemed to feel that this was suspected of prying into other people's secrets, and quickly added, of course, if you feel it is inconvenient, you don't have to answer. That's not the case. Ebner responded with a smile, then after a moment's deliberation, he replied meaningfully, there is a certain person who doesn't want to see the death of Pale Admiral Maria, and hopes to see through her true colors. He did not directly mention Vice Admiral Iceberg, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. After all, the strength of the Tarot Club members is generally not high, and there is a possibility of leaking secrets. A certain existence. Hearing Ebner's words, Justice and the Hanged Man subconsciously turned their gazes to Mr. Fool at the top, and they felt a little confused. Klein was speechless when he saw this, but as the Fool, it was inconvenient for him to speak out and refute it personally. After all, he didn't know who the existence that the tower was referring to was, so he could only remain silent, neither denying nor admitting it, pretending that he was not interested in this topic. And strictly speaking, the tower's words were directed at me. After getting to know the character and deeds of the Pale Admiral, I really didn't want her to die. And because of the Pale Justice, I was also quite curious about her origins. Klein thought with a clear conscience. Next, after the Sun regretfully informed Miss Justice that she still hadn't found the formula for psychoanalyst, the exchange came to an end. Klein also ended the tarot gathering in time before his spiritual energy was exhausted. The grey fog returned to calm. After praising Mr. Fool, the dummy of the world transformed into the Eye of Black and appeared on the ancient table. Klein threw it back into the pile of junk, then thought carefully, materialized a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down the divination statement. The current location of the wishing lamp. After reciting it silently 7 times, he was just about to lean back in his chair and enter a dream, when the space above the grey fog suddenly vibrated violently, as if trying its best to interfere with this divination. My spirituality is connected to this space, and its vibrations actually represent some of the changes in my spirituality. So, this is a spiritual warning. Is it dangerous to directly divine the wishing lamp? Can't the gray fog block it? But I had no problems divining the true creator and eternal blazing sun before. Is a zero-level sealed object more terrifying than a true god? Another way of thinking, maybe it is not stronger than a true god, but it may have some special connection with the space above the gray fog, so it has such a change. Well, I remember that it is a combination of the extraordinary characteristics of the miracle invoker and other unknown characteristics, and the miracle invoker is a sequence too that the fortune teller passed through. Could it be because of this reason? With many questions in mind, Klein made the divination statement disappear directly from his hand and did not try again. Although the formula of the demigod potion promised by the top leaders of MI9 was tempting, it was not so tempting that he would ignore his own safety. What's more, I am still far from becoming a demigod, and that high-level person may not have the fortune teller's formula to become a demigod. Just as Klein was mocking himself, the illusory stars symbolizing the magician and the hanged men began to expand and contract. This was their request for a sacrificial ceremony. After some operations, he confirmed that the £230 paid by the magician to buy the pharmacist formula was not counterfeit, and then transferred the £3,900 sacrificed by the hanged men to the tower. Then, he began to travel back and forth between this mysterious space and the real world, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I inferred from Roselle's diary that there is a high probability that there is no sequence 0 in the apprentice path, I still can't be reckless. The divination of the wishing magic lamp just now was a lesson. As long as there is a possible connection, perhaps sequence 1 or sequence 2 can threaten me from a distance. And, what if there is really a sequence 0? I can't gamble with my life. Klein relaxed for a while and wrote down the divination statement, its source. Then, he held the master key and leaned back in his chair, gradually falling asleep while meditating silently. Soon, in the gray, illusory, and fragmented world, he saw a young man from the Abraham family suddenly die on the spot after taking a sequence 9 potion. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and said to himself, "When you have time, go to the Harvest Church again and ask Bishop Utravsky where he got the master key, maybe you can find some clues." After making the decision, he was busy helping classmate son to awaken the memory of the 7 sacred scriptures. After doing all this, Klein returned to the real world exhaustedly. Backlund, in a single-family house in the Cherwood borough. After seeing the light screen appear and the banknotes that had been inserted disappear, Furs was stunned for several seconds before reacting. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. The pharmacist formula can be sold to Viscount Klein for £300. Don't be too greedy, or it will destroy the long-term cooperative relationship. In addition, I have to find a chance to contact Miss Audrey. Well, there will be a gathering in a few days where the audience formula and clues to the Psychological Alchemy Society may appear. I can use this as an excuse to meet Miss Audrey and buy or borrow Emperor Roselle's diary from her. Finally, I have to ask Zio indirectly for information about Dr. Strange and even Iron Man, who may also be a member of the Tarot Club. After thinking about it for a while, Furs looked at the blank paper on the table in front of her, stroked her long brown hair, and thought to herself, Zio has a mission tonight and may not be back until very late, so there is no need for me to start writing now. Well, if I write a paragraph before she comes back, I can make up for my previous excuse of inspiration comes to me. In the City of Silver, in a cramped room. After praying to Mr. Fool, Derek the son immediately recalled the 7 holy books given by Mr. Tower and the information about the 7 gods obtained from other members. The names of gods he had never heard of and the seemingly plausible ancient myths were all showing him a new world that was completely different from the area where the City of Silver was located. Is that the land blessed by the new god? Derek sat in the darkness without making any extra movements. Lightning flashed outside the window from time to time, bringing strong light. No, my relevant knowledge is too limited. It is still at the level of general education courses. I can't see the connection between the 7 gods and the Lord and the ancient gods before the Lord. Phew, since I don't have any patrol missions during this time, I'll go to the Spire Library and look up some information. Oh, and I have to help Mr. Tower look up some books related to the God of Luck. Derek stood up suddenly and did what he thought. His problem was also the problem of the vast majority of Silver City residents. When they received liberal arts education, their focus was on practical courses such as demonology, monster taxonomy, talismanology, and basics of the supernatural, all of which were knowledge that could be used to deal with monsters in the depths of darkness and increase the yield of edible plants. When they listened to auxiliary subjects such as mythology, they were often not focused enough. If it weren't for the fact that the history of the City of Silver could unite the residents and enhance their sense of honor and mission, and the Six-Man Council was very strict in this regard, Derek believed that he could only remember what happened in the last 20 or 30 years at most. Holding the key to the unknown world in his hand, Derek immediately went to the library with the attitude of a researcher. Holding the hurricane axe, Derek walked out of the house, but before he reached the twin towers in the north of the city, he was stopped by a female warrior with medium-length burgundy hair and not very delicate facial features, but a very majestic look. She was wearing a very tight leather armor that outlined her fairly good figure. "Antenna, I have something to do in the library." Derek frowned and said after recognizing the person in the light of lightning. "There's no rush to go to the library." As she spoke, the female warrior named Antenna forcibly pulled Derek to the side of the road. Before he could express his dissatisfaction, she whispered, "I heard that you are looking for the formula for psychoanalyst." "How do you know?" Derek immediately became alert when he heard this. "Don't be so nervous. You know, I want the axe in your hand, so I went to ask about your needs," Antenna said with a smile. Antenna was the one who exchanged the 1,000 magic phantom crystal for Mr. Tower's wolf armor. She had also taken a fancy to Derek's hurricane axe and wanted to exchange it with him, but was rejected. She was not a bad person who would force people to buy or sell things, so she found out what Derek wanted and stopped him from trying to make another deal. "Do you have the formula for the psychoanalyst potion?" Derek asked with a thought in his mind. "This is what Miss Justice needs, and Miss Justice has already obtained the formula for the bard from Miss Judgment. You know, my husband Dolores has a seal of the ability of a psychoanalyst, which came from his mother." Although Antenna did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Dolores is currently a weapon master. He and Antenna have known each other since childhood and have a mutual affection for each other. Eventually, they began to fall in love when they were teammates in a patrol team, and gradually became husband and wife, and their feelings were very deep. Being a weapon master, but not having a weapon that suits him, is the main reason why Antenna tried every means to find a powerful weapon for her husband. After hearing what Antenna said, Derek was immediately in a dilemma. He really needed the formula in her hand to exchange for the bard potion formula, but he also loved the hurricane axe and didn't want to give it up. Antenna saw Derek's expression and could roughly guess what he was thinking, but she had no intention of urging him. There was always a smile on her bright face, as if she was sure that Derek would definitely make the exchange. After struggling and hesitating for a long time, Derek gradually came up with an idea. He raised his head and looked at the female warrior who was taller than him. He organized his words and said, "I can't give you the hurricane axe, but I can help you find a weapon with similar power, but I won't have any news until next week." Antenna looked at him in surprise but didn't think much about it. After a little thought, she nodded and said, "Okay. But what if I'm not satisfied with the weapon you took out? Then I'll trade you the hurricane axe." Derek answered without hesitation. Compared to the favorite weapon, the potion formula is more important. "Very good." A smile appeared on Antenna's bright face again. Just as they were deciding where to meet next week, they suddenly heard someone nearby greet them. "Hello, Elder Lovia." Derek and Antenna looked in the direction of the voice and found that a member of the Six-Man Council, Shepherd Lovia, was walking slowly from the direction of the library. The two men quickly lowered their heads, put their hands on their chests, and followed other passers-by in greeting. Lovia was wearing a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns, and her silver-gray hair was draped in a thick but slightly curly pattern. Her face was smooth and fair, her eyebrows and eyes were majestic and beautiful, and she looked to be in her early 30s. Her pair of light gray eyes seemed to be able to see through the soul. "Yeah." Facing the greetings from Derek and others, Lovia nodded slightly without saying anything more and walked along the road in silence. Elder Lovia seemed to have become normal again. Unlike before, she would switch between different states irregularly, sometimes crying, sometimes sneering, sometimes snorting, and sometimes being indifferent. This thought flashed through Derek's mind subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt inexplicably scared. Because Elder Lovia is back to normal. It's normal. In Demir's school, Ebner, who had taken 3,900 pounds of banknotes from the altar, had just finished the ceremony and lifted the spiritual blockade when he saw phantom bats coming in from outside the wall and quickly gathered into the shape of Cullen. "Is the medicine prepared?" Ebner asked with a smile after greeting him. "I've already let Lydia drink it. There shouldn't be any problem in the short term. She can prepare it herself after she becomes the potion professor. Cullen nodded, then took out an exquisite box from his pocket, handed it to Ebner, and said, "This is a thank you gift for you." End of this chapter.